Eternal Heart Chapter 1190 to Chapter 1240. The Sacred Sky Palace? The black-robed elder was furious when he saw who it was. In his opinion, it was all part of the Sacred Sky Palace's plan. Boom, the gigantic white figure shot out a thick and holy white pillar of light from its palm. Boom, the white beam of light hit the black-robed elder's attack. Black and white light filled the entire sky, making everything pale. Many living beings in the deep-sea city were shocked by the confrontation between the two mysterious underworld sovereign lords. They felt as tiny as ants at the feet of a giant. Bang, the sacred power that sealed the Sea Origin city was shattered by the clash between the two powerhouses. Run! Gosh, there are two mysterious underworld experts fighting here. Everyone fled in panic. Boom, a beam of light shot into the giant figure. The next moment, the giant figure turned into light and gathered at the center, turning into the figure of a person from the winged race. It was only the projection of the Sovereign Lord who had intercepted it earlier. The deep-sea city was already empty, and only Qinyu and Hong Xiuyuan were still there. Qinyu bowed to the white-winged middle-aged man from the Sacred Heaven Palace and said, "Thank you for your timely assistance, Supreme Elder." "Your Grand Elder Wuxia?" The white-winged middle-aged man stared at Qinyu. The one who had infiltrated the Black Cloud Palace and replaced Ling Yun was Grand Elder Wuxia of the Sacred Sky Palace. But now, the person in front of him was a human. Qinyu smiled. It turned out that the old man who disguised himself as Ling Yun was Wuxia. "Grand Elder, I'm Wuxia. I disguised myself as a human to avoid being killed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get you here." Qinyu smiled calmly. His face and body began to change, turning into the appearance of an old man. This was Grand Elder Wuxia's original appearance. The white-winged middle-aged man nodded. Qinyu's explanation was very reasonable. Moreover, the other party was being chased by the Grand Elder of the Black Cloud Palace. If he still doubted the authenticity of the other party's identity, it would be too disappointing for Wuxia. After all, Grand Elder Wuxia infiltrated the Black Cloud Palace. This was an extremely dangerous mission. Although the Sacred Sky Palace's original plan did not come to fruition, Grand Elder Wuxia had stolen the Heavenly Quiet Feather, which was still a great achievement. "It's actually Wuxia." The black-robed elder's eyes widened in anger. The black-robed old man had heard of the Sacred Heaven Palace's great elder, Wuxia, who was an enemy force. Boom, the black-robed old man unfurled his pair of sky-covering black wings, and the area within a radius of several thousand zhang turned into a dark and gloomy hell. Soul-locking claw. A gigantic pitch-black metal claw that was several thousand feet long, dragging a dark chain behind it as it tried to capture Qinyu. So powerful. Feeling the pressure from the mystic underworld Emperor Lord, Qinyu had a feeling that it would be difficult to resist. Once hit by the soul-locking claw, Qinyu's soul would be captured. If the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, his soul would be directly extracted by the enemy. At this moment, Xiao, a dazzling holy arrow of light pierced through the pitch-black domain, its radiance purifying the surroundings. At the same time, the arrow accurately hit the soul-locking claw, causing it to explode. "Wuxia, let's deal with him together," the white-winged middle-aged man shouted. He was holding a huge bow that was as tall as a human and was bathed in sacred light like an angel. Given the current situation, he and Wuxia, who was at the half-step mysterious underworld realm, had the upper hand. If they could injure or kill the Black Cloud Palace's Supreme Elder, it would be a huge gain. "Supreme Elder, I was injured during the escape. I'm afraid I can't help you," Qinyu said apologetically. It was best not to make a move. Otherwise, the white-winged middle-aged man from the Sacred Heaven Palace would definitely notice that Qinyu wasn't the real Wuxia. At this moment, the Black Cloud Palace's main force was chasing after them. The one leading them was the Deputy Palace Lord, the white-haired old lady. Without needing the Supreme Elder's order, the white-haired old lady immediately led the experts to chase after Qinyu and Hong Xiuyuan. "Supreme Elder, I'll take my leave first. We can't let the Black Cloud Palace take back the Heavenly Quiet Feather." Qinyu left these words and fled with Hong Xiuyuan. After leaving the range of the two mysterious underworld emperor lords, Qinyu and Hong Xiuyuan heaved a sigh of relief. Given their current strength, the only enemy that could threaten them was the mysterious underworld Emperor Lord. At this moment, Qin Yu and Han Shuyuan no longer paid much attention to the white-haired old lady and the others who were chasing after them. Junior brother, we've successfully shaken off the mysterious underworld Emperor Lord. Han Shuyuan smiled happily. When making the escape plan, Qin Yu had taken precautions against accidents. Hence, he used the Sacred Heaven Palace's token to seek reinforcements and let the Sacred Heaven Palace's people rush to the Deep Sea City. If everything went smoothly, Qin Yu would immediately escape. If he encountered any obstructions or dangers, he would lead the enemies to the Deep Sea City and let the Sacred Heaven Palace's people act as a shield. Suddenly, a large group of people appeared in front of him. It's the Great Elder Wu Xia. The Black Cloud Palace's people are chasing after the Great Elder. Let's go and help him. It was the Sacred Heaven Palace's main force. As soon as they saw Qin Yu, they immediately came to help and started a fierce battle with the Black Cloud Palace's people. I've taken the heavenly quiet feather from the Black Cloud Palace. I can't lose such a cultivation treasure. You guys stop them. I'll return to the Sacred Heaven Palace first. After saying that, Qin Yu continued to run. Let's go. Qin Yu and Han Shuyuan hid themselves and quickly escaped. At this moment, he threw out an old man from the light silver crystal space. Wu Xia, I won't kill you. Get lost. Qin Yu's cold voice was heard. How do you know my name? Wu Xia shouted. However, Qin Yu and Han Shuyuan hid themselves and quickly left. Wu Xia didn't dare to chase after them. He had finally been released, so he wouldn't court death. No, this kid can't be plotting something, right? How could he let me go just like that? Wu Xia was full of doubts and vigilance at the same time. Last time he was suddenly released by Qin Yu, he helped Qin Yu pass the test of the heavenly quiet feather. He regretted it so much. This time, it definitely wouldn't be anything good. However, after 10 seconds, nothing happened. He was sure that he had really been released by Qin Yu. He had regained his freedom. Qin Yu, you wait and see. The Sacred Heaven Palace will not let you go. Wu Xia shouted. At this time, the sound of fighting was approaching from behind. Elder Wu Xia, go back to the sect. The disciples of the Sacred Heaven Palace shouted from both sides. It turns out that the Sacred Heaven Palace has come to save me. Wu Xia was grateful. Without saying a word, he ran at full speed toward the Sacred Heaven Palace. Along the way, many experts from the Black Cloud Palace chased after him, but they were all killed or thrown off by First Elder Wu Xia. The Sacred Heaven Palace. When First Elder Wu Xia returned, everyone in the palace greeted him with a smile. First Elder, you've worked hard. Although the original plan didn't come true, you got the heavenly quiet feather, so it's a good deal. Even the temple master of the Sacred Heaven Palace greeted them politely. Wu Xia was stunned. What? Didn't you come to save me? When did I get the heavenly quiet feather? Wu Xia was dumbfounded. Grand Elder, are you joking? Quickly take out the heavenly serenity feather and let us have a look. The master of the Sacred Heaven Palace frowned. He thought that the First Elder was playing tricks on him because he had made a great contribution. Looking at the serious expressions of the members of the Wing clan, Wu Xia suddenly came to his senses. He had been tricked by Qin Yu. Qin Yu must have stolen the heavenly quiet feather and run away. So that bastard let me go on purpose so that I would help him distract the pursuers. Wu Xia suddenly understood everything, and his face turned green with anger. He had actually helped Qin Yu escape from his predicament once more. Master, you've misunderstood. Actually, this is what happened. Wu Xia stammered and awkwardly recounted what had happened to him from beginning to end. The surroundings instantly fell silent, and everyone was dumbstruck. Someone had captured Elder Wu Xia alive, stolen the heavenly quiet feather, and asked the reinforcements of the Sacred Heaven Palace to rescue him. How dare this guy play tricks on the Sacred Heaven Palace? The master of the Sacred Heaven Palace was furious. Wu Xia didn't dare to say anything. He thought to himself, not only the Sacred Heaven Palace, but also the Black Cloud Palace. The two 4-star super forces were in a fierce battle. Even the Emperor of the mysterious Nether Realm had taken action, but the real beneficiary had already escaped. If the truth of this matter was spread out, the Black Cloud Palace and the Sacred Heaven Palace would become the laughingstock of the entire Sky Dome realm. Near Haiyuan City. Rumble, the explosion was earth-shattering. Black and white light shot out in all directions. The ground was shattered, and the mountains were flattened. Old Black, your strength hasn't improved at all after so many years. The white-winged middle-aged man smiled. Suddenly, he received an urgent message from the master of the Sacred Heaven Palace. He was stunned and couldn't believe it. Bang, the black-robed old man flapped his black wings and sent the white-winged middle-aged man flying. After so many years, your strength hasn't improved at all. Instead, it has regressed. The black-robed old man sneered. Old Black, stop. We've been tricked. The white-winged middle-aged man immediately said. You're the one who's been tricked. Your whole family has been tricked. The black-robed old man cursed angrily. Listen to me. The one who stole the heavenly quiet feather wasn't Elder Wu Xia, but someone else. The white-winged middle-aged man explained. Don't try to argue. The black-robed old man wouldn't believe the enemy so easily. You idiot. On the other side, Qin Yu and Han Shuyuan had completely shaken off the pursuers. They had used the power of the Sacred Heaven Palace to block the pursuit of the Black Cloud Palace and used the real First Elder Wu Xia to attract the pursuers. They were not stopped at all and fled to the border of the Sky Dome realm. You're finally here. Two women flew out of a forest on the opposite side. They were Yi Luofeng and Tu Zhixiang. This mountain was the place they had agreed to meet. Let's go. You let Wu Xia go to attract the pursuers. Similarly, the Sacred Heaven Palace might already know that we've used them. Hong Shuyuan said. Qin Yu nodded. However, Hong Shuyuan's words reminded him of something. He didn't intend to let Wu Xia go. After all, the other party had been imprisoned in the light silver crystal space and knew Qin Yu's biggest secret. At this moment, Qin Yu used a secret method. In the Sacred Heaven Palace, Elder Wu Xia, who had been fed the blood soul goo by Qin Yu, suddenly died in a miserable way. Not long after, the four arrived at the border of the Sky Dome realm. Who's there? Leave quickly. The soldiers guarding the border shouted. Now that the space channel was blocked, Qin Yu and the others could only break through the sky. Dome realm and leave. Captain, there's something wrong with these people. A soldier transmitted his voice to the captain. The humans that suddenly appeared didn't retreat in the face of their warning. Instead, they advanced. Take them down. The mid-stage empty sea realm captain ordered, this is a crucial time. The Black Cloud Palace has ordered us to seal the realm channel and guard the border. There can't be any accidents. Whoosh, a group of high-level origin returning realm and some empty sea realm experts flew towards Qin Yu's group. Qin Yu's group of four didn't care about these people at all. They chatted as if no one else was around. Attack together and break the realm barrier. Hong Shuyuan said. The space of the Sky Dome realm was extremely stable. The overall strength of this realm was even stronger than the Great Cosmos realm. Even half-step profound nether realm experts couldn't easily break the space barrier and escape. No need. Qin Yu stopped him and said, I alone am enough. Hong Shuyuan was silent. In his heart, he felt that Qin Yu's confidence was too high. They were still in the Sky Dome realm, and the crisis hadn't been resolved. They should leave as soon as possible. Even if Qin Yu could break the realm alone, it would take a lot of time. Whoosh, flying forward, Qin Yu activated his physique and clenched his right fist. This brat is so arrogant. He actually dares to get close. Take him down. The mid-stage empty sea realm captain shouted. The group sped up and drew their weapons, closing in on Qin Yu. But suddenly, boom, it was as if an ancient holy beast had awakened, and a powerful physical pressure shook the heavens and earth. This group of winged race people was 3 kilometers away from Qin Yu, but they still felt like a huge mountain was crashing down. Everyone sank 100 meters. Some of the origin returning realm winged race people fell from the sky and couldn't get up. Star condensation realm. It's the star condensation realm. Run. The captain immediately screamed in horror and ran away without looking back. The rest of the winged race people were scared out of their wits. Buzz, the surrounding space fluctuated, and the void seemed to turn into a swamp. The fleeing winged race people seemed to have turned into snails, crawling slowly. Lord, spare me. This lowly one didn't know that you were a monarch. We had eyes but failed to recognize you, the winged race begged for mercy with a terrified and pitiful expression. Chinyu ignored these small fries, his eyes only focused on the spatial barrier. He wasn't aiming at the winged race. He just wanted to break the space barrier. The combat technique he wanted to use required space power Upanishad. Boom, Chinyu's fist released a white radiance that shone like stars in the sky. Not far away, the winged race members were trembling under the might of Chinyu's fists, but they couldn't escape. Their minds and bodies were suffering from double torture. At this moment. Thief, I found you. An angry shout came from afar. Han Shuyuan turned around, and his expression changed slightly. Black Cloud Palace's old palace master. This old palace master of Black Cloud Palace used to be the mystic underworld sovereign lord, but he had just broken through not long ago. Because of a great battle, he had been seriously injured, damaging his foundation and causing his cultivation to regress. It was precisely because of this that he gradually lost power in Black Cloud Palace. In the election for a new palace master, he was not re-elected. Although the old palace master's strength had regressed, he still had the strength of a half-step mysterious underworld realm expert. Your Excellency, you really have a good foresight. This thief really wants to lead the Sky Dome realm. An early-stage star condensation elder flattered. The old palace master also participated in the chase. He thought that Wuxia of the Sacred Heaven Palace could clearly control Black Cloud Palace, but he stole the heavenly quiet feather and ran away. It was really abnormal. Perhaps he had another purpose. Only by guessing the other party's true intentions could he take back the treasure. Through the information his subordinates had gathered from various channels, he guessed that Wuxia probably wanted to steal the heavenly quiet feather and escape the Sky Dome realm. Chenyu? It's you? However, the old palace master didn't expect that the person he saw was not First Elder Wuxia, but Chenyu. Wasn't this person dead? In an instant, the old palace master understood. So it was you who killed Wuxia and continued to pretend to be the Black Cloud Palace's vice palace master. Chenyu somewhat admired this old palace master. He had figured out the truth with his own ability. Damn it. Han Shuyuan's face sank. He shouted at Chenyu, junior brother, deal with the Black Cloud Palace's people first. Then, think of a way to lead the Sky Dome realm. The old palace master was not the only enemy. There were also the many elders of his bloodline. Just Han Shuyuan, Yi Luofeng, and Tu Zhixiang were not a match for the old palace master and the others. However, Chenyu did not seem to hear Han Shuyuan's words and did not return. Junior brother. Han Shuyuan shouted. At this moment, he somewhat wanted to scold Chenyu. However, he suddenly sensed an unparalleled and tyrannical aura coming from Chenyu. Boom. Chaotic lights interwove behind Chenyu. Then, a huge figure wearing an emperor's crown and emperor's robes appeared, sitting on a throne. At this moment, Chenyu gave off the strong aura of the profound nether realm. With Chenyu as the center, the world's primal energy rapidly gathered around him. Han Shuyuan, Yi Luofeng, and Tu Zhixiang were stunned. The old palace master was shocked. What a strong aura. What's going on with this brat? The other elders who came with him were also shocked by the aura that Chenyu released. Finally, Chenyu punched. Sky-splitting emperor fist. Boom. A powerful fist light shot out. Silver and yellow light interwove with each other. The horrifying energy seemed like it could shatter everything. Heavens, this is, save me. Save me. The winged race members, who were trapped in the spatial quagmire, felt like their minds were blown away by this punch. They all turned stone statues, their complexions pale. Some even fainted on the spot. Boom. Chenyu's punch pierced through the quagmire. Countless tiny silver flames appeared on it. Everywhere it passed, space twisted and turned chaotic. The winged race members in front were not within the range of this punch, but they were still sent flying 3 kilometers away. Bang! This tyrannical silver and yellow fist struck the spatial barrier. In an instant, a horrifying and surging spatial energy erupted, distorting space even further. A hole appeared in the spatial barrier and quickly expanded, turning into a 300-meter-long crack. Who? A chaotic spatial energy blew out. The surroundings were silent, only the sound of the wind could be heard. The old palace master seemed to have turned into a fool, his face filled with shock and dumbfounded. Let's go. Qinyu heaved a sigh of relief. He had been comprehending the Emperor Lord level combat technique, sky-splitting Emperor Fist, for a long time. This was the first time he used it. Its might was indeed strong, but it also exhausted a lot of his essence and soul energy. Oh, let's go quickly. Hong Shouyuan reacted. Soon after, Qinyu's group of 4 swaggered through the spatial crack and left the Sky Dome realm. The old palace master and the other experts behind did not move or say a word. They just stared blankly at the thieves who stole Black Cloud Palace's treasures leaving. Whatever happened in the Sky Dome realm had nothing to do with Qinyu. Now, it was time for him to return to the origin world. But before that, Qinyu had to go to another place to meet an old friend. Junior brother, let me see that treasure. Tu Zhixiang was very excited. She felt that she was very lucky to be able to travel with Qinyu and experience such thrilling things. It was a pity that her cultivation was too weak, so she couldn't participate in it. She was just a bystander from start to finish. Qinyu flipped his palm, and a dark feather appeared. Then, Tu Zhixiang went to try the heavenly quiet feather. This was the first time she saw a legendary cultivation treasure. 3 months later, Spirit Firmament Realm, Scarlet Fire Palace, in a quiet and elegant courtyard, a scholarly old man with a long beard and a handsome man from the demon clan sat opposite each other and chatted. Old friend, I didn't expect you to still be alive. The long-bearded old man sighed, feeling very happy. How can this king die so easily? The heroic-looking man said proudly. Scarlet Flame King, as far as I know, those 3 guys worked together to seal you. Tell me, how did you get out? The long-bearded old man asked. The heroic fiend race man was Scarlet Flame King. I was saved. Scarlet Flame King said briefly. Old friend, are you hiding something? Based on my understanding of you, under normal circumstances, you should take this opportunity to show off your glorious deeds to me. The long-bearded old man said suspiciously. Ahem. Who in the spirit firmament realm doesn't know my glorious deeds? Do I need to show off? No, does this king look like someone who would do such a thing? Scarlet Flame King said uncomfortably. When he recalled the past, he felt a faint sense of shame. To think that he, the dignified Scarlet Flame King, was forced to sign a spiritual pet contract by a human boy. This kind of thing, he would never say again in his life. And he had to draw a line with Qinyu and completely forget this matter. Lord Scarlet Flame King, there is someone outside asking to see you. At this time, a guard's voice came from outside. Who? He said his name is Qinyu. Puff, Scarlet Flame King spat out a mouthful of tea, his face changed slightly. Are you sure it's Qinyu? Old brother, what's wrong? Did your enemies come to find you? The long-bearded old man asked doubtfully. No. Scarlet Flame King denied, and then came to a spacious hall with his friend. It's really him. Scarlet Flame King saw Qinyu, feeling complicated, but on the surface, he acted like a big shot and said, Qinyu, why are you looking for me? You're still putting on airs? Qinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After so many years, Scarlet Flame King was still the same. Scarlet Flame King? Isn't this? Yi Luofeng felt that these 3 words were familiar. Scarlet Flame King looked at Yi Luofeng and suddenly panicked, saying hurriedly, Isn't this Miss Yi? But Yi Luofeng still said, This is not the name of your pet. Pet? The white-bearded old man was stunned, looking at Scarlet Flame King in disbelief. Scarlet Flame King was also dumbfounded, but he reacted quickly and said hurriedly, Well, Qinyu, you brat, you actually gave your pet such a name. I won't forgive you. After saying that, Scarlet Flame King walked forward, looking like he was going to threaten Qinyu. Qinyu frowned and released his aura. Scarlet Flame King's footsteps suddenly stopped, feeling a strong threat. The hall froze, and the long-bearded old man stared at Qinyu with a grave expression. He was shocked in his heart. What a strong aura. Is this person's cultivation stronger than Brother Scarlet Flame's? Ahaha, I'm just joking. I can see that Brother Qin misses me very much. You actually gave your pet such a name. Scarlet Flame King's expression changed instantly, and he laughed. Secretly, he sent a voice transmission to Qinyu. Qinyu, I'm very happy that you're here, but I'm also the boss of Scarlet Flame Hall, and overlord of the Divine Firmament Realm. Can you leave me some face? Otherwise, how am I going to live in the future? You're a demonic beast now. Qinyu sent a voice transmission, but he still restrained his aura and cooperated with Scarlet Flame King to give him face. After sending off the long-bearded old man, Scarlet Flame King heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "How are you doing now?" As the boss of Scarlet Flame Hall, which was now one of the superpowers of the Divine Firmament Realm, he was also an overlord of this realm, and he lived an awe-inspiring life. The last time he saw Qinyu, he was doing the hard job of hiding in the Blood Clan. I'm going to the main world, so I dropped by to take a look. Do you want to come? Qinyu asked. Scarlet Flame King swore that he would never show off in front of Qinyu again. The Origin World was the center of all realms, the oldest and most primitive realm in the universe. Moreover, it was not a place that anyone could go as they pleased. The Scarlet Flame King didn't expect Qinyu to come to the Origin World in just a few decades. You're not going? Qinyu saw that the Scarlet Flame King didn't reply. He was thinking about old times. The Scarlet Flame King had followed him for a long time and had helped Qinyu a lot. Go. The Scarlet Flame King said immediately. Now that he had gotten his revenge, the situation in the Spirit Sky realm had stabilized. The Scarlet Flame King's cultivation had surpassed his previous life and was now a 4-star king. He was preparing to break through to the mysterious Dark Realm after a period of time, but now, Qinyu invited him to the Origin World. Once the Scarlet Flame King went to the Origin World, 4-star king wouldn't be his limit. He might be able to climb even higher. The Scarlet Flame King wanted to do his best and not have any regrets. But how are you doing in the Origin World? Don't tell me you're at the bottom? The competition in the Origin World was much crueler than in the lower realms. If Qinyu was really at the bottom of the Origin World, then the Scarlet Flame King would have to consider it carefully. No matter what, you've been working under me for such a long time. Do you have no confidence in Master? Qinyu teased. The Scarlet Flame King gritted his teeth. He was annoyed that Qinyu kept mentioning the past. He had a bad temper. If it was someone else, he would have already attacked, but he knew that he wasn't Qinyu's match. The past is the past. Don't mention it again. The Scarlet Flame King suppressed his anger and said bitterly. He still decided to go to the Origin World. In his previous life, he had yearned for this legendary stage. In this life, he struggled against Qinyu in the early stages. Afterward, he established his own force, took revenge, and so on. Now that everything was over, he yearned for the Origin World again. Give me some time to settle the Scarlet Flame Temple. The Scarlet Flame King sighed. After all, it was a force he had built. If he left, it would definitely affect the Scarlet Flame Temple, so he had to make some arrangements before leaving. Half a month later, Qinyu and his group left the Spirit Firmament Realm and headed for the main world. The journey from the Spirit Sky Realm to the main world was very long. This was also one of the main reasons why the beings of the lower realms were prevented from entering the Origin World. The journey was too long, and the outer realms were filled with dangers. There were even bandits who specialized in robbing people in the outer realms. Inside the blood-devouring warship, Qinyu and the others began to divide the spoils. His biggest gain in the Black Cloud Palace was the Heavenly Quiet Feather, as well as many other treasures. Han Shuoyuan had helped Xiaochen a lot, and Xiaochen had also benefited from it. Thus, he would not be able to hog all the benefits for himself. Thus, he had to take care of Luofeng and Tu Zhixiang. We have a share too? Although Tu Zhixiang was asking, she revealed a pitiful expression. The Scarlet Flame King showed a look of indifference. No matter what, Tu Zhixiang was still an intermediate-stage celestial condensation monarch. Once she heard that there were benefits, she actually showed such an expression. This was truly a disgrace to monarchs. Qinyu took out all his loot, including all kinds of Xian weapons, heavenly treasures, auxiliary props and so on. The eyes of the Crimson Flame King, who had been silent at the side, suddenly lit up, and he was extremely shocked. Golden net fruit, blackwater heavenly quiet flower, rainbow light thread, all these treasures made the Crimson Flame King's heart jump. There is also the flesh of an emperor-grade holy beast. The Crimson Flame King could not help exclaiming. The Crimson Flame King's true form was the fire Qilin, a holy beast. The flesh of an emperor-grade holy beast was extremely tempting to him. Not only could it strengthen his physique, but it could also improve his cultivation. In reality, when Qinyu was the palace master, he had obtained a small portion of the winged race sovereign lord's blood. However, he urgently needed this, so it was not part of the distribution. The Crimson Flame King asked shamelessly, "Is there a share for me? You are the Scarlet Flame King, the Scarlet Flame Hall's master, and overlord of the spirit firmament realm. How can we use these worthless things to humiliate you?" Qinyu teased. The Scarlet Flame King's eyes lit up, and his face flushed red. However, the treasures that Qinyu took out were not only numerous but extremely valuable. Although the Scarlet Flame King was the Scarlet Flame Hall's master, the Spirit Firmament Realm could not compare to the Sky Dome Realm, and the Scarlet Flame Hall could not compare to the Black Cloud Palace. The things that Qinyu, the fake palace master, plundered from the Black Cloud Palace would be top-notch goods in the Scarlet Flame Hall. Naturally, the Scarlet Flame King was tempted. As the Scarlet Flame King watched Qinyu, Yi Luofeng, Tu Zhixiang, and Hong Shu Yuan divide the spoils and put away the treasures, the Scarlet Flame King felt very anxious. Qinyu, what kind of relationship do we have? Even if you use these things to humiliate me, I will accept it. The Scarlet Flame King threw caution to the wind. Since he could take these things for free, he had to. In any case, only a few people knew about his reputation, so it was not a big problem. In the end, Qinyu still gave the Scarlet Flame King a small share. Even so, the Scarlet Flame King was satisfied. After all, he did not do anything and got a share for free. "I say, where did you get these things from?" the Scarlet Flame King asked. "I plundered a 4-star faction." Qinyu gave a brief reply. In truth, it could not be considered plundering. He had merely used his identity as the Black Cloud Palace Master to take all the benefits. What? Plundered a 4-star faction? The Scarlet Flame King was dumbfounded. 4-star factions all had mysterious Nether-realm experts and had deep foundations. Qinyu had yet to break through to the mysterious Nether-realm, so how could he have the guts to plunder a 4-star faction? However, based on the various treasures that Qinyu had taken out, even if Qinyu had exaggerated the truth, it would not be much different. The Scarlet Flame King did not continue asking. He no longer wanted to be defeated by Qinyu. No matter what, he was the reincarnation of a monarch, and his cultivation had always been higher than Qinyu's. However, after a few decades, Qinyu had surpassed him in all aspects. This time, he had already been beaten black and blue by Qinyu. This made him wonder if leaving Qinyu back then was the wrong choice. The journey was long, and everyone spent most of their time cultivating. Inside the secret room, Qinyu took out the heavenly quiet feather and entered the cultivation space. He inserted a supreme-grade origin stone into the indent and began cultivating. In front of him, the leaves of the black water heavenly quiet lotus withered and dissipated, turning into pure energy that was absorbed by Qinyu. Cultivating here for 5 days was only 1 day in the outside world. And Qinyu's innate spirit body was a mutated blood spirit body, which was equivalent to a supreme-grade spirit body. Adding on the chaotic body and the azure dragon's sacred wood leg, his cultivation speed increased. Qinyu's cultivation efficiency was extraordinary, and his cultivation was improving at a rapid pace. The bottleneck of a 6-star king was no longer Qinyu's bottleneck. The first year passed. Qinyu had cultivated in the heavenly quiet feather for 5 years. He had broken through this bottleneck, and his cultivation had improved greatly. However, Qinyu did not use the heavenly quiet feather all the time. The others were also very eager for this treasure, but this treasure belonged to Qinyu. It was very expensive, and he also needed it. Qinyu made a rule that he could borrow the heavenly quiet feather for a month for 400,000 upper-grade origin stones. How unscrupulous, you might as well rob someone. The Red Flame King curled his lips, but he was the first to pay the origin stones and took away the heavenly quiet feather as if it was a treasure. 40 upper-grade origin stones for a month. The Red Flame King and the others were not rich. Therefore, most of the time, the heavenly quiet feather was in Xianyu's hands. The second year of the journey. Xianyu's cultivation had broken through to the 6.5-star level. A 6.5-star king was a very rare peerless genius in the main world. Among the human forces, it was difficult to produce 1 or 2 in 1,000 years. Even the big clans in the other main worlds rarely had such geniuses. However, Xianyu was not satisfied with 6.5 stars. After settling down in this realm for a period of time, he began to charge again. The 4th year. Xianyu and the others had arrived in the main world. This was because of the blood-devouring warship speed. Generally, it would take an early-stage star condensation king at least 30 or 40 years to fly from the spirit firmament realm to the main world. Xianyu walked out of the secret room. During the 4 years of the journey, although he did not use the heavenly quiet feather all the time, he had cultivated for nearly 20 years. His cultivation had not broken through to the 7-star king level, but it was not far. I'm back. Xianyu felt the abundant yuan qi of heaven and earth, and all the cells in his body seemed to be in joy, devouring all the energy around him. This phenomenon caused the others to be alarmed. This kid gives me a more terrifying feeling than before. The Red Flame King thought to himself. Using the long-distance teleportation formation in the main world, they were teleported to the human territory. Senior brother, I'll leave the 2 of them to you. I'll go to the chaotic ocean plane first. The team of 5 was about to separate. The chaotic ocean plane was the border of the human territory, where Xianyu's biological father was stationed. After so many years, it was time for Xianyu to visit him. What? Your biological father is the mystic Dark Sovereign Lord? The Red Flame King was even more shocked when he heard this. It turned out that Xianyu had such a powerful background. It seemed like he was doing well in the main world. After parting, Xianyu and Yi Luofeng headed to the chaotic ocean plane. On this day, in the chaotic ocean city where the human race was stationed. Boom, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from the city lord's mansion, causing the sky to change color and a green light to shine in all directions. It was night, but it was brighter than day. The aura of the Sovereign Lord. What happened? Many forces in the chaotic ocean city were shocked. This was the chaotic land, a paradise for evil cultivators, but under the aura of the Sovereign Lord, everyone's heart trembled. What's wrong with him? Niahua, the general in charge of the troops in this area, was also alarmed. Ever since Xianyu left, the Royal Blue Sky Sovereign Lord had been staying in the Forbidden Land. Could it be that he's here again? Niahua's heart started to panic. Back then, when his son, Nia Yuan, was killed by Xianyu, Niahua had gone against Xianyu many times. When he found out that Xianyu was participating in the divine sex test, he even got people to spread rumors to obstruct Xianyu. But in the end, he found out that Xianyu had entered the celestial sect and was even a disciple of the sect master. Could it be that he's back for revenge? Niahua had a guilty conscience and panicked even more. Whoosh, a dazzling green light flew out of the city lord's mansion and landed outside the chaotic ocean city, turning into a majestic figure. The Royal Blue Sky Sovereign Lord looked at Xianyu in front of him. As if he had sensed Xianyu's cultivation, his eyes flickered and he laughed, ha ha ha. In such a short time, Xianyu's cultivation had reached 6.5 stars, not far from a 7-star king. Back then, the Royal Blue Sky Sovereign Lord had broken through to the mysterious dark realm as a 6-star king. One could imagine that Xianyu's achievements would definitely surpass him in the future. The Royal Sky Emperor Lord's laughter spread throughout the disordered ocean city, shocking everyone. Those who lived in the disordered ocean plains knew that there was a mystic Dark Emperor Lord here, but not many had seen him, let alone heard his laughter. Only General Niahua knew that Xianyu had come. The last time Xianyu met the Royal Sky Emperor Lord, he had also heard the Royal Sky Emperor Lord's laughter. Xianyu. Niahua's eyes were filled with intense hatred. Back then, he had casually made up a rumor that Xianyu was the descendant of a sinner of the human race. But after that, he received news that Xianyu did not refute the rumor. At that time, Niahua was almost certain that Qinyu was the royal Sky Emperor Lord's descendant. His son, Nia Yuan, who was extremely talented, had died in Qinyu's hands. But the royal Sky Emperor Lord's descendant, Qinyu, had entered one of the three divine sects of the human race, the celestial sect, and became a top genius of the human race. Niahua was unwilling. Not only did he hate Qinyu, but he also hated the royal Sky Emperor Lord. He was the general of the soldiers stationed here, the ruler of the disordered ocean plains on the surface, but in reality, the royal Sky Emperor Lord was above him. Even though the other party was a sinner, he still had to obey the royal Sky Emperor Lord. Furthermore, no matter how he tried to please the royal Sky Emperor Lord, the other party ignored him. Niahua hated Qinyu and the royal Sky Emperor Lord to the core. However, he could not take revenge. The royal Sky Emperor Lord was in the mysterious dark realm, and Qinyu was a disciple of the celestial sect. Their cultivation might even surpass his. Qinyu must be here for revenge. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Niahua's face was dark. The royal Sky Emperor Lord brought Qinyu and Yi Luofeng back to the city lord's mansion. On the way, he found out about the relationship between Qinyu and Yi Luofeng. They were actually married. The royal Sky Emperor Lord felt slightly regretful that he, the biological father, had only found out about this now. However, he did not blame him. After all, he was not a competent father. Commander Chen, you finally returned after disappearing for so many years. General Niahua led the other commanders to welcome Qinyu Lord. I'm no longer a commander. Also, I won't argue with you about what you did to me back then, but if you provoke me again in the future, you'll have to bear the consequences. Qinyu's tone was cold as he faced Niahua. When he participated in the celestial sex assessment, he suspected that Niahua had purposely sent people to spread rumors. Indeed, it had caused him trouble and attracted many enemies and troubles. However, many years had passed since then, so Qinyu couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. He followed the Azure Sky Royal Emperor back to the forbidden ground of the city lord's mansion. Niahua's body trembled slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Qinyu's attitude and words were completely disdainful and threatening. I'm the general here, the entire city lord mansion is mine. Niahua gritted his teeth. Qinyu didn't even place him in his eyes even though this was his territory. He was simply the same as the Green Cloud Imperial Lord. However, Niahua didn't even dare to let out a fart. Although he couldn't sense Qinyu's cultivation aura, Qinyu gave him a very dangerous feeling. Blackbone King! Niahua shouted. Swoosh, a scrawny old man dashed over and said respectfully, General, what can I do for you? I have a mission for you. I need you to spread a message to the mermaid race, earth spirit race, and flame human race. Niahua transmitted his voice. These three races' forces bordered the human territories, and the forces of these three races were stationed on both sides of the disordered ocean plains. The scrawny old man, Blackbone King, was slightly shocked. He had to be careful when it came to other races. General, please speak. Blackbone King said solemnly. Tell them that Qinyu has returned to the disordered ocean plains, and that the treasure he obtained in the Soul Burial Lake is a supreme-grade profound artifact. Niahua said slowly. Blackbone King's expression was extremely grave. Supreme-grade profound artifact. Niahua dared to say that a supreme-grade profound artifact was a top-tier divine weapon among profound artifacts. It was enough to make Mystic Underworld Imperial Lord fight over it. One could imagine that once this false news spread, it would definitely shock the other three races and attract Mystic Underworld Imperial Lord's disdain. He knew that General Niahua wanted to borrow the strength of the Earth Spirit race, Flame Human race, and Mermaid race to deal with Qinyu. But once this matter was known, it would be considered as colluding with the foreign races. Blackbone King did not expect his master to be so crazy as to make such a decision for revenge. Understood. Blackbone King replied. He could only agree. Otherwise, with Niahua's ruthlessness, he might be silenced. In a pavilion on the cliff of the Forbidden Area. It seems that everything went smoothly after you left the disordered ocean plains. The Royal Sky Imperial Lord sat upright. He was initially worried that something might have happened to Qinyu, but after sensing Qinyu's true cultivation, he knew that his worries were unnecessary. In a short span of 40 years. When Qinyu left, his cultivation was at the peak of the early-stage star condensation realm. Now, it had reached 6.5 stars. This speed of improvement was simply unheard of. Even the Royal Sky Imperial Lord was shocked. As they chatted, Qinyu briefly described his experiences over the years. The competition in the Celestial Sect, the battle with the Dragon Clan in the Heaven Origin world, and the trip to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. When the Royal Sky Imperial Lord learned that Qinyu had even met a descendant of the Fiend God, his expression changed for an instant. Is that so? He was already ranked first on the Heaven Marshal roll when he was only 4.5 stars? The wedding was held in the Kunyan realm. The Royal Sky Imperial Lord listened seriously and gave various responses. He secretly transmitted his voice. Has the marriage with the Lin clan been settled? Not yet, Qinyu was glad that the Royal Sky Imperial Lord had transmitted his voice. If he had said it out loud, Yi Luofeng would definitely misunderstand. What do you plan to do next? The Royal Sky Imperial Lord asked Qinyu some questions on the surface. I only have one goal, and that is to increase my cultivation and then deal with the blood race. Qinyu said seriously. The blood race used to be the overlord of the world. Although they had declined, they still couldn't be underestimated. To deal with the blood race, Qinyu's cultivation had to reach the mysterious nether realm at the very least. Otherwise, he would be like a lamb walking into a tiger's mouth. The blood race? The Royal Sky Imperial Lord pondered. No one knew what he was thinking, but he didn't say anything in the end. Next, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng stayed here temporarily. Back then, Qinyu accompanied his adoptive parents for 10 years in the Origin world. However, Qinyu's biological father was punished to guard the disordered ocean plains for 1,000 years. Perhaps he needed more company. This time, Qinyu asked the Royal Sky Imperial Lord about the truth of colluding with the foreign races, but the Royal Sky Imperial Lord brushed him off again. Normally, Qinyu still focused on cultivation. He would ask the Royal Sky Imperial Lord about some questions he had. The main question was about the Emperor-class battle technique, the Sky-Sundering Emperor Fist. This fist technique was extremely powerful. Otherwise, Qinyu wouldn't have been able to shatter the Sky Realm with one punch and intimidate the half-step mysterious Nether Realm Palace Master. However, the Sky-Sundering Emperor Fist was mysterious and profound. Even with Qinyu's current cultivation, it was difficult to comprehend it. Under the guidance of the Royal Sky Imperial Lord, Qinyu gradually comprehended the profundity of the first move. On this day, Qinyu left the city lord residence and went to the wilderness to cultivate the Sky-Sundering Emperor Fist. He arrived at a wilderness. Boom, his physique erupted with all his might. Origin energy gathered in his right fist, and the space profundity was fully activated. At the same time, a tyrannical aura surged from Qinyu's body, suppressing everything. Boom, he punched out, and a huge silver-yellow fist of light landed in the void. Buzz, boom. Boom, the space of the Origin world fiercely warped. It was like a spatial whirlpool had appeared, strangling everything within 3,000 meters. Qinyu's punch landed in midair, but the ground was still affected, creating a huge crater. This punch can threaten the life of a half-step mysterious Nether Realm expert. Qinyu evaluated. Moreover, he hadn't integrated the Void Sky Sacred Flame into this move. Otherwise, its might would have increased by another level. When he returned to the city lord residence, Qinyu sensed that something was wrong. I heard that Commander Qinyu obtained a supreme-grade profound artifact at the bottom of the soul-burying lake. A supreme-grade profound artifact? That's impossible. Why would such a divine weapon appear there? Qinyu's spiritual sense detected some discussions, but he didn't pay much attention to them. There were all kinds of rumors in this world every day. However, Qinyu didn't know that this news was mainly spread in the territories of the Earth Spirit race, the Flame Humans race, and the Merman race. Only a small number of humans heard about it from the foreign races. After returning to his residence, Qinyu continued to cultivate in seclusion. The 7th Origin energy star in his body became rounder and brighter, and it was close to the previous 6 Origin energy stars. With a cultivation treasure like the Heavenly Quiet Feather, Qinyu was confident that he could become a 7-star king within a year. A month later, there was a conflict between the Merman race and the human race. Several battles broke out between the two sides. In the end, the Earth Spirit race and the Flame Humans race also participated. Commander Chen, the general has invited you to fight. The Black Bone King came to Chen Yu's residence and said. Get lost. A cold voice accompanied by killing intent spread out. The Black Bone King felt a chill down his spine. He didn't dare to say anything else and left immediately. Chen Yu was disturbed and ended his cultivation. Although he didn't pay attention to the outside world, he felt that something was wrong. He had just arrived at the disordered ocean plain, but a war broke out here. Moreover, Niehua had treated him as the commander and asked Chen Yu to fight. Chen Yu couldn't help but suspect that this might be another scheme of Niehua's. Swish, Chen Yu saw the Azure Sky Emperor Lord flying out of his residence, floating in the air as he stared into the distance. Father, what's wrong? Chen Yu asked. Someone has come with a gift. The Royal Sky Sovereign Lord said calmly. A gift? Chen Yu was startled. That's impossible. Boom, there seemed to be raging waves rolling in the horizon, as though doomsday had arrived. Among the waves, a tall figure in blue robes could be seen. He held an ice trident in his hand and his blue hair fluttered in the wind. His powerful will permeated the heavens and earth, controlling everything. Mermaid Sovereign Lord. Chen Yu was shocked. Clearly, the other party wasn't here to send a gift. Royal Sky Sovereign Lord, long time no see. The Mermaid Sovereign Lord's voice rumbled like thunder. You're not welcome here. If there's nothing else, scram. The Royal Sky Sovereign Lord said arrogantly. Ha ha ha, Royal Sky Sovereign Lord, have you forgotten about the Soul Burial Lake incident? All the elites of my mermaid race who explored the Soul Burial Lake died. Only Chen Yu survived after taking all the treasures. Now that he's back, this Sovereign Lord wants an explanation. The Mermaid King was slightly angered as he laughed. With just you? The Royal Sky Sovereign Lord's voice was filled with disdain. From the north, a voice filled with heavenly might resounded, this Sovereign Lord is here as well. I'm also here to join in the fun. The voice of a lady sounded out. Another two powerful Sovereign Lord auras permeated the air. Above the City Lord Mansion, the Mermaid Sovereign Lord, Flame Human Sovereign Lord, and Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord arrived, for astonishing Sovereign Lord auras clashed in the void, causing the void to explode and the water and fire to explode. 3 Sovereign Lords. Chen Yu shuddered. I didn't expect the 3 of you to join forces. The Royal Sky Sovereign Lord glanced at the 3 figures. The Flame Human race and Earth Spirit race were allies, but they were enemies with the Mermaid race. There's nothing we can do about it. Meng Qingyun, you're so arrogant and your strength surpasses any of us. The Sovereign Lord of the Flame Human race said. Her figure was graceful and curvaceous. She had a head of flame-like hair, and blazing flames burned around her. She was like a sun goddess. Meng Qingyun, make Qingyu hand over the harvest from the bottom of the soul-burying lake. Otherwise, I will destroy the disordered ocean city today. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord shouted. He was 10 zhang tall and his body was covered in yellow crystals. Royal Sky Sovereign Lord, do you still want to resist? The Mermaid Sovereign Lord sneered. Back at the soul-burying lake, the Royal Sky Sovereign Lord crushed the projections of the 3 Sovereign Lords and took the human race away. That incident had tarnished the reputation of the 3 Sovereign Lords, causing them to harbor hatred towards the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord. Now, when Chen Yu returned to the disordered ocean plains, there were rumors that he had obtained a supreme-grade profound artifact. Hence, the 3 races joined forces to deal with the Royal Sky Sovereign Lord to regain their reputation and fight for the treasure. The rumors about the supreme-grade profound artifact were not credible, but if it was true, it was all worth it. You think too highly of yourselves. The Royal Sky Sovereign Lord's expression changed slightly, but he revealed a smile. The 3 Sovereign Lords were enraged. The Royal Sky Sovereign Lord didn't care about the alliance of the 3 Sovereign Lords at all. Meng Qingyun, take my fist. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord roared. Boom, Earth profound energy burst forth. A few thousand zhang around him was shrouded in yellow light, as if an invisible mountain had filled the void. Pung, a loud sound rang out. The energy of heaven and earth was instantly extracted. A huge light shadow the size of a mountain flew over, and the energy of heaven and earth gathered within it. It was as if an apocalyptic meteor was falling from the sky. Oh God, the mystic underworld sovereign lord is attacking. Meteors are falling from the sky. Run. The disordered ocean city was in chaos as everyone fled in all directions. Jinyu also felt the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's attack. His body felt extremely heavy, and he felt that it would be difficult for him to resist the profound Nether Sovereign Lord's punch even if he used all of his strength. You, watch carefully. The Royal Azure Emperor Lord calmly said. Jinyu stared at the back view of the Green Cloud Royal Lord. Under the might of this punch, the Green Cloud Royal Lord seemed even more imposing as a terrifying aura gushed forth. The Azure Sky Emperor raised his hand and formed a fist seal with his space profound. This is, the Sky Sundering Emperor Fist. Jinyu immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Boom, the aura exuding from the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign soared rapidly, surpassing the three Sovereign Lords. His sovereign might shook the surroundings. Pung, he punched out, and a huge silver and yellow fist light instantly pierced through the heavens and the earth, hitting the yellow fist light shadow. In an instant, the Earth Spirit Clan's Sovereign Lord's majestic punch was completely shattered. The Blue Cloud Sovereign Lord's sky-shattering Emperor Fist distorted the void and tore a crack open as it charged towards the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord. What a powerful attack! The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord was full of confidence a moment ago. But now, his expression changed drastically as he felt danger. Divine Reigning Gate. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's fist shone with astral saint energy as he punched the void. In an instant, a 50-zhang thick dark brown wall rose in front of him. There were ancient and sacred murals on it. It was like a heavenly gate, blocking the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's path. Pung, the sky-sundering Emperor Fist descended, and the dark brown wall instantly cracked open like a spider. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's defensive secret skill crumbled in an instant. His tall body flew backward like a boulder for thousands of feet. So powerful. The Mermaid Sovereign Lord looked solemn. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord was sent flying by the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord with a single punch. Did you see it clearly? After the Azure Sky Sovereign Lord sent the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord flying, he did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he asked Jinyu with a smile. Damn it, he's actually practicing his battle technique for this kid. The female Sovereign Lord of the Flame Human race cursed. Attack together. The Mermaid Sovereign Lord shouted. The ice crystal trident in his hand flew out, and waves rolled in the sky as a chill descended. The seawater froze into ice and turned into a turbulent ice current that swept towards the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord. The Flame Human Sovereign Lord waved his hand, and the profound of fire in the sky fluctuated violently. Meteors fell from the sky. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord, who was sent flying, rushed over again. He put his palms together, and a powerful gravitational field fell around the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord. Pung pung pung, the sky rumbled. The four mysterious underworld Sovereign Lords fought. The battle was chaotic, and Jinyu did not dare to interfere. Moreover, it was not his turn to interfere. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord did not feel any pressure even when the three Sovereign Lords joined forces. He dealt with them calmly and was not injured at all. Instead, the three Sovereign Lords felt a heavy pressure. The three Sovereign Lords could not do anything to the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord. He was stronger than they had imagined. In fact, the three Sovereign Lords faintly felt that they were more likely to lose. If that was the case, it would be too embarrassing. Boom, the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord activated his bloodline power, and yellow radiance shone in all directions. His body enlarged to 100 zhang tall, and the power that erupted from his fists and legs was even more terrifying, shaking the sun and moon. Not only the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord, but the Mermaid Race and Flame Human Race Sovereign Lords also took out their trump cards. Rumble, a chaotic storm spread out, and the three Sovereign Lords were forced back again. Damn it, he is even stronger than before. The Flame Human Race Sovereign Lord's face sank. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord's strength was like a bottomless pit, constantly increasing. There is no need to worry. He will definitely lose. The Mermaid Sovereign Lord's face was cold, but he was full of confidence. What do you mean? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord and Flame Human Race Sovereign Lord could not understand where the Mermaid Sovereign Lord got his confidence from. Right at this moment, Boom, a soul-stirring aura appeared, and a deep blue pillar of light instantly shone over, turning into a skinny old merman. Dark Sea Sovereign Lord, you are finally here. The Mermaid Sovereign Lord instantly heaved a sigh of relief. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord and Flame Human Race Sovereign Lord's faces sank. The aura emitted by the old man who suddenly appeared was terrifying. Middle. Mysterious underworld realm? The Flame Human Race Sovereign Lord murmured in shock. She and the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord became fearful. They did not expect the mermaid race to send over a middle mysterious underworld realm Sovereign Lord. This way, the final spoils of war would definitely fall into the hands of the mermaid race if they won this battle. Hee, the supreme grade profound artifact is mine. The old man, Dark Sea Sovereign Lord, laughed evilly. He came from the same faction as the Mermaid Sovereign Lord, and he happened to be nearby, so he came to help. Boom, the Dark Sea Sovereign Lord instantly attacked. His claw tore out a violent dark blue light mark, shredding everything in sight and enveloping the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord. Eh? The Dark Sea Sovereign Lord was slightly surprised. That move of his had only caused a light injury to the Azure Sky Emperor Lord. I will deal with that brat. At this moment, the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord said. He left the sovereign battlefield and charged at Qinyu. The treasure was most likely in Qinyu's hands. If he killed Qinyu, he would be able to return to the Earth Spirit race with the treasure. That brat is your junior, right? Aren't you worried? Asked the Dark Sea Sovereign Lord. He felt that if there was really a supreme-grade profound artifact, it should be in the hands of this powerful Sovereign Lord. He should be able to hold on before I finish you all off. Replied the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord. A dark light shot out of the Dark Sea Sovereign Lord's eyes as he shouted, arrogant. The human Sovereign Lord before him was really arrogant and ignorant. He dared to speak so arrogantly in front of a middle mysterious underworld realm expert and two early mysterious underworld realm experts. Swoosh, the Dark Sea Sovereign Lord took out an ancient black fish scale. A shocking murderous aura spread out, turning into a dark light mark that cut through everything. Die, ant. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord smashed towards Qinyu like a meteorite, setting off a terrifying wind pressure that seemed like it could destroy the entire city. Swoosh, the vermilion bird's sacred wings on Qinyu's back spread out, and blood flames burst out as he retreated into the sky. He was moving the battlefield. Otherwise, the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's attack could easily destroy the City Lord Mansion. Vermilion bird's sacred wings, space ultimacy? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord was surprised, but he soon calmed down and said coldly, even so, you have no way to escape when facing the mystic underworld Sovereign Lord. Speed was his weakness, but when facing Qinyu, who was only at the star condensation realm, it wasn't considered a shortcoming. He rapidly approached Qinyu and pressed his palm in the air. Boom, it was as if thousands of huge mountains had descended. Qinyu was enveloped by a gravitational field, and his speed was reduced by 30%. If it was an ordinary early mysterious underworld realm expert, just this gravitational field would be enough to crush him into minced meat. Rumble, the void shook, and a huge golden palm print that was thousands of meters wide slammed towards Qinyu. The attack hadn't even reached him, but the power of heaven and earth was already pressing down. Fight! Qinyu shouted, but he didn't try to escape. He activated the White Tiger Sky-Splitting Claw and the Azure Dragon's Sacred Wood Leg. The star acupoints on his body shone brightly, and his power gathered on the White Tiger's Sacred Claw. Sizzle, the golden light mark, which contained explosive power, flickered with silver light, and burned with flames. It pierced through the void and hit the golden palm print, facing the mystic underworld Sovereign Lord. Qinyu didn't dare to be careless. He attacked with all his strength, and the space ultimacy, fire ultimacy, and metal ultimacy were all activated. Bang, the golden palm print was torn open, and cracks started to spread. Eh? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord frowned. His attack had damaged a star condensation realm expert a little, and its power was greatly reduced. However, Qinyu wasn't satisfied with his attack. He waved the White Tiger Sacred Claw again, and the vermilion bird's sacred wings fanned out countless fire feathers. The Azure Dragon's Sacred Wood Leg was activated, and 3 giant vine dragons that were thousands of meters long appeared in the void and twined around. Boom, the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's palm was shattered by Qinyu. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With his cultivation close to 7 stars, it was still difficult for him to face the mystic underworld sovereign lord. But he wasn't completely defenseless, and it wasn't a problem for him to deal with the mystic underworld sovereign lord. This was his first time fighting with the mystic underworld sovereign lord, and Xianxia was excited and looking forward to it. Human, you aren't injured by my attack. Are you looking down on me? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord stood on the spot, and his voice was calm. But one could clearly feel that his anger was about to erupt. Subduing Spirit Mountain. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord put his palms together, and the astral source holy power erupted. Boom, the gravity field around Xianxia shone brightly, and it quickly turned into a solid substance, and hard rocks appeared. At a glance, Xianxia saw that the area within 3,000 meters of him was filled with densely packed boulders. Moreover, they were rapidly gathering together to form a giant mountain that seemed to be trying to suppress and seal Xianxia within this soul suppression mountain. Human, don't think you're so great just because you took my attack without being injured. To tell you the truth, I only used half of my strength just now. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord had stated the truth to deal a blow to Xianxia, as well as to save his own face. Half? Xianxia was shocked. His confidence had increased a lot after taking the attack head-on. At this moment, he was in danger. The gravity around him doubled, and the giant rocks with sacred power blocked all his paths of retreat. The huge difference in strength between the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord and himself proved that he wasn't lying. There's an insurmountable gap between the star condensation realm and the mysterious underworld realm. It's impossible to challenge someone at a higher realm. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord sneered. Of course, it might have been possible in the ancient era of gods and demons and the races with heaven-defying bloodlines. But now, it was almost impossible. Under normal circumstances, only a 7-star king could barely exchange blows with the mysterious Dark Realm Emperor Lord, and only those above the 7-star king realm could contend with him. If one wanted to surpass the power of the mysterious Dark Realm Emperor Lord, perhaps only the legendary 8-star king could accomplish it. But in the past million years, there hadn't been an 8-star king in the main world. The experts of the main world thought that it was impossible to produce an 8-star king. Bang! 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 Xianxia kept waving his claws, and the vermilion bird's sacred wings released a scorching blood flame. However, the giant rocks around him contained the mysterious underworld sovereign lord's astral source holy power, so they weren't ordinary rocks. Xianxia had to attack with his full strength to shatter them. But there were thousands of such giant rocks around him. You died under my subduing spirit mountain. Why are you still unhappy? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord looked at Xianxia's struggle and laughed mockingly. He had only used half of his strength in the first attack, but this time, he used his full strength and secret skill. He was sure that this attack was enough to take down Xianxia, so he looked like he was watching a show. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shot out from the thousands of giant rocks, and a strong fighting spirit spread out. Xianxia used the secret skill Falling Star, and he seemed to turn into a shining star. His body's power erupted, and the white tiger's sacred claw's power increased again. Crack, his claws struck out, tearing apart berserk power, shattering boulders one after another. Star-shattering claw, Xianxia's white tiger divine claw shone brilliantly, power condensed at his fingertips, and fiercely pierced out. Boom! Boom! Violent energy surged out, and gold, silver, and red lights flashed, breaking a hole in the seal of the Spirit Suppression Mountain. What? The smile on the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's face disappeared, and he looked surprised. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had unleashed a power far beyond what he had displayed before, opening a small gap in the incomplete Spirit Suppression Mountain. Just what cultivation does this kid have? 5-star king? Or 6-star? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's contempt and disdain disappeared. The power displayed by Xianxia also proved that his talent and potential were so great that the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's heart palpitated. This brat must be eliminated. Buzz, the willpower of the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord pressed down from the sky. Xianxia felt as if the world was collapsing, and his mind suffered a heavy blow. Under the suppression of the opponent's will, his strength was weakened. The power of a Sovereign Lord didn't just include the astral source sacred energy. Their comprehension of ultimacies also reached a very deep level. Apart from cultivating ultimacies, they were proficient in most of the ordinary ultimacies in the world. Hence, the mystic dark sovereign lord's soul will could merge with the world, control nature, and influence all living things. It could infinitely strengthen one's own power and suppress the enemy's power. Facing a half-step mysterious dark sovereign lord, Jinyu's powerful soul will could still resist interference. But against the mystic dark sovereign lord, the effect was minimal. Whoosh, the gap created by Jinyu's attack condensed several dark yellow boulders again. At this moment, his vision was completely blocked, and he was surrounded by rock walls. As expected, he's strong, Jinyu thought. This was the first time he had felt such pressure. However, his attacks did not stop at all. They swept out like a violent storm, bombarding forward. Bang! Holes were continuously created in the seal of the Spirit Suppression Mountain by Jinyu, and the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord blocked them one by one. Suppress! The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord shouted with a frown. Instantly, the Spirit Suppression Mountain's formation speed doubled, and it was completed in a breath's time. A 10,000-meter-tall mountain appeared in the sky, emitting the aura and radiance of the astral source sacred energy. Mountain forming with a thought. It's over. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord murmured as he controlled the Spirit Suppression Mountain and flew away. Within the Spirit Suppression Mountain, Jinyu was completely sealed. His blood and vitality were being devoured continuously. Even his skin and flesh were starting to petrify. Even a high-grade immortal body's self-recovery ability was greatly reduced when petrified. I must escape. Otherwise, he would be petrified by the Spirit Suppression Mountain and become a part of the mountain. Dong. 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 Jinyu's organs entered an explosive state. Heat flowed throughout his body, and his power increased again. The void sky sacred flame condensed into a thread and wrapped around the white tiger sacred claw. It suddenly pierced out and shattered the surrounding rocks. Then, Jinyu waved his claws and destroyed the Spirit Suppression Mountain even more, slowly creating a giant hole. Eh? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord had just flown for a short distance when he sensed the abnormality within the Spirit Suppression Mountain. He had a look of disbelief. How could a mere star condensation realm cultivator escape after being sealed by the Spirit Suppression Mountain? At that moment, boom, with an explosion, a hole was created in the middle of the Spirit Suppression Mountain. Then, the entire mountain collapsed and shattered. Swoosh, Jinyu flew out and maintained a certain distance from the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord. Previously, the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord had only used half of his strength in the first move, causing Jinyu to miscalculate and fall into a dangerous situation. At this moment, he would be even more careful. With his current cultivation level, his goal was to not lose when fighting a mysterious Dark Realm Sovereign Lord for the first time and learn from the battle. Brat, isn't it better to be captured by me? Why are you looking for trouble? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord said unhappily. His opponent was only a star condensation realm cultivator, but he had failed twice. Moreover, after Jinyu broke through the Spirit Suppression Mountain, he did not run away. Instead, he planned to continue fighting. This was simply an insult to him. Heaven Suppression Palm. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord attacked instantly and sent out two giant palms. Within the range of the Heaven Suppression Palm, a gravity field descended and all other energies were suppressed. This time, the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord used his advantage in cultivation level and powerful battle techniques to deal with Jinyu. Within the range of the Heaven Suppression Palm, Jinyu's strength was reduced by at least half. Swoosh, Jinyu fully activated the Space Ultimacy and teleported a short distance to dodge. Space Ultimacy, level 7.5. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord was stunned. Had he sensed wrongly? Under normal circumstances, only the mysterious Dark Sovereign Lord could comprehend the Space Ultimacy to such a degree. Jinyu's Fire Ultimacy, Metal Ultimacy, and Wood Ultimacy were all suppressed. However, the Space Ultimacy that he was most proficient in was at a higher level than the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's Earth Ultimacy, so he was not affected. Then, what about this move? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord raised his arms high. Astral Source Saint Power rushed into the sky and covered a radius of several thousand feet. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook, and many giant rocks suddenly fell down. Each of them was 1,000 feet wide, and they contained Saint Power and boundless might. Earth-destroying meteor shower. He could form a mountain with a thought and create a meteor shower with a wave of his hand. This was the mysterious Dark Sovereign Lord's great power. Xianxia could contend with the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's shocking magical power. He could be proud of himself. Xianxia could not dodge a battle technique that was beyond his range, so he could only take it head-on. Bang! He used the star-shattering claw to stab a giant rock that was coming at him, and he shattered it. However, the giant rock's great impact also sent Xianxia flying. Then, giant meteorites came at him from both sides. Bang! Xianxia was hit by a giant rock. The astral source Saint Power attacked him, and he was sent flying for thousands of feet. The bones in his right shoulder were shattered, and his flesh was petrified. Earth-destroying meteor shower. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord used this move again. He wanted to crush Xianxia's bones while he was in despair. Bang! 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 The meteor shower came again. Xianxia dodged and moved, and he attacked to block it. At the same time, he was injured. At my current level, even though I am practicing the 9 transformation vast star technique, there is still a huge gap between my origin power and the mysterious Dark Sovereign Lord's astral source Saint Power. Xianxia understood it clearly. The gap between the condensed star technique and the mysterious Dark Sovereign Lord was too big. The Sovereign Lord's various amazing magical powers had an absolute advantage. Xianxia's eyes turned serious. He took out a drop of the Sovereign Lord's blood essence and swallowed it. Star-shattering claw. Xianxia used the third move of the skyrending star-shattering claw, and the raging power on the life claw erupted once again. 5 twisted gold and silver light traces were drawn out, and their auras were domineering. They attacked the region controlled by the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord. The sky exploded continuously. Xianxia's claw tore dozens of meteorites in an instant. Its destructive power was shocking. This is the astral source Saint Power? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord was slightly shocked. He thought he had sensed it wrong. That's right. Xianxia's attack contained some astral source Saint Power. He had just swallowed a drop of the Sovereign Lord's blood essence, and he managed to extract a bit of the astral source Saint Power flowing in his body and fused it into his attack. This attack was extremely powerful. However, the astral source Saint Power belonged to someone else, and it was not something that Xianxia could control as he pleased. This attack was not stable, and it might backfire if he was not careful. Is it that drop of Sovereign Lord's blood essence? You are quite bold. You dare to use mysterious dark world level power at the star condensation realm. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord knew the reason. He was not worried. A drop of Sovereign Lord's blood essence contained a limited amount of Saint Power. Moreover, there were great risks when Xianxia used it. Sizzle. Rumble. Xianxia waved his claws, and a powerful force exploded. He destroyed many meteorites, and he survived the Earth-destroying meteor shower without being injured. How much longer can you last? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord shouted coldly. He pushed his palm forward, and it turned into a huge mountain. The two clashed again. Xianxia used his speed and the astral source Saint Power he borrowed to deal with the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord, and the frequency of his injuries was greatly reduced. Moreover, his previous injuries were healed by 70% with his amazing self-healing ability. After a few moves, the astral source Saint Power that Xianxia used decreased drastically, and it was almost undetectable. It ended so quickly. It seems like the quality of that drop of Sovereign Lord's blood essence is not good. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord sneered. Then, he revealed a ferocious look and threw a punch. He punched out, shaking the sky. This punch was exactly the same as when he challenged the Royal Cloud Sky Sovereign Lord. The fist light filled the sky as if it was going to crush everything. It's not that the quality is not good. It's just that I have absorbed and refined a part of the astral source Saint Power. Xianxia shook his head calmly, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord did not understand why Xianxia was explaining this when he was about to die. But in the next instant, he understood. In Xianxia's body, the 7th origin energy star was completed. 7 dazzling stars shone brightly in the starry sea, and surging origin energy surged out. Although the powerful aura of a 7-star sovereign could not break through the suppression of the Sovereign Lord's will, it still shone in this broken world. This is a breakthrough? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord was startled. This was simply a great humiliation. The dignified Heavenly Lord Profound Underworld could not even take down a celestial condensation king within a few dozen moves. Not only that, but during the battle, the enemy also broke through the bottleneck of his cultivation. What level of cultivation does this kid have now? In the origin world, even a 6-star king was extremely rare, and the Earth Spirit Clan's Sovereign Lord had never seen one with his own eyes, let alone a 7-star king. Back then, he had only broken through to the mysterious nether realm at the peak of the late stage. He hadn't personally experienced the power of a high-rank king. Thus, he wasn't sure of Qianyu's current level of cultivation based on his aura alone. However, the intensity of the essence force exuding from Qianyu's body was something that he could clearly perceive. Compared to ordinary late-stage celestial condensation realm cultivators, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was hard to believe that essence force could be condensed to such a degree. I've successfully broken through to the 7 stars realm. This way, the pressure on me will lessen, and I'll be able to contend with the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord for a longer time. Qianyu was overjoyed. Fighting with a mysterious nether realm expert was a rare experience. Being able to personally experience the shocking abilities of a mysterious nether realm expert was beneficial to Qianyu's future cultivation. Die for your emperor. The Sovereign Lord of the Earth Spirit Clan shouted angrily, and he thrust his palm forward. A power that could topple the mountains and overturn the sea swept out. Boom, Qianyu slashed out with his claw, and several sharp 3-colored light scars slashed out, landing at the center of the huge palm imprint, penetrating it. The quality of my elemental energy has improved significantly. 7 stars was the second threshold, and the increase was correspondingly greater. As Qianyu weakened the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's attack, he retreated quickly. His cultivation had broken through to the 7-star king realm, and only the quality and quantity of his origin energy had increased. However, it still could not be compared to the astral source saint energy of a sovereign lord. Qianyu did not blindly fight head-on because of this. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord hoped that Qianyu would be so confident that he would confront him head-on. Before Qianyu broke through, he was able to withstand his attacks for a long time. Now that his cultivation had broken through, it was much easier for him to deal with him. If he wanted to kill him, the difficulty would increase correspondingly. Since he doesn't dare to face me head-on and doesn't take the initiative to attack, then this emperor will take this opportunity to lay down a killing move. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord made up his mind, and he immediately started carrying out the plan. He reached out to Qianyu and clenched his fists. With 2 loud bangs, 2 stone arms that were hundreds of feet tall condensed on both sides of Qianyu. They opened their huge palms and slapped towards Qianyu. Qianyu immediately activated the Azure Dragon Holywood leg. 4 azure green wood dragons emerged from each side and charged toward the giant stone palm, using softness to overcome hardness. That stone arm possessed boundless strength. In a situation where there was such a huge disparity in strength, using softness to overcome hardness was useless. A total of 8 green wood dragons were crushed to pieces. However, at this moment, Qianyu had already retreated over 10,000 feet away from the attack range of the 2 stone arms. The Sovereign Lord of the Earth Spirit Clan didn't say anything, and he used this move again. Qianyu condensed another 2 stone arms in front and behind him. One clawed, the other slapped, and the other attacked fiercely. Whoosh, he activated the Vermilion Bird's Sacred Wings secret flying skill and dodged again. Let's see how long you can hide. The Sovereign Lord of the Earth Spirit Clan shouted loudly and used the same move again. 2 stone arms appeared. However, in that instant, he changed his move. Giant Spirit Stone Formation. He weaved a spell, and the 6 stone arms in the void turned into 6 stone pillars covered with ancient patterns. They moved quickly and formed a great formation, rumble. The 6 stone pillars sensed each other and connected their strengths. They instantly formed a yellow halo that trapped Qianyu within it. Qianyu was instantly suppressed by a gravitational force that he had never felt before. Even with his body's strength and speed, his movements became sluggish. Apart from that, his skin started to petrify. The Giant Spirit Stone Formation is a more powerful sealing secret skill than the Subduing Spirit Mountain. You won't be able to escape. You will definitely die. The Sovereign Lord of the Earth Spirit Clan said. Is that so? Qinyu didn't look flustered. Instead, he revealed a faint smile. He had already noticed that his opponent was setting up a killing move. However, even though Qinyu's cultivation had advanced, he still didn't take the initiative. He kept retreating and dodging, and he had his own reasons. The moment his cultivation advanced, he started to comprehend the space lore. His cultivation advancement wasn't enough. If his space lore could also increase by a small level, he would have a greater advantage. An ordinary person definitely wouldn't dare to gamble. The comprehension of lore required a quiet and focused mind. It wasn't something that could be broken through easily. However, Qinyu's talent in the space lore was too high, so he dared to gamble. Today, his comprehension of the space profound had almost reached the 8th level. Even the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord couldn't suppress or weaken this level of space lore. Dong. 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 Dong, the mysterious heart exploded again. Sky-sundering Emperor Fist. Qinyu's aura kept rising, and the overbearing Emperor's aura spread, making the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's heart tremble. Qinyu punched out, and a giant silver-yellow light fist rushed out. Buzz boom boom, the space started to distort intensely like a whirlpool, sucking in everything around it and killing them. The sky-sundering Emperor Fist was a space combat skill, and it was the best for breaking defenses and formations. In an instant, the giant Spirit Stone Formation's formation field was shattered, and the formation lost its power. Then, the giant silver-yellow fist smashed the 2 giant stone pillars in front of it and charged toward the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord was shocked. Why was his killing move destroyed by Qinyu in an instant? Facing Qinyu's punch, he instantly thought of the scene where the Royal Sky Sovereign Lord had sent him flying with a punch, and he felt a little timid. When the fist light descended, the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord spread his hands, and the Astral Source Saint energy surged, turning into a giant golden barrier. Bang! The sky-sundering Emperor Fist smashed over, and a pit was instantly formed, and cracks started to spread. The giant golden barrier was filled with cracks in less than a breath's time, and it fell apart. However, the power of Qinyu's punch had also ended. Damn it, if I wasn't careful, this punch could have hurt the mystic underworld Sovereign Lord. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord cursed. Was he still in the star condensation realm? He could actually threaten the mystic underworld Sovereign Lord. Suddenly, he felt that the space around him was strange, as if he was trapped in a sticky quagmire, and he was being pulled in. Such powerful spatial energy, could it be that this kid has a special spatial constitution? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord was shocked. His Earth ultimacy had only reached the 7th level at the moment. Space strangulation. Qinyu's soul will burst out, and he controlled the space energy, forming a giant whirlpool that devoured everything. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord was at the center of the space whirlpool, and he suffered the most from the suction and strangulation. Not only that, the patterns of the space whirlpool suddenly burned with a silver-gray flame. It was the Void Sky Sacred Flame. Space strangulation, together with the Void Sky Sacred Flame, increased its power greatly. Bang! The yellow crystal on the surface of the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord shattered, and cracks appeared. The Earth Spirit clan was born with the Earth armor, and their defense was outstanding. As they cultivated, the defense on the surface of their body would continue to evolve. However, at this moment, the yellow crystal defense on the surface of the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord cracked, and he was slightly injured. This was not the end. Once Qinyu started his attack, it was destined to be crazy and ferocious. Several green wood dragons suddenly grew under the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's feet, and they twined around him. Then, several sharp gold and silver crescent moons slashed over, and they hit the chest of the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord. In the end, countless blood flame feather blades flew over, and they enveloped the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord. The wood dragons on the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's body became nourishment for the blood flames, and they burned crazily, turning into a giant fireball. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord was stunned by Qinyu's sudden counterattack. Bastard, how dare you injure me? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord shouted angrily within the space bind and the firestorm. Boom, a surge of absolute power and saint energy exploded, violently sweeping out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord's figure appeared. There were many cracks on his earthen yellow crystalline body, as well as cuts and burn marks. I will tear you into pieces. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord was enraged, and his aura burst out, causing the world to tremble. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord, who had outstanding defense, was injured by a human star condensation realm cultivator, and he would become the laughingstock of the entire Earth Spirit race. I'm afraid you can't do it. Xinyu smiled faintly, and there was some confidence in his words. His cultivation had broken through to the 7-star level, and he was even more confident in contending against the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord. It would be extremely difficult for the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord to kill him. Even if the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord used his trump card, he had the Sovereign Lord bloodline to neutralize it. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord launched a torrential and majestic attack. Xinyu always had a way to resist. Even if he was injured, there would be no problem with the high-grade imperishable body. On the other hand, if the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord was not careful, he would be hit by Qinyu's attack. Although he would not be injured, every attack that hit him was like a slap in the face, and he felt humiliated and embarrassed. After 100 moves, the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord still could not defeat Xinyu, and he was fuming with anger. At this moment, swoosh, a dazzling green rainbow shot over from 100,000 feet away, and it quickly pierced through the void, heading straight for the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord. The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord did not expect that he would be ambushed. He was so angry that he reacted half a beat slower. The defensive method he used in a hurry was penetrated, and a big hole was left in his chest. Damn it. What are those guys doing? So many of them joined hands, and they still could not defeat Main Qingyun? The Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord cursed in anger. At this moment, he forgot that he, a mysterious Dark Realm Sovereign Lord, had not killed Xinyu yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord saw a figure flying toward him. It was the Blue Cloud Sovereign Lord. His anger instantly dissipated, and he panicked. Without saying anything, the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord flew backward. He had personally experienced the Blue Cloud Sovereign Lord's strength, and he did not dare to fight him head-on. Where do you think you are going? Xinyu shouted, and he chased after the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord. This scene was witnessed by the Dark Sea Sovereign Lord, the Flame Human Sovereign Lord, and the others, and they thought they were seeing things. Was the Thick Earth Sovereign Lord just playing with that kid? Not only was Xinyu not killed, but he also had the guts to chase after the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord. What they found unrealistic was that the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord was still injured. You, stand down. The Blue Cloud Sovereign Lord's deep voice sounded. Xinyu only wanted to share some of the pressure for the Blue Cloud Sovereign Lord. Since the other party said so, he stopped. Let's attack together and kill him first. The Dark Sea Sovereign Lord shouted. Several mysterious Dark Realm Sovereign Lords joined hands, but they could not defeat the Blue Cloud Sovereign Lord. This made him feel ashamed. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the black scales. Instantly, a murderous aura soared into the sky, and it turned into a black sea monster that was nearly 2,000 feet long. The 4 Sovereign Lords joined hands to fight the Blue Cloud Sovereign Lord. Both sides used all their trump cards, and the battle was earth-shattering. Qinyu's heart trembled, and he maintained a certain distance. Not long later, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the battle ended. The corpse of a mermaid Sovereign Lord fell. Swoosh swoosh, the remaining 3 people fled miserably. Emperor Lord Darksea's entire body was covered in wounds, and more than half of his fish scales had fallen off. He vanished into the horizon, but his venomous voice reverberated, Azure Sky Sovereign Lord, we might have lost, but you won't live for long either. In this battle, the human race won a great victory. After all, the merman the Archlord had fallen, and the other 3 the Archlords had fled. The Archlord Darksea, is what you said true? The Earth Spirit the Archlord asked. The battle just now had been too intense. His head had been cut off by the Blue Cloud the Archlord, and he had experienced the crisis of life and death. However, losing a head wasn't enough to kill him. Why would I say something without evidence? I can clearly feel his determination to fight to the death. Moreover, he was hit by my killing move, which injured his foundation and soul. If he can't be cured within 5 years, his lifespan won't exceed 50 years. The Archlord Darksea was very sure. They had lost this battle, but the Blue Cloud the Archlord didn't have a good ending either. That was the only thing worth being happy about. If that's the case, I'm afraid Meng Qingyun can't be saved. He's a sinner of the human race. He was punished to guard this place and can't leave for 1,000 years. How can he be cured? The Earth Spirit the Archlord and the Fire Spirit the Archlord smiled faintly. After the Blue Cloud the Archlord died, they wouldn't be defeated. They would be considered the winners. After the battle between the Archlords ended, the surroundings seemed to have changed. There were huge pits and mountains that hadn't been there before. Chen Yu was shocked. He hadn't expected the Blue Cloud the Archlord to win against 4 of them, including a mid-stage mysterious underworld expert. He had killed a mysterious underworld expert, and the other 3 had fled. Blue Cloud the Archlord, although we have lost, you won't live for long either. But what the Dark Sea the Archlord said before he left still reverberated in Chen Yu's mind. He was sure that the Dark Sea the Archlord wasn't speaking without thinking. What happened to the Blue Cloud the Archlord? Just as Chen Yu inclined his head, the Green Cloud Royal Emperor descended from the sky. His robes were tattered and soaked in blood, but his expression was the same as before. There was no hint of disappointment in his eyes. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. I thought you would at most last 10 moves against the mystic underworld the Archlord, the Blue Cloud the Archlord said. This was the reason why he was happy. In fact, the Blue Cloud the Archlord had purposely let a mystic underworld the Archlord fight with Chen Yu to train him. After all, the path that Chen Yu cultivated in the 9 Revolution Vast Star Art was even more difficult, and he needed to squeeze out all of his potential before he could climb upwards. Initially, the Azure Sky Emperor Lord was prepared to save Chen Yu within 10 moves. However, Chen Yu managed to withstand more than 100 moves from the Earth Spirit Clan's Sovereign Lord without being defeated. Moreover, it seemed like he could continue fighting. After exchanging more than 100 blows, he had already achieved his goal. There was no point in continuing. As a result, the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord led the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord away and ended the battle. Come, what do you think of their gifts? The Azure Sky Imperial Emperor laughed. Before the enemy arrived, the Royal Emperor Lord had already said that someone had come to deliver gifts. Back then, Chen Yu didn't understand what it meant, but now he understood. This Emperor Lord Xianming's corpse is perfectly preserved. The flesh and blood of the Emperor Lord will be of great use to you. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign gave all the gifts to Chen Yu. First was the corpse of the Mermaid Sovereign Lord. Chen Yu had refined the Mermaid Sovereign Lord's bloodline in front of the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord. Originally, he had 2 types of Sovereign Lord bloodline powers. However, they were very thin and would probably be used up after a single use. However, the amount of Sovereign Lord bloodline extracted from the Mermaid Sovereign Lord's body was very sufficient. It would be one of Chen Yu's trump cards. Is this the Heart of Eternity's ability? The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord was slightly surprised. Directly extracting the bloodline powers and using it was an innate divine ability that only the royal family of the Blood Clan, the Devouring Blood Clan, possessed. In fact, Chen Yu's ability in this aspect might be even more outstanding than the Devouring Blood Clan. Currently, the limit of the bloodline stored in his mysterious heart was 20. How many could the Devouring Blood Clan store? Apart from the Sovereign Lord's bloodline, the Mermaid Sovereign Lord's bones and flesh were also precious treasures. His flesh could be refined directly and used to refine pills and medicines. As for his bones, they could be used to refine profound artifacts. In addition, the Mermaid Sovereign Lord's storage space was still with him. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord did not take any of it. All of it belonged to Chen Yu. Chen Yu was a little embarrassed. He had obtained so many benefits from the battle between the Sovereign Lords. There are also these 2 gifts. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord waved his sleeves. An earthy yellow head and a burning arm flew over. It was the head of the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord and the arm of the Flame Human Sovereign Lord. A part of the Mystic Dark Sovereign Lord's body was not as valuable as a complete Sovereign Lord's body. However, to ordinary Star Condensation Realm experts, it was a rare treasure and had many uses. Father, what did the Dark Sea Sovereign Lord mean? Chen Yu was slightly worried. At the same time, he did have a bad premonition. His words are 50% right and 50% wrong. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord said nonchalantly. What do you mean? Which part was right and which part was wrong? I'm about to die. He's right about that. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord seemed to be talking about something unimportant. His expression was extremely calm. It was as if everything was within his expectations. He said that I won't live for long. He's wrong. Qinyu heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord was indeed heavily injured. However, there was still a way. Because I'm going to leave now. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord finished speaking. He was joking. To him, it was a good thing to be able to joke with Qinyu. Qinyu was speechless. His expression was slightly gloomy. He gradually confirmed a guess that he had been having all along. It's just a clone. What should be done has been done. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord let out a long sigh. As expected. Qinyu thought in his heart. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord in the disordered ocean plains wasn't Qinyu's real father. He was just a clone. This was something that even the foreign race's Emperor Lords hadn't noticed. However, Qinyu had been living by the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord's side. He had been in contact with the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord for a long time, so he could feel that something was amiss. However, it was only a guess. Today, the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord's actions and words made Qinyu feel that the possibility of this guess was extremely high. Guarding this place for 1,000 years is too long. My existence might even bring you trouble. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord explained. Moreover, this place is very boring. Are you intentionally courting death? Qinyu understood the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord's meaning. Through this battle, the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign purposely made his enemies think that he didn't have long to live. This way, the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord would have a justifiable reason to die. Moreover, he died in battle to protect the human race. This was enough to offset his crimes and wouldn't bring any negative impact to Qinyu. In reality, if he wanted to win, he could have won this battle completely. Then where is your real body? Qinyu asked with determination in his eyes. Or perhaps, Meng Qingyun had already died and only left behind a clone. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord shook his head and said, You and I can't meet yet. Qinyu didn't ask any further. At least, he was sure that the real Meng Qingyun was still alive. Buzz, the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord suddenly stretched out his hand and a dazzling green light was emitted from his palm, enveloping Qinyu. Astral Saint Energy. Qinyu's body was bathed in the warm Astral Saint Energy. All the cells in his body were rejoicing and the 7 stars in his body were trembling. He could feel the Astral Saint Energy seeping into his body and circulating smoothly on its own. In the past, when Qinyu refined the Astral Saint Energy in the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord's blood essence, it was extremely difficult to control and he needed 120% of his concentration. But now, the Astral Saint Energy in his body was like clear water flowing through his body, giving Qinyu a comfortable feeling. There wouldn't be any accidents. What was the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord planning to do? Although you're cultivating the 9 transformation vast star art, this cultivation technique is something that I obtained by chance when I was roaming the world. There are no records of it in the ancient books. In the ancient books, the 9-star monarch realm only exists in ancient myths. Whether it's true or not, there's no way to prove it. So, you don't have to be too obsessed with the 9-star monarch realm. Who knows, this might be a wrong path that will ruin your life. Now, I'll pass the remaining Astral Saint Energy to you to help you increase your cultivation. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord's body was glowing brightly and became more and more transparent. Endless Astral Saint Energy flowed into Qinyu's body. He helped Qinyu control, circulate, and refine the Astral Saint Energy. He even helped Qinyu construct the embryonic form of the 8th star. Then, the 8th star began to form. At this moment, Qinyu's cultivation rapidly grew thanks to the wisdom infusion method. His cultivation aura became stronger and stronger. He hadn't reached the mysterious dark realm yet, but he could already shake the heavens and earth. Oh right, you've met a descendant of the divine devil. Be careful of the Silver Soul race. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord was only left with a faint outline. After he finished speaking, he completely disappeared. Silver Soul race? Qinyu only knew that it was a forbidden race among the descendants of the divine devil. My cultivation is about to break through. When Qinyu sensed the changes in his 8th star, a look of surprise appeared on his face. His cultivation had just broken through to the 7-star monarch realm, but the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord used this method to forcefully increase his cultivation. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord hoped that Qinyu could reach the 8-star monarch realm as soon as possible so that he could consider his future path. Although the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord's method was meticulous and perfect, it wouldn't leave any hidden dangers for Qinyu. However, Qinyu had a clear goal in mind. He also had confidence and competence. He didn't want his cultivation to suddenly increase in such a way. Qinyu immediately sat cross-legged and controlled the astral saint energy in his body to prevent his cultivation from increasing. With Qinyu's ability, it would be difficult for him to control the current situation. He had another idea. He wanted to use the space profundity to suppress or seal the astral saint energy. Beads of sweat appeared on Qinyu's forehead. Although the idea was good, it was difficult to do it. At this moment, dong, 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 the mysterious heart started beating rapidly. A trace of forbidden aura was released, causing the space profundity that Qinyu activated to undergo a qualitative change. In an instant, it suppressed the 8th star energy and the rest of the astral saint energy in a corner of the star sea. With the help of the mysterious heart, this difficult task was easily completed. Qinyu's current cultivation was no longer an ordinary 7-star monarch. However, there was still a small distance to reach 7.5 stars. What happened just now? Qinyu tried to activate the mysterious heart's hidden power again. After a few attempts, the mysterious heart didn't respond. He didn't want to dwell too much on it. At least his current problem was solved. One day, he would fully excavate the mysterious heart's power. Qinyu stood up and returned to the city lord's mansion. "Where's your father?" Yi Luofeng had been waiting here. Although her cultivation had increased very quickly, she was currently only at the peak late stage. She couldn't participate in the Battle of the Emperors. He left. Qinyu's calmness was tinged with disappointment. Yi Luofeng was puzzled. Why did the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord leave for no reason? Let's go. There's no need to stay here. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng left. He was prepared to return to Celestial Sect. However, before he left, he wanted to kill someone. The person Qinyu wanted to kill was naturally Niahua. This person did not give up and used the same old trick again, spreading rumors to deal with Qinyu. Before coming to the disordered ocean plains, he had already warned the other party. Since Niahua did not repent, there was no need for him to show mercy. The Royal Azure Sky Sovereign had defeated the 4 sovereign lords, but the army led by Niahua had suffered a crushing defeat on the front lines. He had long since led his troops to escape, and no one knew where he was hiding now. There were many people in the chaotic sea plains, so it was very easy to obtain information, not to mention news about Niahua. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng soon found out where they were hiding. Chaotic Ocean Plains, Mount Xianxia. This was not the mountain's original name. Later on, it was occupied by a king of the evil path, the Evil Cloud King. He opened up his own cave in territory and changed its name to Evil Cloud Mountain. The Evil Cloud Monarch was one of the strongest human factions in the disordered ocean plain aside from the city lord mansion. In a dark hall, an old man and a middle-aged man sat opposite each other and chatted. "Brother Nya, for the sake of dealing with Emir Qinyu, you actually let the disordered ocean city fall. Isn't that too great of a price?" The old man was dressed in a flowery robe. His hair was white and his eyes were bright. "Hee, for the sake of avenging my son's death, this is nothing." Niahua was blinded by hatred and jealousy. "My subordinates heard that the enemy has sent out 4 sovereign lords. This time, not only Qinyu, the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign is probably finished as well." The flower-robed old man, Evil Cloud King, said. "For mystic underworld sovereign lords?" Niahua was slightly shocked. He didn't expect the foreign races to make such a big move. However, in his impression, the Azure Sky the Archlord wasn't an ordinary early-stage mysterious underworld being. He was extremely powerful and shouldn't die so easily. At this time, one of Evil Cloud King's subordinates hurriedly ran over. "My lord, someone is looking for General Niahua." The newcomer shouted in panic. Making a fuss, what a scandal. The corrupt king's domineering aura erupted. He said to Xianxia, "Brother Nia, someone is looking for you. Go take a look." Xianxia suddenly felt a sense of unease. At this critical juncture, who would come looking for him? Could it be a soldier who couldn't escape in time? No need, I'm already here. Just as the evil Cloud King and Xianxia left, a cold voice sounded. "Chen Yu." As soon as Xianxia heard the voice, he could tell who it was, and his whole body trembled. It was obvious that Chen Yu was here for revenge. Damn it, why isn't he dead? How did he find this place? Xianxia was terrified. Didn't the foreign races send out 4 mysterious Netherrealm experts? Even this didn't kill Chen Yu? The 4 mysterious Netherrealm experts were simply eating shit. Brother Nia, it's just Chen Yu. Is there a need to be so scared? Evil Cloud King said disdainfully. The chaotic sea was located in the extreme west of the human race's territory. It was a chaotic place and could be considered an independent small world. The evil Cloud King only knew that Chen Yu had joined the celestial sect. This was even told to him by Xianxia. He knew nothing else. Although you failed to frame him this time, do you think he would dare to kill you, the general guarding the disordered ocean plains? The evil Cloud King said. Xianxia's panic eased a little. That's right. He was the general here. Chen Yu wouldn't dare to kill him without clear evidence. Clang, the door of the hall was suddenly blasted open. So, it's Chen Yu. This old man welcomes your excellency's visit, but your excellency's attitude is a little too condescending. The evil Cloud King's face was cold. Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng had actually barged into his private residence. I'm here for Xianxia. Get out of the way. Chen Yu glanced at the evil Cloud King coldly. The evil Cloud King was furious. He was a famous king of the evil path in the disordered ocean plains. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Chen Yu, what are you trying to do? I'm the human race's general guarding the disordered ocean plains. Don't act recklessly. Xianxia panicked again. I'm here to kill you. Chen Yu answered Xianxia's question. Chen Yu, General Xianxia is the human race's general guarding the disordered ocean plains. If you kill him, the foreign tribes will take the opportunity to invade. Can you bear the consequences? The evil Cloud King disliked Chen Yu more and more, so he spoke up for Xianxia. That's right. Chen Yu, you can't kill me. Xianxia said. At the same time, the experts in the evil Cloud King's faction gathered. Xianxia's subordinates, the Blackbone King, and a few other commanders also rushed over. In an instant, Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng were surrounded by 3 layers of people. Coupled with Xianxia's identity, the evil Cloud King was sure that Chen Yu wouldn't dare to kill him. Xianxia, you spread rumors and attracted the foreign tribes here. But you chose to run away, causing the deaths of many humans. The Royal Azure Dynasty Lord was also killed because of you. Today, you'll definitely die. Chen Yu announced in front of everyone, pushing the Royal Azure Dynasty Lord's death to Xianxia. The Royal Azure Dynasty Lord is dead? Xianxia was in disbelief. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from Chen Yu's body. After he finished his announcement, he immediately made his move. No, Xianxia roared with a face full of fear. Chen Yu was indifferent. He punched out with a simple punch, but it set off a terrifying storm. The dark green fist force blasted over. Xianxia immediately took out a set of golden armor and used his origin energy to protect himself. However, it was useless even after he used all his techniques. Chen Yu's punch, which didn't use any origin energy, tore through the origin energy barrier and golden armor like a piece of paper. Pung, a large hole appeared in Xianxia's body, smashing through the pavilion behind him. His body flew out of the evil cloud mountain and turned into a pile of minced meat when he landed. The surroundings were silent. Chen Yu's lightning strike instantly killed Xianxia. It was simply too fast. Before they could even react, Xianxia was already dead. However, the evil Cloud King was also glad that he didn't react in time. If he tried to stop Xianxia, he would probably suffer as well. I didn't expect Xianxia to do such a thing. He really deserves to die. The evil Cloud King immediately changed his words and spat at Xianxia. you go and accompany him. Qinyu didn't care about what the evil Cloud King said. He punched out again. If he didn't display his powerful strength, if he didn't kill Niahua in one strike, the evil Cloud King would definitely join forces with Niahua to deal with him. Therefore, Qinyu planned to take care of this evil Path King who helped the tiger. No, the evil Cloud King screamed. He looked at Qinyu punching out and wanted to retreat, but he found that he couldn't move. Pong, the punch landed, and the evil Cloud King was also smashed into minced meat. A general, a famous evil Path King, and two-star condensation late-stage kings of the disordered ocean plains died together. After killing them, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng left as if no one was around. On the same day, the news spread and shook the disordered ocean plains. Some said that Qinyu killed the human race general, while others said that Niahua was at fault and that the royal Sky Emperor died because of him. None of these had anything to do with Qinyu. He and Yi Luofeng had long left the disordered ocean plains and headed towards the celestial sect. Your father is dead? Yi Luofeng asked. Qinyu had just said that himself. It was only a clone that died. Qinyu didn't hide this news from Yi Luofeng. Yi Luofeng was startled and didn't say anything more. Only a clone of the royal Sky Emperor died. In other words, the royal Sky Emperor let the clone bear the blame, and his real body was fine. This news naturally couldn't be known to outsiders. However, his clone had the strength of the mysterious Nether Realm and forced back 4 foreign race Emperor Lords. Then what level was Meng Qingyun's real body at? Qinyu's father was really amazing and full of mysteries. In the secret cultivation room of the blood-devouring warship, Qinyu took out a natural treasure that he had plundered from the Yin race, the dragon locust tree. The dragon locust tree was like a giant dragon rising from the ground. Its leaves were lush, and there was no wind, but the leaves kept dancing, letting out a dragon roar. The dragon locust tree could temper the soul will and comprehend the profundity of wood. However, Qinyu cultivated the azure dragon's sacred wood leg, and the related cultivation materials included the dragon locust tree. Now, Qinyu's azure dragon's sacred wood leg had just started cultivating, and its improvement was slow. However, Qinyu had a deep understanding of its supportive abilities. Qinyu activated the azure dragon's sacred wood leg. His legs glowed with a green jade light, and the ancient tree patterns on them looked like dragon patterns. Activating the chaotic body, Qinyu increased the speed at which he refined the dragon locust tree. 10 days later, the dragon locust tree's draconic aura disappeared, and it was like an ordinary tree that was about to wither. Suddenly, Qinyu's azure dragon's sacred wood leg released dense vitality, and waves of green light spread with the azure dragon light patterns. The withered locust tree instantly became a withered tree that was brimming with vitality. Azure dragon sacred wood leg, Xianxia. Qinyu's azure dragon sacred wood leg had a breakthrough. After the breakthrough, the support techniques of the azure dragon sacred wood leg would have a corresponding increase in power. Of course, this also included the support abilities of the azure dragon's sacred wood leg. 1 month later, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng returned to the celestial sect. As one of the 3 major sects of the human race, the celestial sect was not a place that anyone could enter. However, disciples on the Sky Marshal roll had the privilege to bring 3 family members into the celestial sect, but they could only stay at the waist of the mountain. Qinyu used this privilege to bring Yi Luofeng into the celestial sect. On the same day, Qinyu went to the sect master's residence. Your senior brother has already told me what happened to him. You did well this time. The celestial sect master praised Qinyu from the start. Then, he was slightly shocked. This was because the celestial sect master could clearly sense Qinyu's cultivation. 7-star king? The celestial sect master said in a low voice, trying to hide his excitement. Yes. How could Qinyu's cultivation hide from a heavenly god? In fact, if he did not intentionally suppress it, it would have been 7.5 stars by now. Alright, if you need anything, just tell the sect. There is no need to rush to the mysterious dark realm. If you are confident, you can accumulate more time. The celestial sect master's eyes lit up. 7-star king was already standing on top of all the geniuses of the human race. However, Qinyu had just passed 100 years of age. Perhaps there was still hope for him to reach a higher level. The celestial sect master could clearly sense this and did not urge Qinyu to break through to the mysterious dark realm. However, the 8-star king was too far away and the difficulty was too high. Hence, the celestial sect master did not say it out loud. He hoped that Xianxia could reach a higher level, but he did not want him to be too fixated on reaching the 8-star level and delay himself. Do not spread the information about your cultivation. Under normal circumstances, other than high-level mysterious dark realm or heavenly fusion realm experts, no one will be able to see through it. The celestial sect master reminded him again. If this news were to spread, the entire human race, including the other races nearby, would be shocked. The enemies of the human race would also list Xianxia as a target to kill. After Xianxia left, the shock in the celestial sect master's heart subsided. 7-star king. It has been a long time since a 7-star king appeared in the human race. The celestial sect master sighed. As for taking Xianxia as a disciple, he suddenly felt that he had picked up a great bargain. After all, he did not have this intention initially. It was the supreme elder of the celestial sect who suddenly sent him a message to take Xianxia as a disciple. Could it be that the supreme elder had sensed that this kid was extraordinary from the start? The celestial sect master guessed as he left the mansion to visit the supreme elder. This time, Xianxia's return did not cause much of a commotion in the celestial sect. That was because there was going to be a battle that everyone was watching. The person being challenged was the Sky Martial List's number 1, Guan Hongri. That's right, the current number 1 was not Xianxia, but Guan Hongri. The celestial sect had a rule. If one did not return to the sect for more than 20 years, the ranking could be changed. If a disciple went missing for decades or even centuries, the Sky Martial List would not be able to keep his name on it. The condition for the change was that the Sky Martial List disciple at the back must have improved a lot and might be stronger than the disciple at the front. As for why the celestial sect decided that Guan Hongri might be stronger than the previous number 1, it was because after Guan Hongri lost to Xianxia, he went into seclusion for 10 years and became a 6-star king, becoming the number 1 genius in the celestial sect. The current Guan Hongri was like the sun in the sky, a role model for the younger generation of the human race. On the Sky Martial battle platform. A battle that had been arranged half a month ago was about to begin. The two sides were Guan Hongri and Jiang Han, who was ranked 4th. Nobody thought highly of Jiang Han, but they all hoped to witness the strength of a 6-star king through this battle. Xianxia, who was once ranked 1st and now ranked 2nd, had left the sect for decades. Lin Yuxuan, who was ranked 3rd, had been in seclusion. That left Jiang Han, who was ranked 4th. Senior brother Guan, please show mercy. I just want to see the strength of a 6-star king. Jiang Han's body was small and her voice was soft and sweet. She looked like a lovable guest. Don't worry, I am magnanimous. Guan Hongri laughed. Presently, he was in high spirits, and every single move he made carried a fearless and arrogant imposing aura. He had broken through to the 6-star king a decade ago. Nobody knew how strong he was now. Jiang Han did not dare to underestimate him. She activated her elemental energy and a wave of elemental energy formed behind her. She turned into a weird giant fish and dashed out. Roar! The weird giant fish's aura was so strong that it created waves and smashed towards Guan Hongri. Guan Hongri floated in midair calmly. When the giant fish got close, elemental energy exploded from his palms and golden flames shone brightly. Pung! In an instant, the strange giant fish was cut in half, and its body gradually evaporated under the high temperature of the flames. Senior brother, didn't you say you would show mercy? Jiang Han pouted. She immediately took out a scroll and opened it. The various fierce beasts and monsters drawn on the scroll suddenly came to life and charged at Guan Hongri. Guan Hongri smiled faintly. His body occasionally dodged, and he occasionally struck out with his palm, calmly neutralizing Jiang Han's attacks. This scene caused the surrounding people to be extremely shocked. This was a 6-star king? Guan Hongri's strength was too strong. The 5.5-star Jiang Han was completely not a match for him. At this moment, in the spectator area, a burly bronze-skinned man received a message and immediately shouted, Senior brother Guan, Xianxia is back. This person's name was Xianxia. He was the disciple of the celestial sect who was defeated by Xianxia in the past. Out of all the disciples who had lost to Xianxia, he was the most humiliated one. Xianxia. The spectators were shocked. On the Tianwu arena, Guan Hongri's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes flickered with a golden light. His eyes were like small suns, emitting flames. No one dared to look at him directly. He's finally back. I thought he had returned to his hometown and settled down in his old home. Guan Hongri laughed. At this moment, he had lost all interest in this battle. Even Jiang Han, who was ranked 4th, was a stunning beauty. He took out a large blade with golden patterns and instantly slashed down. A shocking rainbow light pierced through the sky, bringing with it golden flames. In an instant, Jiang Han's various attacks vanished like smoke in thin air. Peng, her body flew out and smashed into the barrier, leaving a scorch mark in front of her. Junior sister Jiang, I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself. Guan Hongri smiled faintly, not looking apologetic at all. Guan Hongri wins. The result was obvious. Jiang Han was no match for Guan Hongri, a 6-star king. But Chen Yu was back. The former first on the Heaven Martial Roll and the current first on the Heaven Martial Roll. Who was stronger? It should be senior brother Guan. After all, to become a 6-star king, hard work, talent, and luck are all necessary. Chen Yu might not be able to become a 6-star king. It looks like Guan Hongri wants to have another battle with Chen Yu. Whoosh, Guan Hongri flew out of the arena with Chu Nanxiang. Chu Nanxiang followed with a smile. It was obvious that Guan Hongri wanted to challenge Chen Yu to avenge his previous humiliation. Guan Hongri had become a 6-star king a decade ago. The reason why he wasn't in a hurry to break through to the mysterious nether realm was because he wanted to challenge Chen Yu. If he challenged Chen Yu with his mysterious nether realm cultivation after breaking through, even if he won, he would only be a joke. The spectators could also see that Guan Hongri was going to find Chen Yu, so they immediately followed. After Chen Yu left the Celestial Sect Master's residence, he left with Yi Luofeng. Let's go find a good cave abode. Chen Yu accompanied Yi Luofeng as they left the peak of the Celestial Sect. The peak of the mountain was the core of the Celestial Sect, and the lower part was where the disciples lived. Since Yi Luofeng wasn't a disciple of the Celestial Sect, she could only stay at the waist of the mountain. After walking for a short distance, Chen Yu bumped into a familiar face, Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's talent was at the peak of the human race. His age wasn't much older than Chen Yu, but he was already a 5-star king. As expected of a peak-level genius, a disciple of a deity realm clan. Senior brother, are you here to seek advice from Master again? Chen Yu greeted. After all, they were from the same sect. Although their relationship wasn't good, it wasn't too bad. Qin Wentian's expression stiffened. Chen Yu's words made it seem as though he frequently went to seek advice from Master, which made him seem stupid. No, I'm just strolling around. Qin Wentian casually found an excuse. In reality, he was indeed here to seek advice from the Celestial Sect Master. He wanted to take a look at Chen Yu's improvement in recent years. Now that he had bumped into Chen Yu, it wasn't that important to seek advice from him. Right now, he was a 5-star king. Although he couldn't see through Chen Yu's cultivation, he could clearly sense that Chen Yu was extremely strong. At this moment, silhouettes appeared one after another. There were many familiar faces among them. However, he wasn't familiar with most of them. For example, Gung Handong, Lin Yushuan's best friend Luo Yulian, Sun Tianlong, etc. At the start, Chen Yu also felt that it was strange. He, as the number 1 ranker of the Heavenly Martial rankings, didn't meet many people here. Now, it was normal for people to flock to him. You seem to be quite popular. Yi Luofeng laughed. The Celestial Sect's disciple ranking list, number 1 on the Heavenly Martial rankings. Chen Yu very naturally stated his battle achievements. Even if Yi Luofeng didn't know about the Heavenly Martial rankings, she knew how strong the Deity Realm sect was. She could also sense the talent of the disciples in the surroundings. The number 1 ranker of the Heavenly Martial rankings was definitely a great honor. Haha, Chen, you are wrong. You used to be number 1, but now you are number 2. In the crowd, Chu Nanxiang heard Chen Yu's words the moment he arrived and laughed. Number 2? Chen Yu was slightly puzzled. After hearing the discussions around him, he understood the rules of the Heavenly Martial rankings. Because he hadn't returned for a long time, his ranking had actually shifted back. However, being number 2 on the Heavenly Martial rankings was also very powerful. Now that he didn't have the generous rewards to motivate him, Chen didn't have a strong desire to be number 1 on the Heavenly Martial rankings. Chen, I'm sorry. Your senior brother, I snatched your ranking. Guanhongri seemed to be showing off. However, junior brother, you haven't returned to the sect for tens of years. This can't be helped. If junior brother wants to take back the number 1 position, I welcome you anytime. I don't have such plans for now. Chen Yu didn't have a good impression of Guanhongri. Guanhongri was stunned. Initially, he thought that if he said that, Chen Yu would immediately challenge him and take back the number 1 position. He didn't expect Yi Futian to be so calm. Did he really not care about being number 1 on the Heavenly Martial rankings? No, he must have seen through my true cultivation level. He doesn't have any confidence. Guanhongri was very sure of this possibility. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. Lin Yuxuan is here. After Lin Yuxuan knew that Chen Yu had returned, she came out of seclusion. Isn't it because Chen Yu is back? If not, why would Lin Yuxuan come out? I haven't seen senior sister Lin for 20 years. She's even more beautiful now. From afar, a graceful silhouette could be seen floating over. She was wearing a simple celestial sect disciple's uniform. She looked extremely beautiful when she wore it. Her face was flawless, and her amethyst hair fluttered in the wind. Chen, you've returned to the sect. Lin Yuxuan came in front of Chen Yu. Her amethyst eyes shone brightly. In the next moment, Lin Yuxuan's gaze landed on Yi Luofeng, who was standing beside her. Coincidentally, Yi Luofeng was also looking at her. Due to their women's intuition, both of them felt that this woman in front of them was a threat to them. The surrounding people started to look at Yi Luofeng carefully. It's another beautiful woman. Who is she? I've never seen her before. She must have been brought here by Chen Yu. That kid's luck with women is pretty good. How did all his luck with women end up with him? He already has senior sister Lin. How did he manage to hook up with such a beautiful fairy? The discussions around them confirmed Yi Luofeng's suspicions. Chen Yu felt a headache coming on. Chen, you're such a flirt. You're too timing. I've misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. At this moment, Guanhongri said in disdain. He was extremely jealous of Chen Yu. Lin Yuxuan had been in seclusion for over 20 years. In the end, she came out the moment Chen Yu returned. Chen Yu was truly despicable. He already had Lin Yuxuan, but he still hooked up with other girls. Guanhongri did not care about their relationship as fellow disciples. He exposed Chen Yu and insulted him without restraint. The situation was chaotic to begin with. Chen Yu was even more disgusted by Guanhongri's behavior. Chen Yu, I challenge you. Let me see how much progress you've made in the past few years. Or have you focused all your energy on women? Guanhongri officially issued a challenge. If I accept the challenge, you'll regret it later. Chen Yu sneered. Guanhongri's eyes shone brightly when he heard this. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. Cut the crap. Have you become such a coward? The atmosphere was tense. No one spoke. Whoosh. Whoosh, Chen Yu and Guanhongri flew out at the same time. Their target was the Tianwu Arena. Earlier, the battle at the pinnacle had ended in a hurry. The disciples were still longing for more. And now, an even more intense battle had begun. The two sides were the new and old rankers of the Heavenly Martial rankings. The battle had yet to begin, but the disciples were already discussing the outcome. Who has a higher chance of winning? I favor Chen Yu. He once defeated Guanhongri, so his strength shouldn't have regressed too much. These words are too baseless. The difficulty of reaching this level is beyond your imagination. Right now, Guanhongri is a peak-level genius of the human race. He will definitely win. The discussions were intense. Lin Yuxuan, Luo Yulian, and the others also wanted to see how strong Chen Yu was now. Only Yi Luofeng felt that there was nothing to see in this battle. The ending was already decided. Chen Yu, you scum. You made junior sister Lin sad. As her senior, I will make you wake up from the pain. Guan Hongri continued to pour dirty water on Qin Wendian, trying to establish a righteous image for himself. You can talk about this nonsense after you've defeated me. Qin didn't seem to mind. The battle begins. Administrator Li announced. As the sound of his voice faded, a beam of golden light shot out with a speed that was too fast for quick thunder to cover one's ears, blasting towards Chen Yu. Guan Hongri had long been waiting for the day to wash away his humiliation. He couldn't wait to make his move. Ferocious, powerful, towering up to the sky, many people sighed in admiration at Guan Hongri's attack. At the same time, they were curious as to how Chen Yu would deal with it. However, Chen Yu didn't answer their questions. He floated in the air, not moving at all. His expression was relaxed, as though he was admiring the scenery. He didn't look like he was fighting at all. Damn, is this Chen Yu an idiot? If he doesn't retaliate, he will be killed by senior brother Guan's attack. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Pung, the golden light instantly slammed into Chen Yu, causing a series of explosions. Scorching heat waves engulfed the surroundings, incinerating everything. Guan Hongri frowned. Chen Yu's strange behavior caused him to feel puzzled. The flames quickly dissipated, revealing Chen Yu's figure. The other party still maintained his previous posture, and there was not a single injury on his body. It was as if he was not the one who had been attacked just now. How could this be? Guan Hongri was secretly alarmed. Although his attack was focused on speed and its power could only be considered ordinary, it was impossible for Chen Yu to remain unscathed. He must have used some trump card or secret technique the moment he was hit. Xianxia shouted. None of the people present had sensed such a sign, but that was the only explanation. Chen Yu, why didn't you make a move? Guan Hongri asked coldly. It's too boring to fight. You can attack at will. If you can injure me, it'll be my loss. Chen Yu glanced at Guan Hongri and sneered. With his cultivation as a 7-star king, this battle would be over in an instant if he were to make a move. Moreover, Chen Yu did not want to expose his true cultivation level. Once the news of him becoming a 7-star king spread, it would shake the entire human race and even the origin world. At the same time, the enemies of the human race would also target Chen Yu. What did you say? Guan Hongri's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened, and golden light shot out in all directions. The spectators were even more shocked. Did I hear wrongly? Let senior brother Guan attack at will. As long as he can injure Chen Yu, it'll be his win. How confident is this Chen Yu? I'm afraid he will be defeated in the next move. You're still as arrogant and ignorant as ever. You actually dare to say such whimsical words. Ridiculous. Xianxia said disdainfully. Boom, on the Tianwu battle platform, Guan Hongri's body suddenly shone with boundless golden light. The space faintly trembled, and his body was surrounded by a layer of golden light. His body instantly turned golden, and he looked like a golden god of war. Guan Hongri was already too lazy to argue with Chen Yu. His opponent's words had completely infuriated him. Guan Hongri wanted to let Chen Yu know the consequences of insulting him. After activating the Golden Sun battle physique, Guan Hongri's physique, Yuan energy, and profound mysteries were all amplified. He took out a gigantic saber with golden inscriptions. Golden flames blazed on the saber, forming the silhouette of a 1,000-feet-long saber. First stance of the blazing sun. The gigantic saber instantly slashed down, and a tyrannical wave of golden flames engulfed Chen Yu. The surrounding space began to distort due to the heat. He really didn't make a move. Xianxia couldn't understand. Facing Guan Hongri, who had already activated his Golden Sun battle physique, Chen Yu still dared to be so arrogant. Did he really not want to live anymore? However, when the wave of dust dissipated, Chen Yu still looked as if he was completely fine. Heavens, how is this possible? He's completely unharmed. Senior brother Guan unleashed his full strength, yet Chen Yu is completely unharmed. Earlier, they were all filled with doubt. But now, everyone was filled with disbelief. What level has he reached exactly? Qin Wendian was shocked in his heart. Impossible. Guan Hongri roared. His eyes flickered with a red light as flames of rage burned in his eyes. Second stance of the blazing sun, third stance. Guan Hongri's body emitted a terrifying aura that shook the entire area. That dazzling golden weapon slashed down again and again with terrifying might. Guan Hongri, who was unceasingly attacking, became more and more frenzied. The Qingyu in front of him seemed to have executed a secret technique that made him invulnerable. There wasn't even a trace of injury on his body. The spectator stands fell into silence. There was no longer any room for discussion in this battle. From the beginning to the end, Qingyu didn't move, nor did he attack. Guan Hongri continued to attack crazily, yet he couldn't injure Qingyu in the slightest. Was there any battle more simple than this? Senior brother Guan, put in more effort. This is already the 47th move, and you still haven't injured me. Qingyu reminded. With his cultivation base of a 7-star king, his defensive physique was comparable to an 8-star king. It was truly strange that a 6-star king like Guan Hongri could injure him. Of course, Qingyu didn't act too exaggerated. He circulated his celestial body and covered his body with a layer of yuan energy. Arg! Guan Hongri went crazy. He summoned the blazing sun spirit flame, which he attached to his weapon and attacked again. The more he attacked, the more furious and desperate he became. He suspected that he was a fake 6-star king, or that Qingyu had broken through to the mysterious nether realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to injure Qingyu. 100 moves. Guan Hongri was in complete despair. He didn't want to attack anymore. Deacon Li had never seen such a strange battle before. He didn't know how to judge. Since Qingyu didn't attack, Guan Hongri didn't want to attack anymore. Qingyu shook his head slightly and activated the Azure Dragon's sacred leg. Instantly, azure light rippled under Guan Hongri's feet, and 6 azure wood dragons appeared around him. He had already lost the will to fight. He didn't expect Qingyu to suddenly attack. He was entangled by the 6 azure wood dragons. Arg! Guan Hongri's blood, vitality, and yuan energy were being sucked away. The Azure Dragon's sacred leg at the Shaoqing realm was extremely supportive. 5 breaths later, the wood dragons disappeared. Guan Hongri was withered and yellow, skin and bones as he collapsed to the ground. Qingyu ended the battle with one move. Qingyu wins. He is once again first on the Heaven Martial ranking. Deacon Li announced the result. This battle was unexpected, but it was simple and boring. Don't provoke me in the future. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Qingyu flew out of the Heaven Martial arena after saying that. A 6-star king was beaten up every time they saw him. They felt sorry for Guan Hongri. Qingyu, you bastard. Guan Hongri had never been so angry after becoming a 6-star king. He couldn't bear it and fainted. Qingyu and Yi Luofeng looked around and said, I'll say it again. My relationship with senior sister Lin is just a rumor. After saying that, he and Yi Luofeng left and came to the middle of the Martial God Mountain. Lin Yuxuan was dazed. Qingyu was telling the truth. She didn't know why, but she felt aggrieved. Qingyu and Yi Luofeng left, but they left behind 2 important topics. Qingyu and Lin Yuxuan were not a couple. Secondly, Guan Hongri was defeated. What was Qingyu's real cultivation level? At the middle of the mountain, the celestial sect's family and servants resided. With Qingyu's help, Yi Luofeng got the best residence in the area. What's going on between you and senior sister Lin? Yi Luofeng asked in the room. Even though Qingyu had just said it in front of everyone, Yi Luofeng still wanted to know the reason. This is my father's fault, Qingyu threw the blame to Meng Qingyun. Betrothed before birth, Yi Luofeng was shocked. She felt that this was too unreliable. If it was true, then it indeed had nothing to do with Qingyu. After a few days, I'll go to the Lin clan personally and settle this once and for all. Qingyu had long thought of this. Seeing that Qingyu had made his stand, Yi Luofeng didn't ask any more. In terms of charm, Lin Yuxuan was the #1 female heaven's favorite of the 3 major sections. What Yi Luofeng needed to do was to prove herself and keep Qingyu's heart. 3 years later, the celestial sect will recruit disciples. When that time comes, you will be able to stay at the top of the Martial God Mountain. Qingyu changed the topic. He didn't return to his own residence. Instead, he stayed with Yi Luofeng at the middle of the mountain. To Qinyu, the difference in cultivation environment between the middle of the mountain and the top of the mountain wasn't too important. Qinyu wasn't in a hurry to increase his cultivation level. If he wanted to break through, he could break through to the 7-star realm anytime. At this stage, he still focused on consolidating his cultivation level. Then, he would practice the Sky Sundering Emperor Fist and the Green Dragon Holywood Leg. Qinyu continued his cultivation in the heavenly secluded wings. During this period, the celestial sect leader looked for Qinyu once and asked him why he went to the middle of the mountain. The celestial sect leader now attached great importance to Qinyu, especially his cultivation situation. Since Qinyu gave up a good cultivation environment, he naturally had to ask. As for his specific cultivation situation, Qinyu didn't tell him directly. He told him about the existence of the heavenly secluded wings. The celestial sect leader was a little relieved and didn't ask any more questions. In fact, the celestial sect also had a special cultivation space similar to the heavenly secluded wings, which was the Martial God Cave. Anyone who wanted to enter to cultivate had to pay a huge amount of contribution points and primordial stones. Qinyu had the heavenly secluded wings, so he naturally didn't need to care about that. He decided to break through to the 7-star realm after 5 years of cultivation in the heavenly secluded wings. On this day, a message talisman flew to the place where Qinyu was doing closed-door cultivation. Qinyu left the space inside the heavenly secluded wings and touched it with his spiritual awareness. A voice echoed in his mind. Qinyu, there's a treasure here, come quickly. The messenger was the Red Flame King. Because the celestial sect would only recruit disciples in 3 years, the Red Flame King went out to gain experience. Not only that, he also took Tu Zhixiang with him. Qinyu knew the Red Flame King's character very well. If there was really something good, he would definitely take it for himself. Why would he inform him? However, Tu Zhixiang was with the Red Flame King, so it was better for him to go and see. The location mentioned by the Red Flame King was the Dead Soul Desert, the place Qinyu had been to before. Qinyu did not rush there. Instead, he found some celestial sect disciples and asked for some information. The information he received was that many adventurers had died in the Dead Soul Desert. This old fella, is he trying to trick me? Qinyu thought to himself. The Red Flame King said that there was a treasure in the Dead Soul Desert. However, the information he received was that there were many dangers and people were dying. He returned to his residence and told Yi Luofeng about the danger before heading there alone. On the way, Qinyu had heard and seen a lot. He knew that half a month ago, there was a huge commotion in the Dead Soul Desert. It was suspected that a treasure had appeared. Looks like the Red Flame King did not trick me. The treasure had appeared half a month ago and there were no concrete clues. Therefore, not many people knew about it. Before this, the Dead Soul Desert was indeed a dangerous place with a high death rate. Half a month later, Qinyu arrived at the Dead Soul Desert again. The last time he went to the Dead Soul Desert, it was to rescue the disciples of the Celestial Sect. There, he met the genius of the Frost Palace, Ghost Finger Yansu, and killed Zhou Zhushan, who had the identity of the faceless evildoer. Ghost Finger Yansu, what is the mysterious power in his body? Qinyu murmured. When the mysterious heart in the Dead Soul Desert transformed, he deduced that the power he absorbed should have come from Yansu. Unfortunately, when Qinyu asked about this person, the news from the Frost Temple was that Yansu was dead. The Dead Soul Desert used to be deserted. But now, Qinyu saw many people. They were all at the Star Condensation Realm and there were many High Star Kings. Shush, the energy of heaven and earth roared and a sharp sword intent descended, causing everyone to feel a stab of pain in their hearts. In the next instant, it was as if a peerless sword had sliced through the sky and disappeared. But Qinyu clearly saw that it was not a peerless sword, but a human figure. Even Lord Xianming was alerted? Qinyu could not help but be surprised. It seemed like the Dead Soul Desert had indeed produced something extraordinary. However, Qinyu had no clue. After a brief observation, he noticed that the terrain of the Dead Soul Desert had changed somewhat. Many tunnels leading to the underground had appeared, and there were even underground buildings exposed above the surface. Let's find the Red Flame King first. There was also a contractual connection between Qinyu and the Scarlet Flame King, so he could roughly sense the Scarlet Flame King's location. Southeast, After sensing for a while, Xianxia determined the location and quickly rushed over. Xianxia sensed that the Crimson Flame King's position was rapidly moving. Could it be that the old man is being hunted? The Scarlet Flame King's character was unquestionable, and he would do anything to swindle others. In the underground world, the Crimson Flame King was flying far away, cursing from time to time, "The cultivators of the origin world are too stingy. I only stole some of your primordial stones and profound crystals, yet you chased me for more than half a month. Tu Zhixiang has also been captured by them. How am I going to explain this to Qianyu when he comes?" The Scarlet Flame King's heart was in a mess. Back then, he had taken the initiative to bring Tu Zhixiang out to train, and he had even patted his chest to guarantee her safety. No, that's not right. After all, Qianyu and I have been friends for so many years. He shouldn't go all out against me for a woman. But thinking about it carefully, his friendship with Qianyu was that of a spiritual pet and master, and Tu Zhixiang was Qianyu's senior sister. "Where are you going?" An angry shout was heard, and the pursuers appeared. A total of 4 young men and women flew over, and the leading man in a green robe shouted, "Thief, you don't even care about your female companion? As long as you hand over the primordial stones and profound crystals you stole, we will let her go. Otherwise, within 3 days, you will see her corpse. You dare?" This woman is the senior sister of the celestial sect's #1 genius, Qianyu. If you kill her, you will bear the consequences. The Scarlet Flame King said arrogantly as he ran. The #1 genius of the celestial sect, Qianyu, this identity was still a deterrent. Because of this, they didn't kill Tu Zhixiang. But they didn't believe the Scarlet Flame King's words. If anyone could be safe and sound just because they had someone backing them, then there wouldn't be so many conflicts and killings in this world. Moreover, the Scarlet Flame King was a demon, and his words couldn't be trusted. Damn it, this guy's speed is even faster than mine. The man in the green robe said angrily. He was a disciple of the Night God Hall, one of the 3 major sects of the human race, and yet his speed couldn't catch up with the Scarlet Flame King. If this went on, the Scarlet Flame King would escape again. But at this moment, whoosh, from behind, a dark red light figure flew over, emitting an extremely cold killing intent. Senior Brother Jean? The man in the green robe and the others were slightly shocked. You guys are too slow. Just catching a piece of trash, and you still haven't settled it. The person who came was a man with a pale face, red lips, and sharp teeth, looking cold and creepy. The Scarlet Flame King felt the aura of the red-lipped man, Senior Brother Jean, and his body shivered. The other party gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, and his cultivation shouldn't be 4.5 stars, but a 5-star monarch. Senior Brother Jin's body was surrounded by a black mist, and a pair of black bat wings grew on his back. He instantly surpassed the man in the green robe and the others, approaching the Scarlet Flame King. Since you guys aren't willing to hand over the item, then die. Senior Brother Jin's face was cold, and a bloodthirsty light flickered in his eyes. Swoosh, he stretched out his white slender finger, and a black light surged on it. Wait. A loud yell was heard. The Scarlet Flame King was overjoyed. Brother Chen, you're finally here. However, Senior Brother Jean didn't have the intention to stop. The black mist that gushed out from his finger turned into a 200 feet black bat, and it flew over. Boom, the black bat suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of mist and dissipating. The Scarlet Flame King let out a long sigh of relief. If it wasn't for Qianyu coming in time, he would be dead. Senior Brother Jin's slender eyes squinted. His attack was blocked? You're this person's partner? I advise you guys to hand over the storage dimension and admit your mistake. Otherwise, no one can leave. The man in green robe shouted impatiently. Qianyu lightly smiled, ignoring the man in green robe's words, and said in a calm tone, "He's my friend. Let him go, and we'll forget about this." Senior Brother Jean faintly sized up Qianyu, and found that he couldn't see through the cultivation of the person in front of him. Forget about it? Who do you think you are? The man in green robe said disdainfully, and then volunteered to make up for his mistake. Senior Brother Jean, let us take them down. Qianyu frowned. He was negotiating calmly, but the other side didn't want face. Okay. Senior Brother Jean replied. He wanted to use the man in green robe and the others to test Xianyu's strength. The man in green robe and the others immediately rushed out. They had chased after the Scarlet Flame King for half a month without any success, and now they couldn't wait to take him down. So, the four surrounded Xianyu and the Scarlet Flame King. Two of them were Star Condensation late stage, and the other two were 4-star kings. The man in green robe was a 4-star king. He thrust out a palm, and the surroundings instantly fell into darkness. A silent palm light shot towards the Scarlet Flame King. Xianyu didn't care. He lightly waved his hand, and the space moved. Pong, the man in green robe's attack passed over Xianyu and the Scarlet Flame King, and hit the rock wall behind them. His attack missed. The man in green robe was also dumbfounded. He was a 4-star king, and it was impossible for him to miss. It was obvious that this was the enemy's method, and they were deliberately humiliating him. Space Profound? Senior Brother Jean was slightly surprised. However, he didn't sense it clearly just now, so he didn't know what level Xianyu's Space Profound had reached. Attack together. Kill them first, then go back and kill their female companion. The man in green robe shouted angrily. Instantly, attacks came from all directions. The Scarlet Flame King's face turned pale. Facing this formation, even if he used all his methods, he wouldn't be able to escape. They captured Tu Zhixiang? Xianyu asked coldly. That's right, Tu Zhixiang was captured by them. The Scarlet Flame King hurriedly said. Xianyu rolled his eyes at the Scarlet Flame King. He was really pushing the blame away. Wasn't it because the Scarlet Flame King didn't protect Tu Zhixiang? Whoosh, facing the four people's attacks, Xianyu waved his hand again, and activated the Space Profound, using the Space Profound to move. The four people's attacks passed by Xianyu and the Scarlet Flame King. Damn it, where are you attacking? No, only the four people's panicked screams could be heard. The attacks they unleashed hit their companions. One of the Star Condensation late stage was directly killed by the man in green robe's ultimate move. Killing a fellow disciple was a big crime. The man in green robe was frightened, and hurriedly explained, I didn't do it on purpose. Sir, please stop. Senior Brother Jean finally spoke. Let go of the woman you captured. Xianyu said directly, with an irrefutable firmness. It was them who stole our spoils of war. Please hand over the things he took, and we can let her go. Senior Brother Jin's face was calm. In the chaotic battle just now, he had already seen that he was not Xianyu's opponent, so he began to negotiate. I'm not negotiating with you. Xianyu's eyes were cold, and his figure twisted. Swish, the next moment, he appeared directly in front of Senior Brother Jean. Senior Brother Jean was shocked. Xianyu's speed was too fast, and he couldn't react in time. His heart was beating wildly, and just as he was about to retreat, he found that Xianyu had already grabbed his neck, and said in a cold voice, let her go. Quickly let go of Senior Brother Jean. You dare to kill a disciple of the Night God Palace, you will die without a doubt. The man in green robe shouted. Noisy. Xianyu coldly rebuked, releasing a peerless pressure from his body. In an instant, Senior Brother Jean was suppressed by Xianyu to the point that he couldn't move or even breathe. As for the other Night God Hall disciples, their bodies fell to the ground with a plop, unable to get up. Stop, stop, we'll let him go. Senior Martial Brother Jean hurriedly shouted, but he's not here. Come with me. Beware of traps. Crimson Flame King reminded. Xianyu didn't pay too much attention to it. He followed Senior Brother Jean and the others to a pavilion. When Senior Brother Jean, Xianyu, and the others arrived, several figures in the hall immediately looked over. Senior Apprentice Brother Jean took action and immediately captured him. Eh? Why is there another person? The young men and women said. But suddenly, Senior Brother Jean said, Deacon Lon, fellow brothers and sisters, this person killed a disciple of our Night God Hall. Please capture him. Senior Martial Brother Jean revealed an evil smile. He wasn't a match for Xianyu, but there were still 3 disciples who had the same strength as him. Apart from that, Deacon Lan's cultivation had also reached the half-step mysterious underworld realm. What? How dare you? The expressions of many Night God Hall disciples changed, and a powerful aura surged out. Because of senior brother Jin's words, the Night God Hall disciples' aura surged forward like a tsunami. Senior brother Jin sneered in his heart. These two fellows are really bold to come here as if nothing has happened. They're simply courting death. Among the Night God Hall members, there weren't just high-star monarch prodigies, but there was also Deacon Lon, who had reached the half-step mysterious dark realm. Just as the Night God Hall disciples were about to make a move, an old man with sparse white hair looked at Qinyu in surprise. "Isn't this the celestial sex genius, Qinyu? What brings you here?" Deacon Lon recognized Qinyu. "Qinyu?" The other disciples' expressions changed. The celestial sex genius, Qinyu, was ranked first on the heaven martial roll. They had never seen him before, but they had all heard of him. This man was Qinyu. Deacon Lon wouldn't lie to them. If that was the case, then they would have been humiliating themselves by making a move just now. Being ranked first on the heaven martial roll meant that he stood at the top of the human race. Senior brother Jin didn't expect that he would bring Qinyu. He was depressed. "Why didn't you say so earlier if you were Qinyu? You captured my friend. Let her go." Qinyu faced the Night God Hall's deacon. In the celestial sect, all the deacons were below him. In fact, if Qinyu's true cultivation was revealed, it was very likely that he would be groomed as the next sect master. Then, his status in the sect would be even higher than ordinary mysterious nether realm elders. "Haha, but your friend stole something from us. If he hands it over, we'll let her go." Deacon Lon smiled and sized up this top genius of the celestial sect. The Scarlet Flame King sighed. It looked like he still had to hand it over. However, Qinyu's expression didn't change. The fortuitous encounters outside are ownerless. How can they belong to you? As the celestial sect's #1 on the heaven martial roll, how could he lower his head in front of the Night God Hall? It seems that this matter is hard to come to an agreement. Why don't we change the method? Deacon Lon wasn't angered by Qinyu's words. He seemed to have another motive. Speak. Rumor has it that you are the #1 genius of the celestial sect and was once ranked #1 on the celestial martial roll. I want to see the strength of a genius of the celestial sect. Take 3 attacks from me. If you are unharmed, I will let you go. Deacon Lon remained calm and composed as he smiled faintly. 3 moves? Qinyu did not expect Deacon Lon to propose such a solution. To him, this was too easy, even a little boring. A half-step mysterious underworld being was only slightly stronger than a 6-star monarch, Guan Hongri. In the past, he had withstood 100 of Guan Hongri's moves and came out unscathed. Withstanding 3 of Deacon Lan's moves was no big deal. The Night God Hall's disciple thought that Qinyu was afraid when he did not answer for a long time. Being ranked first in the heaven martial ranking was not that amazing. With this bet of 3 moves, the chances of him winning were not high. However, if he did not even dare to accept it, he would truly be too cowardly. Why don't we change it a bit? Qinyu suddenly suggested. Everyone looked down on Qinyu even more when they saw that he was still trying to bargain. However, what Qinyu said next made everyone dumbfounded. You can take 3 moves from me. If you come out unscathed, it'll be your win. Not long ago, he had fought Guan Hongri and withstood 100 moves. He was already a little disgusted with this kind of fighting style that only focused on defense. This time, he wanted to take the initiative. Deacon Lon, who had been calm all this time, was also startled when he heard that. He suspected that he had misheard. The other disciples were dumbfounded. They had originally thought that the chances of Qinyu taking 3 moves from Deacon Lon were extremely low. Now that the rules had changed, didn't that mean that Qinyu had no chance of winning? Could it be that Deacon Lon, who was at the half-step mysterious underworld realm, couldn't take 3 moves from Qinyu? Qinyu, this is what you said. You can't go back on your word. Senior brother Jin immediately said. I won't go back on my word, Qinyu emphasized once more. Deacon Lon glanced at senior brother Jin with dissatisfaction and a hint of warning. He didn't know what Qinyu was scheming by proposing a rule that was disadvantageous to him. Even if he took 10,000 steps back, he wouldn't feel any sense of accomplishment even if he won. Instead, he would become a laughing stock. Things had already reached this point. Deacon Lon said, young friend Shen is really courageous. Then come at me. Let me see what gives you the confidence to challenge a half-step mysterious underworld expert. The two of them walked out of the hall. Xianxia circulated his star foam physique. The 720 star acupoints on his body glowed as he gathered his origin energy in his fist and punched out. Deacon Lan didn't care about Xianxu's attack at first. With his half-step mysterious underworld cultivation, he could easily destroy Xianxu's attack. However, Xianxu's attack suddenly arrived. Silver light floated on his fist that flickered with white light. So fast, this is space profundity. Deacon Lan was slightly startled. He circulated his origin energy and waved his hand. A layer of grayish-black ripples spread. Boom, Xianxu's fist landed and collided with Deacon Lan's attack. Since Deacon Lan had attacked in a hurry, the grayish-black ripples were immediately shattered. Xianxu's cultivation was close to 7.5 stars, and his space profundity was close to the 8th level. This simple attack was already equivalent to a half-step mysterious underworld expert's attack. How is this possible? Deacon Lan's heart was in turmoil. Xianxu's performance so far had greatly surprised him. Deacon Lan's body shone with a grayish-black radiance. A wave of astral sacred energy rushed out of his body and turned into an arc of light. There was another loud explosion. The remaining power of Xianxu's first punch was shattered by the astral sacred energy. However, at almost the same time, his second punch was even faster and more powerful. It shattered Deacon Lan's astral sacred energy. What? Deacon Lan exclaimed in shock. He originally thought that it was Xianxu's all-out attack. He didn't expect Xianxu to execute another punch with similar power. Not only that, but the third punch was also quick like thunder. Xianxu's attacks were extremely fast. There was almost no gap between the three punches. Coupled with the power of space profundity, the three punches were extremely fast. Some late-stage star condensation disciples couldn't even react. They didn't even know how many moves Xianxu had made. Boom, there was an explosion in front of Deacon Lan, and black and white dust rolled. He retreated a few hundred meters, and his face turned red and white. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and blood was about to flow out. Deacon Lan kept his mouth shut to prevent blood from flowing out. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. The result was decided after 3 moves. The Night God Hall disciples were petrified. They couldn't believe this result. Wasn't Deacon Lan a half-step mysterious underworld expert? How could the strongest expert below the mysterious underworld realm lose to Xianxu? Xianxu, I wasn't ready yet. Why didn't you tell me before you attacked? Deacon Lan frowned and blamed his failure on this point in an attempt to save his face. In reality, Xianxu had activated his special physique and circulated his yuan qi before he attacked. Even the slowest person would have enough time to prepare. Deacon Lan had failed because he had underestimated Xianxu's strength. Secondly, Xianxu's attacks were too fast. The 3 punches were closely connected, and by the time Deacon Lan realized that Xianxu wasn't simple, it was already too late for him to come up with a countermeasure. Xianxu couldn't be bothered to argue and gave Deacon Lan a way out. However, I'm willing to accept my loss. Bring the person here. Deacon Lan called out. A disciple of the Night God Hall walked out with a beautiful woman in tow. Junior brother. Tu Zhixiang called out with pity and joy. The Night God Hall disciples were speechless. Was this woman really Xianxu's senior sister? They didn't know that the celestial sect had a person called Tu Zhixiang. Moreover, Tu Zhixiang's cultivation was too weak. How could she be Xianxu's senior sister? Xianxu walked to Tu Zhixiang's side and sent his yuan qi into her body, breaking through the seal of Tu Zhixiang's star sea. After a brief inspection and finding nothing wrong, he left with Tu Zhixiang. Deacon Lan. How did you? Why did you lose to that kid on purpose? A Night God Hall genius couldn't help but ask. He wanted to say how Deacon Lan lost, but he changed his words. This kid was first on the Sky Marshal list 20 years ago. He's even stronger now. I was careless and fell for his trick. Deacon Lan could only explain it this way. He could only say that Xianxu was strong, or else he was too weak. Perhaps he has already reached the 6-star king realm. Deacon Lan speculated and felt that this was very likely. This way, the celestial sect will have 2 6-star kings. Senior brother Jin's face was gloomy. With such a comparison, the night god Hall was completely defeated. Oh right, Deacon Lon, do you think Qingyu came to the Dead Soul Desert for that treasure? A night god Hall genius suddenly asked. A few days ago, there was a huge commotion in the Dead Soul Desert. It was rumored that a great treasure had appeared. Someone even said that he saw a king-grade spirit pill with his own eyes, and it was a sacred source pill. The sacred source pill was a miraculous pill that could increase a star condensation king's chances of breaking through to the mysterious dark realm by 40%. This pill was the best among the king-grade spirit pills, and its price was also the most expensive. It was several times more expensive than other peak king-grade spirit pills, and it couldn't even be compared to low-grade emperor-grade spirit pills. In the origin world, the sacred source pill was priceless. Once it appeared, it would definitely cause a massacre. The most tragic incident was when a 4-star force was heavily injured because of a sacred source pill and had no choice but to disband. Deacon Lan's face instantly turned gloomy, and his eyes turned dark. If that's the case, then he is my enemy. If I meet him again, I will not show mercy. You old fart, you got yourself into trouble, and now you want me to save you. Qingyu scolded the Scarlet Flame King. The Scarlet Flame King could only accept it. Who asked him to be weaker than Qingyu? Brother Chen, saving people is one thing, and another thing is that a great treasure has appeared in the Dead Soul Desert. The Scarlet Flame King changed the topic. What great treasure? Asked Qingyu. The sacred source pill. The Scarlet Flame King subconsciously lowered his voice. Qingyu raised his eyebrows slightly, and his heart was moved. The sacred source pill was a rare pill that could increase one's chances of breaking through to the star condensation realm. Qingyu's cultivation was at the 7-star realm, and he could break through to 7.5 stars at any time. He wasn't far from the mysterious dark realm. He was also very interested in the sacred source pill. However, the Scarlet Flame King had only heard that someone had seen the sacred source pill, and he didn't know anything else. Perhaps the sacred source pill had already been obtained by someone else. Only a few people knew that the sacred source pill had appeared in the Dead Soul Desert, and it hadn't spread. But now, many half-step mysterious underworld and even mysterious dark realm experts had rushed over. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to fight for the sacred source pill. Basically, there was no hope for the sacred source pill. Unless, of course, Qingyu was lucky enough to stumble upon a sacred source pill. Qingyu, I'm the one who told you this news. If you really obtain the treasure, you can't leave me out of it. The Scarlet Flame King stated. He also desired the sacred source pill, but he couldn't count on it in the origin world, which was filled with geniuses and experts. On the other hand, Qingyu's cultivation was unfathomable, and there might be hope for him to obtain it. Hence, the Scarlet Flame King told Qingyu about this news. If you really obtain the sacred source pill, you will naturally get your share. Qingyu didn't mind. He was rich, and any random thing he took out would be enough to satisfy the Scarlet Flame King. Alright, I'll bring you to a place since you said that. There might be some good stuff hidden there. I was chased by the Night God Hall, so I didn't have the time to explore it. The Scarlet Flame King smirked. Let's go. I'll bring you there. Junior brother, the place that the Scarlet Flame King mentioned has a certain degree of danger. You should be careful. Tu Zhixiang said to Qingyu. She had been with the Scarlet Flame King before, so she could guess the place the Scarlet Flame King mentioned. Qingyu understood the Scarlet Flame King and was used to it. It wasn't good to go back like this after such a long trip. Since the Scarlet Flame King had found something, he might as well go and take a look. He didn't have any hope of getting the sacred source pill. He didn't have any clues at the moment, and experts were gathering in the Dead Soul Desert. Once the sacred source pill appeared, there would be a bloodbath. A while later. We're almost there. The Scarlet Flame King reminded with a cautious look. It was obvious that there was indeed danger here. The group followed a dark tunnel and went deep underground. Trespassers, die. Suddenly, a deep roar came from the tunnel ahead. A human with only the upper half of his body flew over, emitting a terrifying ghostly aura. This was the resentment of human experts after they died. Coupled with special terrain or other opportunities, they would turn into ghostly corpses. However, this ghostly corpse only had a peak 3-star cultivation. Qinyu waved his hand. Qi. Qi, spatial energy fluctuated in the air, forming 2 silver spatial blades that pierced into the ghostly corpse's chest, killing it. As they went deeper, more ghostly corpses appeared, each stronger than the last. Courting death. A female ghostly corpse with a tattered body roared. A terrifying soul aura burst out from her body, turning into a giant scythe of death. It swept over as if it wanted to take away everyone's soul. 5-star king. The Scarlet Flame King's heart trembled. Luckily, he didn't go deeper. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Facing the female ghostly corpse's soul attack, Xianyu's powerful soul intent turned into a ferocious dragon and charged forward. Boom, the female ghostly corpse's soul energy was shattered by Xianyu, and she fell to the ground, dead. 5-star kings couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xianyu. This is too scary. Xianyu, if you're not confident, let's retreat. The Crimson Flame King advised. In fact, he was trying to disassociate himself from Xianyu. Once Xianyu agreed, he could not be blamed for any danger that might befall him. Let's go. Xianyu said simply. As long as they didn't encounter enemies at the mysterious Nether Realm, there wouldn't be any problems. Apart from that, Xianyu's mysterious heart could clearly sense that there was indeed a powerful energy fluctuation underground. There must be something good down there. Just as Xianyu was carefully perceiving, the mysterious heart actually produced 2 special senses at the same time. These 2 senses appeared almost simultaneously, causing Xianyu to be stunned for a moment. It took him a while to react. The first feeling came from the mysterious heart's strong desire. There was a treasure nearby that attracted the mysterious heart. The second feeling came from the blood tribe. There were vampires nearby. Xianyu was now very sensitive to the blood clan. Since the other party had appeared near him, there was an 80% chance that they were here to deal with him. He was not worried. This was the territory of the human race, and the Dead Soul Desert was filled with experts. Once they encountered the blood tribe, Xianyu just needed to announce the other party's identity, and the blood tribe wouldn't even have time to run. However, the blood tribe's reaction disappeared as soon as it appeared. This meant that the blood tribe was very far away from Xianyu. Deep underground. Compared to the other dilapidated buildings, this one was well preserved, but it was dark inside. Damn it, someone else has come. A hoarse and cold voice rang out. I've clearly activated the concealment formation. Why are there still people coming? A skinny man walked out from the darkness. His entire body was withered and emitted a faint aura of death. His dark and deep eyes seemed to lead to the abyss of hell, causing people to shudder. We will succeed soon. We cannot fail, the skinny man said. We can only send some more powerful fellows to kill these people. Xianyu, the Crimson Flame King, and Iluofeng were going deeper. Suddenly, an explosion came from the left, followed by the sound of rocks falling. Who is it? A cold voice rang out. 4 figures appeared in front of Xianyu's group. The leader was a beautiful lady with a cold expression. Her cultivation was at the half-step mysterious underworld realm. The 3 young men and women behind her had cultivations between 4-star and 5-star. Xianyu? The beautiful lady's eyes landed on Xianyu. Xianyu had become famous in the human race ever since he had ascended to the first rank of the Sky Marshal list. The beautiful lady recognized Xianyu at first glance. Xianyu was not surprised. What surprised him was that the beautiful lady seemed to have some hostility toward him. He was sure that he did not recognize the beautiful lady. He is Xianyu? The first rank of the Sky Marshal list. I heard that our Frost Temple's genius, Xianxia, encountered him in the Dead Soul Desert and never returned, the disciples beside the beautiful lady discussed in low voices. Are you guys from the Frost Temple? Xianyu had an impression of the Frost Temple, which was one of the 8 major emperor sects. Xianyu also understood the reason for the beautiful lady's hostility. However, Xianxia's death had nothing to do with him. He might have been buried alive or killed by the Heaven's Legacy race. Xianyu, tell me the truth. Did you kill Xianxia? The beautiful lady questioned. His death has nothing to do with me. Xianyu answered honestly. Back in the underground, the celestial sect's disciples had formed an alliance with Xianxia and the Frost Temple's group. "Do you know any clues?" the beautiful lady asked. "I don't know." Xianxia was not related to Xianxia, nor was he related to the beautiful lady. Furthermore, the other party's attitude made Xianxia unhappy, so he could not be bothered with this matter. "If I find out that you killed Xianxia, I will seek justice for him even if you are a disciple of the celestial sect," the beautiful woman said coldly. She did not seem to believe Xianxia's words. Just as they were talking. "Wake me up. You will all die." A low, angry voice was heard. Rumble, the ground shook as an extremely powerful emperor-level aura pressed down. This narrow space was completely controlled by the enemy, and the surroundings were filled with an indescribable pressure. "This is a mysterious dark realm emperor?" Tu Zhixiang trembled, and her body bent as if she was about to kneel on the ground. "Step back." Xianxia told Tu Zhixiang to leave for now. Unexpectedly, the Crimson Flame King also slipped away. Xianxia shot him a fierce glare, and only then did the Crimson Flame King stay. He couldn't help but curse, "Xianxia, you brat, don't tell me you're deliberately taking revenge and want this king to die here." Rumble, a huge black shadow rushed over. The opponent was wearing decaying black armor and holding a long spear. Its ferocious and violent aura shook the surroundings. Emperor-level ghost corpse. The beautiful lady frowned. Her cultivation was at the half-step mysterious dark realm. An enemy of this level was beyond her ability to deal with. However, it wasn't impossible to deal with this emperor-level ghost corpse. This ghost corpse had been at the mysterious dark realm when it was alive. After death, it definitely couldn't maintain its original strength. This ghost corpse only had about 60% of its strength when it was alive. "Genius of the celestial sect, how is your strength now? Do you have the strength to fight a half-step mysterious dark realm?" the beautiful lady asked. Xianxia had the strength to fight a half-step mysterious dark realm. Adding on the few people on their side, it was enough to deal with this ghost corpse. Xianxia was very surprised. It was too strange that the beautiful lady didn't plan on retreating in the face of such a powerful enemy. "I will try. If I succeed, we will split the spoils of war and the benefits we encounter in the future 60-40. Xianxia took the opportunity to discuss the distribution of the spoils. "Okay." The beautiful lady was dissatisfied, but she still agreed. Boom, the armored ghost corpse's attack suddenly descended, its long spear sweeping out a wave of cold and deadly spear shadows. Everything in front of it was pierced and shattered, and ghostly chi filled the air, wreaking havoc. Xianxia, the beautiful lady, and the others all retreated. However, after dodging the attack, the beautiful lady immediately launched another attack. Swoosh, a white sword beam flew out, freezing everything in its path. The sword beam instantly hit the armored ghost corpse's feet and turned them into ice. The armored ghost corpse knocked the sword away with a spear strike and circulated its power to shatter the ice on its feet. "Quick, attack!" the beautiful lady shouted. Xianxia did not panic. He circulated the white tiger sacred claw and slashed. A dazzling golden-silver light tore through the void and struck the armored ghost corpse, breaking its armor. White tiger sacred claw, space profundity, the beautiful lady was shocked when she saw this. As expected of a genius of the celestial sect, Xianxia wasn't the only one attacking. The Ice Frost Temple's disciples, including the Scarlet Flame Sovereign, were also attacking. The ghost corpse before them had 60% of the strength of a sovereign lord. However, due to its lack of intelligence, its overall combat strength was even lower. Boom! Boom, boom! Explosions rang out, and the ground collapsed. However, it didn't affect the experts present. The Ice Frost Temple's disciples were the main force in the battle. Apart from the beautiful lady, the other 3 disciples weren't weak. They also cultivated the Ice Dao, which could disrupt, slow down, and reduce agility. On the other hand, Xianxia and the Scarlet Flame Sovereign weren't doing their best. The Scarlet Flame Sovereign was an old fox, but Xianxia didn't want to expose his true cultivation. Moreover, his slacking performance amazed the Ice Frost Temple's disciples and made them admire him. Although this lad's strength can't be compared to a half-step mysterious underworld expert, he's very close. If Xianxia was still alive, he might have achieved the same. the beautiful lady thought to herself. The battle continued. The armored ghost corpse was covered in wounds and frost. He was injured, and his strength was weaker than before. Pay attention. Give him a fatal blow. The beautiful lady commanded. 9 Frost Sword. She made a sword incantation gesture, and the Xian artifact longsword turned into an extremely cold ray of light. It drew 9 rays of dazzling cold sword light around the armored ghost corpse, and the cold energy formed in that instant almost froze the armored ghost corpse completely. The last sword pierced into the armored ghost corpse's heart. Subsequently, the other people's killing moves arrived one after another. Xianxia strengthened his attack slightly, sending a dazzling and sharp slash at the armored zombie's heart. Boom, a dull sound reverberated in all directions, and the Emperor Lord Aura weakened. He should be dead, the beautiful lady said. Suddenly, the Emperor Lord Aura seemed to be reignited. I won't let you off even if I die. The armored ghost corpse roared furiously. Boundless ghostly black mist burst out of its body and turned into tens of thousands of black iron fists that smashed at everyone. The ghost corpse's survivability had exceeded the beautiful lady's expectations, and it launched a crazy counterattack before its death. It could be said that the armored ghost corpse was the most dangerous at this moment. Xianxia immediately retreated with the Scarlet Flame Sovereign. The beautiful lady and the others also retreated. However, their previous attacks had hindered the armored ghost corpse, which made it even more hostile. The counterattack before its death was targeted at them. Xianxia, my life is in your hands, Xianxia said. The Scarlet Flame Sovereign shouted. If he was hit by the armored ghost corpse's attack, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Xianxia was very calm. With his speed and defense, it was easy for him to deal with the current situation. After all, he had even fought the real mysterious underworld Emperor Lord before. Xianxia circulated space intent and created a spatial barrier. Bang bang bang, in an instant, hundreds of black iron fists with monstrous ghostly aura struck the spatial barrier. This barrier alone could weaken the attacks of the Emperor Lord rank ghost corpses by around 50%. When the enemy's attacks passed through the barrier, their power was greatly reduced. Xianxia brandished his white tiger sacred claw and destroyed everything. On the other side, the Frost Palace was the Emperor rank ghost corpse's main target. Their formation was disrupted. One of the Frost Palace disciples had one leg smashed and was sent flying. The other 2 disciples retreated in panic, not daring to take the attack head-on. Even the pretty girl didn't dare to take the Emperor rank ghost corpse's head-on alone. Pong, the pretty girl was hit by several black iron fists. Her defensive barrier shattered and she was sent flying hundreds of meters away. All of you, die for your emperor. The Emperor rank ghost corpses roared furiously and released a ghostly aura. They threw the spear in their hands at the pretty girl. Not good. The pretty girl's expression turned ugly. She hurriedly circulated ice intent and astral source sacred energy. A giant hand of ice condensed in front of her. The palm opened up like a shield with a smooth surface. Ding chi, the black spear instantly pierced through the huge ice hand. With the sound of cracks spreading, the pretty girl's defense was about to shatter. Damn it, come and help me. The pretty girl yelled. Of the 3 Frost Palace disciples, one was heavily injured while the other 2 were scared out of their wits. They only knew how to dodge. Hearing the pretty girl's voice, it was too late for them to help. Chi, the black spear pierced through the huge ice hand and stabbed into the pretty girl's body. Injuries. The pretty girl was surprised to find that her injuries weren't heavy. Only the tip of the profound artifact had stabbed her. With a bit of perception, the surrounding space was like a sticky quagmire, full of suction force. This was the power of space intent. The pretty girl didn't expect Xianxia to save her at the crucial moment. She felt complicated. Even if you save me, if I find out that you killed Xianxia, I won't let you off. Xianxia was speechless. How could this woman be so sure that he was the one who killed Xianxia? If that was the case, why would he save an enemy? Wouldn't it be better for the beautiful woman to die? Take care of yourself first. Xianxia reminded. The Emperor Lord Ghost Corpse charged at the beautiful woman. The corpse ghost corpse's resentment condensed into a nearly 10,000-meter long iron fist that smashed towards the beautiful woman. This time, Xianxia did not lend a helping hand. However, the beautiful woman didn't lose her life just like that. She was only in an extremely sorry state, receiving injuries again and again. Only when the Emperor Lord Rank Ghost Corpse's final counterattack ended and its aura gradually weakened did the beautiful woman's condition improve. In the final wave of attacks, the Emperor Lord Rank Ghost Corpse fell. As for spoils of war, only the Emperor Lord Rank Ghost Corpse's profound artifact spear was high grade, but it was slightly damaged. The beautiful woman took the spear as if it was a matter of course. "Sir, have you forgotten what we said just now? We'll split the spoils of war 60 to 40. Even if there's only one spoil of war, you won't get to take it, right?" Xianxia walked up and said. "In the battle just now, our Frost Palace put in more effort. The Emperor Lord Rank Ghost Corpse's final counterattack was also targeted at us," the beautiful woman argued. In terms of effort, the Frost Palace's people far surpassed Xianxia and the Scarlet Flame King. The rules of the spoils of war didn't state that whoever put in more effort and took more hits would get more spoils of war. Xianxia said indifferently. Took more hits? The beautiful woman's expression was extremely unnatural. However, this spoil of war can be given to you. The rest of the spoils of war will be split 70 to 30. Xianxia made a request. He wasn't too interested in the slightly damaged high-grade spear. The beautiful woman thought for a moment before agreeing. She had to get the spoils of war first. Whether or not she would encounter any more was a problem. If she didn't obtain anything, the beautiful woman would have profited greatly. However, correspondingly, the more she encountered, the more she would lose. After walking for less than 1 or 2,000 feet underground, the rich heaven and earth Xianxia rushed towards them. The group arrived outside a large rectangular building. Such dense heaven and earth Xianxia, could there be a yuan stone mine inside this building? The beautiful woman's expression was ugly, her brows furrowed. 70 to 30, don't go back on your words. Xianxia reminded. The beautiful woman really wanted to go back on her words. However, Xianxia and the Scarlet Flame King weren't weak, and she was injured. If they really fought, there would be a huge disparity in strength. There was no need to make a scene like that just for 10% of the profits. Boom, walking into the rectangular building, Xianxia smashed his fists against the wall, shattering it. The group entered the building. It was bright inside and the Xianxia was extremely dense. White mist floated, it was like a paradise. As they expected, there was indeed a large yuan stone mine here. The quality of this yuan stone mine was equivalent to the best mine that Xianxia had plundered from the Ying clan. 70 to 30, use this as the dividing line. This side is mine, the other side is yours. Xianxia measured the length of the entire yuan stone mine and drew a dividing line. The beautiful woman and the others followed the agreement and went to the other side to collect high-quality yuan stones. Xianxia, rest, leave the work of collecting yuan stones to me. The Scarlet Flame King stopped the rough work with a smile, just to get a bigger share. Dig slowly. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. After the people of the Frost Palace finished collecting, he directly stuffed the entire yuan stone mine into the inner world of his heart. Xianxia left the large rectangular building and wandered around. He found many natural treasures and collected them one by one. There should be good things in this hall. Xianxia arrived in front of a pitch-black metal hall. According to the mysterious heart, there was also a strong energy fluctuation inside. There were traces of formations around the dark metal hall, but they were all damaged. Only the building itself had a simple defensive formation. Xianxia directly broke in. After activating the defensive formation, he threw out a silver-gray void sky sacred flame, which swallowed the entire barrier. Inside the hall, it was dark, with many flickering silver light spots floating, like a starry sky. This is a profound crystal with space attribute. Xianxia could feel the power of space from the silver dots of light. In the center of these silver light spots, there was a particularly dazzling silver light, like a silver moon in the starry sky. Xianxia urged the profound meaning of space and directly took it. This is a meteorite. Xianxia looked at the dazzling silver stone in his hand, his eyes full of surprise. Meteorite was an extremely rare space attribute mineral, which could be used to forge top spatial magical weapons. In addition, high-quality meteorite could also be used to condense space attribute profound crystals. This hall should be used to condense space attribute profound crystals. However, the quality of the profound crystals would be too low. Qin Yu, whose profound meaning of space was close to the 8th level, wouldn't be able to use it. To Qin Yu, the meteorite was extremely useful. He could use it to forge a suitable spatial magical weapon, comprehend the profound meaning of space, or let the void sky sacred flame devour it to increase the quality of the connate spirit flame. Without saying a word, Qin Yu put the meteorite stone into the light silver space and the other Upanishad crystals. At that moment, a hideous ghostly claw suddenly appeared in the darkness. Its aura was hidden, and it was hard to sense it. However, one would feel a strong sense of danger just by looking at it. Clang, the hideous ghostly claw collided with the white tiger sacred claw. Terrifying energy intertwined, creating a black-white tornado that broke through the roof of the hall. Swoosh, Qin Yu retreated some distance. He hadn't held back in the exchange just now, but he hadn't gained any advantage. This meant that the enemy's strength was extraordinary and should be at least a half-step mysterious underworld being. I haven't seen you in a few decades. Your strength has grown really fast. A skinny man exuding a thick deathly aura walked over. Qin Yu was shocked when he saw who it was. Yansu? The person looked very similar to Yansu, with only some minor differences. What happened? A questioning voice came from outside as several figures barged in. It was the Scarlet Flame Monarch, the beautiful lady, and the others. The beautiful lady stared at Yansu blankly. Her eyes were misty, and she seemed to have lost her composure. Is that you? Yansu? The beautiful lady walked over to the skinny man emotionally. It seems like this guy is her old flame? The Scarlet Flame Monarch curled his lips. However, the skinny man in front of him gave him a strange feeling. Don't go over. He isn't Yansu. Qin Yu shouted. The skinny man had a mocking smile on his face. His eyes were cold as he suddenly clawed at the beautiful lady. Swoosh, 5 dark streaks of light streaked across the void. The beautiful lady sensed that something was wrong and had a look of disbelief, as though she didn't believe that Yansu would attack her. She released her astral source sacred power and formed an arc-shaped ice barrier. In the next instant, the attack landed. The arc-shaped ice barrier didn't even last for half a breath, and 5 circular holes appeared on it. The beautiful lady's body also had 5 small holes, and black blood was flowing out. Yansu, what happened to you? The beautiful lady asked, feeling lost and distressed. In terms of strength, the skinny man was stronger than the injured beautiful lady. She had been severely injured because her defense had been a little late. He isn't Yansu. He should have been possessed. Qin Yu guessed. The Frost Temple believed that Yansu was dead because his soul tablet had shattered. In that case, the person before them might have possessed Yansu and been reborn. It made sense after some thought. The Dead Soul Desert was a forbidden land, and Yansu might have been possessed when he was severely injured. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the beautiful woman also noticed that the skinny man only looked similar to Yansu. There were no other similarities. You killed Yansu. The beautiful lady's face turned cold, and her killing intent surged. Ugly women are so annoying. Die. The skinny man circulated the astral source sacred power in his body. The wound that the beautiful lady had caused suddenly emitted a stinky black mist, causing her to scream in pain. At the same time, rumble, black ghostly aura soared from the ground around her and formed a black bone claw. Looking from afar, it was as if a ghost claw that was hundreds of meters long had suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed the beautiful woman in its palm. Strong death chi, ghost chi, evil chi, and other negative energies invaded the beautiful woman's mind, causing her to lose her composure. Fear filled the air, as if she had come to a ghost realm filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Boom, the huge black bone claw clenched, and a violent, cold energy poured out from all directions. The beautiful lady instantly turned pale and vomited blood. She tried her best to resist, but it was useless. Plop, she fell to the ground, and her aura was extremely weak. In just a few moves from the skinny man, the beautiful lady at the half-step mysterious nether realm was on the verge of death. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful woman was on the verge of death. You're still not dead? The skinny man glanced at the beautiful woman and frowned. Looks like I'm too weak right now. Even if he was a mystic Dark the Arch when he was alive, he had been dead for too long and had been reborn. Recovering his original strength wasn't something that could be done in a day. Deacon Shu. A few disciples of the Frost Temple rushed over. The beautiful woman was once a genius of the Frost Temple, but after failing to reach the mystic Dark Realm, she resigned as a disciple and became a deacon of the sect. Her father was an elder with real power in the sect. Xianxia was her father's disciple, and the two of them had interacted a lot. As time passed, they developed feelings for each other. Who are you? The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with hatred. The dead don't need to know so much. The skinny man was filled with killing intent. These people had to die. He waved his claws, and the surrounding ghoul aura formed two huge black claws that attacked the beautiful woman. With the beautiful woman's current state, she definitely couldn't block it, and the three Frost Temple disciples would only be sending themselves to death. Chi! Chi! Xianxia slashed out with his claws. Gold and silver light flashed and accurately hit the two black claws. Now, he didn't continue to slack. This attack combined the White Tiger Sacred Claw with the Space Intent, and with close to 7.5 stars of Yuanli, its power was even stronger than the skinny man's attack. With an explosion, the skinny man's attack was shattered. Thank you. The beautiful woman expressed her gratitude after being saved by Xianxia again. At the same time, she realized Xianxu's true strength. She understood that Xianxia had been fishing in troubled waters and hadn't used his full strength, causing her to be injured by the Gold Arch. Tsk tisk, you've grown to this level in just a few decades. Back then, I was prepared to take over this body of yours. But some things happened, so I chose this body. The skinny man sighed. You've seen me before? Xianxu's eyes were deep. Hee, the last time you barged into this emperor's mansion and woke me up, this emperor had been observing you for a period of time. The skinny man smiled evilly. These words startled Xianxia. It turned out that back when they were underground in the Dead Soul Desert, they had been targeted by an Emperor Lord's soul source. At that time, Xianxia and the others didn't notice it at all. Moreover, from the very beginning, this old monster had his eyes on Xianxia. With your current strength, you won't be able to escape from me. The skinny man sneered as a powerful spiritual energy rippled out. In the next moment, everyone present felt some tremors. Powerful ghost corpses were approaching from all directions. Kill. Kill all intruders. These unintelligent ghost corpses were under the control of the emaciated man. As they flew over, they roared madly, their killing intent surging. There were no ghost corpses of the mystic underworld Emperor Lord level, but there were quite a few 4-star and 5-star ghost corpses. Run! The Crimson Flame King was very quick-witted. He turned around and left, while the 3 ghost corpses chased after him. Xianxia urged the power of Space Power Upanishad to create dozens of space blades. He shot them at the ghost corpses chasing after the Red Flame King. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, since Xianxia didn't hide his strength, these ghost corpses were instantly turned into beehives. Their corpses scattered on the ground. You still have time to care about others? The emaciated man suddenly roared as he waved his claw, creating a bone-chilling pitch-black storm that swept towards Xianxia. After knowing Xianxu's strength, the emaciated man didn't show any mercy. His intent could control heaven and earth. In such an environment, his strength increased to a terrifying level, and the pressure he exerted on Xianxia was also extremely strong. The environment here isn't good for me. Xianxia also realized this. It was like the mermaid race in the sea, where they could display their advantages to the fullest. However, Xianxia thought that even in such an environment, he wouldn't lose to the emaciated man. Star-Shattering Claw, Xianxia performed the third move of the Sky-Shattering Star Claw. Chaotic gold and silver streaks of light shot out and bombarded the pitch-black tornado. The two forces fiercely intertwined, creating an even greater storm. The pitch-black tornado was split apart by the gold and silver streaks of light, and its power dissipated into nothingness. The emaciated man was infuriated, and he unleashed a few more moves. He had been the Arch-Lord when he was alive, and he had reincarnated. The combat power he displayed right now was extremely shocking, far surpassing a normal half-step the Arch-Lord. Xianxia also displayed all his abilities. The vermilion bird's sacred wings and azure dragon's sacred legs were activated, and the emaciated man's attacks were neutralized one by one. The beautiful woman and the disciples of the Ice Frost Temple were stunned by this scene. Qianyu's strength was actually this strong? How could he be so strong without breaking through to the mysterious nether realm? Save us! Save us! The Frost Temple disciples screamed. At this moment, the emaciated man's ghost corpses had completely surrounded them. The three of them were heavily injured, and the beautiful woman was extremely weak, so she couldn't use much of her strength. It was only a matter of time before they died. Qianyu also wanted to save these people, but the emaciated man was holding him back. Under such circumstances, Qianyu had to focus all his attention on dealing with the emaciated man. He couldn't afford to be distracted. What's your cultivation? How many stars are you at? The emaciated man's eyes were gloomy. He had already used his full strength, but he still couldn't gain the upper hand. An ordinary half-step mysterious underworld being would definitely be suppressed by him in such an environment. 9 stars. Qianyu purposely messed up the emaciated man's thoughts. How dare you make a fool out of me? The emaciated man rebuked. 9-star kings were existences that only appeared in the legends of the immemorial era. No one dared to say for sure whether they really existed or not. Qianyu dared to say that he was a 9-star monarch? He was treating the emaciated man like a fool. The skinny man suddenly took out a dark purple bead. There was a pair of deathly pale evil eyes on it. Just looking at them would cause people to shiver. Whoosh, the emaciated man's powerful soul force surged into it, and the dark purple pearl was instantly enveloped by layers of black mist. The ghastly white eyes seemed to come to life and slowly revolved. An offensive Soul Dao mystic artifact. Qianyu revealed a fearful expression. Comparatively speaking, the Soul Dao mystic artifact was his weakness. It looked like the emaciated man wasn't just good at Soul Dao mystic artifacts. In the next moment, the dark purple pearl seemed to have transformed into a malicious spirit, its deathly pale eyes staring straight at Qianyu. Suddenly, a dark gray beam of light shot out from the pearl, striking straight at Qianyu's soul. Rumble, Qianyu's soul was fully focused on defense, but his mind was still rumbling. His soul world was turning upside down. Fortunately, his soul will was tough, and he was able to endure it. However, it didn't feel good. This kid's soul is close to the half-step mysterious underworld realm, but his soul defense is a bit more outstanding. The emaciated man was slightly shocked. The soul also had its own defense. Some were strong, while others were weak. Qianyu's soul had been strengthened by the 10,000 Dragon Crown. It was tough and solid, and its defense was outstanding. However, that's all there is to it. Compared to your cultivation, your attainments in the aspect of souls are not outstanding at all. The skinny man smiled calmly. The surrounding ghost chi gathered and turned into a pitch-black ghost claw that descended from the sky. At the same time, the purple light pillars suddenly unleashed a soul attack. Compared to before, this attack was much stronger. The situation was dangerous. Facing the skinny man alone, Qianyu had to focus all his attention. If the threat of the soul attack was added, it would be even more difficult. Qianyu did not panic. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "I wanted to play with you, but it seems I can't." He hadn't planned on using his trump cards to train himself against a half-step profound nether expert. "If you have any trump cards, just take them out," the skinny man said nonchalantly. Bloodline power suddenly surged out of Qianyu's body, and a domineering dragon might immediately spread out. His body began to turn black, and scales began to appear. Qianyu's body doubled in size, and dragon horns and a dragon tail appeared. Dragon bloodline? The skinny man was puzzled. Qianyu's bloodline power was too similar to the dragon race. He even suspected that Qianyu was a human. However, this dragon race bloodline is too low level. It doesn't increase your strength much. Is this your trump card? He had a disdainful expression. This was the first time he had seen such a boring trump card. But in the next instant, the skinny man's expression changed. Across from him, Qianyu suddenly took out a golden crown. Golden light illuminated the surroundings, and boundless dragon might spread out, intimidating all living beings. Roar, a dragon's roar came from within, and in the next instant, a pitch-black dragon shadow that was 700 to 800 feet long rushed out. "How's my trump card?" Qinyu smiled. The black dragon bloodline he had used was only at the level of a 4-star king. It was something he had collected in the Blood Sea realm, and it wasn't enough to catch the attention of a half-step profound nether expert. However, using this bloodline to summon the dragon spirit from the 10,000 dragon crown was different. Although the bloodline was low level, Qinyu's cultivation was higher. The dragon spirit he had summoned had reached the half-step profound nether realm. The black dragon spirit abruptly rushed out and opened its black hole-like mouth to devour the soul attack unleashed by the purple bead. Qinyu could only use the dragon spirit summoned by the 10,000 dragon crown to deal with a soul attack. The situation changed once more. It was still multitasking, but controlling a Xian artifact took more effort. The dragon spirit had a special soul, so Qinyu didn't need to control it. He just needed to give it an order. Under this kind of situation, the skinny man's combat power was affected, and Qinyu gradually gained the advantage. In a head-on clash, the skinny man kept retreating. On the other side, the half-step profound nether realm dragon spirit chased after the purple pearl. Boom, a scorching blood flame swept past, charring one of the skinny man's arms. "Brat, don't get cocky," the skinny man roared. "I already said that I was planning on possessing you, but I changed my target. Although your strength has improved at an astonishing rate, proving that you have great potential, this Emperor's choice back then was not wrong. This body has a powerful strength that even this Emperor is surprised by. Let me show you my trump card," the skinny man shouted. After that, the skinny man took off the rusty ring on his left index finger. That finger quickly turned black, and ancient runes appeared on it. At the same time, a forbidden aura spread. The Ice Frost Temples group was already dead. The surrounding ghost corpses trembled in fear under this aura. "Ha ha ha, tremble before this Emperor's peerless strength." The skinny man laughed arrogantly. He had made up his mind to possess Yan Su's body after seeing that mysterious power. Now, that mysterious power was in his hands. However, he didn't know that Qinyu wasn't panicking after seeing his trump card. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. The skinny man let out a long roar as a terrifying forbidden power burst out from his left index finger. The surrounding ghost corpses all submitted to this power with fear and respect. Swish, the skinny man pointed out with his finger and a destructive black light spread out with the aura of death. Everything in front of him was crushed by this power. "Die." The skinny man smiled evilly as if he could see the scene of Qinyu's body being crushed. But at this moment, thump thump, thump thump, a heartbeat suddenly echoed in his mind. For some reason, this heartbeat made him panic and fear appeared in his heart. At the same time, his pitch-black index finger also pulsed and the power within was released involuntarily, showing signs of losing control. "What's going on?" The skinny man was shocked. The power contained in this body's left index finger even shocked him in his previous life. But at this moment, his left index finger seemed to feel danger. Qinyu could only dodge the skinny man's attack. After all, this attack was too powerful. It was the skinny man's strongest trump card and had the ability to kill enemies above his level. Thump thump, thump thump. Thump thump, the mysterious heart was extremely hot and it was beating rapidly. It had an indescribable desire for the skinny man's index finger. As Qinyu dodged, he looked at the other party's index finger. It was pitch black and had fine patterns that emitted the same aura as the mysterious heart. Under the suction of the mysterious heart, a mysterious black current flowed out of the skinny man's index finger and into the mysterious heart. "Impossible!" the skinny man roared in shock. The mysterious power that even he couldn't see through and control had been extracted by Qinyu. "Die!" the skinny man pointed out with his finger again and a pitch-black light exploded. Everything in front of him was destroyed. However, the trace of power from the mysterious finger in his attack was suddenly extracted and rushed towards Qinyu's body. Without this power, the power of the finger was greatly reduced. Bang, this strike struck Qinyu, knocking him back 1,000 feet. A bloody hole the size of a finger was left on his body, and an aura of death emanated from it. Even if it was an injury caused by the profound meaning of death, the high-grade immortal body could still heal it, just a little slower. The power within the skinny man's mysterious finger was continuously absorbed by Qinyu. Moreover, the more energy he exerted on his finger, the more it was absorbed by Qinyu. "Bastard, how did you do it?" The skinny man lost control of his emotions and asked angrily. "Maybe this power likes me more." Seeing the skinny man's expression, Qinyu chuckled. The last time he absorbed the power of the mysterious finger, Qinyu had to endure all kinds of pain and torture, but this time, he didn't feel anything. Perhaps it was because the mysterious heart needed more energy in order to evolve again after its transformation. Qinyu estimated that even if he absorbed the entire finger of the scrawny man, the mysterious heart would not evolve. However, he would absorb as much as he could. Qinyu wandered around the skinny man, absorbing the power of the mysterious finger. The skinny man's body was pale and bloodless. Using the mysterious finger's power was also a burden for him. Moreover, Qinyu had absorbed a lot of the mysterious finger's power. If he was still the mystic underworld emperor lord in his previous life, he would definitely capture Qinyu alive and dig out Qinyu's secrets. But now, he was no longer a match for Qinyu, and his opponent was still absorbing the power of his biggest trump card. Damn it! The skinny man was flustered and exasperated. He put the rusty ring back on his index finger and sealed the power. The throbbing in his finger gradually disappeared, and Qinyu could no longer absorb it. Swoosh, he turned around and fled, getting away from Qinyu. Where are you going? How could Qinyu let the skinny man go so easily? Activating the profound meaning of space, it covered the skinny man's body and instantly formed a huge twisted space vortex, stirring crazily. Space strangulation. The binding and offensive power of the profound meaning of space was fully displayed. This was the strongest spatial technique that Qinyu could use besides the sky-sundering Emperor Fist. The skinny man's body was firmly sucked in. The power of the space distortion affected his body, instantly leaving dozens of bloody marks. He activated the profound meaning of death and the astral saint power in his body erupted, but it could only alleviate the space strangulation. If he wanted to escape, it would take some effort. But how could Qinyu give him the time? Qinyu clenched his white tiger sacred claw, releasing a dazzling golden white light. The surrounding spatial power fluctuated violently, constantly gathering towards the fist. Damn it, he still has such a trump card. The skinny man could see that Qinyu was about to use an emperor-level combat skill and felt a strong sense of danger. He also knew an emperor-level combat skill, but in his current situation, the power of his emperor-level combat skill was probably inferior to Qinyu's. Moreover, Qinyu's space attribute emperor-level combat skill, combined with the space strangulation divine power, was extremely terrifying. Qinyu, let me go. I know far more about the situation in the Dead Soul Desert than you do. I can bring you to Treasure Hunt. The skinny man begged for mercy and made a heavy promise. But Qinyu's expression did not change. The skinny man was the mystic underworld emperor lord when he was alive. If he gave him a chance to breathe, it would be completely thrilling. Moreover, he had already said that he was familiar with the terrain here. If the skinny man used some geographical advantage to trap Qinyu, it would be terrible. A huge fist of silver and yellow light rushed out. Boom, the space around the fist distorted violently. There seemed to be a vortex around the fist, sucking in and strangling everything. When the fist landed on the skinny man, two powerful spatial powers superimposed instantly. Tearing a space crack, erupting with destructive power. Arg, the skinny man's scream was swallowed. He defended with all his strength, but was instantly shattered by the sky-sundering Emperor Fist. In the storm. Swoosh, the skinny man's body was torn into pieces. A broken upper body, with a face full of resentment, quickly escaped with an arm. At this moment, the spatial powers in the void stirred again, forming a huge spatial vortex. Qinyu used the spatial strangulation once again. The skinny man and his arm were instantly sucked in, greatly affecting their speed. Seeing Qinyu flying over, the skinny man could only throw away his arm, break free from the spatial vortex, and escape. Qinyu, this emperor will definitely not let you off. The skinny man's venomous voice resounded. Qinyu immediately dispelled the spatial strangulation and obtained that arm. This was the skinny man's left arm, and the mysterious finger was on it. Qinyu was pleasantly surprised. Just this spoil of war alone made it worthwhile for him to come here. He chased after the skinny man, wanting to eliminate the roots of the problem. But as he said, the skinny man was too familiar with the terrain here, and it was too difficult for Xianxia to chase after him, so he quickly gave up. Continuously using the spatial strangulation and spatial type emperor rank battle skills, Xianxia's mental energy was greatly consumed, and he was mentally exhausted. He returned to the original place and walked into the huge rectangular building. I can't waste such a primordial stone mine. Xianxia rested for a while. If he insisted on chasing after the skinny man, this mine would probably be gone by the time he returned. Next, he moved the entire mine into the inner world of his heart. All the natural resources he had gathered along the way were planted in the inner world of his heart. As for the other meteorite, Xianxia hadn't thought of how to use it yet, so he temporarily stored it in the light silver crystal space. On the other side, the skinny man only had half his body and a head left. He was hiding in a dark basement, healing himself. Damn it, Xianxia, how dare you steal my power? The skinny man roared in anger and unwillingness. The reason he had possessed Xianxia back then was because of this mysterious and powerful power. Ever since he had been reborn, the skinny man had relied on his previous life's experience and environment to never suffer such a loss. In his current state, he might even die if he encountered a half-step profound nether realm cultivator. Other than that, his plan that was about to succeed was ruined. The place where Xianxia and the Frost Temple disciples had entered was a corner of the teleportation formation he had set up. The battle just now had almost destroyed that place, and the primordial stone mine had definitely been taken away by Xianxia. Once I successfully set up the teleportation formation, they will be able to teleport here directly. At that time, this land will have a new owner. Xianxia collected his spoils of war and went to meet up with the Scarlet Flame King and Tu Zhixiong. Xianxia? I thought you wouldn't be able to return. The Scarlet Flame King sighed when he saw Xianxia return. If Xianxia could return safely from such a powerful enemy, just how strong was he? The Scarlet Flame King couldn't help thinking back to when Xianxia was still in the Kunyan Realm's Demonless Academy. At that time, the Scarlet Flame King had never imagined that Xianxia would surpass his peak and grow to this level. What are your plans now? Are you going to continue exploring the Dead Soul Desert or search for the Sacred Source Pill? The Scarlet Flame King asked for Xianxia's opinion. After this adventure, he didn't dare to act rashly. If Xianxia was going to return to the Celestial Sect, he might as well return as well. I'll enter seclusion for a while. Xianxia planned to completely absorb the mysterious finger's power. If he guessed correctly, the clown of the Heaven's Legacy race had targeted Xianxia because of this finger. The Scarlet Flame King thought that Xianxia was injured, so he didn't ask any more questions. Xianxia randomly found a dilapidated building and used his space profundity to completely seal it. Then, he took out the arm and stared at the index finger on it. After losing its owner, the moment Xianxia took off the rusty ring, the mysterious heart suction force pulled the index finger away from the arm. The power within it flowed continuously into Xianxia's mysterious heart. At this moment, it was as if the mysterious heart was the owner of the index finger. It offered its power voluntarily. Thump thump. Thump thump, the mysterious heart beat rapidly and flashed with dreamy colors. It was undergoing subtle changes. After a while, the mysterious finger's power was completely absorbed by Xianxia. As he expected, the mysterious heart didn't undergo any major changes after absorbing the entire finger's power. I wonder if there are any changes to the chaotic body. Xianxia took out a few cultivation resources and started cultivating. The chaotic body could absorb energy of various attributes and use it to increase one's cultivation. It was one of the strongest cultivation physiques in the world. The energy of the 4 different cultivation resources in front of Xianxia was extracted and spread around Xianxia's body. It was quickly absorbed. The chaotic body's increase in cultivation speed has increased by 50%. Xianxia concluded. His current cultivation speed was already very shocking. It wasn't easy for him to increase it by 10%. With a sudden increase of 50%, Xianxia's overall cultivation efficiency was greatly improved. The higher the cultivation efficiency, the higher the possibility of Xianxia reaching the 9-star king realm. Next was the test of life force and physique. According to past experience, every time the mysterious heart changed, Xianxia's life force and physique would improve accordingly. To a certain extent, it saved Qinyu a lot of time and resources to cultivate his life force and physique. Originally, Xinyu's life force and physique had reached the level of an 8-star king, which was almost equivalent to the mystic underworld sovereign lord. But now, how much had it grown? Xinyu clenched his fist and punched with pure physical strength. Boom, the space barrier suddenly shattered and exploded. The ruined palace was instantly blasted away, and the violent energy rushed into the distance. Outside the palace, the Crimson Flame King and 2 Zhixiang were startled and retreated 100 zhang, their faces blank. What's going on? Why did Xinyu's seclusion grounds suddenly explode? They even suspected that an enemy had sneaked in without them knowing, but the possibility was too low. At this moment, Xinyu walked out. The defense barrier I formed with Space Profound was shattered so easily. He observed the result of this punch. Xinyu's Space Profound was close to the 8th level, and the defense barrier he formed was very impressive. Under normal circumstances, even a 7-star king wouldn't be able to break it easily. However, the punch just now had shattered it with overwhelming power. His life force level should have increased to 8.5-star king. Xinyu was pleasantly surprised. 9 stars was the limit for a star condensing king. And Xinyu's life force level had reached 8.5 stars, not far from 9-star. Once his life force level reached 9-star, it would prove that 9-star king did exist, and the possibility of Xinyu's cultivation reaching this level would be higher. Xinyu, what's going on? Why did you suddenly destroy this palace? The Crimson Flame King asked in shock. He didn't believe that Xinyu would do such a thing for no reason. I just made some progress just now, so I tried it out. It's nothing, Xinyu said calmly. Absorbing all the energy from the mysterious finger had brought him quite a lot of benefits. Although the mysterious heart hadn't evolved, with this absorption, the next evolution was much closer. When the Crimson Flame King heard this, he was extremely envious. This kid was already so powerful, and now he had improved again. Next, Xinyu planned to continue exploring this place. He still held a sliver of hope for the so-called sacred source pill. If he was lucky, he might be able to find one. However, his luck wasn't that great after that. The exploration of the underground was met with many obstacles, and the harvest was very little. The Scarlet Flame King wondered if Xinyu's character was too bad. When he was with 2 Zhixiang, he always encountered good things. In the end, Xinyu decided not to continue exploring. However, he did not intend to return to the Celestial Sect. You're not returning to Celestial Sect? The Scarlet Flame King was very surprised. Could it be that Xinyu had discovered something good and was purposely sending him away? There's an acquaintance here. I'm going to take a look, Xinyu said with a faint smile. What acquaintance? The Scarlet Flame King felt that Xinyu was hiding something and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Blood kindred, you want to come along? No, forget it. The Scarlet Flame King immediately rejected. He initially thought that Xinyu had discovered something good and wanted to keep it for himself. Hence, he purposely sent him and 2 Zhixiang away. Who knew that Xinyu would have the guts to approach the blood kindred? Although this was the human race's territory and the blood kindred wouldn't dare to act recklessly. However, this kind of dangerous and unrewarding thing was something that the Scarlet Flame King would not do. After parting, the Scarlet Flame King and 2 Zhixiang returned to the Celestial Sect. Xinyu went on his own. Just now, the mysterious heart sensed another blood kindred nearby. Hence, Xinyu decided to take a look at the situation. The blood kindred hadn't attacked him yet. Perhaps he had other motives. However, if the blood kindred didn't attack Xinyu, he could attack the blood kindred. As long as the situation allowed it, and the enemy wasn't too strong to deal with. Deep underground in the Dead Soul Desert. Among the ruins of the palace. Swoosh, a holy white light streaked across the sky and suddenly stopped somewhere. It turned into a pure white ball the size of an eyeball and emitted an incomparably dazzling radiance. It was like the sun of this gloomy world, attracting everyone's attention. Sacred Source Pill. The Sacred Source Pill has appeared. Many people exclaimed in the surroundings. Deacon Lon, why don't we just give up? There are too many experts fighting for the Sacred Source Pill. Senior Brother Jean from the Night God Halls group said hesitantly. If I break through to the mysterious dark realm, I will do my best to help you guys reach the higher king realm and accumulate more resources. Deacon Lon stared at the sacred source pill in the distance, unwilling to give up. Under normal circumstances, if a half-step mysterious dark realm expert had a sacred source pill, they would definitely reach the mysterious dark realm. Charge. Deacon Lon took the lead and led several high-star kings from the Night God Hall toward the sacred source pill. Their overall strength was extremely shocking. After all, they were one of the 3 divine sects of the human race. Scram. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind them. Heaven Earth Yuan-Chi roared as a sharp sword intent descended. Everyone from the Night God Hall felt a stabbing pain in their hearts and couldn't look at the newcomer. Swish, a straight figure flew over the heads of the Night God Hall's group like a peerless sword. 7 Sword the Archlord. Deacon Lon furrowed his brows. Numbers were useless in front of the Archlord. In terms of overall strength, the Night God Hall's group was among the best, but they didn't have any advantage against the mystic Dark the Archlord. This was also the reason why Senior Brother Jean and the others wanted to retreat. They had already sensed the auras of 3 mystic Dark the Archlords from the start. Fighting with the mystic Dark the Archlord required courage. Logically speaking, the sacred source pill was a pill for breaking through to the mysterious dark realm, so the mystic Dark the Archlord didn't need it. However, the mystic Dark the Archlord wasn't alone. For example, his juniors or the factions he belonged to were fighting for the sacred source pill. In short, the sacred source pill was so valuable that even an early-stage mysterious Dark the Archlord would be tempted. Boom. Boom. The auras of 2 the Archlords surged at the same time. The sky changed color as a raging sea of fire spread in all directions, as though it was going to incinerate the entire world. On the other side, the wind howled. Within the dark storm, a majestic figure could be vaguely seen, but the figure couldn't be seen clearly. Evil Flame the Archlord. Someone yelled. The 7th Sword the Archlord was from the Star Sword Alliance, one of the 8 the Arch sections. The Evil Flame the Archlord was a rogue cultivator of the evil path. As for the 3rd the Archlord, his identity was unknown. The 3 the Archlords were closing in on the sacred source pill. The agile sacred source pill's speed was greatly suppressed under the Archlord's will, making it difficult for it to escape. The 3 the Archlords fought for the sacred source pill. Their domineering willpower surged in all directions. The hearts of the spectators and the surroundings surged, and they were terrified by the might of this battle to the point their souls left their bodies. There were even many people who felt dizzy and were unable to hold on. This was the might of the Archlord, which directly affected the soul. Apart from that, ordinary people didn't dare to get too close to the shockwaves from the battle between the 3 the Archlords. This battle lasted for a long time. If 2 the Archlords fought, the winner would benefit. However, if it was 3 the Archlords, the situation would be more chaotic. Suddenly, the Evil Flame the Archlord teamed up with another the Archlord and attacked the 7th Sword the Archlord. This was something that no one had expected. The 7th Sword the Arch was unable to fight 1 against 2. He retreated and yelled, "Are you guys not going to help? Are you going to let these rogue cultivators of the evil path take the sacred source pill?" The rogue cultivators of the evil path had fewer considerations. They were vicious and merciless, and could do anything. Many teams from the major factions immediately helped the 7th Sword the Arch. The team from the Night God Hall was among them. This chaotic battle lasted for a long time. There were many casualties. Even the 3 the Archlords were injured. Suddenly. Rumble, the earth trembled. The ground was dyed blood red. Blood light surged into the sky and covered a radius of 50,000 zhong. This was an array. At the top of the array was a huge whirlpool. There was a heart in the center. Dong. Dong. Dong, the blood-red heart started beating. The sound echoed in all directions, covering everything. Not good, murderous heart art. It's the blood race. The 3 the Archlords were the main targets. The other life forms nearby were secondary targets. Kiki, this the Arch is taking the sacred source pill. A gray figure flew out from the crowd on the ground. He suddenly exuded the aura of the Arch and approached the sacred source pill. He snatched it and quickly left. Don't even think about it. the evil flame the Archlord roared. He was extremely enraged by the Blood Race's sudden attack. Flames exploded around him. He was like a sun, releasing intense light and flames as he tried to break through the array. 10,000 blood murderous. Heart array, explode. The gray figure's evil and excited voice sounded. The enormous array that covered a radius of 50,000 zhang shone with a strange and dazzling light, causing everyone's expression to change. Qingyu followed the mysterious heart's reaction and quickly approached the blood race. However, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly came from deep underground. He immediately dove underground. Soon, a spacious underground world appeared in front of him. The air was still filled with a terrifying energy aura. It was obvious that a battle between the archlords had happened here. The center of the ground was empty. There were broken walls and corpses everywhere. Eh? Someone familiar. Qingyu saw the Night God Hall team nearby and quickly flew over. Qingyu, what are you doing here? Senior brother Jean and the others from the Night God Hall looked at Qingyu with ugly expressions. They had suffered greatly from the battle just now. 3 disciples had died, and the rest were injured to varying degrees. Even Administrator Lan, who was at the half-step profound nether realm, had lost an arm. They were in such a miserable state, but they had run into Qingyu. Their mood was naturally even worse. What happened here? Asked Qingyu. A huge battle. Administrator Lan was unwilling to say more. Could it be the sacred source pill? Asked Qingyu. You know about the sacred source pill? Administrator Lan had not expected Qingyu to know about it. It seemed that he had come here for the sacred source pill. It was a pity that the sacred source pill had fallen into someone else's hands. Administrator Lan had no hope, and Qingyu had even less hope. The sacred source pill has already been taken by the blood race. The 3 sovereign lords chased after it to no avail. Those bastards from the blood race have it easy this time, a Night God Hall disciple said. Blood race? Qingyu was stunned. He ignored the people of the Night God Hall and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ignorant. Administrator Lan shook his head and sneered. Qingyu had indeed come for the sacred source pill, but the one who had taken it was the blood race sovereign lord. The other party was sinister and cunning. While everyone was fighting, he had used the blood produced during the battle to set up the 10,000 blood murderous array, catching the 3 sovereign lords who were injured in the battle by surprise, allowing him to escape after obtaining the sacred source pills. Although the 3 sovereign lords had chased after him, they had been injured by the explosion of the array at the end. It was unlikely that they would be able to catch up to the blood race sovereign lord. Even if they caught up, their chances of victory were slim. Even the sovereign lord was helpless, so what use was there for Qingyu to go? That brat must have gone crazy for the sacred source pill. The blood race sovereign lord has been gone for so long. It's strange that he managed to catch up. Haha, even if he coincidentally found the blood race sovereign lord, he would probably be there to offer his blood. Qingyu had originally come to find trouble with the blood tribe's enemies. Now that he knew that the blood tribe's sovereign lord had obtained the sacred source pill, he had to go and stir up trouble. In terms of strength, he had the ability to contend against the mystic underworld sovereign lord. Especially after absorbing the energy from the mysterious finger, his life force, physique, and defense had increased correspondingly. Even if he was powerless, he could still expose the other party's tracks. Following the mysterious heart's senses, Qingyu gradually approached the blood tribe sovereign lord. The other party had obtained the sacred source pill and had yet to leave the Dead Soul Desert. Whoosh, Qingyu suddenly increased his speed and charged over. He could sense the blood tribe, and the other party could also sense Qinyu's approach. Hence, there was no need for a sneak attack and he could just go over directly. Dozens of miles away. A muscular, tall, and sturdy man was flying slowly. The human race is really a bunch of fools. He mocked softly. He was the blood tribe's sovereign lord who had just snatched the sacred source pellet. After escaping for a distance, he immediately changed his identity. He had not left this place yet and planned to continue exploring. Perhaps he could find a second sacred source pellet or other treasures. Suddenly, the blood tribe's sovereign lord sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching. There are other blood tribe members here? The blood tribe's sovereign lord thought. He stood on the spot and waited for the newcomer. Snatching a sacred source pill would allow the blood tribe to create a mystic underworld sovereign lord in a short period of time. Such a good thing naturally had to be shared. Only then would he feel a sense of accomplishment. There's something wrong with this aura, the blood tribe's sovereign lord had some suspicions. In terms of bloodline, the newcomer's bloodline aura seemed to be stronger than his. Could it be that the other party's cultivation was higher than his? Maybe it's a human who was using some method to imitate the aura of the blood tribe to approach me. The blood tribe's sovereign lord became vigilant. If he sensed something amiss, he would immediately retreat. Xianxia rippled and a figure instantly appeared in his field of vision. Chen Yu. The blood tribe's sovereign lord was shocked. That's right, the newcomer was Chen Yu. Chen Yu was an important target of the blood tribe. The blood tribe had tried to capture him time and time again, but they had all failed. Logically speaking, Chen Yu should be hiding from the vampires. But now, Chen Yu was approaching him without any concealment. Why? Could it be an ambush? The blood race sovereign lord spread out his spiritual consciousness to cover the surroundings. At least within the range of his spiritual sense, there was no aura of the mystic underworld divine lord. Chen Yu, you sure have some guts to come running in front of me alone. He knew that Chen Yu had already figured out his true identity. You've got some guts to snatch sacred source pills in the human race's territory. To think that you're still not running even after your identity has been exposed by me. Chen Yu smiled faintly. The blood tribe Empyrean was astonished to see Chen Yu chatting cheerfully with him. However, the other party's words caused his expression to darken. A mere star condensation cultivator dared to say that the mysterious dark realm cultivators had guts. Why didn't they run away? Any mystic underworld sovereign lord would not be able to tolerate such speechlessness. Since you've delivered yourself to me, then I won't stand on ceremony. The blood tribe Empyrean suddenly roared. His soul intent power controlled the surroundings as the might of a sovereign lord pressed down. Capturing Chen Yu alive was several times more beneficial than obtaining a sacred source pill. Boom, blood-colored light surged in the sky and condensed into a blood-colored pillar that descended from the sky with a majestic aura. Chen Yu, obediently return to the blood race with me. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. The blood tribe Empyrean smiled. He did not use his full strength in this attack. In comparison, the reward for capturing Chen Yu alive was higher than killing Chen Yu. However, it was too easy to capture a star condensation cultivator alive. It would be a huge loss if he accidentally killed him. The blood-colored pillar in the sky descended along with the might of a sovereign lord, completely suppressing Chen Yu. Chen Yu immediately activated his celestial body and white tiger divine claw, circulating his elemental energy. You still want to resist the mystic underworld sovereign lord? The blood tribe Empyrean lord couldn't help but laugh. He admitted that Chen Yu's talent and potential were shocking. He had repeatedly made the blood race fail. However, he was a mystic underworld sovereign lord. The difference between mystic underworld and star condensation was like heaven and earth. Chen Yu was ignorant enough to challenge him. Chen Yu's white tiger sacred claw was shrouded in gold and silver radiance. His physical strength and Yuan Qi erupted as he slashed out. Boom, 5 dazzling streaks of light shot out and struck the blood-colored pillar. An explosion occurred. The power formed by metal intent and space intent extended continuously, covering the entire blood-colored pillar and disintegrating it. The blood tribe Empyrean lord's attack dissipated, even the blood tribe Empyrean lord's soul intent was slightly impacted. This proved that the power of Chen Yu's attack surpassed the blood tribe Empyrean lord's. This is impossible. The blood tribe Empyrean lord was shocked. He was worried that he would kill Chen Yu, so he did not use his full strength in that attack. Unexpectedly, Chen Yu had shattered his attack. Did he break through to the mystic underworld realm? That's impossible. He clearly used astral origin energy, not astral saint energy. The blood tribe Empyrean lord could not believe what had just happened. He attacked again. Blood light surged around him as he activated the blood intent, forming a vast sea of blood. The seawater surged and turned into 3 blood dragons. Each of them was thousands of feet long. They emitted a powerful bloody aura as they flew toward Chen Yu. In terms of strength, the blood tribe's bloodline was special. It was stronger than a normal human mystic underworld sovereign lord. It was the bane of flesh and blood beings. In other words, the Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord was stronger than the Earth Spirit Race Empyrean Lord that Xianxia had fought before. Now that the Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord was using his full strength, he had to be careful. Rumble. The red runes on Xianxu's back released a bloody light, forming a pair of blood-red vermilion bird wings. As the wings flapped, a blood flame storm spread in all directions, resisting the blood-intense invasion. The blood-glazed flame had a certain counter to Blood Dao attacks. However, the opponent was the mystic underworld sovereign lord. The blood-glazed flame's quality was not high, so its counter was limited. Soon after, Xianxia attached the blood-glazed flame to the white tiger sacred claw and slashed out. The fire profound, metal profound, and space profound fused into one attack. The tricolored crack was filled with explosive power as it dashed out of the crack. With a loud bang, the blood dragon in front of him was shattered by Xianxu's attack. Then, he started to deal with the blood dragons on both sides, his claws swinging. As a body cultivator, physical strength was a huge advantage. It was easy to use, and his fists and palms were filled with boundless power. However, in this exchange, Xianxia was still hit by the two blood dragons and suffered light injuries. His skin withered, and there was no vitality at all. With his high-grade indestructible body, it was easy for him to recover from these injuries. He recovered in a few breaths. The Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord also confirmed through this attack that Xianxia indeed had battle power close to the mysterious underworld realm. Damn it, how did this kid's strength grow so fast? How on earth did he cultivate? The mystic underworld Empyrean Lord cursed inwardly. Xianxu's cultivation speed was extraordinary. Even those top geniuses weren't that fast. I advise you to hand over the sacred source pill and run. You might still be able to live. Xianxia smiled. His main goal was still the sacred source pill. As for taking revenge on the blood race and killing this Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord, it wasn't realistic yet. Don't be arrogant. The Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord scolded. In response to Xianxu's arrogance, he couldn't help but want to take him down immediately. However, Xianxu's strength had improved at a shocking rate, and he was already close to the mysterious underworld realm. He wouldn't be easy to deal with. Most importantly, this was a human faction. If Xianxia was in danger, his whereabouts would definitely be exposed. Just his identity as a blood race was enough to attract attacks from all sides. Adding on the sacred source pill, he would become public enemy number one. How could the three mystic underworld Empyrean lords, who had been defeated by him, let alone let him go so easily, after a rational analysis? The Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord felt that he couldn't fight with Xianxia. It wasn't that he couldn't win, but that he couldn't pose a real threat to Xianxia. With a sigh, he could only swallow his anger and flee. Bastard, I will personally assassinate you after this matter is over. The Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord hated Xianxia. As he was thinking this, he suddenly sensed that Xianxia was following behind him. What made the Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord speechless was that not only was Xianxu's strength close to the mystic underworld Empyrean Lords, but his speed was also the same. At the very least, it would be difficult for him to escape from Xianxia. Don't tell me that kid's cultivation has reached the 8-star monarch level? The Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord guessed. Logically speaking, only 7-star monarchs had the ability to fight against mysterious underworld realm experts. The battle power of an 8-star monarch was almost equivalent to a mysterious underworld realm expert. But how was that possible? According to what he knew, the origin world hadn't produced an 8-star monarch for many years. Even 7-star monarchs were extremely rare, and the human race didn't seem to have any. Why is the great mystic underworld Empyrean Lord running away upon seeing me? If you have the ability, come and fight me. Xianxu's mocking voice came from behind. The Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord's expression was ugly, but he didn't reply. It wasn't easy to finish off Xianxia. This was the human race's territory, and it wasn't suitable for a long battle. What? The mystic underworld Empyrean Lord doesn't dare to accept the challenge of a star condensation realm expert? Xianxia continued to mock him. At the same time, the surrounding space surged, and dozens of spatial blades shot out, piercing through the void and descending rapidly. The Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord waved his hand, and a layer of bloody light condensed behind him. Pfft. Pfft. The spatial blades kept striking it, weakening the defensive capabilities of the bloody light barrier. At a certain moment, a spatial blade pierced through and stabbed toward the Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord. The spatial blade slashed across the Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord's arm, leaving a neat wound. The Blood Tribe's self-recovery ability was also astonishing, and the wound healed quickly. Damn it! The Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord gritted his teeth in anger. He felt extremely sullen. He clearly had the ability to defeat Xianxia, but he couldn't pose a real threat to Xianxia. He could only run away. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two figures flashed across the sky, causing the nearby space to tremble and Yuan-Chi to howl. The Blood Tribe Empyrean Lord's escape route was through sparsely populated areas. He was afraid that Xianxia would announce his identity and surround him. But there were still many explorers who noticed them, and they looked at them with respect. Another two mystic underworld Empyrean Lords appeared. Looks like the sacred source elixir is quite tempting. Mystic underworld Empyrean Lords appeared one after another. Someone sighed. That can't be right. Only the former is the mystic underworld Empyrean Lord. The aura of the latter doesn't seem like it. An elegant man in white guessed. Are you stupid? If he isn't at the mystic underworld realm, how can he chase after a mystic underworld realm expert? Someone immediately laughed. That's right. Looks like my observation was wrong. The elegant man laughed awkwardly. This kid is still unwilling to give up. The Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord was surprised. In terms of foundation, he had the advantage as the mystic underworld Sovereign Lord. As long as he was not caught, he would eventually be able to leave Xianxia behind. If he's willing to follow me, that's fine too. The Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord revealed a sinister smile. He did not attack Xianxia because he had no other choice. In fact, he could not wait to get rid of Xianxia. Once he left the human race's territory, he would no longer be restrained. At that time, if Xianxia still dared to follow him, he would use all his strength to kill him. Xianxia had also thought of this. His speed was at most on par with the Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord and did not have much of an advantage. If he left the human race's territory, it would be more troublesome. From the looks of it, the other party would not voluntarily hand over the sacred source pill. Xianxia could only force the other party to hand it over. If he failed, he would expose the other party's identity and the secret of his possession of the sacred source pill. Wang Hu, he circulated the space ultimacy with all his strength and locked onto the Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord. The surrounding space immediately distorted, forming a huge spatial vortex with the Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord at the center. It rapidly stirred, sucking in everything and shredding it to pieces. The Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord was careless and fell into the spatial strangulation. He did not expect Xianxia to be able to use such a mystique. The Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord immediately circulated the water ultimacy to envelop his body, minimizing the damage from the spatial strangulation. Then, his astral saint power erupted and he attempted to rush out. But Xianxia would not give the other party a chance. He took a deep breath and gathered power in his heart to increase his physical strength. The Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord felt the familiar bloodline aura become stronger and formed a pressure on him, making him unable to use the power of his bloodline as he wished. A mere star condensation realm could actually suppress the mystic underworld Sovereign Lord's bloodline power. As the elders expected, this lad has the key to awakening the primogenitor's bloodline in his body. Such a treasure can actually suppress my bloodline. The Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord thought. He still adopted the strategy of not fighting Xianxia. If Xianxia still followed him after leaving the human race's territory, he would definitely make Xianxia pay a heavy price. Chi-chi, the void was torn apart, and a few cracks flickering with gold, silver, and red lights shot out. The Blood Race Sovereign Lord could not dodge under the restraint of the spatial strangulation, so he could only try his best to defend. However, Xianxia's star-shattering claw easily tore through the Blood Sovereign's defenses and struck the Blood Sovereign with the assistance of spatial strangulation. 3 massive wounds appeared on his chest. Blood light surged from those wounds. Blood power Upanishad diffused and healed his wounds quickly. At most, this brat can injure the body this emperor has occupied. The Vampire Sovereign was not worried at all. Some of the vampire race's abilities and profound truths of blood could heal wounds quickly. Xianxia also noticed this. He had taken advantage of the fact that the Blood Race Sovereign Lord didn't dare to clash head-on with him and injured the other party. However, the blood race's main body inside was unharmed, so it was a wasted effort. Then I'll use my killer move. Jinyu clenched his white tiger sacred claw into a fist and released a resplendent golden-white radiance. The surrounding spatial energy fluctuated violently and condensed into his fist. A huge fist of silver and yellow light shot out, piercing through the void. Boom! Space violently distorted as spatial vortexes formed around the fist light, sucking in and strangling all matter. When this fist landed on the Blood Race Sovereign Lord, it worked together with the power of the spatial strangulation, instantly tearing a spatial crack and exploding with even greater power. This time, the Blood Race Sovereign Lord was greatly shocked. An Emperor rank battle skill, and a spatial one at that. The Blood Race Sovereign Lord was incomparably shocked. Jinyu's strength was already close to the mysterious Dark Emperor Lord, and he could even use an Emperor rank battle skill. This was not much different from the mysterious Dark Realm. With no time to think, the Blood Race Sovereign Lord hurriedly activated his bloodline power. Viscous blood appeared around his body and surged continuously, alleviating Jinyu's attack. However, the spatial energy was too tyrannical and directly tore through the Blood Race Sovereign Lord's defensive secret technique. It struck his body and tore a large wound. The Blood Heart Race's main body inside was also injured. Swoosh, the Blood Race Sovereign Lord fled in a sorry state. Damn it, I injured my main body. The Blood Race Sovereign Lord's face was gloomy. If it was only this human body that was injured, it would not affect him at all, and he would recover quickly. However, it was completely different if his main body was injured. If it was a normal fight, as the Blood Race Sovereign Lord, he would not be injured so easily. Most importantly, he could only flee and could not engage in a direct battle with Jinyu. Endure. The Blood Race Sovereign Lord kept telling himself to endure and flee with all his might. Jinyu continued to attack relentlessly. He would occasionally injure the Blood Race Sovereign Lord, but it was difficult to injure the other party's main body unless he used his trump cards or killer moves. However, using killer moves consecutively consumed too much energy. 4 hours later, the Blood Race Sovereign Lord escaped from the Dead Soul Desert. The Dead Soul Desert was near the human race's border. Within a day, I will be able to enter the Stone Race's territory. If you still follow me then, it will be the day of your death. The Blood Race Sovereign Lord desperately hoped that this day would pass. Half a day later. As expected of the Blood Race Sovereign Lord. It is too difficult to force you to hand over the sacred source pill. In that case, I can only announce the news to the public. Jinyu intentionally sighed. The Blood Race Sovereign Lord's body trembled slightly when he heard this. He had not left the human race's territory. If he allowed Jinyu to spread the news, his life would still be in danger. I cannot allow this kid to spread the news. The Blood Race Sovereign Lord gritted his teeth. What should he do so that Jinyu would not give up and spread the news? After pondering for a few breaths, the Blood Race Sovereign Lord could only think of one method. That was to let Jinyu beat him up so that Jinyu would feel some hope of victory. The Blood Race Sovereign Lord had the urge to vomit blood. He was already sullen enough that he could not fight with Jinyu head-on and could only be hunted down. Now, he had to give himself up to be beaten up. Helpless, the Blood Race Sovereign Lord slowed down slightly and allowed Jinyu to close the distance. Jinyu's lips curled up. With a wave of his hand, the vermilion bird's sacred wings sky feather strike combined with the profound truths of space. Swish swish swish, silver feathers rained down from the sky and instantly struck the Blood Race Sovereign Lord. The profound truths of space attack had extremely powerful penetrative abilities. These attacks successfully injured the Blood Race's main body. Jinyu, I admit that you have the initiative in the human race's territory. Let me go, and I will not take revenge on you in the future. The Blood Race Sovereign Lord revealed a weak expression. He was also extremely sullen in his heart. Not only did he have to give himself up to be beaten up by Jinyu, but he also had to put on an act and act helplessly so that Jinyu would feel some hope of victory. Hand over the sacred source pill, or else there's nothing to talk about. Jinyu roared. But he also understood what the Blood Race Sovereign Lord was thinking. He is purposely acting weak and letting me injure him so that I can feel that I have hope of forcing him into a desperate situation. But in reality, his situation is not that bad. The closer we get to the Stone Tribe's territory, the higher the chance of him suddenly launching a counterattack. Qinyu's mind was as clear as a mirror. Even if the blood race sovereign lord was at his peak, Qinyu did not have the confidence to force him to hand over the sacred source pill. But what if the opponent was injured? Then the chances of Qinyu succeeding would be even higher. Now was Qinyu's chance. The blood race sovereign lord had purposely allowed Qinyu to beat him up, so he would beat him up even more fiercely and injure the blood race sovereign lord even more. At that time, if he really chased him to the Stone Tribe's territory and faced the injured blood race sovereign lord, the chances of Qinyu losing would be extremely low. Rumble, explosions rang out continuously. Qinyu grabbed the opportunity and unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. The blood race sovereign lord's body was covered in injuries and blood. Even the blood heart race's main body inside had suffered many injuries. Endure, we will reach the Stone Tribe's territory soon. The blood race sovereign lord gritted his teeth. The chase continued. For hours later, he will be able to leave the human race's territory. Qinyu deduced. Next, the blood race sovereign lord might launch a counterattack at any time. I will strike first. Qinyu made up his mind. He circulated the space profound and unleashed the spatial strangulation once again. It's this move again. The blood race sovereign lord admitted that this move was not bad, but he had seen it a few times and was naturally on guard. He circulated the water profound and created a giant whirlpool that was the same as the spatial strangulation, weakening the power of the spatial strangulation and charging out with the least amount of injuries. But suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed behind him and a supreme dragon aura appeared. A golden crown with dragon patterns appeared in Qinyu's hand and he threw it out. This is a supreme grade Xian artifact? The blood race sovereign lord's eyes widened. A supreme grade Xian artifact was the highest grade of Xian artifacts. Even the mysterious Dark Emperor Lord would find it hard to have such a grade of Xian artifact. Boom, the 10,000 dragon crown flew over and turned into 1,000 pieces, bringing with it a boundless dragon aura as it pressed down. Damn it, this is his strongest trump card. At this moment, the blood race sovereign lord felt danger. Qinyu had strength close to the mysterious dark realm. If he was hit by the 10,000 dragon crown head-on, it wouldn't just be a light injury. The blood race sovereign lord stopped acting. Scarlet astral source holy power exploded and instantly escaped from the spatial strangulation, escaping from the attack range of the 10,000 dragon crown. Rumble, the 10,000 dragon crown smashed onto the ground. The blood race sovereign lord barely dodged it, but the remnant power of the attack spread and sent him flying. At the same time, dong, 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 Qinyu's mysterious heart entered a berserk state. While his speed and strength increased by several times, the blood sovereign lord could feel the aura of the same bloodline within Qinyu's body. However, his own bloodline was suppressed, and he felt a sense of reverence and submission. This feeling was like facing the devouring blood race, which had a high status in the race, or even more intense. Taking advantage of the moment when the blood race sovereign lord was distracted, Qinyu pushed out with his palm. The 10,000 dragon crown smashed forward and hit the blood race sovereign lord. Bang, the blood race sovereign lord was hit by the 10,000 dragon crown, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The physical body he had occupied was in tatters, and an arm and a leg fell off. The main body of the blood heart race was also hit, and his blood was boiling, leaving behind injuries. Qinyu's claw once again struck the blood race sovereign lord, splitting the physical body he had occupied into two, revealing a large scarlet heart. Bastard, you! The blood race sovereign lord was furious. He hadn't expected Qinyu to have hidden his strength from the start and suddenly attack with his full strength. He had been careless, and the physical body he had occupied was completely destroyed. From the start until now, the injuries he had accumulated were not just light injuries, but rather serious. Die. The blood race sovereign lord didn't run anymore. This was the border of the human race's territory, and he didn't want to endure any longer. To Qinyu, the threat of the injured blood race sovereign lord was greatly reduced. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. The blood race sovereign lord counterattacked. His blood-red heart contracted as if it was inhaling air, swallowing all the yuan qi in the surroundings and growing dozens of times larger. Whoosh, the next moment, the blood-red heart expanded, and blood dragons shot out from every part of its body. Chaotic blood dragon dance. In the blink of an eye, 9 blood dragons flew over from the opposite side, giving rise to a terrifying might as they closed in. The Blood Race Sovereign Lord had been suppressed for too long. He wanted to take down Xianxia immediately, so he used his ultimate move. The 9 blood dragons wrapped around Xianxia, completely sealing him off. Only blood could be seen in all directions. Xianxia wasn't afraid. He was in a state where his heart was erupting. Power gathered in his claws, and he kept tearing. The metal intent, fire intent, and space intent circulated at full force, and the blood-glazed flame countered the blood Tao. Sizzle! Whoosh! Xianxia tore open a hole in the encirclement of the 9 blood dragons, and the blood-glazed flame touched it. Under the control of the vermilion bird's sacred wings and the assistance of the profound meaning of fire, it burned the power of the profound meaning of blood. Break! Following which, Xianxia executed the star-shattering claw, and the 9 blood dragons shattered and dissipated. Back when he faced the Earth Spirit Sovereign Lord, it was difficult for Xianxia to take it head-on even with his heart erupting, and he was even injured. But now, with his heart erupting, he could resist the Blood Race Sovereign Lord's all-out attack. In fact, Xianxia wasn't much different from an early-stage mysterious Nether Sovereign Lord in all aspects. For example, his state of existence, the strength of his soul, and the strength of his yuan qi were getting closer and closer to the astral sacred energy. It was just that his nature was a little different from the mysterious Nether Sovereign Lord. Even if you have a secret art that increases your strength, I will kill you. The Blood Race Sovereign Lord roared. His hatred for Xianxia was so intense that he wanted Xianxia dead no matter what, or a life worse than death. So what if he had the Blood Race's secret art? So what if he had a trump card? Chaotic Blood Sky. The Blood Race Sovereign Lord roared, and the power of his soul intent merged with the world. His heart itself spurted out endless amounts of blood, dyeing the world red. It turned this place into a world of blood, a world that he ruled. Rumble, blood surged wildly. Between heaven and earth, and the void was filled with a bloody storm. At this moment, Xianxia could feel the life force in his blood flowing away rapidly. The Blood Race's attainments in the Blood Tao were simply too profound. If it were an ordinary late-stage star condensation realm or a 4-star king, staying here for a while would cause their blood to be sucked dry and they would die. Emperor Lord Mystic Nether's control of the will of heaven and earth is indeed a big problem. This was the difference in soul realms. Even though Xianxia's soul strength was close to Emperor Lord Xianming's, it was still very difficult for him to break through the opponent's willpower that controlled heaven and earth. Under the current situation, the Blood Race Sovereign had received a boundless boost in power, while Xianxia was completely suppressed. Around Xianxia, a storm of blood that could stir up heaven and earth descended. But suddenly, wisps of bloodline power were extracted from the blood storm, causing its offensive power to decrease slightly. It turned out that for this move, the Blood Race Sovereign had activated his bloodline power. But Xianxia's mysterious heart had a strong counter to the Blood Race's bloodline power, and it could be directly extracted. After the bloodline power contained in the attack was extracted, Xianxia activated the vermilion bird's sacred wings and white tiger sacred claws, shattering it one by one. What? That treasure on him that is related to the primogenitor's blood can actually extract my bloodline power? When the Blood Race Sovereign saw this, he was incomparably shocked. Then, he flew into a rage. The suppression of his bloodline would, to a certain extent, weaken his strength. This was too unfair and infuriating. The Blood Race Sovereign's hatred for Xianxia was too strong. Even if Xianxia could suppress the Blood Race's bloodline power, he still wanted to kill Xianxia. Boom. 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 In the blood-red heaven and earth, the blood tornado formed once again, encircling them from all directions. This time, the Blood Race Sovereign withdrew his bloodline power and increased his astral source saint energy. This can't go on. I have to attack the Blood Race Sovereign's body. Otherwise, with the Blood Race's self-recovery ability, the injuries I caused earlier will quickly recover. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. When he fought with the Earth Spirit Sovereign, his goal was to train himself, so it didn't matter how he fought. Now, he wanted to obtain the sacred source pill. He needed to force the Blood Race Sovereign into a desperate situation, and he needed to win. Buzz, Xianxia activated the 10,000 Dragon Crown again, smashing it into the blood tornado before charging toward the blood race sovereign. The blood race sovereign didn't retreat. He had fled for so long, and he didn't want to retreat anymore. Rumble, 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 layers of blood gushed out of the giant blood-red heart, turning into a bright red pillar of light that bombarded the 10,000 dragon crown. But in the end, the 10,000 dragon crown won. It rapidly crushed the blood pillar of light, and finally crashed into the blood race sovereign. Bang, the blood race sovereign flew backward, and some blood spurted out of the giant heart. I'm actually at a disadvantage? The blood race sovereign was shocked. Even if Xianxia used a supreme-grade weapon, how could he be at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation? There were two answers. First, the 10,000 dragon crown wasn't an ordinary supreme-grade weapon. Second, the blood race sovereign was injured, and his strength was affected. First, the blood race sovereign wasn't the owner of the weapon, so it was hard for him to detect it. The second point was subconsciously ignored by him. Buzz, the 10,000 dragon crown, moved again, chasing after the blood tribe sovereign. Xianxia quickly followed, because when the heart exploded, it could suppress the blood race's bloodline power. Brat, don't be arrogant. The blood race sovereign was furious. He had been chased by Xianxia previously, and he was extremely sullen. Now that they were fighting, Xianxia was still so strong, and he, the mystic underworld sovereign, couldn't do anything to Xianxia. Swoosh, the blood race sovereign didn't take the attack head-on, and he dodged the 10,000 dragon crown's attack. But at this moment, Xianxia's other killing move descended. A giant silver-yellow light fist distorted the void, and it descended rapidly. Boom, the sky-sundering emperor fist struck the void, forming a distorted space that gradually expanded. At this moment, Xianxia's space profound successfully broke through to the 8th level, and the sky-sundering emperor fist's power increased. The blood race sovereign wasn't able to dodge this attack, and there was a hole in his heart, as well as several wounds caused by the spatial distortion. This wasn't the end. A silver-red sword feather descended from the sky, and there was no way for him to dodge. Giant greenwood dragons appeared around the blood tribe's sovereign lord, blocking his path of retreat and entangling him. Xianxia had many tricks up his sleeves. Logically speaking, these methods couldn't threaten the blood race sovereign, and he only needed to attack head-on. But with the 10,000 dragon crown, things were different. The blood race sovereign was slightly wary of the 10,000 dragon crown. Once, he activated his bloodline power to temporarily seal the 10,000 dragon crown, but Xianxia instantly closed in, and the mysterious heart extracted his bloodline power. The secret technique's power was greatly reduced, and it lost its effect. Xianxia's mysterious heart's suppression of his bloodline made the blood race sovereign grind his teeth, and he hated Xianxia to the core. The 10,000 dragon crown, together with Xianxia, forced the blood race sovereign to dodge in all directions, and the injuries on his body piled up, and he was in a sorry state. At this moment, the injuries that the blood race sovereign suffered could be considered serious, but Xianxia also paid a price for it. His elemental energy was greatly depleted. A supreme-grade profound artifact wasn't something that could be casually used, and every time it was used, it would deplete his elemental energy violently. Apart from that, the various killing moves that he used were also rapidly depleting Xianxia's elemental energy. Comparatively speaking, the blood race sovereign, who was constantly injured, still had abundant astral saint energy. When your elemental energy is depleted, you'll be at my mercy. The blood race sovereign gnashed his teeth in anger. Although he was at a disadvantage, he didn't have any intention of escaping. He had to wash away his humiliation and kill Xianxia. A moment later. Xianxia, I'm afraid you don't have much elemental energy left, right? The blood race sovereign laughed sinisterly. He could finally kill Xianxia with his own hands. The injuries and humiliation he suffered previously were all worth it. Blood heart explosion. The blood heart race's main body, that incomparably bright red heart, suddenly started beating. Buzz buzz, a blood-colored mist condensed around Xianxia's body, and as if it was breathing, the blood-red light flickered, and it was filled with a strong sense of oppression. His mysterious heart reacted, and it extracted the bloodline energy from the surrounding blood mist. But the oppressive feeling that this flickering blood-colored mist gave him still didn't disappear. Xianxia's white tiger sacred claws attack actually passed through it, and it didn't affect it at all. The surrounding blood-colored mist gathered and turned into a heart that was 100 feet wide. It was like a death prison, and it trapped Xianxia within. At this moment, Xianxia felt as if his life was one with the blood-colored heart. Buzz, the blood-colored heart suddenly expanded, and it seemed like it was about to explode. Xianxia suddenly felt a sense of danger, and he felt as if he was about to explode. Blood heart explosion, the blood heart race's sure-kill secret technique. Even emperor lords of the same rank might die if they were hit by it. Die, your remaining elemental energy isn't enough to neutralize the blood heart explosion. The blood race sovereign laughed loudly. With my remaining elemental energy, it's indeed very difficult to neutralize the blood heart explosion. Xianxia observed his surroundings. But he still had other trump cards that could neutralize it. In the end, Xianxia didn't choose to use any trump cards. Instead, he removed the suppression on the 8th star in the star sea. Back then, before the Azure Sky Sovereign's clone disappeared, he had poured his remaining saint energy into Xianxia, and it was still sealed in the star sea by the power of the heart. At the same time, Xianxia took out a few peak-grade origin stones and rapidly absorbed the heaven-earth yuan qi within them at an astonishing speed. Hee, what's the use of replenishing your elemental energy now? The blood race sovereign laughed mockingly, mocking Xianxia's foolish actions. However, an unbelievable scene happened. An incomparably powerful elemental energy aura suddenly fluctuated from Xianxia's body. That pure elemental energy radiated a radiance that caused everything in the surroundings to pale in comparison. The elemental energy within Xianxia's fist became denser and denser, and the quantity was huge and the quality was extremely pure. A sky-rending emperor fist was unleashed, and spatial energy erupted. The blood-colored heart that trapped Xianxia suddenly exploded with a ping sound. PFFF, with the secret technique broken, the blood race sovereign's main body instantly spurted out blood, and it was as if a miserable rain of blood was falling. You're not recovering elemental energy, you're making a breakthrough in your cultivation. The blood race sovereign sensed the change in Xianxia's cultivation and was extremely shocked. Xianxia's cultivation was already at the point where he could break through to 7.5 stars at any time. Just now, he had made a breakthrough. Within the elemental energy star, pure and dazzling elemental energy was circulating endlessly, rapidly recovering the elemental energy that he had expended earlier. While he's weak, I'll take his life. Xianxia did not comprehend the breakthrough in his cultivation. He instantly activated the 10,000 Dragon Crown and smashed it towards the blood race sovereign. The blood race sovereign, who had just suffered a backlash from his secret technique being broken, was in his weakest state. Boom, the 10,000 Dragon Crown smashed over like a golden mountain. The massive blood race sovereign seemed tiny in comparison, and he was sent flying several thousand feet away. Blood spurted everywhere, and his body instantly shriveled up. His emperor-level aura was also rapidly weakening. If one were to say that the blood tribe sovereign's previous injuries were grievous, then his current injuries were compounded. His injuries could be considered extremely severe, and even his strength had been weakened. The weakened blood race sovereign looked at Xianxia, who had made a breakthrough, and felt a sense of helplessness. He had to admit that he had lost. The blood tribe sovereign lord had never imagined that he would be defeated by a star condensation cultivator. If I had been at my peak right from the start, I definitely wouldn't have lost to him. He gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. If he hadn't been chased by Xianxia and been injured, if he hadn't lost his rationality because of his hatred for Xianxia, he definitely wouldn't have lost. Swoosh, the blood tribe sovereign lord no longer had the will to fight. His huge heart shrunk as he fled. Now, he didn't hope to wash away his humiliation. He only hoped to escape. Hand over the sacred source pill, or else don't think of leaving so easily. Xianxia immediately chased after him. He had gone through so much trouble to obtain the sacred source pill. How could he let the blood tribe sovereign lord escape now? Swoosh, the wings on Xianxia's back spewed out scorching flames. His figure turned into a streak of light as he instantly fled thousands of feet away. At this moment, his space ultimacy had reached the 8th level, and his cultivation had reached 7.5 stars. In terms of speed, he already had a slight advantage. Hence, Xianxia had no reason to let the sovereign lord escape. Damn it, his speed is even faster than before. The blood tribe sovereign lord was extremely depressed. If his strategy had been to escape from the start, he would definitely have been able to escape. However, he wanted to kill Xianxia. After an intense battle, he was the one who lost. Now, he was heavily injured, and Qinyu's speed was even faster than before. Your speed is indeed fast, but in terms of foundation, you are far inferior to me. The Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord increased his astral saint energy consumption and increased his speed. He didn't compete with Qinyu in speed, but in exhaustion. In this aspect, he had a huge advantage as a mysterious nether-realm expert. As long as he could exhaust Qinyu's yuan energy again, he would be able to escape. As time passed, Qinyu's yuan energy was rapidly depleting. After all, he had only recovered a portion of his yuan energy after breaking through to 7.5 stars. Without any hesitation, he released some of the astral saint energy that was sealed in his starry sea. This was the astral saint energy that the Azure Cloud Sovereign Lord had given him before his clone disappeared. Qinyu could smoothly control it without any obstruction. He controlled the dazzling green saint energy and poured it into the elemental energy star, instantly lighting it up. The amount of energy contained within this astral source saint energy was extremely vast. After the saint energy was diluted, it was converted into astral energy by the yuan energy star. Qinyu's elemental energy recovered at an astonishing speed. Before long, 7.5 origin energy stars were instantly filled with origin energy. Whoosh, Qinyu's speed increased once again as he closed in on the Blood Emperor Lord. Qinyu roared, "Hand over the sacred source pills." At the same time, he slashed out with his white tiger sacred claw and streaks of incomparably sharp gold and silver light rays flew out. "This emperor will never give you the sacred source pill," the Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord shouted coldly. At the same time, he shifted and evaded Qinyu's attack. Qinyu had yet to break through to the mysterious nether realm, but his combat power was already so strong. Once he obtained the sacred source pill and broke through, he would be even stronger. However, the Blood Tribe's sovereign suddenly realized that something was amiss. How did Qinyu's essence energy recover for no reason? He still had excess essence energy to attack. If it wasn't for the fact that Qinyu had displayed essence energy, he would have suspected that Qinyu had already broken through to the mysterious nether realm. Is this brat's essence energy a bottomless pit? The Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord didn't dare to be careless. He could only try his best to dodge Qinyu's attacks, but he was still constantly injured. As for when he would be able to escape, he had no idea. Normally, when one was being chased by an enemy, they would seek help from their good friends. However, the Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord didn't have any good friends here, so he couldn't find anyone to seek help from. His only hope was to return to the Blood Tribe's territory. In ancient times, the Blood Tribe had been defeated by the alliance of the various major races. As the defeated race, the Blood Tribe was forced to sign all kinds of unfair contracts and was forced out of the continent's territory. This island was called the Blood God Island. The Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord's current target was the Blood God Island. The journey was long, and with his current speed, it would take at least a year to reach the Blood God Island. Qinyu didn't expect the Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord to be so stubborn and not hand over the sacred source elixir no matter what. Moreover, he was unwilling to return empty-handed after going through so much trouble. This pursuit continued. Half a month later, Qinyu's essence energy was exhausted once again, but the Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord didn't have much astral source holy energy left. However, in terms of recovery speed, Qinyu had the blood spirit body. By burning a certain amount of blood, he could increase the speed at which he absorbed heaven earth yuan qi. In terms of the speed at which he absorbed precious materials, the mysterious heart could accelerate the absorption of medicinal energy. This was something the Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord couldn't compare to. The pursuit continued. The Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord also noticed this. In terms of recovery speed, he was actually inferior to Qinyu. A sense of danger gradually surfaced in his heart. He felt that he couldn't escape Qinyu's pursuit and that Qinyu would eventually catch up to him. He couldn't believe that he, a mighty mysterious nether realm expert, had not only lost to a star condensation realm expert, but also couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The pursuit continued for another month. During this period of time, the distance between Qinyu and the Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord was shortened several times. The Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord was injured by Qinyu time and time again. His injuries were getting more and more serious, and the chances of him escaping were slim. On this day, the Blood Tribe Sovereign Lord stopped. That huge heart was filled with sharp scars and burn marks. Qinyu, I admit defeat. If you let me go, I'll give you the sacred source elixir. The Blood Tribe's sovereign lord's tone was low. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Qinyu snorted coldly. He had spent a lot of energy and resources on this pursuit. Give me the sacred source elixir and I'll let you go. Qinyu said. I don't trust you. Let me leave first. The Blood Tribe's sovereign lord was only willing to hand over the sacred source elixir after he was 6,000 feet away from Qinyu. Swish, a pure white elixir flew out from the giant heart. It emitted a dazzling radiance that caused everything in the world to lose its color. It was the sacred source elixir. After handing over the sacred source elixir, the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord immediately fled, and the sacred source elixir also wanted to escape. Qinyu immediately circulated his space-profound energy and locked onto the sacred source elixir. The sacred source elixir slowly flew into Qinyu's hand and was placed into the pale silver crystal space. Next, Qinyu immediately flew out and chased after the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord. A distance of 6,000 feet was nothing. The mysterious heart was locked onto the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord, and he could not escape his detection range. Qinyu, what are you doing? You've already obtained the sacred source elixir, why are you still chasing after me? The Blood Tribe's sovereign lord roared in anger, causing the surrounding void to tremble and the seawater below to surge. I said that I'll let you go, and I did. But I didn't say that I wouldn't chase after you. Qinyu smiled. In the beginning, Qinyu's goal was only to take back the sacred source elixir. However, he had spent too much time and energy on this pursuit, and the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord was already extremely weak. Wouldn't it be better if he could eliminate him? The Blood Tribe's sovereign lord was so angry that he vomited blood. Qinyu, don't underestimate the mystic underworld sovereign lord. Even if I'm not your match, it'll be hard for me to leave you behind. But it's impossible for you to kill me. The Blood Tribe's sovereign lord roared in anger. His hatred and killing intent surged. Let me try. Who knows? Qinyu smiled. His goal now was to eliminate the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord. It would be best if he could kill him, but it wouldn't be a loss if he couldn't. Half a month later. The Blood Tribe's sovereign lord did not have much astral saint energy left. He stopped running and faced Qinyu. He looked as if he was facing death calmly and shouted, Qinyu, if you want to live, then stop here. If you want to kill me, then be prepared to die. The Blood Tribe's sovereign lord's aura surged at this moment, and the power of his soul will shook heaven and earth. The sky turned dark, and blood surged. At this moment, the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord seemed to have returned to his peak. At this moment, even the mystic underworld sovereign lord would be extremely cautious when facing the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord. But Qinyu did not even reply. He took out the 10,000 dragon crown, and turned it into a golden mountain that was thousands of feet tall. Accompanied by boundless dragon might, it fell from the sky. The Blood Tribe's sovereign lord's face was stern and resolute. He did not expect Qinyu to not retreat at all. At this moment, he could only fight, at most, he would perish together. The Blood Tribe's sovereign lord flew out, ignoring the 10,000 dragon crown. 32 blood dragons surged out of the giant heart, roaring crazily and tyrannically. Qinyu had made up his mind to kill. He could also sense that this was the most dangerous moment in the battle with the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord. He no longer held back. Dong. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, the mysterious heart entered an explosive state. At the same time, an icy blue mermaid bloodline surged out from the heart and flowed into Qinyu's body. This mermaid bloodline came from a mermaid sovereign lord that the royal blue sky sovereign lord had killed in the disordered ocean plains. In an instant, the pressure of the sovereign bloodline spread out in all directions. Blue crystal scales appeared all over Qinyu's body. While he felt his physical strength increase, he also felt a strong sense of intimacy with water. In the boundless sea below, a shocking tsunami was formed and a storm was raging. Behind Qinyu, a giant mermaid sovereign lord was vaguely formed. Boom, a claw slashed out. At this moment, Qinyu's physical strength was extremely strong. The dazzling claw light shocked the heavens and earth as it met the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord's attack head-on. Rumble, the dazzling golden light mark clashed with the tyrannical blood dragon, creating a destructive wave that swept out for thousands of feet. This was not the end. Qinyu and the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord's attacks continued. Explosions rang out continuously and the destructive wave continued to expand, turning the entire sea upside down. Qinyu and the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord, both of them withstood a shocking amount of damage, neither of them giving way. The Blood Tribe's sovereign lord even had the thought of perishing together and wanted to kill Qinyu as well. However, Qinyu had activated his mermaid bloodline. His body was covered in a layer of blue water, reducing the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord's attack power. His advanced immortal body was not to be trifled with. As for the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord, his bloodline was stronger than the mermaid race. However, it was a pity that it was suppressed by Qinyu and could not unleash its full power. A moment later, the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord's astral source saint energy was exhausted. No, his face was filled with despair and unwillingness. His final all-out counterattack had not been able to kill Qinyu. At this moment, Qinyu's attack descended. Sharp and dazzling claw marks instantly descended, hitting all of them. Chi. The giant blood-red heart was sliced into dozens of pieces of meat and fell to the ground. Qinyu floated in midair, his mysterious heart beating rapidly as he devoured the Blood Tribe's sovereign lord's bloodline power. Even after killing the Blood Race sovereign lord, Qinyu's emotions had not calmed down. Killing a sovereign lord. This was an impossible feat for a star condensation realm expert. Even if this news spread, no one would believe it and would only treat it as a joke. But Qinyu had done it. The process was also very difficult. From using the geographical advantage to injure the Blood Race sovereign lord, to winning by breaking through in his cultivation, to finally killing a Blood Race sovereign lord after months of pursuit. There were many factors involved, and if he was not careful, he would not have succeeded. The Blood Race sovereign lord's bloodline power was absorbed by Qinyu and merged into the mysterious heart. This was different from other bloodlines. For example, the mermaid sovereign lord's bloodline. Qinyu used it to increase his battle power. Next, Qinyu found the Blood Race sovereign lord's interspatial dimension. A sovereign lord's interspatial dimension would definitely have rich spoils of war. As his consciousness entered, Qinyu peeked inside. The first thing that entered his eyes were not primeval stones and resources, but a dozen figures of various sizes. There were humans, beasts, and oceanic races. These creatures were all dead, but their bodies were perfectly preserved through special means. Clearly, this was a container that the Blood Race sovereign lord prepared for himself, and he could change it at any time. Next, Qinyu found the Blood Race sovereign lord's primeval stone treasury. Although he was a sovereign lord, the Blood Race sovereign lord did not have many primeval stones stored, only around 60,000 extreme-grade primeval stones. There were not many primeval stones, but there were many other things. For example, cultivation resources, which were all at the mystic dark sovereign lord level. Qinyu could use almost all of them. Among them, there were a few extremely precious blood path resources. For example, blood net fruit, blood jade saint lotus. The blood net fruit was dark red and flashed with a metallic luster. It could increase the vitality of a mystic dark realm expert and strengthen the physique. For Qinyu, the effect would be even better. Blood jade saint lotus was a strangely shaped blood red flower that emitted a strange fragrance that could make one's blood boil. Such a precious blood path resource targeted the soul and could increase one's comprehension of the blood intent. To the vampires, the latter was even more valuable than the blood net fruit. Qinyu didn't care too much about it. These were all natural treasures that were useful to sovereign lords, so they were naturally very useful to him. Other than cultivation resources, there were also many profound weapons of different types and grades. They were probably the spoils of war obtained by the blood-kindred sovereign lord. Among them, there were 2 high-grade profound artifacts, but Qinyu was not interested in them. Apart from that, there were also many miscellaneous items. There were records of other forces' core cultivation techniques and confidential information. Finally, Qinyu found a map. After chasing the Blood Race sovereign for so long, Qinyu had no idea where he had run off to. Jade Waters, Shark-Tooth Clan's territory. Through the map, Qinyu determined his current location. At this moment, Qinyu sensed a living being approaching and quickly left. After a while, 3 oceanic race beings arrived. The leader was a muscular, dark-skinned, ferocious-looking oceanic race being. His cultivation was mid-stage star condensation. He observed the raging waves around him and said, "A battle at the mysterious nether realm happened here." As soon as he said that, his two companions turned pale with fright. "Leader, don't scare me. Mysterious nether realm? Have they left?" The two of them asked in panic. The shockwaves of a battle between mysterious nether realms were enough to kill them. "They should have left," the leader said. The other two heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of the mysterious nether realm, such a huge commotion could be felt from dozens of miles away. "The battle is over and they have left. There is still an emperor's aura here. Don't let clansmen below the late-stage Void Sea realm come here," the two sighed. The leader carefully sensed the surrounding environment and said with a grave expression, "The mysterious nether realm that left should only be one of them. The other has died. This mysterious nether sovereign lord should be a blood race." "What? The blood race sovereign lord is dead?" The two companions were shocked again. They didn't expect that this battle between sovereigns would end with one side dying, and the one who died was a blood race. "It's good that he died. The blood race is getting bolder and bolder. They're starting to infiltrate." However, which oceanic race sovereign lord killed him? This was the territory of the oceanic race. Only the oceanic race could kill a blood race sovereign lord. "Immediately return and report this," the leader said. In reality, he had another discovery that he didn't say. There was a large amount of yuan energy left in the sovereign lord battlefield. He felt like his brain wasn't enough to process it. Could it be that the one fighting the sovereign lord was a star condensation realm? Could it be that a star condensation realm killed a mysterious nether realm? Even if he had such a crazy idea, he wouldn't say it. He wouldn't be laughed at. Thousands of feet away, Xianxia heard the entire conversation of the oceanic race members. "We can't stay here for long. The human race didn't have a good relationship with most of the oceanic race. If the hostile oceanic race found out that a peerless prodigy of the human race had appeared in the sea region, they would definitely find a way to get rid of him. Should we go back or?" Xianxia fell into deep thought. On the map he had just obtained, Xianxia saw a blood-red label, Blood God Island. This was the main camp of the blood race in the origin world. It was where the blood race gathered. At that moment, Xianxia even had the urge to rush to Blood God Island and start a massacre to take revenge. In the end, he held back. This idea wasn't realistic. Although he had killed the blood race's mysterious nether sovereign lord, there was more than one sovereign lord in the main camp of the blood race. In the past, the blood race was the overlord of the world. Even though they had declined to the point where they were curled up on an island, they couldn't be underestimated. Logically speaking, Xianxia was already close to the main camp of the blood race. He should return as soon as possible. However, his mysterious heart sensed something and beat faster, sending out some kind of desire. Xianxia could roughly guess that the mysterious heart was yearning for something on Blood God Island. Despite being separated by such a long distance, the mysterious heart was actually reacting. This fact surprised Xianxia. What exactly was hidden on Blood God Island? How could the mysterious heart sense something from such a long distance? The blood race is indeed related to my mysterious heart, Xianxia thought to himself. For some reason, he didn't want to return to the human race's territory immediately. What was the relationship between the blood race and the mysterious heart? If he knew this, he might know why the blood race wanted to capture him and unlock the secret of the mysterious heart. Furthermore, the key to the mysterious heart's next transformation might be on Blood God Island. Every time the heart transformed, it would give Xianxia a huge surprise. Xianxia's appearance started to change, and he imitated the characteristics of the sea race that he had seen earlier. Whoosh, he disguised himself as a member of the sea race and moved forward on the vast ocean. Blood God Island, this island was completely red, and it was shrouded in blood mist. The seawater was also red, as if it was flowing blood. This was the main camp of the blood race in the origin world. In the underground palace in the center of the island, there was a pool of black and red water. It was lifeless and lifeless. On this day, this pool of black and red water rippled. Blood-red light spread out, penetrated the rock layers, and shone on the sky. But the next moment, the black and red water returned to normal. At this moment, several figures appeared around the pool. They were all members of the Devouring Blood clan. What's going on? The ancestors' blood is reacting. Could it be that the blood race in the human race's territory has already captured Xianxia? One of the higher-ups guessed. The other members of the Devouring Blood clan's breathing quickened. This was related to the revival of the blood race. Wait patiently. If that's the case, we'll have news soon. However, a few months later, the higher-ups of Blood God Island received the news that the blood race's sovereign had died in the Jade Waters. Half a year later, Xianxia arrived at a small island. This island was called Pearl Island. Other than the sea race, there were other races on it. People came and went, and it was a small trading center in the endless ocean. Except for the sea race, most races didn't like to stay in the sea. The sea was wider than the land. There were many races, and there were conflicts between them. There were many races that were on good terms with the sea race. Most of the races that traveled in the sea race's territory lived on the islands. As a result, the trading situation on some islands was even more prosperous than the trading markets in the sea. My lord, what do you need here? Pearl Island's environment is complicated. I can help you. I can guarantee that my lord can get big benefits at a small price. A respectful voice came from the side. Xianxia paused and looked at the yellow-skinned sea race youth in front of him. He had a flattering smile, and his cultivation was at the middle stage of the empty sea realm. This kind of special guide service was usually only for experts with power and strength, or outsiders who came for the first time. The success rate was very high, and they could get generous rewards. The yellow-skinned youth had targeted Xianxia because he was disguised as the Shark-Tooth clan, a super clan that deterred the nearby sea. The actual ruler of Pearl Island was the Shark-Tooth clan. Even if the yellow-skinned youth couldn't get a reward, he could get along better in this area if he could curry favor with Xianxia. Well, you can follow me. Xianxia was indeed unfamiliar with this place and needed someone to lead the way. Under the guidance of the yellow-skinned youth, Xianxia first came to the most luxurious residence on Pearl Island, Immortal Visitor House, and rented a small cave residence with an excellent environment. Send this batch of profound weapons to the auction house. The higher the final price, the more rewards you will get. Xianxia ordered. He had a lot of profound weapons in his hands. In addition to the blood race sovereign lord he had just killed a few days ago, Xianxia had also killed many enemies before and had been accumulating 10 mid-grade profound weapons. The yellow-skinned youth swallowed his saliva and stared at the 10 mid-grade profound weapons in front of him, unable to take his eyes off them. What are you waiting for? Xianxia shouted coldly. Yes, I will do it immediately. The yellow-skinned youth was extremely excited. This time, he had really met a rich man. Not only was his identity noble, but his family was also so rich. 10 mid-grade profound weapons, no, just one mid-grade profound weapon was enough for him to eat for the rest of his life. The 10 mid-grade profound weapons were only a part of Xianxia's wealth. In order to not attract attention, he planned to auction them in batches and leave these matters to the yellow-skinned youth. As for himself, he had other things to do. According to the map, Pearl Island was very close to Blood God Island. According to the information that Xianxia had received, the blood race had already infiltrated Pearl Island, attempting to swallow this island and gradually develop. He now had two plans. The first plan was to take revenge on the blood race by secretly killing them and plundering some of the spoils of war. The second plan was to come into contact with the blood race and dig out the secrets between them and the mysterious heart. He might even get what the mysterious heart desired and let it evolve. Unknowingly, Xianxia was more inclined to the slightly dangerous second plan. Perhaps the harvest was greater. Xianxia was in seclusion in the cave abode. His cultivation had just broken through to 7.5 stars, and his foundation was very stable. He just needed to consolidate it a little. When the Azure Sky Thearch's clone used the remaining Astral Saint energy to increase Xianxia's cultivation, he had already considered this point and minimized the impact. Xianxia didn't directly absorb all the Astral Saint energy. Instead, he suppressed his cultivation for a period of time. Once there were no problems, Xianxia started to condense the 8th star and increase his cultivation. Now that he had reached this step, every subsequent step of improvement was extremely difficult and slow. Xianxia didn't have any tricks. He just used his shocking cultivation speed and abundant cultivation resources to charge forward. His cultivation talent was considered top-notch even in the origin world. After all, the chaotic body was one of the strongest cultivation constitutions. In addition, his spirit body was a blood spirit body, which was equivalent to a supreme-grade spirit body. In addition, he had the heavenly quiet feather, a cultivation treasure, to help him. As for resources, the resources in Xianxu's interspatial dimension and those planted in the world inside his heart could be considered a mountain. Most early-stage mysterious nether realm cultivators probably didn't have as many resources as Xianxia. As time passed, Xianxu's cultivation slowly improved, but his resources were quickly consumed. 10 days later, the yellow-skinned youth came in high spirits and said respectfully, "My lord, the matter you asked me to do has been completed." He handed over the primal stones he had obtained from the auction. Xianxia checked. 10 mid-grade profound artifacts were worth about 4 to 5 million high-grade primal stones. Letting the auction house sell them was usually more profitable. "This is your reward." Xianxia took out 100,000 high-grade primal stones. This amount of primal stones was already a shocking amount for an ordinary mid-stage Void Sea Realm cultivator. It was equivalent to decades of his earnings. He was pleasantly surprised by Xianxu's generosity. With this amount of primal stones, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources. With a good foundation, he might even have a chance of reaching the star condensation realm in the future. "Thank you, my lord. Please let me know if you have any other instructions." The yellow-skinned youth took the primal stones. "I still have 10 mid-grade profound level weapons here. Bring them to the auction." Xianxia took out another 10 mid-grade items, scaring the yellow-skinned youth silly. Just who is this lord of the Shark-Tooth clan? To be able to take out so many middle-grade profound weapons. The yellow-skinned youth left excitedly. Under normal circumstances, even an ordinary intermediate-stage celestial condensation cultivator would not be able to take out 10 middle-grade profound artifacts at once, not to mention that Xianxia had already taken out 20 of them. While living here, Xianxia spent most of his time cultivating. He would only occasionally go out to gather information. He could sense that there were vampires hiding everywhere on Pearl Island. Xianxia had been noticed by the blood breeds when he came here, but probably no one would have thought that Xianxia, who was wanted by the blood breeds, would come here. The blood breeds would only think that Xianxia was also a hidden member of the blood breeds. Xianxia had already decided to carry out the two plans he had thought of at the same time. Taking revenge on the blood breeds and coming into contact with the blood breeds to dig out the secret of the heart would not conflict. Xianxu's main purpose was to come into contact with the blood breeds, obtain the thing that the mysterious heart desired, and transform it. The sooner the mysterious heart transformed, the better it would be for Xianxia. Then I must enter the Blood God Island. The Blood God Island was the territory of the blood breeds. Once an ordinary person approached, he would be detected by the blood breeds, not to mention entering the Blood God Island. This was a big problem. On this day, the yellow-skinned youth who helped Xianxia auction off the middle-grade profound level weapons came again. "Lord." The yellow-skinned youth's face was full of panic, stammering, unable to speak. "You guys, come out." Xianxia ignored the yellow-skinned youth and sat calmly on the chair. "Your strength is not bad, to be able to detect our presence." In the shade of the tree outside the cave, a dark fluctuation appeared, and 3 figures of the sea race emerged and walked into Xianxu's residence. "You guys lurking outside my cave, what is your purpose?" Xianxia asked. On the surface, these 3 people were of the sea race, but in fact, they were blood breeds. The strongest among them was a silver-skinned, slender middle-aged man of the sea race, whose cultivation was at the peak of the star condensation middle stage. "I just want to see who this lord of the Shark-Tooth clan is. He actually has so many middle-grade profound level weapons." The middle-aged man of the sea race said with a faint smile. "You betrayed me?" Xianxu's gaze suddenly fell on the yellow-skinned youth. Plop, an astonishing aura instantly descended, and the yellow-skinned youth directly fell to the ground, feeling the crisis of life and death. No, Lord, they stole your primordial stones and forced me to bring them here. The yellow-skinned youth immediately asked for help. He had consecutively auctioned 20 middle-grade profound-level weapons, attracting the attention of some people. In addition, his cultivation was only at the Void Sea middle stage, so he was targeted. Oh? So, it was you who stole my primordial stones? And you even came to me? Xianyu's gaze shifted to the 3C race, cold and sharp. For some reason, the 3C race suddenly felt uneasy. Even the middle-aged leader of the C race looked solemn. He carefully observed Xianyu, but could not see the depth of this person in front of him. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't expect to accidentally steal the things of a kindred spirit. The middle-aged man of the C race said in a deep voice, emphasizing the words kindred spirit. The three of them felt the aura of the blood race from Xianyu. This was something they did not expect. The target of their extortion and robbery was actually of the same race. We are all kindred spirits. What way do you have to make a fortune? Introduce us. Another C race member said. The fact that Xianyu was able to get his hands on so many mid-grade profound artifacts meant that he must have some special connections. They also wanted to join in on the fun. Who is kindred spirit with you? Hand over your primordial stones, or don't blame me for being rude. Xianyu shouted. He did not have a good impression of the blood race. The other party stole his primordial stones and took the initiative to come to him. How could he pretend that this matter did not happen? You can leave now. Tell this matter to the Pearl Island law enforcement team. Tell them that the blood race robbed Pearl Island and wanted to kill the sea race. Xianyu said to the yellow-skinned youth. Blood race? The yellow-skinned youth instantly turned pale. His eyes were full of fear as he looked at the 3C race members. Without saying a word, he immediately ran out. The 3C race members were startled and looked at Xianyu with a strange look. They clearly felt the aura of the same bloodline in Xianyu's body, proving that he was a blood race. But Xianyu's words made them puzzled. What do you mean? Announce our identities on Pearl Island? In this way, you will also be exposed. The C race middle-aged man suddenly shouted. He really did not understand why Xianyu would do this. Could it be that this blood race in front of him had a grudge against him? No, my identity will not be exposed. Xianyu smiled faintly. On the surface, he was a member of the C race but had the aura of the blood race, but his true identity was that of a human. Could it be that you betrayed the blood race and joined the shark-tooth race? The C race middle-aged man's face sank. Otherwise, why would Xianyu do such a thing without worrying about his identity being exposed? That's right. Xianyu thought for a moment and admitted frankly. The next moment, he suddenly attacked. The surrounding space rippled like a quagmire, moist and sticky. What are you doing? Damn it, he really joined the shark-tooth race. The several C race members were panic-stricken. They immediately mobilized their origin energy in an attempt to break free but found it extremely difficult. Origin energy of various colors bloomed, causing the space to fluctuate violently. Only with the three of them working together did the binding force begin to weaken. However, Xianyu's move had already intimidated them. At this moment, even if they broke free from the spatial bindings, they did not dare to make an enemy out of Xianyu and turn to flee. If they reported this matter to the higher-ups, Xianyu would die without a doubt. They would also receive generous rewards. None of you can leave. Xianyu smiled leisurely and pointed with a finger. A dazzling golden beam of light shot out like an invincible sword. An oceanic race member's chest was pierced through, and even the blood race body hidden within was killed. He fell to the ground and died. Run! The middle-aged oceanic race member and the other person were so scared that their hair stood on end. Xianyu's methods were too powerful. He had killed a peak early-stage star condensation king with a single finger. Xianyu stretched out his finger again, and another attack descended, killing another person. There had been 3 people when they came, but now only the middle-aged oceanic race member was left. He escaped from Xianyu's cave without looking back. Xianyu did not give chase. He had deliberately let a fish slip through the net. Otherwise, these 3 people would not have been able to break free from the spatial bindings and would have been killed long ago. The reason why he did this was to make the situation more chaotic, making it easier for him to act. Just as the middle-aged Oceanic race member escaped, a law enforcement team rushed in. The team had a total of 6 people, led by a Shark-Tooth clan member with late-stage star condensation cultivation. Where is the blood race? The team leader's majestic gaze swept across the scene and found 2 corpses on the ground. They are the blood race. One of them escaped, Xianxia said. At this moment, he was pretending to be weak and injured. With his cultivation, hiding from a late-stage star condensation cultivator was a piece of cake. A member of the law enforcement team came out to check the corpses. Reporting to the captain, it is indeed the blood race. When they heard that the blood race was causing trouble, the captain of the law enforcement team was nearby. Therefore, he personally rushed over. You killed the blood race? The captain asked with a smile. The 2 dead blood race members were star condensation kings, and one of them was a mid-stage star condensation cultivator. Xianxia had fought 3 star condensation realm experts, killed 2, and forced 1 to flee. His strength was probably very high. Coupled with the fact that the other party was also from the Shark-Tooth clan, the captain was very polite. That's right. It's a pity that one escaped. The blood race is cunning. Once he escapes, it won't be easy to catch him again. The captain sighed. The yellow-skinned youth froze in place. From the time he sent the message to the time the captain arrived, it took less than 10 breaths of time, yet 2 of the enemies had died and 1 had escaped. The blood race is really arrogant. Recently, many oceanic clans have fallen under their hands. I didn't expect that they would dare to openly kill people and rob their wealth on Pearl Island. Brother Chen, rest assured. We will handle this matter well. The captain left in a hurry. On the other side, the middle-aged Oceanic race member who had escaped had returned to the secret stronghold of the blood race on Pearl Island. Reporting to Lord Deacon, there is a traitor in my clan. This lowly one almost died in his hands, but my 2 good friends died on the spot. The middle-aged Oceanic race member reported the matter. In the blood pool above, a blood race member was bathed in blood. The blood race does not allow traitors. Immediately send someone to keep an eye on this person. If there's a chance, kill him. The blood race member opened his scarlet eyes and released his killing intent. Inside the bloodling's secret stronghold. Send a few experts to keep an eye on him. Once there's a chance, immediately eliminate him. This is also a warning to our clansmen about the consequences of betraying the bloodlings. How about Spirit Crow King? Spirit Crow King? Is there a need for him to do it himself? This is making a mountain out of a molehill. The higher-ups discussed. Spirit Crow King was a peak star condensation late-stage king of Pearl Island. He cultivated the Tao of assassination. 4 peak star condensation late-stage kings had died in his hands. His most glorious achievement was that he had successfully assassinated a 4-star genius. How strong do you think the traitor is? The deacon in the blood pool asked the middle-aged marine race man. This middle-aged marine race man was the fish that Xianxia deliberately let go. His cultivation, the middle-aged marine race man found himself unable to give an answer. Xianxia had killed 2 peak early star condensation kings twice. His real cultivation was at least late star condensation late stage, but it seemed to be stronger. Wasn't that a 4-star king? If Xianxia was a 4-star king, it would be a joke if he could escape. This king happens to be free. Leave this person to me. A man with a dark and slender figure said faintly. Since Spirit Crow King wants to make a move, then I'll leave this matter to you. The deacon agreed. Spirit Crow King picked another 4 kings and left the stronghold. Follow the plan. Spirit Crow King told his subordinates. No one objected. Compared to assassinating people, the Spirit Crow King was much more experienced. Listening to him was the right choice. So, the crowd dispersed. The first step was to collect information and find Xianxia's current location. Lord Spirit Crow King, I found the target. A message suddenly came. So fast? Spirit Crow King was slightly surprised. Didn't this mean that the target was near the bloodling's stronghold? Okay, report the location. Spirit Crow King sent a message. However, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 5 breaths passed, and there was no response. As a professional assassin, his intuition told him that his men were already dead. It seems that I have underestimated the target. The Spirit Crow King bared his white teeth. Originally, he didn't put this operation in his heart, but his eyes revealed a strong interest. The target could actually sense that he was being targeted and immediately killed his subordinates. Pay attention, the target is nearby. The Spirit Crow King sent a message to his 3 remaining subordinates. Roger that. Roger that. However, in the end, only 2 of his subordinates replied to his message. Another one died? How was this possible? The Spirit Crow King's expression turned grave. For the enemy to be able to kill 2 of his subordinates in such a short period of time, his strength was not simple. Beware, the target has discovered us. He has already killed 2 vampires. Be careful. The Spirit Crow King decided to pass on this information to his 2 subordinates so that they could be careful. However, no one replied to his message. Not good. The Spirit Crow King felt his hair stand on end, and his hair stood on end. How long had it been? Before they could figure out Xianxia's exact location, his men had died one after another. Now, he was the only commander left. His intuition told him that the enemy was very difficult to deal with, and that the enemy's next target might be him. Damn, the target is at least a 4-star king. Those idiots didn't even notice this. The Spirit Crow King cursed loudly and immediately returned to the Blood Race's base. Suddenly, a sneer was heard. Where do you want to go? The Spirit Crow King scanned with his spiritual senses and immediately found that there was one more person behind him. It was the target he wanted to assassinate. His cultivation was at the peak late-stage star condensation realm and he was good at stealth and assassination. He had even faced a 4-star king before. However, this time, the Spirit Crow King didn't notice the target approaching him. This was too terrifying. Could it be that the other party was also an expert in assassination? Swish! A layer of black mist swirled around the Spirit Crow King. His body was dark and transparent, and he was about to disappear. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly stretched out his hand and waved. Whoosh! In the void, a wave of sharp silver blades that resembled the wings of a cicada rapidly pierced through the dark body, splitting it into 2. No, the Spirit Crow King's eyes were wide open in disbelief. His concealment technique had actually failed to escape Xianxia's attack's lock-on. Just how strong was the enemy? Plop, the Spirit Crow King fell to the ground and died. The Blood Race's main body inside was also completely dead. Xianxia had deliberately let go of a fish that escaped the net and followed the other party to this place to gather information. He didn't expect the Blood Race to act so quickly and immediately send someone to spy on him. How could Xianxia possibly allow someone to spy on him? Hence, he decided to deal with them in passing. Things have already gotten out of hand. Since that's the case, there's no need to prepare and wait for the right time. Let's just make things worse. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up as he made his decision. Swish, he moved again. When he was scouting for information, he found out that this wasn't the only stronghold of the Blood Race. There was another stronghold nearby with a big shot. In the underground palace. After the meeting, the deacon returned to his cave abode. Lord, you're back. I missed you so much. A female Blood Race with a voluptuous body quickly came up to him. The deacon walked in with a smile and was about to close the door. Lord, I have something to report. Speak. The deacon shouted with a displeased expression. Lord Spirit Crow King is dead. The subordinate said. What? The deacon was instantly shocked. Didn't the Spirit Crow King just leave with his people to assassinate the target? How long had it been? At most, the Spirit Crow King had just left the stronghold. How did he die? Not only that, the subordinates that the Spirit Crow King brought with him are also dead. The stronghold of the Blood Race was in an uproar. They had lost a few star condensation monarchs, especially the Spirit Crow King, who was a peak late-stage king, but he died as soon as he left the stronghold. The murderer was self-evident. It was Xianxia. The Blood Race was furious, but at the same time, they realized that they had underestimated the enemy. The other party was at least a 4-star monarch. Against an expert of this level, unless this deacon personally takes action, you will only be courting death. Put this matter aside for now. I have my own arrangements, the deacon said after pondering. Although the blood race was furious, they weren't stupid. Since the deacon had said so, they could only obey. Send a message to the young ancestor. Tell him to pay attention to this sea race, the deacon said again. In fact, the leader of the blood race on Pearl Island was a blood-devouring clan member. However, the other party didn't care much about anything and left everything to him. The largest arena on Pearl Island was called the King of Fighters Arena. At this moment, an exciting battle was taking place in the King of Fighters Arena. In the VIP seats, the person in charge of the King of Fighters Arena came to a young man from the Shark-Tooth clan and said, "Young ancestor, the deacon asked me to tell you that there is a powerful traitor among the blood race. Try to stay away from this person." "Oh? Has that old guy gone senile?" The young man from the Shark-Tooth clan stared at the portrait of Xianxia and said disdainfully. The person in charge of the King of Fighters Arena just smiled and didn't speak. "On this Pearl Island, apart from the island lord, who can be my opponent?" The young man from the Shark-Tooth clan shouted coldly. "Young ancestor is right. Even the deacon is weaker than you," the person in charge said. "Report, someone is causing trouble." At this moment, a guard ran over. "Send someone to deal with it immediately. If the other party is causing trouble, it's fine to kill him," the person in charge ordered. However, before he could carry out the order, bang, at the entrance of the arena, an explosion rang out, startling everyone who was watching the battle. A figure rushed out of the explosion and went straight to the VIP seats at an extremely fast speed. "You are..." The young man from the Shark-Tooth clan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the youth from the Shark-Tooth clan flying over. He found this person familiar. Wasn't this the Shark-Tooth clan that the deacon had told him to be careful of? "Haha, you're quite bold to send yourself over. Let me see how capable you are." The young man from the Shark-Tooth clan laughed wildly and charged out. The spectators around the arena were stunned. Someone is causing trouble? How bold. The Shark-Tooth clan and the Shark-Tooth clan are fighting, and their auras are very powerful. Even the two kings who were fighting on the stage stopped their movements. Boom, following an earth-shattering explosion, a terrifying storm filled the air. Everyone else in the arena was scared silly. This is a battle between half-step mysterious nether realms. Damn it, run. The spectators were in chaos. A battle between half-step mysterious nether realms wasn't something an ordinary star condensation or void sea realm could watch. In the sky, the young man from the Shark-Tooth clan retreated, the blood in his body surging. He was slightly startled. He had been at a disadvantage in the clash just now. He was a half-step mysterious nether realm expert of the blood-devouring race. He was much stronger than an ordinary mysterious nether realm expert. "You're very strong. You're also at the half-step mysterious nether realm, right? But the final victor will be me." The young man's eyes flashed with a demonic red light. "You're joking, right?" Xianxia mocked. As the bane of the blood race, a half-step mysterious nether realm expert was weaker than an ordinary half-step mysterious nether realm expert in his eyes. Swoosh, he charged out, fully activating his celestial body. Profound energy rippled, condensing into a three-colored fist light that pierced through the sky. At the same time, Xianxia took out the Heavenine Soul Brush and attacked the blood-devouring race's junior ancestor from the other side. His goal was to infuriate the blood race and kill the junior ancestor, inciting a conflict between the blood race and the Shark-Tooth race. This was undoubtedly a way to take revenge on the blood race and divert their attention, making it easier for Xianxia to act. Boom. Boom. Boom, Xianxia and the Shark-Tooth race youth exchanged 10 moves in a row, their auras surging wildly. The junior ancestor retreated again and again, spitting out blood from the corner of his mouth. Xianxia's current cultivation was 7.5 star, which was equivalent to the mysterious nether realm. It was naturally easy for him to deal with a half-step mysterious nether realm expert. "Impossible, you haven't even broken through to the mysterious nether realm. How can you be stronger than me?" The junior ancestor was filled with disbelief and anger. He even suspected that Xianxia was the mystic nether sovereign lord pretending to be weak. I'm short on time, so I won't be playing with you. Qinyu smiled faintly. His actions were brazen, so it was naturally best to end the battle as soon as possible. The junior ancestor suddenly felt a sense of danger. He couldn't believe that someone from the shark-tooth race who hadn't even reached the mysterious nether realm could give him such a feeling. Dong. 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 Qinyu's mysterious heart immediately entered a state of explosive power. While his strength and speed increased, it also suppressed the blood-devouring race's bloodline and weakened them. This was the fastest way to eliminate the blood-devouring race. This bloodline aura, you're from the blood-devouring race? The junior ancestor was shocked. It was actually the blood-devouring race that had come to him. Qinyu rapidly closed in on the junior ancestor. With his advantage in speed, the junior ancestor couldn't even escape. Qinyu threw out 3 lightning-fast punches. All of them landed on the junior ancestor, shattering his physical body and revealing the true form of the blood-devouring race. No, we're from the same race. Why do you want to kill me? The junior ancestor roared in shock. At this moment, he felt a life-and-death crisis. Die. Qinyu didn't reply. He circulated his space intent with all his might. The junior ancestor was locked onto, and the space around him distorted, forming a giant whirlpool. In just a few breaths, the junior ancestor of the blood-devouring race was torn to pieces. At the same time, the entire Pearl Island was shaken. In Pearl Island, a series of explosive news had spread like wildfire. A half-step profound nether battle erupted in the King of Fighters arena. The entire arena has been reduced to ruins. Both sides were from the shark-tooth race, but one of them revealed his identity as a member of the blood-devouring race before his death. It looks like an expert from the shark-tooth race discovered the other party's identity and killed him. The news didn't just reach the island lords' faction. It also reached the blood race's secret stronghold. The death of the young ancestor alarmed all the blood race. The gloomy, dark red hall was silent and oppressive. Bastard! That guy dared to attack the young ancestor. A furious roar suddenly rang out. No one had expected Qinyu to be so bold. Moreover, the deacon had just sent someone to warn the young ancestor, but the result was still the same. Everyone was filled with rage, but they had nowhere to vent it. I heard that it wasn't just the young ancestor. The other blood race members in the King of Fighters arena were also killed. Our strength has been greatly reduced. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Everyone began to speak. Retreat from Pearl Island. The deacon spoke at this moment. Retreat? It wasn't easy for us to gain a foothold here. Wouldn't our efforts be wasted if we all retreat? Most people didn't agree. If you don't retreat, then just wait for death. The deacon snorted. There were 2 reasons why the Lord of Pearl Island hadn't attacked them yet. Firstly, he couldn't find an opportunity to kill them all at once. Secondly, the deacon and the young ancestor had joined hands. Adding on to their ability to restrain living beings of flesh and blood, they could contend against the Lord of Mystic Underworld. Now that the young ancestor was dead and the blood race had suffered great losses, how could the island lord miss such a great opportunity? After explaining everything, no one objected. The order was passed down to everyone, and the blood race left. That night, the island lord personally led an army to eliminate the small group of blood race members who hadn't escaped in time. Have you found the half-step sovereign lord from the shark-tooth race who dragged out the young ancestor? The island lord asked his subordinates. If it weren't for Qinyu, he wouldn't have been able to drive the blood race out of Pearl Island. He wanted to get to know such a person. No, this person's background is mysterious, and he appears and disappears unpredictably. After massacring the blood breeds in the King of Fighters arena, he disappeared without a trace. The subordinate answered honestly. None of them suspected Qinyu. After all, he was a member of the shark-tooth race and had even killed the young ancestor of the blood race. If they still suspected him, then there was no reason to believe him. Chase. The Pearl Island lord gazed into the distance, unwilling to let go of this opportunity, and issued an order. He led his troops and chased after the vampires along their escape route. Qinyu had wreaked havoc in the King of Fighters arena and killed the Devouring Blood clan. He had become a hero in the eyes of the sea tribes. However, he suddenly disappeared, as if he had evaporated from the world. No one had expected that Xianxia had long since changed his identity and blended into the escaping vampires. Right now, Xianxia was a member of the Blood Tribe. He was following a large group toward the Blood God Island. 10 hours later. A majestic aura with intense killing intent surged out from the back of the army. The enemy has caught up. Only a small portion of the Sea clan chased after him, including Emperor Lord Mystic Underworld's Island Master and a small portion of Celestial Condensation Monarchs. Even so, the main force of the Blood race didn't dare to face it head-on because the enemy had a mysterious Netherrealm expert. A few breaths later, the Island Lord caught up. The arch aura spread out in all directions, and the waves below roared and churned. Take out the holy artifact. The administrator took out a holy artifact stained with the blood of the progenitor and relied on the power of the holy artifact to unleash the power of his bloodline. Only then was he able to resist the Island Lord's attack. Xianxia didn't pay attention to this battle. He blended in with the Blood race and quickly retreated. Things were developing smoothly as he had expected. Facing the pursuit of the Shark Tooth race, the Blood race could only retreat to the Blood God Island. Moreover, there were many people at that time, so it was easier to sneak in. Boom, there was an explosion in the distant sky. Black and red light illuminated the sky. The Blood race was amazed by the shocking strength the administrator had displayed. He was actually able to contend with a mysterious Netherrealm expert. However, Xianxia could see that the administrator was barely holding on. He would probably be defeated within 20 moves. What puzzled him was that the administrator didn't seem to be panicking. Instead, his expression was filled with confidence. This was truly abnormal. However, Xianxia's mysterious heart suddenly sensed that a Blood Tribe member was rapidly approaching from afar. The Blood race has reinforcements. Xianxia guessed the reason for the administrator's confidence. The other party was indeed a sly old fox. He had already made arrangements. Once reinforcements arrived, they might be able to catch the Island Lord off guard. At that time, the fleeing Blood race would definitely sweep through Pearl Island once more. This wasn't something Xianxia wanted to see. His plans would also be disrupted. I have to change the current situation. Xianxia made a risky decision. In the sky, the administrator used the holy artifact to fight against the Island Lord, retreating as he fought. The Island Lord also sensed the administrator's strange confidence. Afraid of an unforeseen event, he suddenly used his ultimate move. Sky-shattering teeth. The Island Lord transformed into his true form, and a giant black shark thousands of feet long appeared. Suddenly, 3 beams of cold white light shot out of his mouth. The teeth of the Shark Tooth race were extremely sharp. They were powerful weapons. Many Shark Tooth race members cultivated secret arts to refine their teeth and turn them into powerful killing weapons. The administrator panicked for a moment. The Island Lord's ultimate move made him feel a sense of danger. He could only try his best to block it. However, at that moment, dong, a dull heartbeat resounded in the administrator's mind. The heart in his body also trembled violently. It swelled up and cracked like a spider web. This is the murdering heart art. Who is it? The administrator turned pale with fright, and his whole body trembled. The murdering heart art was a secret art of the Blood Heart race. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the enemy who used this secret art on him was from his own camp. The administrator's spiritual consciousness swept out and landed on Xianxia. However, at that moment, the Island Lord's killing move also descended. Chi. 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 3 beams of cold white light pierced through the administrator and dealt a destructive blow. Die. The Island Lord seized the opportunity and attacked again. Endless black waves swept out and surrounded the Island Lord's body. The black waves turned into a black shark and swallowed him. The deacon had fallen, and he died with everlasting regret. The Island Lord wasn't the target of the murdering heart art, so his senses weren't as clear as the administrator's. However, he could sense that someone was interfering with the administrator, and it was from the Blood race's camp. Just as the Island Lord was thinking about this, brother! Startled cries came from the distant sky. A strange purplish-red blood light surged over and covered the sky. This aura clearly belonged to the mystic Nether Sovereign Lord, and he was the elder brother of the deceased administrator. The battle instantly broke out and became even more intense. Blood God Island. Several upper echelons of the blood race in long robes gathered outside a blood-red ancient tower. They stood there quietly as if waiting for something. At that moment, a dark red light bloomed at the top of the ancient tower. An elder from the blood race walked out. He wore an ancient robe and held a snake-shaped staff. His face was old and calm, and there was a vertical pupil between his eyebrows. Great Prophet. The surrounding blood race members bowed respectfully. Whoosh, a blood-red streamer flew over from afar, turning into a member of the blood-devouring clan. He asked solemnly, "Great Prophet, did the divination tell us anything this time?" This morning, the Blood God Island's Great Prophet suddenly came out of seclusion and entered the Blood Life Pagoda for a divination. This matter had already alarmed the Blood God Island. The primogenitor has awakened, and the eternity has descended. The moment of life and death for the blood race has arrived. The Great Prophet's eyes were deep as he took a deep breath. Hua, hearing this, the expressions of the blood-devouring clan's upper echelon changed greatly. No vampire dared to question the Great Prophet's divination. That was because the Great Prophet's divination had never been wrong and had led the vampire race through countless life and death crises. Since the Middle Ages, the blood race had been the overlord of the world. However, they had rapidly declined and remained silent. It was only in the recent thousands of years that they had regained some vitality and gradually developed and grew stronger. Now that the blood race was on the brink of revival, it couldn't withstand any great storms. And the outcome of this divination was to usher in a moment of life and death for the sanguine. The upper echelon of the blood-devouring clan clenched his fists, a cold blood-red light flashing in his eyes. There was a long silence. "I will relay this matter to the blood tribe's sovereign lords and elders." The high-ranking members of the devouring blood clan wore solemn expressions as they turned around and left. The Great Prophet looked slightly tired as he returned to his residence. The room was extremely messy and filled with all kinds of books and props. At this moment, his gaze fell on a piece of broken wooden plaque. This was a riddle that one of his prized disciples, Prophet Me, had encountered during a divination in the lower realm of the blood race, the Blood Sea realm. Prophet Me had brought the item back untouched, hoping that the Great Prophet could solve the riddle. This broken wooden tablet had a twisted crack on it, showing the word Lord. Lord? This divination seems to be related to today's divination in some way. The Great Prophet fell into deep thought. The vampires who had escaped from Pearl Island fought with the Island Lord's faction. In the end, the vampires were defeated. The Blood Tribe's sovereign lord led the surviving vampires back to Blood God Island and reported this matter to his superiors. The Shark Tooth race is too arrogant. Do they really think the blood race is easy to bully? A few days ago, one of our race's sovereign lord Mystic Nether died tragically in the sea region ruled by the Shark Tooth race. This is most likely their doing. This time, the forces that had taken root on Pearl Island have been uprooted. We've also suffered great losses. The upper echelons of the blood race held a grudge against the Shark Tooth race, and the conflict between the two sides had intensified. However, some of the upper echelons connected this matter to the Great Prophet's divination. Could the Great Prophet's divination be referring to the Shark Tooth race? This matter needs to be treated with caution. Xianxia disguised himself as a blood race and successfully escaped back to Blood God Island with the surviving vampires. He had gone through a certain inspection before entering the island. Fortunately, Xianxia was prepared. He was currently disguised as a blood king who had died in the battle. Xianxia had fused the other party's blood, vitality, and soul aura into the white mask to perfectly imitate him. This is Blood God Island? Looking around, Xianxia found that practically everything in his field of vision was red. The mysterious heart could sense that there were many unfathomable and extremely powerful life auras on the entire Blood God Island. This place was very dangerous. However, the mysterious heart was beating rapidly with unprecedented excitement and strong desire. The mysterious heart beat rapidly with unprecedented excitement and a strong desire. Xianxia followed the feeling of the heart and slowly moved forward. He wanted to know what the mysterious heart wanted. After moving forward for a while, Xianxia was getting closer to the center of the Blood God Island. At a certain moment, a huge building complex appeared in front of him, surrounded by walls that were hundreds of feet high and tightly guarded. Boom! Inside the building complex, a brilliant blood-colored light suddenly shone out, shaking the heaven and earth and alarming the entire blood race. At this moment, the mysterious heart beat even more violently. Seeing that he had caused such a huge commotion, Xianxia immediately suppressed the mysterious heart with all his might and retreated to avoid attracting attention. In fact, the blood race living on the Blood God Island had seen such a phenomenon several times in recent years and were already used to it. The target that Xianxia disguised as was a blood race king who had died in the battle. In fact, the other party didn't die completely on the battlefield. Xianxia put him into the light silver crystal space and searched his soul to obtain his memories. This blood race was at the late-stage star condensation realm and was called Xingling on the Blood God Island. The only person he was close to was his brother. The fewer people he was close to, the less likely it was to be seen through. At this stage, Xianxia didn't plan to do anything. He just wanted to blend in first. This was the nest of the blood race, so he had to make a detailed plan. Otherwise, he might as well do nothing. The only thing he knew was that the mysterious heart wanted was in the core area of the Blood God Island. He didn't know what it was and where it was. With Xingling's previous identity, he couldn't enter the core area at will, so Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to act. According to Xingling's memory, Xianxia found his private cave abode. Huh? It should be here. Xianxia stared at the cave abode in front of him with a puzzled look. He saw green smoke floating in the cave abode and there were obvious energy fluctuations in the cave abode. This undoubtedly proved that there was someone in his cave abode. Xianxia walked in and was about to ask about the situation. He was unfamiliar with this place and he was planning to blend in here, but the cave abode was taken. At this moment, 2 members of the blood spider race walked in. Who are you? How dare you trespass into this place? Get lost. This is Master Liao's private pill refining room. Could it be that you're here to steal medicinal pills? The 2 blood spider race members immediately shouted upon seeing Xianxia, an unfamiliar member of the blood spider race. One of them even suspected that Xianxia was up to no good. Xianxia's complexion sank slightly. These 2 blood spider race members were both at the early star condensation stage, yet they dared to shout at him in such a manner. Xingling had always been a straightforward person, so Xianxia didn't need to put up with such abuse and slander. This is this king's cave abode. Who are you? Xianxia emitted a powerful king's aura, which immediately intimidated the 2 blood spider race members. Their eyes flashed with fear. Nonsense, this is Grandmaster Liao's alchemy room. Do you know who Master Liao is? The 2 blood spider race's cultivations were weaker than Xianxia's, but they were unwilling to show weakness because they had Master Liao behind them. Xingling's memories mentioned that Master Liao was a peak late-stage star condensation alchemist with a bit of fame. According to the Blood God Island's rules, the crime of occupying a cave abode is not light. Get lost. Xianxia didn't want to cause trouble the moment he arrived, so he didn't make a move. Instead, he chased them away. Some of the blood spider race members who were studying pill recipes or refining pills were chased away by Xianxia one by one. Outside the cave abode, Master Liao's disciples and apprentices looked at each other. They didn't know what was going on, but their hearts were already filled with anger. Damn it, I was interrupted in the middle of refining pills. This matter must be reported to Master Liao. Master Liao's pill refining materials are still in the cave abode. Let's say that this person forcefully seized the pills and materials. Master Liao will not let him off easily. The group of blood spider race members quickly left. Xianxia returned to his cave abode. As for those low-grade materials and low-grade pills, he didn't even bother to look at them. He only hoped that Master Liao would quickly send people to move the trash away. Inside the cave abode, Xianxia took out a dazzling silver stone, which was the meteorite he had obtained in the Dead Soul Desert. As for the specific use, Xianxia had already thought of it. With the help of the meteorite, he would strive to comprehend the profound meaning of space to the 8.5 level as soon as possible. He was extremely talented in the understanding of space, and with the help of a rare treasure like the meteorite, it wouldn't be difficult to achieve his goal. After that, he would use the meteorite as nourishment for the Void Sky Sacred Fire to improve its quality. The Void Sky Sacred Fire was a rare space spirit flame, and the way to improve its quality was extremely harsh. Nourishment could only be found by chance, On normal days, Xianxia used the meteorite to comprehend the profound meaning of space and constantly condensed the 8th yuan force star, striving to reach 9 stars as soon as possible. Cultivating in the space of the heavenly secluded feather was extremely efficient. Xianxu's cultivation was still progressing slowly, and his understanding of the profound meaning of space was improving rapidly. It was estimated that he would reach 8.5 stars in 2 years. During this time, he also improved the will of blood to the profound meaning level, which made it easier to disguise. With his current cultivation level, it was very fast to improve the profound meaning of lower levels. On this day, "How dare you take over my refining room? Get out of here." A series of angry roars came from outside, disturbing Xianxu's cultivation. Master Liao must know that this cave abode already has an owner, but he still calls it his refining room. That's too overbearing. Xianxu sighed inwardly. Perhaps it was because Jingling was relatively ordinary, and the other party was a famous alchemist on the Blood God Island. "You finally came out. You wasted my precious time and forcibly took over my refining room. How do you think I should compensate you?" Master Liao, who was also from the blood spider race, shouted unhappily. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to get out." Xianxu didn't want to cause trouble before, so he tolerated it. But now that someone had come to bully him, he couldn't be bothered to tolerate it anymore. Master Liao's expression changed, as if he couldn't believe what he had heard. The other blood race members around him were even more dumbfounded. "What did you say?" Master Liao's expression was gloomy. According to what he knew, Jingling's cultivation was at the late star condensation realm, while he was a peak late star condensation realm alchemist master. Their status was completely different, but the other party dared to insult him. 7 breaths left. Xianxu's expression was calm. "You. Crazy enough. Take out all my pills and materials first," Master Liao said with a ruthless expression. This cave abode indeed belonged to Jingling. He wouldn't be able to gain anything from this. 4 breaths left. Xianxu continued. Previously, he didn't put those trash in his eyes, but Master Liao didn't give him face, so he couldn't be bothered to care about them. "You want to snatch my property?" Master Liao revealed a faint evil smile. It was a fact that he had taken over Jingling's cave abode. If Xianxu wanted to snatch his property, then he had nothing to fear. 1 breath. Xianxu's voice was low, his eyes flashed with a bloody light. "Ha ha ha, you really think you're something? If this master doesn't leave, what can you do?" Master Liao smiled disdainfully. Even if he was an alchemist, it was a fact that his cultivation was higher than Jingling's. "If you don't scram, then I'll help you." Xianxu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He mobilized his essence force, and his entire body was covered in a bloody light. Under the effect of the white mask, his true essence aura could also be imitated. Coupled with the profound meaning of blood, no one discovered any clues. Boom, Xianxu waved his palm, setting off a violent bloody light wave that engulfed Master Liao. At this moment, he displayed the strength of a peak late star condensation realm cultivator. Master Liao's brows immediately wrinkled. The aura that Xianxu displayed actually made him feel a trace of pressure. He waved his sleeve, and a layer of green flames flew out. In an instant, it soared to a height of hundreds of feet, and pounced towards Xianxu. However, the moment the two attacks collided, hoo-hoo, the green flames were gradually extinguished by the bloody light wave, and were eventually engulfed. This, Master Liao's eyes widened in shock. "Your cultivation broke through the peak late star condensation realm? Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be able to break his attack so easily." Master Liao attacked again, mobilizing his essence force with all his might. A dark green sea of fire surged out from his body, poisonous gas drifted, and the surrounding flowers and grass instantly withered. But Xianxu also quickly attacked at the same time. He didn't use any techniques, just pure strength, combined with peak late star condensation realm essence force, and the profound meaning of blood. He controlled his strength well, so that the level of his attack was just enough to suppress Master Liao. Boom, explosions sounded continuously, and Master Liao's attack was instantly shattered. His body was swept up by a bloody wave, and his body was thrown out, smashed hundreds of feet away, and rolled a few times on the ground. The nearby apprentices and disciples of Master Liao were all dumbfounded. Qingyu really made Master Liao scram. In just a few moves, Qingyu had sent Master Liao flying. Master Liao crawled up from the ground, his face full of resentment and unwillingness. His status was much higher than Jingling's, but he was being bullied and humiliated. He couldn't take this lying down. "What are you idiots looking at? Come with me," Master Liao scolded. Among his disciples, there were a few experts with decent cultivation. If they attacked together, they would definitely be able to take down Jingling. Master Liao was burning with anger. His elemental energy surged and a layer of green flame rose from his body. The flame became fiercer and fiercer, eventually forming a huge green fireball that looked like a sun hanging in the sky. His disciples and apprentices also made their moves. For a time, a storm was brewing, and the sky changed colors. Again? Qingyu was getting impatient. He had shown mercy several times, but the other party didn't know what was good for them. Since this was the case, he could only let these people remember the pain and not dare to come again. But at this moment, a powerful aura rapidly approached and shouted, "Master Liao, Jingling, stop." Qinyu's attention was attracted and he looked at the newcomer. It was a blood human, and his appearance was very similar to the one Qinyu disguised as. He remembered that Jingling had an older brother on the Blood God Island called Xingrong. It seemed to be this person. Qinyu stopped, but Master Liao revealed a sinister smile and instantly released his attack. Rumble, a huge green fireball fell from the sky. The poisonous flame burned everything. At the same time, the other disciples' attacks also landed. Pong, the chaotic attacks all hit Qinyu and engulfed him. "Brother Xingrong, sorry, I didn't stop." Master Liao smiled and apologized. "It's not Master Zheng's fault. It's all my fault. Back then, you needed a superior alchemy room, so I made the decision to lend my brother's cave to you. However, I forgot to inform my brother. That's why this happened." Xingrong also had an apologetic expression. The two looked at each other and smiled. In reality, it was all planned by them. "If that's the case, it's really your fault." The one who answered Xingrong was not Master Liao, but a blurry figure in the raging green flames. When Qinyu reappeared without any injuries, the smiles on Master Liao and Xingrong's faces froze. Qinyu was distracted by Xingrong's appearance and was directly hit by the attacks of Master Liao and the others. It was not to the extent of dying, but nothing happened to him. This was shocking. "Since you're fine, I'll let this matter rest. First, return the elixirs and materials in the cave to Master Liao," Xingrong ordered coldly. "Scram." Qinyu only replied with one word. Recalling Jingling's memories, his relationship with his elder brother Xingrong was extremely poor. After his father's death, Xingrong took all of his inheritance for himself. Jingling had been complaining, trying to get back what was rightfully his. "Impudent! Is this how you talk to your brother?" Xingrong shouted coldly, and a cold pressure of the blood Dao spread out, instantly intimidating everyone present. His cultivation was a 4.5-star monarch. Previously, Jingling was only a late-stage star condensation monarch. Master Liao and his disciple lowered their heads under Xingrong's aura, not daring to make a sound. However, the Qinyu in front of Xingrong did not move, as if he was not affected at all. Xingrong frowned, feeling uncertain in his heart. Did this kid have some fortuitous encounter? His strength seems to have increased by quite a bit. Previously, Qinyu was hit by the attacks of Master Liao and the others, but he was not injured. Now, under the suppression of Jingling's aura, he was as still as a mountain. "You took the inheritance for yourself and colluded with outsiders to harm me. There's no longer any kinship between us. Scram." Qinyu's words were decisive. Jingling's only relative was Xingrong, who had the deepest understanding of Jingling, and might be able to see some clues. Severing the relationship would prevent this. "Don't talk nonsense. Just because of a small matter, you want to sever our brotherhood? You're too narrow-minded." Xingrong's face darkened. In reality, he did not recognize this younger brother of his anymore. "Master Liao, let's go." Xingrong, Master Liao, and the others left. Brother Xingrong, your younger brother's strength is not simple. Master Liao sighed. The information he had received was that Jingling was only at the late-stage star condensation realm, which Master Liao could bully at will. He's just lucky to have reached the peak late-stage star condensation realm. There's still a huge gap between us. Xingrong said in disdain. This was planned by him, and his goal was obviously to kill Jingling. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could at least cripple him. He had taken the inheritance for himself with his strength and talent, but once Jingling's cultivation increased and he displayed great potential, he would be a threat to him and even take back the inheritance. Master Liao, refine a batch of star pills for me in the next few days. Don't worry about the materials. Xingrong ordered. Brother Xingrong, you're going to become a 5-star king? Isn't that too much of a rush? It's only been 10 years since you reached 4.5 stars. Master Liao was slightly shocked. Although alchemists had a high status, geniuses like Xingrong were the same. If Xingrong could become a 5-star king, he would almost be among the top geniuses of the blood-sacred island. Could it be that Brother Xingrong wants the news to be true? Master Liao was shocked again, and he lowered his voice. There's an 80% chance of that happening. Recently, the conflict between the Blood Kindred and the Shark-Tooth clan has intensified, and the Great Prophet has predicted that the Blood Kindred will face a critical moment of life and death. Some elders have suggested that we hold the ancestral worship ceremony 30 years in advance. Xingrong's eyes sparkled, and his expression was full of yearning. The ancestral worship ceremony on the Blood God Island was not just a simple ceremony to worship the ancestors of the Blood Kindred. It was also a great opportunity for the geniuses of the Blood Kindred. Whether he could make the leap or not depended on the ancestral worship ceremony. At this moment, the core of the Blood God Island. In the highest meeting hall, the senior members of the Blood Kindred gathered. The figures present were all almighties at the mystic underworld sovereign lord level. I agree to hold the ancestral worship ceremony in advance. We'll pray for protection and get through the calamity predicted by the Great Prophet. The ancestral worship ceremony is such an important event. How can we change it so easily? Some people supported it, while others opposed it. The numbers were about the same. After some debate, the leader of the Blood Kindred said, recently, the ancestral blood has been showing signs more frequently. It's even more active than before. The ancestral worship ceremony should be more beneficial to the Blood Kindred. After the leader expressed his opinion, the debate began to tilt, and there were more supporters. The result of the meeting was quickly decided. The ancestral worship ceremony would be held in a year. The senior members immediately left to make the necessary arrangements. The ancestral worship ceremony was not as simple as worshipping the ancestors. For the talented geniuses of the Blood Kindred, if they could receive the blessing of the ancestors, their lives would soar. Qinyu had completely forgotten about this matter after chasing Xingrong and Master Liao away. He was no longer the original Jingling. He would not fight with Xingrong over a half-step mysterious nether inheritance. He had a bigger goal. Within the heavenly quiet feather space, Qinyu held the meteorite and comprehended the laws of space. He even split off a part of his consciousness to increase his understanding of the laws of blood. It would be too fake to disguise himself as a member of the Blood Kindred without the laws of blood. Ever since the mysterious heart had transformed and formed its own world, Qinyu's comprehension speed had increased several times. After cultivating in the heavenly quiet feather space for a year, Qinyu's understanding of the laws of blood had reached the 4.5 level. It's about time. Qinyu temporarily put down the laws of blood. After all, it was just to hide his identity. There was no need to spend too much effort. Half a year later, Qinyu had consumed about 40% of the meteorite's energy, and his space laws had also reached the 8.5 level. It was already very shocking to comprehend the laws of space to such a level. If he fought an early-stage mysterious Nether Emperor Lord again, Qinyu could even suppress his opponent in terms of profundities. According to the plan, once his space laws broke through, Qinyu would use the meteorite as nourishment for the void sky sacred flame. It's actually a meteorite. The flame spirit was very shocked. Then it happily devoured the meteorite's energy. The void sky sacred flame was one of Qinyu's trump cards. Currently, it was a threat even to mysterious Nether Emperor lords. If the meteorite was devoured and refined, its quality would increase, and its power would increase. Xianxia left the refinement of the meteorite to the flame spirit and cultivated in peace. He took out many precious cultivation treasures and quickly absorbed and refined them. Now, Xianxia's cultivation resources were piled up like a mountain. Some of them were mysterious Nether Emperor Lord's cultivation resources. Because he was on the Blood God Island, Xianxia was eager to increase his strength quickly. He released the astral saint energy left by the Royal Sky Royal Lord and started to absorb it. With my current cultivation, if I absorb and refine all the astral saint energy, I will be able to reach the 8-star monarch realm. Xianxia thought to himself. He focused all his attention on the astral saint energy and carefully guided and refined it. Back then, the Royal Sky Royal Lord planned to directly increase Xianxia's cultivation. However, Xianxia had sealed this astral holy energy and absorbed it several times, minimizing the effects of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. 2 years later. There was not a trace of the astral saint energy left in Xianxia's starry sea. The 8th Yuan energy star was round and dazzling, releasing a dazzling white brilliance. Just a little more. The difficulty of becoming an 8-star monarch had exceeded Xianxia's expectations. Even after refining the remaining astral saint energy, he was still one step away. Whoosh, Xianxia took out a dozen different elemental treasures from his interspatial ring and activated the chaotic body to absorb them. The 8th Yuan energy star spun rapidly and continued to absorb the energy. 3 days later. The 8th Yuan energy star trembled, and its radiance instantly covered the previous 7 stars. Xianxia also exuded a powerful monarch aura. Even the mysterious Nether Emperor Lord would be shocked if he saw it. Fortunately, Xianxia was cultivating in the heavenly quiet feather, so his aura wouldn't leak out. Otherwise, he might be exposed. Success! Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. He had successfully broken through to the 8-star monarch realm. It wasn't easy to reach this step. Now, he was only left with 1 Yuan energy star. Xianxia ended his seclusion and went out to relax and gather some information. Ancestral worship ceremony? Wherever Xianxia passed by, this topic was practically the only topic the vampires discussed. However, as an outsider, Xianxia still knew nothing about this matter. Next, Xianxia started inquiring about the ancestral worship ceremony. On the day of the ancestral worship ceremony, those at the star condensation realm can enter the core of Blood God Island, the sacred city. This was undoubtedly good news for Xianxia. The thing the mysterious heart desired was in the sacred city. Xianxia would only be able to investigate further once he entered. The ancestral worship ceremony was to worship the blood race's progenitor. If I remember correctly, the primogenitor of the blood race is related to the chaos god fiends of ancient legends. Xianxia pondered. Of course, this was only a legend of the blood race. No one could verify it. Then, Xianxia learned a lot more useful information. It was said that apart from worshipping the progenitor, there would be a special ceremony during the ancestral worship ceremony. The participants were the most talented geniuses of the blood race, and they might be favored by the progenitor. Rumor had it that a star condensation young ancestor had broken through to the dark arcane realm after participating in the ancestral worship ceremony. There were also ordinary blood race members who awakened the blood-devouring race bloodline after participating in the ancestral worship ceremony. Their status rose to the top and they became part of the blood race's royal family. This ancestral worship ceremony is indeed a chance for a small portion of the blood race to change their fate. Xianxia sighed. He had no intention of participating. After all, it was too conspicuous. It was best to keep a low profile for now. During the ancestral worship ceremony, he only needed to enter the sacred city and find the thing the mysterious heart desired. Other than that, Xianxia asked about the shark tooth race. Last time, when the blood race had retreated to Blood God Island, the shark tooth race had come to question them. Due to the great prophet's divination, the blood race was extremely cautious and didn't act rashly. But the blood race's display of weakness didn't resolve the matter. Instead, it made the shark tooth race push their luck. The blood race had only given in, but they weren't spineless. They had erupted under the shark tooth race's oppression and told them about Sovereign Lord Mystic Nether's death in the shark tooth race's territory, demanding an explanation. In short, the conflict between the blood race and the shark tooth race had intensified. The shark tooth race was teaming up with the other sea races to pressure the blood race even further, attempting to completely seal the blood race off Blood God Island. This was something that Xianxia was happy to see. The vampires were his enemies. It would be best if they were defeated or injured. Once the Blood Kindred was defeated, the Blood God Island would definitely be breached. At that time, there would be chaos here, and Xianxia would be able to fish in troubled waters. Xianxia had originally planned to go out and fight, secretly inciting the conflict between the vampires and the mermen. But now, the ancestral worship ceremony would be held 3 months later, so there was no time for such things. Back at the cave abode, Xianxia once again entered the heavenly secluded feather to cultivate in seclusion. Only 5 days had passed in the outside world after cultivating for a month. During this month, Xianxia had been consolidating his cultivation, and the process was very smooth. Then, Xianxia couldn't help but continue to raise his cultivation. Normally, he wouldn't do this. It wasn't good to be too eager for success. Just one last step. He was 1 more star away from becoming a 9-star king. Xianxia took out a large number of cultivation materials and top-grade primordial stones and began to cultivate. 10 days later, Xianxia frowned, and the joy in his heart dissipated. In these 10 days, he hadn't even formed the prototype of the 9th star. These 10 days were equivalent to a waste, and the progress of the 9th star was 0. How could this be? Xianxia was puzzled and depressed. Compared with the 8th star, the cultivation of the 9th star was more than 10 times more difficult. Xianxia didn't give up easily. He had already come this far. No matter what, he had to condense the 9th star. A steady stream of cultivation resources was consumed by Xianxia. Pure energy poured into the star sea, but it was quickly slapped out of his body by a strong repulsive force. It seemed that in Xianxia's star sea, 8 stars were the limit, and it couldn't accommodate the 9th star. The 8th month in the heavenly quiet feathers dimension. Xianxia had finally constructed the rough outline of the 9th essence star. However, his subsequent progress had become even slower. The 15th month. The embryonic form of Xianxia's 9th star was still a sliver away from completion. Just forming the embryonic form is already so difficult. I wonder how long it will take to form the 9th star. Xianxia sighed. Normally speaking, forming the embryonic form of an origin star was a very simple matter. The truly difficult part was the subsequent molding and refining. Based on the current situation, Xianxia did some calculations. If he wanted to condense the 9th origin energy star, he might not even succeed in 100 years. When he reached this conclusion, Xianxia couldn't help feeling depressed. Could it be that 9-star kings don't exist? 8 stars is the limit? Xianxia felt a little lost. An 8-star king breaking through to the mysterious nether realm was the dream of countless kings. Once it spread, it would be enough to shake the origin world. If Xianxia was obsessed with 9 stars, he might not succeed even if he wasted 100 years. It wasn't worth it. Perhaps it was as the Azure Sky Sovereign Lord had said, and Xianxia shouldn't be too obsessed with 9 stars. Xianxia ended his seclusion and walked out of the cave abode. Today was the Blood Race's ancestral worship ceremony. All the Blood Race on Blood God Island moved to the sacred city. Those below the star condensation realm could only stay outside the sacred city, while those at the star condensation realm could enter the sacred city and participate in the ancestral worship ceremony. He walked into the sacred city. The blood mist in the air almost merged with the heaven and earth Xianxia. This was the Blood Race's paradise. The cultivation speed here was twice as fast as outside. Xianxia looked around and observed the environment of the sacred city. Boom! Suddenly, a blood-colored divine light shook the sky in the center of the sacred city, dyeing the world blood red. It was extremely strange. But all the blood race nearby had a pious expression. The ancestral spirit has appeared. If we worship the ancestral spirit, we will definitely be protected and get through this. Xianxia looked excited. He suppressed the mysterious heart's desire and thought, it's there. It's what the mysterious heart needs. Zhengrong, you still don't know how to repent? Do you want to be my enemy? A disdainful laugh came from beside him. It was Zhengrong. That's right. Xianxia couldn't be bothered with him. He just wanted to stay away from this person. To tell you the truth, I will be one of the people to enter the blood ground of fortune. Do you still have this thought? Xingrong shook his head and sneered. His younger brother was really ignorant. You and I are related by blood. If you give up on the inheritance and work for me, I can give you a clear path. Xingrong continued. Chen Yu's face was cold. He didn't reply and walked away. You're courting death. Xingrong's face turned hideous after being ignored. He said in a low voice, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Since that's the case, you can die after the ancestral worship ceremony. Chen Yu looked around and followed the crowd. After a while, the crowd stopped. What appeared in front of Chen Yu was an incomparably huge altar. In the center was a statue of the blood-devouring race that was thousands of meters tall. It seemed to contain a supreme divine might that could suppress all living things. People couldn't help but feel awe. The statue of the blood-devouring race opened its bloody mouth. One of its crystal-like eyes shone brightly, looking brutal and tyrannical. Surrounding the statue were countless corpses of all different races. There were even quite a few of them that were still alive. However, they had been sealed up, unable to even speak. They were probably the sacrifices for the ancestral worship ceremony. Chen Yu didn't pay much attention to them. His attention was on his own goal. At this moment, the mysterious heart was boiling with desire. If Chen Yu hadn't suppressed it with all his strength, who knew what would have happened? The thing that the mysterious heart desires is nearby. What is it? Chen Yu's mind tightened. This was the core of the blood race. The mysterious heart desired so many things that Chen Yu couldn't judge. Whoosh, Yuan Qi roared in the sky and blood mist surged. A huge figure that looked like a dragon or a snake flew across the sky, its emperor's might spreading in all directions. Another mystic dark sovereign lord arrived and landed on the platform in front of the altar. The people on the platform were all blood race sovereign lords. Even the 8 sovereign sects can't compare to this number of sovereign lords. Chen Yu was inwardly shocked. Even though the blood race had declined, its foundation was still there. After a while, the surroundings gradually quieted down. Only the statue of the blood-devouring race at the center of the altar was emitting blood-red radiance that shook the sky. What's going on? Why is the ancestors' blood so active? Some of the upper echelons were puzzled. Maybe it's because it sensed the sacrifices. Kiki. An elder replied, his gaze sweeping across the huge altar and the offerings that were piled up like a mountain. Something's wrong. This sign, is the ancestor awakening? Maybe the great prophet's divination foretells that the ancestor will awaken and lead the blood race back to the world. Ancestral worship ceremony, blood sacrifice, begins. The upper echelon presiding over the ceremony announced and read an elegiac chant. The nearby blood race members bowed their heads in worship with pious expressions. Chen Yu followed suit. However, from the corner of his eye, he saw the blood-devouring race statue on the altar shine brightly and form a blood-red whirlpool. The blood and vitality of all the sacrifices were instantly extracted. Some of the sacrifices that were still alive turned into bones in the blink of an eye. Dense blood energy fused into the blood-devouring race statue. Boom, a huge blood-red pillar of light shot out and shattered the clouds. The bloodline of all the blood race members trembled as they felt a wave of excitement and desire. Among the upper echelon, the great prophet stood in place and gazed into the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Today will be the day of the crux. He deduced a bit of information and pondered its meaning. Music sacrifice, battle sacrifice. In the distance, a strange melody sounded, and a strange power spread out. On the other side of the altar, a huge platform suddenly rose up. If you want to enter the blood fortune land, you must ascend the battle sacrificial altar and undergo a baptism. The upper echelon presiding over the ceremony announced. Blood fortune land? Chen Yu had heard about this before. It was said to be the greatest secret of the blood race. It was also said that the remains of the blood race's ancestor were inside. He guessed that what the mysterious heart desired the most was most likely related to the blood race's ancestor. After all, in the legends of the blood race's ancestor was closely related to the chaos god fiends. Chen Yu gazed at the vast platform in the distance. If he wanted to enter the bloodland of good fortune, he had to perform a battle sacrifice here. A battle sacrifice was a battle sacrifice. He had to display his strength on the sacred stage and gain the recognition of the blood ancestor before he could enter the bloodland of good fortune. Whoosh, blood-colored spirit flames burned on the battle sacrificial altar, making the nearby kindred's hearts palpitate. This was the real battle sacrificial altar, a stage where the blood-glazed flame burned. Once a kindred stepped onto the altar, their blood would flow continuously to be sacrificed to the blood ancestor. It's the blood-glazed flame. The blood-glazed flame in Xianyu's body stirred with desire. Connate spirit flames couldn't devour other flames to strengthen themselves, but if they were two identical connate spirit flames, they could devour and merge to improve their quality. Once you step onto the battle sacrificial altar, your life and death will be up to the heavens. No one can interfere, the clan master said solemnly. The rules of the battle sacrificial altar were bloody and cruel. Once you stepped onto the battle sacrificial altar, you would either live or die. Those who died would become sacrifices to the blood ancestor to open the bloodland of good fortune. And the part that was born would obtain good fortune. The kindred geniuses were already prepared. They rushed onto the battle sacrificial altar after the elder announced the start. Xianxia saw at least 10 geniuses of the blood-devouring race leading the way onto the battle sacrificial altar. Then, the geniuses of the kindred branches also rushed out. This was a chance to change their fate. As long as they had a certain amount of confidence, no one wanted to miss it. Among them, Xingrong flew out with excitement in his eyes. His cultivation had successfully broken through to the 5-star realm. He glanced at Xianyu and said disdainfully, "Brother, this is the difference between you and me. You don't even have the right to participate in the battle sacrificial altar." Once he obtained the fortune from the blood fortune land through the battle sacrifice, he would soar to the heavens. Xianyu ignored the annoying guy. He looked at the battle sacrificial altar and found that the geniuses of the kindred weren't ordinary either. Even though the kindred had declined, they still had a 6-star king, 4 5.5-star kings, and 10 5-star geniuses. Even the forces of the 8 great monarch sects were inferior to them. Practically all the peak geniuses of the star condensation realm have gone up on stage. Xianyu was slightly shocked. Such a cruel war sacrifice and such a high death rate still made the vampires advance wave after wave to fight for the opportunity to enter the bloodland of fortune. Xianyu also wanted to go up. Through the war sacrifice, he could enter the good fortune bloodland. The thing that the mysterious heart desired might very well be there. However, once he stepped onto the battle sacrificial altar, he would be too conspicuous, and the possibility of him being exposed would increase greatly. Just as Xianyu was in a dilemma. Bzzz, a loud sound came from the other side. Then, the expressions of the upper echelons of the blood race changed slightly, and they began to communicate with each other. Damn it, the shark tooth race actually attacked at this time. Looks like the information about the ancestral worship ceremony has been leaked. They're here to disrupt our ancestral worship ceremony so that we won't be able to receive the protection of our ancestors. The blood race's ancestral worship ceremony must not be interrupted. Otherwise, the ancestors will be dissatisfied and send down a disaster. The higher-ups discussed among themselves. In the end, half of the upper echelons of the blood race left, while the remaining upper echelons of the blood race looked worried and absent-minded. Seeing this scene, Xianyu was tempted. The good fortune bloodland and the thing that the mysterious heart desires. I must obtain it. He finally made his decision and flew toward the battle sacrificial altar. Now that the shark tooth race had invaded, the attention of the upper echelons of the blood race was attracted, and the possibility of Xianyu's identity being exposed was greatly reduced. Eh? Isn't that Jingling? He's also participating in the war sacrifice? The blood race members who recognized him looked at Xianyu with astonishment. Those participating in the war sacrifice were all the top geniuses of the blood race, and Jingling clearly did not belong to this group. On the battle sacrificial altar, Xingrong saw Jingling suddenly flying over, and his eyes went blank. He suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. His younger brother was actually participating in the war sacrifice. The surrounding people were puzzled by Xianyu's actions. Xianyu, on the other hand, was thinking of a way to reduce the amount of attention he would receive. Are you trying to use this opportunity to surpass me? Xingrong guessed Jingling's thoughts. Qin Yu was slightly taken aback. Xingrong was helping him out, so he said, "That's right, I'm going to use this opportunity to surpass you and step on you." Many people of the blood race knew about the conflict between Jingling and Xingrong. After hearing this conversation, they thought that Qin Yu was a fool trying to surpass Xingrong, and their suspicions were dispelled. Impulsiveness and recklessness were destined to be the sacrifices of the war sacrifice. The attention on Qin Yu immediately decreased. What he really needed to pay attention to were the blood race geniuses who could enter the blood fortune bloodland and change their lives. "Xingling, you're still so brainless. You'll never have the chance to surpass me, because you'll become the sacrifice of the war sacrifice soon," Xingrong said with a disdainful smile. The geniuses on the battle sacrificial altar either looked at Qin Yu indifferently or sneered. They were all the top geniuses of the blood race, including 6-star kings, 5.5-star kings, and the lowest was 4.5-star. However, Qin Yu wanted to compete with them for the right to enter the blood fortune bloodland. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The war sacrifice begins now. There are a total of 20 places, the patriarch announced solemnly. Boom, the blood-glazed flame on the battle sacrificial altar burned even more fiercely, and a blood-red barrier appeared around it. The battle had begun. Qin Yu observed his surroundings. There were close to 50 geniuses of the blood race, which meant that more than half of them would die here. It was really cruel. Although half of the geniuses of the blood race would die, the remaining ones would obtain great fortune and undergo shocking growth. They might even become mystic dark sovereign lords. To the blood race, it was worth it. Die, sacrificial offering. A female blood race next to Qin Yu attacked with a cold expression, and she struck out a powerful blood-red palm print. Her cultivation was 4.5-star, so she didn't take Qin Yu seriously at all. After that attack, she turned around and left with her back facing Qin Yu. In her eyes, that attack was enough to kill Qin Yu. The blood race was very sensitive to blood. When the female blood race was about to deal with the other competitors, she realized that something was wrong. She turned around, but there was nothing behind her. Gone? The female blood race was slightly shocked. Even if Qin Yu was dead, it was impossible for him to be burned to ashes by the blood-glazed flame on the battle sacrificial altar in such a short time. There. Suddenly, she saw Qin Yu's figure. He was some distance away from her, and he was moving quickly among the crowd. Although Qin Yu was participating in the battle sacrificial altar, he didn't plan to attract too much attention. He would let the other blood race members kill each other, and he would be able to get a spot as long as he stayed until the end. You want to get a spot to enter the blood ground with your strength? What a wishful thinking. Not far away, a genius of the blood spider clan shot out a dark red thread from his palm. It was tough and sharp like a Xian artifact, and it pierced through the air towards Qin Yu. The battle sacrificial altar didn't have many rules. It would end when there were only 20 people left. If he wanted to get a spot, he would have to kill the others as soon as possible. All the blood race members were competitors. Swoosh, Qin Yu moved to the right and dodged the attack. He didn't counterattack, and he moved away again. Did I fail? The genius of the blood spider clan also couldn't believe it. How could he fail to deal with an ant? With his 4.5-star cultivation, in the beginning, Qin Yu didn't attract much attention and was even ignored by the other blood race members. But as more and more geniuses attacked Qin Yu and he easily dodged them, he gradually attracted some attention. Xingrong, your brother is quite capable. At the center of the battle sacrificial altar, a blood-devouring clan member floated quietly. He was surrounded by 4 blood race members, and Xingrong was one of them. Xingrong hadn't paid attention to Qin Yu at first, thinking that he wouldn't need to do anything. The moment the battle sacrificial altar began, Qin Yu would be killed by the other blood race members. But he hadn't expected that Qin Yu's performance had already attracted the attention of young forefather Moonless. Young forefather Moonless had a 5.5-star cultivation, and he was one of the best among the blood-devouring clan geniuses. Xingrong had paid a great price to become young forefather Moonless' follower. Haha, he doesn't have much skill. He's just good at running away. Xingrong forced a smile. Lord Moonless, please let me do it myself and offer his blood to the ancestors. Jing Rong was worried that some young forefather had taken a fancy to Qinyu, so he decided to do it himself. Jing Rong, you're his brother and a 5-star king. It won't be good for you to kill your brother. How about I help you? A 4.5-star blood wolf suggested. Jing Rong wanted to refuse, but he couldn't find a reason, so he nodded. Whoosh, Qinyu darted around on the battle sacrificial altar, dodging the attacks of his competitors. At the same time, he let the blood-glazed flame on the battle sacrificial altar corrode his body. As soon as the violent blood-glazed flame entered Qinyu's body, it seemed to have entered a different world and was instantly suppressed. Then, Qinyu's blood-glazed flame surged out and devoured it to strengthen himself. The natural spirit flame was extremely pure, and it couldn't devour other flames to strengthen itself. But if it was the same kind, it would be different. At this moment, a voice full of murderous intent was heard. Jing Rong, since you're Jing Rong's brother, I'll let you die a quick and painful death. Qinyu saw a blood wolf dashing through the chaotic battlefield, heading straight for him. It's because of Jing Rong again. Qinyu frowned. Die. The blood wolf approached Qinyu, its aura surging and its murderous intent condensed. Origin energy and profound meanings were activated, and a blood wolf claw appeared in the air, slapping at Qinyu. Whoosh, whoosh. Qinyu flew back a distance, and the blood wolf claw landed in front of Qinyu, stirring up a wave of blood flames. But it didn't hurt Qinyu at all. He turned around and left, not wanting to be too eye-catching. You're indeed capable. The blood wolf chased after him again. On the battle sacrificial altar, the geniuses of the blood race were engaged in a chaotic battle. Qinyu darted around, making it more difficult for the blood wolf to chase after him. The blood wolf unleashed its full speed to catch up. Boom, the blood wolf opened its mouth and spat out a blood wind blade at Qinyu. Running away again, damn it. The blood wolf saw Qinyu dashing to the side, and his attack missed again. He continued to chase, but Qinyu dodged all of his attacks. Qinyu didn't want to attract attention, so he kept dodging and running. He didn't know that he was unharmed under the pursuit of a 4.5-star king, which attracted some attention again. At the same time, the blood-glazed flame on the battle sacrificial altar was even more ferocious, and its power increased to another level. It affected all the blood race and burned their blood. On the altar, the power of the blood-glazed flame had increased, and the kindred fighting there were under even more pressure. There were only 20 winners in this battle sacrifice, and if the number of winners didn't drop to this number after a long time, the blood-glazed flame's power would increase to a terrifying level, and only 20 blood breeds would be left. Young forefather Moonless, let's join in and end the battle as soon as possible. Jing Rong suggested. No kindred liked the smell of the blood-glazed flame. The feeling of their blood being burned and devoured bit by bit was an inhumane torture. Let's go and weaken the power of my sworn enemy. Young forefather Moonless stared at another young forefather. He didn't have to worry about being eliminated, but there would still be competition after entering the blood fortune ground. If he could get rid of a few threatening competitors, he would have an easier time in the blood fortune ground. Instantly, young forefather Moonless led his followers and attacked another young forefather. Before that, Jing Rong checked Qinyu's situation. A 4.5-star blood wolf genius of the blood wolf clan hadn't finished off Qinyu yet. At this time, Jing Rong suddenly realized that this little brother of his was a little unfamiliar. His speech and behavior were a little different from before, and the biggest difference was the change in his strength. In the past, Jingling had been ordinary among the late-stage star condensation realm, but after a trip outside, his cultivation had broken through, and his strength had increased greatly. He could easily survive the pursuit of a 4.5-star king without being injured. I should have taken care of him myself. Jing Rong thought. Take care of that kid and come back to help young forefather Moonless. Jing Rong urged him telepathically. On the other side, Blood Wolf was chasing after Qinyu, but he had failed time and time again. In addition, the power of the blood-glazed flame had increased here, so he was annoyed. After hearing Jing Rong's urging, he was even more furious. Don't run if you have the guts. Fight me fair and square. Blood Wolf roared. Qinyu ignored him. It was too easy to deal with a 4.5-star king. Most of his energy was focused on the blood-glazed flame. He completely put down his defense and even burned his blood to lure the blood-glazed flame on the altar to attack him. The blood-colored flame surged and entered Qinyu's body, preparing to feast on him. However, as soon as they entered, they discovered that they had been deceived and were suppressed to the point where they could not move. Qinyu immediately used his blood-glazed flame to devour it and strengthen himself. Boom! Suddenly, a sharp and bloody wind blade flew toward him from behind. Blood Wolf chased after him, cursing and clamoring. I don't want to fight because I don't want to be too conspicuous. However, if I want to deal with you, I also have a few inconspicuous methods. Qinyu muttered to himself. In the next instant, Blood Wolf, who was chasing after Qinyu, suddenly felt the power of the blood flames around him increase. They were crazily eroding him, and his whole body was burning uncomfortably. What's going on? Blood Wolf was stunned. He observed his surroundings and found that he was the only one in the same situation. He was being burned even more fiercely by the blood flame, as if this battle altar was his enemy. Shui Lang released his elemental energy and formed a layer of defensive barrier. The blood-glazed flame around him was still burning and eroding his defensive barrier. Damn it, what's going on? Blood Wolf's face was full of panic. He felt that he had been targeted by the battle altar, and he felt extremely wronged. After sensing carefully, he found that there seemed to be a profound and obscure profound of fire around him. At this moment, Blood Wolf saw Qinyu, who was not far away, looking at him calmly with the corner of his mouth curled up. Could it be him? Blood Wolf guessed, but this was too ridiculous. Qinyu's cultivation was so low. How could he have done this? Qinyu was now an 8-star king, and his profound of fire had reached the 7.5 level. He slightly used the profound of fire around Blood Wolf, and the blood flame was amplified, burning his opponent even more fiercely. For 4.5-star kings, the 7.5 level of profound was beyond their reach. Blood Wolf didn't think that it was Qinyu who had done this. Blood Wolf screamed. His elemental energy barrier was completely burned, and his body was being eroded by the blood-glazed flame. The surrounding blood race members looked at him in surprise. Eh? What's going on with him? The blood-glazed flame he's suffering seems to be several times stronger than ours. What did he do? Maybe this brat has done a lot of bad things and was rejected by the ancestor. The blood race members were curious, and they made all kinds of guesses, but none of them thought that it was Qinyu. The battle altar was covered by an enchantment, and there was also the blood-glazed flame everywhere. Even the upper echelon of the blood race watching from the outside could only see the image, and they couldn't feel the aura. In a certain corner of the battle altar, there was a handsome man with a demonic glow in his eyes. He was the young ancestor of the devouring blood race. He was alone, but there were no attacks from the blood race. This was because the handsome man, young ancestor Yu, was the number 1 genius of the blood race, and he was a 6-star king with a powerful background. Eh? Am I imagining things? Young ancestor Yu suddenly exclaimed. He could faintly feel a powerful soul intent on the battle altar. However, his perception was extremely weak, and the battle altar was in chaos, so he couldn't be sure. Interesting. Could there be a hidden genius among the blood race? Interest appeared in young ancestor Yu's eyes. Kill. Die. Become a sacrifice for the battle altar. The battle on the battle altar was extremely chaotic. At this moment, a female of the blood race charged toward Qinyu. I won't let you escape this time. The female of the blood race instantly attacked, and a domineering bloody palm flew over. When the battle altar started, Qinyu was right next to her, and she was the first to attack Qinyu, but she had failed. Now, the two of them clashed again, and the female of the blood race attacked again, wanting to kill Qinyu. So, Qinyu's figure flashed, and the domineering bloody palm missed. Don't try to escape. The female of the blood race chased after him. All the blood race on the battle altar were competitors, and if she wanted to get a spot, she had to eliminate everyone else. A weakling like Qinyu would become an easy target. After a while, the female of the blood race became impatient after failing again and again. At this moment, she suddenly felt the power of the blood-glazed flame around her increase, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Her blood was quickly draining. What's going on? The female of the blood race was shocked. At this moment, she heard a shrill scream. She saw a member of the blood wolf race being burnt black by the blood glass flame around him. His life force and blood were quickly draining, and even his soul was being burned. 5 breaths later. The king genius of the blood wolf race was burned to death. The battle altar had just started, and it was a rare occurrence that he was burned to death by the blood-glazed flame. This attracted many people's attention. He's too weak. He was burned to death by the blood-glazed flame so quickly. Something's wrong. The blood-glazed flame around him seems to be even thicker. Many people were surprised, but they didn't think it was because of Qinyu. On the other side, Jingrong, who was fighting with young ancestor Moonless, was dumbfounded. He forgot to attack and was hit by the enemy's attack. His body flew backward, and a large bloody hole appeared in his chest. Jingrong crawled up, still in shock. Damn it, how did that guy get burned to death? With the cultivation of a 4.5-star king, not only did he fail to kill a weakling like Qinyu, but he was also burned to death by the blood-glazed flame. This was too strange. After seeing this, the female of the blood race felt a strong sense of danger. As she had expected, after a short while, she also began screaming under the crazy burning of the blood glass flame. At this moment, the power of the blood-glazed flame on the battle altar was even stronger than before, and it was easier for Qinyu to control it. Soon, the female of the blood race became the second person to be burned to death by the blood-glazed flame. Something's wrong. Not only the geniuses, but the spectators also felt that something was wrong, but they didn't know why. No one should have noticed. Qinyu thought. After a while, when the power of the blood-glazed flame on the battle altar grew to the point where it could threaten 4.5-star kings, it would be easier for him to control it, and he would be able to kill 5-star kings. At this moment, Jingrong's murderous voice sounded, "Little brother, you really surprised me. You're still holding on." By now, many 4.5-star kings had fallen, and there were even some 5-star kings, but Qinyu was still alive and kicking. After helping young patriarch Moonless weaken the enemy's forces, he decided to personally take care of Qinyu. He couldn't let Qinyu enter the blood fortune ground. Die! Jingrong yelled as he punched out a giant fist made of red and blue energy. His cultivation had reached 5-star king, and Qinyu was only at the peak late stage, but Jingrong didn't show any mercy and attacked with all his strength. Boom! The giant red and blue fist smashed onto the battle altar, creating a wave of cold and bloody flames. Qinyu was just outside the attack range of this fist, and it seemed like he had dodged it with luck. Good dodging. The blood tribe cultivators who saw this scene were stunned. Qinyu had survived the attack of a 5-star king, and he had dodged his opponent's attack. His luck was too good. On the other hand, Jingrong's face was full of anger. Die! Jingrong's face was twisted, and his murderous intent toward Qinyu was extremely strong. Swish! A blood-colored greatsword with a serrated edge tore through the void, creating a terrifying blood-colored light as it stabbed toward Qinyu. This sword was enough to kill 4.5-star kings, and its attack speed was as fast as lightning. The onlookers thought that no matter how lucky Qinyu was, he wouldn't be able to dodge this attack. Swish! Swish! A blood-red sword aura that was like lightning descended rapidly. Qinyu's expression didn't change at all. He tried his best to dodge, but it was impossible for him to do so. However, this sword didn't hit Qinyu, and it flashed past him. Jingrong made a mistake? Many people thought that Jingrong's sword had missed by a bit. Who is it? How dare you sneak attack me? At this moment, an exasperated roar was heard. Everyone looked over and saw a member of the devouring blood race who had been stored in a demonic race container fall to the ground, and there was a sharp sword stuck in his buttocks. This young ancestor was also a 5-star king. He was fighting with an enemy, and Jingrong's attack was as fast as lightning. He couldn't react in time and was hit. Jingrong, you must be tired of living. The young ancestor who had been stabbed in the buttocks scolded angrily. He led his 2 subordinates and charged forward. This? Young ancestor, it's an accident, an accident. Jingrong was panicking. Qinyu's lips curled up. He was the one who had made this happen. After adjusting his position, Jingrong secretly used the power of spatial teleportation to stab the devouring blood race's young ancestor's buttocks. He looked around. There were only 27 people left on the battle altar, and it would be over soon. After eliminating 7 more, he would be able to sneak through and enter the blood fortune ground. There were fewer and fewer kindred on the altar. The sacrificial ritual was coming to an end. It would be harder for Xianxia to get away with it. No, another kindred died. There were only 26 of them left. No one wanted to become a sacrifice, so they had to kill other kindred and make them sacrifices. But those who had survived to this point weren't easy to deal with. All the kindred were looking for suitable targets. The next moment, at least 10 pairs of eyes were fixed on Xianxia. Why isn't this piece of trash dead yet? That was the question on all the kindred's minds. Some of the kindred remembered that Xianxia was good at escaping. Some thought that Xianxia was extremely lucky. Xingrong had made a mistake and injured another junior ancestor, who was being chased. Some of the kindred felt that Xianxia was a bit strange, so they didn't act rashly. A piece of trash like you wants to enter the fortune blood ground? There were also some blood tribe members who didn't like weaklings like Xianxia. A blood bat race powerhouse charged at them. His cultivation level was surprisingly that of a 5-star king. Although Xianxia had luckily escaped Xingrong's killing intent, he wouldn't be so lucky when facing a 5-star king again. Xingrong, who was being chased, also saw the scene and couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. Even if I don't attack you, there will be other blood tribe members who will. Kill this bastard. An angry roar came from behind. It was the blood-devouring clansman who had been stabbed in the butt by Xingrong. Junior ancestor, I made a mistake just now. Please forgive me. Xingrong immediately said, feeling wronged. Junior ancestor Moonless, help. At the same time, he ran to junior ancestor Moonless for help. A bunch of useless things. Junior ancestor Moonless' face was gloomy. His first subordinate had chased after Xianxia, but he was strangely burned to death by the blood-glazed flame. Then, Xingrong attacked and attracted other enemies. But Xingrong was quite powerful and could be used, so junior ancestor Moonless helped Xingrong out of danger. On the other side, Xianxia, who had been targeted by the blood bats, also felt a little troubled. Nearing the end, this place was no longer as chaotic as it was at the beginning. It would be much more difficult for Xianxia to muddle his way through. For example, if he were to use the blood glass flame to burn his enemies to death, he might be discovered. The few blood breeds who had been burned to death by the blood glass flame had chased after Xianxia. The ability to teleport couldn't be used too obviously either. Dodging a 5-star king's attack once might be considered luck, but if he kept dodging and coming out unscathed, no matter how stupid the blood race was, they wouldn't think that it was luck. Die. The attack of the king of the blood bat race suddenly descended. A violent and restless blood-red light wave surged out, accompanied by a violent tremor in the soul dimension, affecting the opponent's mind. Many people were paying attention to Xianxia. Would he be able to resolve the crisis this time? Rumble. The attack of the king of the blood bat race engulfed Xianxia's body, causing an earth-shattering explosion and dazzling blood-red light. A scorched black figure flew out and rolled 1,000 feet away, completely motionless, his vitality completely gone. He's dead? Looks like he was lucky to be able to live until now, but his luck has been used up. The blood race didn't have any doubts. A late-stage star condensation king being killed by a 5-star king in one blow was normal. Thus, their attention turned to the other competitors. Another 5 would die, and the battle sacrifice would be over. Xianxia laid motionlessly on the edge of the battle altar. In his heart, he also hoped that it would end quickly. As a powerful 8-star human king, it wasn't easy to muddle through here. In the end, he actually had to play dead. The reason why he was so successful in playing dead was because of the white mask. The white mask could change Xianxia's appearance, simulate all kinds of injuries, and emit the aura of death. Then, Xianxia only needed to completely seal off his vitality to perfectly play dead. At the very least, the blood race, whose cultivation was far lower than his, wouldn't be able to detect any abnormalities. Only 24 left. 23. Come on, there's still 3 left. Xianxia secretly observed the battle. 20. No, I forgot to count myself. Including Qinyu who was playing dead, there were still 21 blood rays on the battle altar. Many geniuses on the battle altar were at a loss. Wasn't there only 20 blood rays left? Why wasn't it over yet? The Blood Bat King who had killed Qinyu suddenly discovered that Qinyu's corpse was still on the edge of the battle altar. Under normal circumstances, when a blood race member died, they would definitely be turned into ashes by the blood-glazed flame on the battle altar. Why was Qinyu's corpse still there? Since he had been discovered, there was no point in Qinyu pretending anymore. Under everyone's gazes, he stood up. F*CK, that bastard didn't die? He was playing dead? Damn, why didn't I think of that? If he was really dead, his corpse would have turned into ashes long ago. Shameless. The geniuses on the battle altar were indignant. They didn't expect a piece of trash to last until now. It was a miracle. Xingrong was also completely dumbfounded. Was this really his brother? How could he make it this far? Whoosh, Xingrong instantly rushed out, controlling the serrated blood sword to create a terrifying storm of blood light. He wanted to kill Qinyu. At this crucial moment, Qinyu was about to become the last sacrifice. Dong, Qinyu's heart shook as he activated the murderous heart art. At the same time, battle sacrifice, end. A supreme divine power descended and instantly dispersed everything. The barrier disappeared, and so did the blood-glazed flame. Xingrong's overflowing sure-kill sword also suddenly lost all its power. What happened? Xingrong couldn't believe it. Weren't there 21 blood race members? Why did it suddenly end? At this moment, everyone realized that somewhere on the battle altar, a blood race member suddenly fell to the ground, his body charred black. A blood race member in front of the corpse had a doubtful expression. I killed him? He had just fought with his nemesis, but his nemesis had suddenly lost control and revealed a painful expression. He had killed him in one move. It's over. Qinyu revealed a smile. This last person was naturally killed by him using the murderous heart art. Damn it! Xingrong roared. At the final juncture, just as he was about to kill Qinyu, another vampire had actually died before him, ending the war sacrifice. His brother had passed the battle sacrifice and obtained the right to enter the Fortune Blood Ground. He couldn't accept this scene, so his mind was a little out of sorts. The upper echelons of the blood race also found this scene novel. A late-stage star condensation blood race member had actually passed the battle sacrifice and obtained the right to enter the Fortune Blood Ground. Haha, this kid's ability to play dead is top-notch. A mysterious Dark Realm Emperor Lord teased. The Patriarch also felt it was unbelievable, but he still quickly completed the ancestral worship ceremony. The 20 of you are qualified to enter the Fortune Blood Ground. After entering the Fortune Blood Ground, you can compete, but you are not allowed to kill each other. The Patriarch stood up and announced with a final warning. The battle sacrifice had already caused the blood race to lose a large number of geniuses. If the surviving blood race geniuses continued to kill each other in the Fortune Blood Ground, it would only increase the blood race's losses. Fortune Blood Ground, open. The Patriarch and the elders each formed a seal, which landed on the statue of the devouring blood race member at the center of the altar. Buzz, the entire statue released a crimson glow, and a dark red spatial vortex appeared in its open mouth. This spatial entrance was connected to the underground blood pool and the Fortune Blood Ground. In the next instant, the blood race members who had passed the battle sacrifice flew out and fought to be the first to enter the devouring blood race statue's mouth. Even if you obtained the right to enter, don't even think about obtaining any fortuitous encounters in the Fortune Blood Ground. Xingrong's cold voice, filled with killing intent, was transmitted to Qinyu's mind. The upper echelons did not allow killing in the Fortune Blood Ground, but they could not completely prevent it. Even if the upper echelons found out that Xingrong had killed Qinyu, there would not be a severe punishment in the end. After all, Qinyu had died at that time, and Xingrong was a blood race genius who had obtained the Fortune Blood Ground. If you want to seek your own death, I can fulfill your wish. Qinyu replied. He could have used the murderous heart incantation to kill Xingrong. But if he had done so, it would definitely have aroused suspicion, so Qinyu had killed a blood race member who had no dealings with him. In this way, he had successfully muddled his way through. But if Xingrong came to him again in the Fortune Blood Ground, what reason did Qinyu have to spare his life? What do you mean? Zhengrong did not understand what Qinyu meant at all. He only felt that his younger brother had become very strange at this moment, completely different from the fool he remembered. Buzz, 20 blood race geniuses passed through the spatial whirlpool and entered the fortune blood ground. I hope they can obtain a great fortune. This elder believes that the great prophet's divination is very likely to predict the result of this fortune blood ground. Primogenitor awakens, eternal descent. Will someone obtain the primogenitor's inheritance? Let our race back to the peak and live forever. The upper echelons chatted. Suddenly, the devouring blood race statue trembled slightly, and a terrifying blood-colored light erupted, shocking the surroundings. Many blood race kings nearby who were participating in the ancestral worship were forced back by this powerful aura, unable to look directly at it. Boom, the enormous blood-colored pillar of light turned into a shocking shadow that looked like a dragon and a snake. It shot into the sky, flattening everything, and caused the sky to become as smooth as a mirror. Everyone revealed strange expressions, and the emperor lords made all sorts of guesses. The primogenitor's blood is so lively, as if it's yearning for something. The patriarch murmured. The great prophet suddenly felt that the key to the survival of the blood race seemed to have been decided just a moment ago. The scenery in front of Qinyu twisted and changed, and a completely different scene instantly appeared. The blood-colored sky, the blood-colored ground, the grass, trees, flowers, stones, wind, rain, lightning, everything was blood-colored. This is the fortune blood ground? The originally peaceful world suddenly started to change. Kaboom, the ground shook violently, and a large mountain split open. Blood-colored lava suddenly shot out from a certain place. Lightning flashed in the sky, and thunder roared as they landed on the ground, blasting out scorched craters. The entire world seemed to be excited, as if it was yearning for something. At the same time, Qinyu's mysterious heart also became excited, and it became as hot as a fireball. The thing that the mysterious heart wants is indeed here. Qinyu's eyes twinkled. What he had done hadn't been in vain, and he was about to achieve his goal. The opportunity for the mysterious heart to transform was right in front of him, he just didn't know what kind of surprise this transformation would bring him. Qinyu followed the feeling of the mysterious heart and flew over the blood-red ground. At this moment, two kindred crawled out of the ground in front of him. Their eyes were shining with crimson light, and they were filled with intense greed and desire. These two kindred looked a bit deformed. They didn't look like any branch of the kindred that Qinyu was familiar with. He had stayed with the kindred for a long time, and he had heard that some special places would give birth to kindred creatures with congenital defects or incomplete bodies. They were called blood monsters. The two blood monsters in front of him gave off an extremely powerful aura that was close to that of a 6-star king. Piss off. Qinyu waved his hand and created a terrifying storm. He didn't suppress his strength anymore. The white storm formed with a wave of his hand, crushed everything in its way and instantly enveloped the two kindred corpses. Whoosh, the two kindred corpses were crushed into countless pieces by Qinyu's attack. At the same time, two wisps of crimson light shot through the air and entered the mysterious heart under the attraction of the mysterious heart. The mysterious heart beat faster and gave off a satisfied feeling. This is the smell of the primogenitor's blood. Qinyu had absorbed the power of the primogenitor's blood from the kindred's holy item before, and it was the same feeling. He was also sure that this was what the mysterious heart wanted. However, those two wisps weren't enough. The mysterious heart wanted more. Bang! Bang! The ground in the distance suddenly exploded, and two deformed blood monsters jumped out. They also had the aura of the primogenitor's blood. The other geniuses of the kindred who had entered the fortune bloodland were extremely excited. I heard that great opportunities can be hidden anywhere in the fortune bloodland, but the environment changes every time you enter, so experience is useless. It's all about luck. I wonder how many opportunities I'll have. Young forefather Moonless sighed with anticipation. We only have 4 hours. Young forefather, let's move. Xingrong suggested. 4 hours later, all the vampires would be teleported out. While they were discussing, rumble, a great change suddenly occurred in the land of good fortune. It was as if it was about to be destroyed. Blood-colored magma erupted from the ground, and blood-colored lightning and storms descended from the sky. The bloodlines of the blood tribe members were suppressed, and they felt a sense of suffocation. What's going on? Moonless was bewildered. This was his first time entering, but he had heard about the situation inside from his elders. To sum it up, the blood grounds of creation seemed to be peaceful and ordinary, yet it was actually filled with hidden dangers. However, so long as one was careful, then there wouldn't be any major problems. However, the current blood creation grounds didn't seem peaceful at all. What's going on? Moonless' expression was solemn. What he was worried about was whether this change was good or bad. Suddenly, a blood-red crystal emerged from the lava nearby. It exuded the aura of the progenitor's blood, causing young patriarch Moonless' bloodline to palpitate. Opportunity. Young forefather Moonless looked excited. He had just arrived at the blood grounds of creation, and the opportunity had appeared in front of him. Is the change in the blood grounds of creation because of me? Young forefather Moonless thought that he had been recognized by the blood grounds of creation and that the opportunity had appeared in front of him. Look over there. Someone in the group yelled. A blood-red fruit with strange patterns on it appeared in a huge pit created by the heavenly lightning. It gave off a captivating light and a strange fragrance in the huge pit that was scorched black. Is this also an opportunity? I also found an opportunity. Xingrong yelled. He found a strange-looking blood-red ancient tree in a crack in the ground not far away. Its branches were like blood snakes growing out. The joy on young forefather Moonless' face disappeared, replaced by seriousness. Something's wrong. Only one kind of opportunity could be regarded as a real opportunity, but something was wrong when all kinds of opportunities appeared at the same time. It was as if a treasure was easily obtainable, and people would wonder if it was a trap. In addition, young forefather Moonless was suspicious of the entire blood grounds of creation and felt that something was wrong. According to the elders, entering the blood grounds of creation to search for opportunities will also be dangerous. It's almost impossible for something like this to happen. Young forefather Moonless' words woke up his followers. That's right, something was wrong. How could opportunities appear on their own and be easily obtainable? What if it's all true? Xingrong asked with a greedy expression. If it's true, then we'll naturally have to look for greater opportunities. We can't take anything out of here, and we can only stay here for 4 hours. Young forefather Moonless was even calmer. His plan was approved by the others. Thus, they took away the opportunity in front of them, but they weren't in a hurry to use it. Instead, they searched for greater opportunities. After searching for a while, young forefather Moonless' group heard a loud explosion. What a powerful energy fluctuation. Let's go and have a look. Young forefather Moonless led the group toward the source of the explosion. He suspected that there was some earth-shattering opportunity here that attracted the kindred to fight over. The explosion just now was the sound of a battle. As they approached, a figure appeared within the range of their spiritual senses. There was only one person. Xingrong, it seems to be your useless brother. Someone in the group said with slight jealousy. They were able to enter this place smoothly because of young forefather Moonless. And Qinyu, a peak late-stage star condensation cultivator, had gotten a place to enter the blood grounds of creation by luck and pretending to be dead. Young forefather, please let me take care of him myself. Xingrong asked again. He couldn't let Qinyu leave the blood grounds of creation alive. Haha, Xingrong, you've already failed twice. I think you're doomed to fail to kill your useless brother. Why don't you let me help you? The kindred from before said. Before this, there was such a huge commotion here, and there was an extremely obvious and powerful aura of the ancestors' blood. Now that there was only Qinyu here, there was a high chance that the opportunity would be obtained by Qinyu. That was why he was rushing to attack Qinyu. This is between me and him. Let me end it all. Xingrong refused to back down. His thoughts were the same as the kindred. Xingrong, you go, but hand over the harvest. Young forefather Moonless said. He wasn't a fool. If there was really a great opportunity with Qinyu, it would definitely fall into his hands. Yes. Xingrong responded and flew away quickly. Xingrong, everything you've done is in vain. Today, I will kill you here. It's already very good that you can sleep in the blood grounds of creation forever. Xingrong was extremely fast, and he quickly approached Qinyu. He was annoyed every time he saw Qinyu. Only by killing him as soon as possible would he be able to free himself. Xingrong, die! Xingrong bellowed, and the energy of the 5 stars in his body burst forth. The sawtooth-shaped sword whizzed out, bringing with it a bone-chilling killing intent as it pierced forward. He was fully focused. He definitely wouldn't miss this time, but at this moment, boom. Boom, a blood-red mountain in front of Qinyu suddenly split open, and a 3,000-meter-tall blood-colored giant appeared. The giant opened its mouth and roared, creating a violent red sound wave that swept in all directions. Xingrong was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered a blood monster like young forefather Moonless had mentioned since entering the blood grounds of blood grounds. Clang, the sword that he had stabbed out with all his strength had been sent flying by the roar of the giant blood monster. Pfft, Xingrong was shocked by the backlash. Half-step mysterious underworld realm, the giant blood monster that had suddenly appeared was actually at the half-step mysterious underworld realm. Swoosh, without another word, Xingrong turned and ran. Before running, he glanced at Qinyu. His stupid little brother was so scared that he couldn't move in front of a half-step mysterious underworld blood monster. His third attempt to kill Qinyu had failed. The difference was that Qinyu would be killed instantly by the blood monster. Young forefather Moonless and the others, who were watching from afar, were also shocked. A half-step mysterious underworld blood monster. If I can kill it, I might be able to obtain a good opportunity. Young forefather Moonless thought. However, even with the combined power of the entire group, it would be very difficult to kill a half-step mysterious underworld blood monster. They were all watching this scene. In the next moment, Qinyu would be smashed into meat paste by the blood monster. However, what happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. Their eyes widened, revealing intense bewilderment. Qinyu was calm as he faced the blood monster. His palm blossomed with golden white light, and the white tiger sacred claw appeared. Whoosh, 10 dazzling rays of light tore through the void and struck the blood monster's body. In the next instant, cracks appeared on the half-step profound nether realm blood monster's body. Its huge body crumbled, and huge rocks fell to the ground. It's dead. Young forefather Moonless and the others froze. Their breathing stopped. The scene in front of them was too shocking. This had to be an illusion. Qinyu, that piece of trash, had killed a half-step mysterious underworld blood monster in one blow. After the blood monster's death, the blood light entered the mysterious heart, making Qinyu feel very comfortable. The mysterious heart's heartbeat became stronger, and energy flowed through his body. After killing the blood monster and obtaining the power of the primogenitor's blood, he could feel the mysterious heart slowly transforming. His life force was also rising. What did you just say? Qinyu turned to look at Xingrong. Xingrong, Moonless, and the others felt their hair stand on end when Qinyu looked at them. They were like mice that had seen a cat. Fear spread through their bodies. Xingrong's face was pale, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. No one knew if he didn't dare to say it or if he was scared silly. Roar, roar. A crazed roar came from the sky along with thunder. In the blood-red sky, a dense swarm of blood monsters descended. Their bodies were deformed and ugly. They looked like bats and eagles at the same time. There were nearly 100 blood monsters, and their auras were all at the late stage of star condensation. There were 5 blood monsters that were close to the half-step mysterious underworld realm. Moonless, Xingrong, and the others felt their scalps go numb. They felt the danger of death descend. They hadn't seen a single blood monster on their way here. However, it was only after encountering Qinyu that they deeply felt how dangerous the blood fortune lands were. At this moment, Qinyu, who they thought was trash, had an excited gaze. He actually went up to meet the blood monster. Good. Young forefather Moonless, Xingrong, and the others trembled in fear as they watched the 100 blood monsters approach from the sky. They felt as if they were close to death. But Qinyu, whom they thought was useless, cheered and took the initiative to meet the attack. If the scene of Qinyu killing the 10,000-meter-tall giant was an illusion, then was this scene an illusion as well? Whoosh, Qinyu shot into the sky, his aura piercing through the clouds. His aura clearly wasn't that of Sovereign Lord Mystic Underworld, but the aura he exuded was almost the same. Young Forefather Moonless and the others felt that it would be difficult to resist him. Jinyu swung his claws and 5 large golden streaks of light surrounded by the blood-glazed flame rushed into the group of blood monsters. In an instant, there were countless screams and broken limbs falling to the ground. Xingrong, who? Who is your brother? A kindred asked with a trembling voice. Even the top genius of the kindred, young Forefather Yu, couldn't compare to him. How could Xingling's brother be so strong? I'm afraid he's not my brother anymore. Xingrong said in shock and confusion. He had thought Xingling's behavior was a bit strange before. Now that he saw such a shocking scene, he realized that his brother had been replaced. So who had disguised himself as Xingling and come to the kindred? But there's a clear aura of the kindred on him. His companion was puzzled. No matter what, there must be something wrong with this kid. Otherwise, the Blood Fortune ground wouldn't be so angry and send a disaster to eliminate him. Young Forefather Moonless said solemnly. He guessed that the commotion in the Blood Fortune ground was most likely because of Chenyu. They hadn't run into any blood monsters along the way, only opportunities. However, after encountering Chenyu, powerful blood monsters appeared one after another, all of them targeting Chenyu alone. The Blood Fortune ground's attitude said it all. The person disguised as Xingling must be an enemy of the kindred. Junior ancestor is correct. This child definitely harbors evil intentions. However, him entering the bloodland of good fortune is his greatest mistake. Our ancestor's spirit in heaven will definitely slay him. Xingrong didn't know who Xingling was, but he hoped that the other party would die quickly. Young Patriarch Moonless, Xingrong, and the others didn't leave. They believed that the bloodland of fortune was targeting Chenyu and would not harm them for no reason. However, once Chenyu was killed, they would be able to take Chenyu's corpse out of here, and the credit would be theirs. With so many blood monsters, he's dead for sure. Xingrong firmly believed in this. Boom, amidst the horde of blood monsters in the sky, an explosion erupted outwards. Several blood monsters died miserably, their broken limbs falling to the ground. They all thought that Chenyu would definitely die. However, up until now, even though Chenyu was surrounded by the blood monsters, he did not show any signs of weakness. On the other hand, the blood monsters were dying one by one, and their numbers were dwindling. Gradually, the blood breeds began to waver. What kind of monster was this? Despite being surrounded by nearly 100 blood monsters, he still hadn't died. They could even feel that Chenyu's aura was growing stronger and stronger as he slaughtered. Good. Die, die, die. Chenyu's battle intent surged. He swung his white tiger sacred claw, killing the ugly blood monsters. With his cultivation base as an 8-star king, a casual attack from him already possessed the power of a mysterious nether realm expert. Adding on the mysterious heart suppression on the blood breeds, the blood monsters were weakened. Ordinary 4-star and 5-star blood monsters were instantly killed if they were hit by his attacks. When each blood monster died, a wisp of the progenitor's blood energy would be absorbed by the mysterious heart. The mysterious heart continued to absorb the progenitor's blood energy during this rapid slaughter, and its beating grew stronger. His body was filled with endless energy. The feeling of becoming stronger was extremely obvious. Thus, Chenyu fought more and more fiercely. Boom. Boom. Boom, another few blood monsters were instantly killed by Chenyu. Just at this moment, a half-step mysterious nether realm blood monster launched a sneak attack. Its red claws slashed across Chenyu's back, leaving behind several bloody wounds. However, those wounds rapidly healed. In just a few breaths, Chenyu was as good as new. The self-healing ability of a high-grade imperishable body allowed Chenyu to focus on killing without worry even if he was surrounded. In the distance, young Patriarch Moonless, Xingrong, and the others felt their hearts tremble. They suddenly felt that compared to the huge horde of blood monsters, Chenyu was the most terrifying. How about we retreat? One of the blood breeds shrank back. Chenyu was truly ferocious. Despite being surrounded by nearly 100 blood monsters, he was still able to kill with vigor. He had already killed more than 30 blood monsters. He didn't seem the slightest bit tired, nor did he have any serious injuries. Let's keep watching. I don't believe he can last until the end. There are 5 half-step mysterious nether realm blood monsters in this horde. Young Patriarch Moonless gritted his teeth. At this time, Xianxia, who was still in the sky, also felt that his killing speed was a little too slow. Boom. 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 Xianxu's mysterious heart suddenly entered an explosive state. A surge of heat spread through Xianxu's body, and a layer of red light appeared around him. At this moment, his speed and power were amplified far more than when he used the explosive heart. Furthermore, the moment the heart exploded, all the blood monsters around Xianxia had crazed expressions. They seemed to be in extreme pain, as if they were under some kind of great pressure. He could feel the power of the primogenitor blood within the blood monsters trembling slightly. Fear, unwillingness, anger, and other emotions surfaced. The mysterious heart seems to have some kind of counter to the primogenitor blood. Xianxia murmured. Roar. The surrounding blood monsters roared and tried their best to resist. However, some of the blood monsters' primogenitor blood was completely suppressed by the mysterious heart and extracted. Then, the bodies of these blood monsters exploded and they died. That wasn't all. Wisps of crimson light also appeared in the nearby sky and earth before being absorbed by the mysterious heart. When the mysterious heart exploded, it seemed to have a huge appetite and devoured the nearby primogenitor blood. Looks like these blood monsters aren't the only ones with the primogenitor blood. They can be found everywhere in the bloodland of good fortune. Xianxia thought to himself. Young Forefather Moonless and the others who were observing from afar also felt a powerful pressure as Xianxu's organs exploded. It seemed to be trying to force them to submit. What's going on with this pressure that comes from the depths of my bloodline? Young Forefather Moonless' expression was ugly. One had to know that he was a member of the blood-devouring race, the royal of the blood race. How could he have the thought of submitting to Xianxia? Then, young Forefather Moonless discovered that Xianxia hadn't done anything, but the blood monsters around him suddenly exploded and died. It was an eerie scene. Not only that. Oh no, my fruit. One of the team members shouted. He was holding a blood-red fruit in his hand. This was the fortune he had obtained earlier. However, at this moment, the blood-red fruit shone with a blood-red radiance, and a wisp of dark red light suddenly flew out from it, heading straight for Xianxia. Then, the color of the blood-red fruit darkened, cracks appeared on its surface, and it shattered. Mine too. Xingrong's face was filled with panic. The strange-shaped blood tree he had obtained was also experiencing the same situation as the blood-red fruit. No, it's my fortune. Young Forefather Moonless looked panicked. At this moment, Xianxia snatched away all the opportunities the team and the blood clan members had obtained along the way. Damn it, how dare he take my fortune? Young Forefather Moonless' face was full of hatred. At this moment, he even wanted to lead the team and kill Xianxia with the blood monsters. In the sky, Xianxia also noticed what was happening to young Forefather Moonless' team, but he didn't take it to heart. Thump, the mysterious heart shook violently, and the murderous heart art was activated. The blood monsters that were suppressed by the mysterious heart were affected by the murdering heart incantation. In an instant, more than 20 blood monsters' hearts swelled up and exploded. Their bodies collapsed and dissipated, and a dark red light shot into the mysterious heart. In the distance, young Forefather Moonless and the others were dumbfounded. Just now, the blood monsters around Xianxia had died one after another. Their opportunities had also been stolen. At this moment, more than 20 blood monsters had died en masse. Forefather, save, ah! Suddenly, a scream came from beside young Forefather Moonless. A blood clan member's heart swelled and exploded, and he fell to the ground, dead. Murderous heart art. No, I don't want to die. Xingrong frantically mobilized his origin energy to wrap around the heart. But it was all in vain. His heart swelled violently, and even the barrier of origin energy couldn't stop it. It exploded on the spot. Thump, Xingrong fell to the ground, dead. He had gone to great lengths to enter the blood-forming progenitor's body to obtain fortune. He hadn't expected that he would be affected by Xianxu's murderous heart art and die in an unexpected and pathetic way. All the blood around young Forefather Moonless died in an instant. He was fine because the blood-devouring race didn't have hearts. This, young Forefather Moonless' body trembled. His face was filled with despair. His body suddenly blossomed with bloody light as he fled. The moment he fled, an invisible danger descended. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Swish, a silver sword with threads of silver-gray flames pierced through the void. Unable to dodge, young Forefather Moonless was nailed to the ground. Spare me, spare my life. The silver sword released a spatial energy that could cut through everything. Combined with the void sky sacred flame, it killed young Forefather Moonless. The moment these blood race members saw Xianxia and discovered his secret, they were destined to die. After dealing with a few ants, Xianxia once more started killing the blood monsters in front of him. A while later, there were only 5 half-step mysterious nether realm blood monsters left in front of him. 5 half-step mysterious nether realm experts. Even a mysterious nether expert wouldn't act rashly against such a lineup. However, Xianxia didn't hesitate and charged forward. After the massacre, the mysterious heart was slowly transforming. Every part of his body was filled with explosive power, and it was constantly increasing. The blood monsters were suppressed by the mysterious heart, so they were nothing in his eyes. A moment later, the 5 half-step mysterious nether realm blood monsters were dealt with. The mysterious heart extracted the power of the progenitor's blood. Xianxia felt that the power he had accumulated through the slaughter would surpass the early stage of the mysterious nether realm if he used it. And this wasn't the end. For the mysterious heart, this was just an appetizer. There was still a big meal waiting for it. Sacred City. The last ritual of worshipping the ancestors would take 4 hours to complete. All the geniuses of the blood race would be teleported out after that. Everyone in the blood race was uneasy. The blood race wasn't in a good situation. The great prophet's divination made them feel a sense of danger. All of them hoped that a genius of the blood race would obtain a great fortune in the fortune blood ground and soar into the sky. The one they had the most hope for was obviously young Ancestor Yu, who was a 6-star king. If young Ancestor Yu can use the fortune in the fortune blood ground to become a 7-star king and break through to the mysterious dark realm, the blood race will have a powerful arch or even a god in the future. In that case, the blood kindred will have an extremely powerful overlord in the future, or even a god. The statue of the blood-devouring race at the center of the altar started to display all kinds of unusual phenomena. At first, the upper echelons of the blood race thought it was a good sign. But as time passed, the phenomena on the statue became more frequent and intense. However, as time passed, the blood-devouring race statues appeared even more frequently and intensely. This was very strange. What on earth happened in the blood fortune land? Great Prophet, can you divine it? An upper echelon of the blood race asked. Great Prophet, can you divine it? The Great Prophet's eyes were deep as he fell into thought. In fact, the moment the fortune blood ground opened, I sensed that the key to the survival of the blood race had been confirmed. The Great Prophet said his speculation. What? What is the key? The upper echelon was shocked. The key the Great Prophet had mentioned was related to the survival of the blood race, but they knew nothing about it. Maybe it has something to do with the abnormalities in the fortune blood ground. An elder guessed. At this moment, a celestial condensation king's bodyguard flew over and respectfully bowed towards the various high-level figures. He then turned to the elder presiding over the ceremony and spoke, Elder, during the battle sacrifice, the last blood clan genius to die, the cause of his death is a bit strange. What's strange? The blood race elder asked casually. The blood race that had died before the ceremony had been burned to ashes by the blood-glazed flames. Only the body of the last blood race genius was preserved after the ceremony. When I examined the corpse, I discovered that the true cause of death of this blood clan genius was a shattered heart. The guard reported truthfully. What's strange about that? Perhaps the prodigy's heart had been injured, and the injury had exploded and killed him. Or perhaps the opponent had used a secret technique like the murderous heart mantra. This genius of the blood race died to the murderous heart art, but he was a 5-star king. Based on the degree of damage to his heart, he had to be at least at the half-step profound nether realm to have used the murderous heart art, the guard continued. At this moment, the elder of the blood tribe frowned and began to pay attention to this matter. The power of a half-step profound nether realm expert was roughly at this level when young Patriarch Yu used a secret art. However, young forefather, you didn't know the murderous heart sutra and the other geniuses on the altar couldn't do it either. Therefore, the death of the Blood Clan's genius was indeed strange. Put yourself in his shoes. Who would benefit the most from the death of this genius? No matter how one looked at it, the one who benefited the most was the vampire who was about to be killed by Xingrong at the last moment. Passing the battle sacrifice. At the peak of the late stage, this is unbelievable. The vampire elder's eyes flickered with a dark light. When the great prophet heard this conversation, he made some deductions and came to a conclusion. This kid is hiding his true cultivation. Hearing this, all the blood race members were shocked. The geniuses of the blood race wanted to show off their skills at the battle sacrifice. Why would Xingling hide his cultivation and pretend to be dead? No matter what the result was, Xingling might have some unspeakable secrets. When they thought of the blood-devouring race statue, the expressions of the upper echelons of the blood race became ugly. The expression of the great prophet suddenly changed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with excitement. It's him, it's him. When the great prophet had deliberately divined Xinyu, he had finally seen a trace of fate, and he had paid a price for it. Xingling is the child of the prophecy of the ancestors' awakening and the eternal descent? Many of the upper echelons found this hard to accept. Is this kid the lucky star of the blood race or the bane of our race? No matter what, this kid's fate is tied to the blood race. He must be in the hands of the blood race. I suggest we open the blood fortune ground again. Seconded. The upper echelons of the blood race sent everyone out of the sacred city and temporarily sealed off the news. The blood fortune ground is currently in an extremely unstable state. If we open it again, it will have a huge impact on the ground. The array master had a worried expression after inspecting the ground. Is there no other way? The leader of the blood race asked. There is. With the support of the blood-devouring race's bloodline power, we can open the blood fortune ground again while minimizing the impact. However, the number of blood race members entering can't be too high, and their cultivation can't be too high. In the end, the blood race decided to use this method. They couldn't let Xingling decide the fate of the blood race. This kid had to be under the control of the blood race. The blood race members entering the blood fortune ground had to be at the mysterious nether realm. Only then could they control the situation. The number of people could not exceed 4. When they picked out 2 early-stage mysterious nether realm blood race members, the great prophet suddenly said, "Let me go." Great prophet, your cultivation is at the mid-stage mysterious nether realm. I'm afraid it's not suitable, but with the great prophet around, we might be able to change the fate of the blood race. 2 early-stage mysterious nether realm experts and the great prophet can give it a try. At the blood fortune ground, Xinyu went straight to the center, killing non-stop along the way. These blood monsters are crazy, and their eyes are filled with intense greed. Also, they're only coming for me. Could their goal be? Xinyu gradually discovered some details and had some guesses. The mysterious heart desired a certain treasure in the blood fortune ground, and the other party also seemed to want the mysterious heart. Crack, the ground in front of him cracked, and a river of lava appeared. A 3,000-meter-long, grotesquely ugly blood-red dragon rushed out. As its body trembled, a layer of scorching blood-red light surged in all directions. In an instant, the world turned scarlet and scorching. Xinyu's blood seemed to be burning. Mystic Nether Sovereign Lord. Xinyu stared at the dragon blood monster. Before coming to Blood God Island, he had killed mysterious Nether Realm experts. Although the process had been difficult, he had improved in all aspects during his secluded cultivation on Blood God Island. His cultivation had broken through to become an 8-star king. With the cultivation of an 8-star king, Xinyu felt that he would most likely win if he faced the mystic Nether Sovereign Lord. Furthermore, this was the blood fortune ground. Xinyu's body was filled with boundless energy, and he was in his strongest state. Both sides attacked without saying a word. The dragon blood monster opened its mouth and spat out a scarlet wave of blood that swept in all directions, incinerating everything in its path. Xinyu let out a roar and gathered all the energy in his body into his fist. Bang! A blazing and magnificent fist light, accompanied by a blood-colored glazed flame, smashed forward with an unstoppable momentum. Just as Qin Yu had expected, the transformation of his heart had given him a boost in combat power as he slaughtered his way here. This full-powered punch had already surpassed the early-stage mysterious nether realm. Rumble, Qin Yu's punch punched a giant hole in the scarlet wave of blood. Then, it struck the dragon blood monster's head. Blood-red sparks flew everywhere, and a miserable shriek rang out. In the blood fortune ground, Qin Yu was constantly getting stronger with the help of the mysterious heart. Although this power might dissipate in the end and he would return to his original state, it was enough for him to dominate the blood fortune ground with this power. Qin Yu didn't have time to waste on fighting. He had to finish the battle quickly and obtain what the mysterious heart desired. Skyrending Imperial Fist, he executed a killing move. The skyrending Imperial Fist caused the void to twist slightly. Qin Yu displayed the domineering aura of a sovereign lord. It was as if he had really become the mystic nether sovereign lord. Bang, silver, yellow, and red lights intertwined with each other as they shot out. They distorted the surrounding void and created a powerful suction force before hitting the dragon blood monster. The skyrending Imperial Fist tore open several spatial cracks. A large hole appeared on the dragon blood monster's head. Half of its head was gone. However, the craziness and greed in the dragon blood monster's eyes didn't change. As if it didn't know pain, it charged at Qin Yu. Qin Yu wanted to finish the battle quickly. He attacked with all his strength. With the help of the mysterious heart, he had the advantage. What was there to fear? Pung. 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 Although Qin Yu had become even crazier than the dragon blood monster, the depths of his eyes remained calm throughout his simple and crude attacks and a violent storm of attacks. A moment later, the dragon blood monster's body was full of holes. Boiling blood kept dripping down. Qin Yu was also injured by the dragon blood monster's violent attacks. His advanced immortal body was quickly recovering. Die. Qin Yu waved his white tiger sacred claw and stabbed into the dragon blood monster's body. He tore it in half. In an instant, a finger-thick crimson light flew into Qin Yu's mysterious heart. Compared to the primogenitor blood, killing the mystic nether sovereign lord blood monster was more rewarding. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump, the mysterious heart beat strongly. Qin Yu finally felt the mysterious heart's excitement. Furthermore, he suddenly felt like he was about to transform. This feeling wasn't very obvious, but Qin Yu was sure that the mysterious heart was close to the next transformation. Whoosh, he didn't stop and charged forward. Along the way, he saw wisps of crimson light shooting out of the sky and entering the mysterious heart. Occasionally, enemies would appear, but Qin Yu didn't show any mercy and killed them as fast as he could. At a certain moment, after killing a mysterious nether sovereign blood monster, Qin Yu saw a huge pool of blood in the distant mountains. The blood inside was dark red and emitted an ancient aura of death. Thump. 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 Thump, the mysterious heart beat rapidly, and the sound spread in all directions. Qin Yu looked at the huge pool of blood. There was no movement on the surface, but it gave him an extremely dangerous feeling that he couldn't get close. This was an instinctive feeling, as if Qin Yu couldn't resist the blood pool at all. However, the mysterious heart's reaction was clearly directed at this huge pool of blood. A powerful suction force spread. The mysterious heart wanted to directly absorb the power of the primogenitor blood in the pool of blood. Gurgle, the surface of the dark red pool of blood started to bubble and ripple. Eternal. Eternal. Heart. It's really you. A voice sounded intermittently as if it came from the depths of hell. Eternal. Eternal. Heart. It really is, you. The voice sounded intermittently as if it came from the depths of hell. Rumble, the sky shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. One sentence was enough to shatter heaven and earth. Qin Yu shuddered. The aura emitted by the black and red blood in the pool affected the entire fortune blood ground as if it was the ruler of this place. Could this be the remains of the blood clan's progenitor? Was he not dead yet? In the past, the mysterious heart would transform after devouring some things. Most of the targets were inanimate objects, so there was no danger. But this time, Qin Yu felt that he had been tricked by the mysterious heart. The black and red blood in the pool was most likely the remains of the blood clan's progenitor. It was even speaking, and its forbidden divine aura could affect the fortune blood ground. Xianxia was so small in front of it. But the mysterious heart did not know what fear was. The moment it arrived, it released a powerful suction force. This suction force targeted the blood pool and kept increasing in strength. The mysterious heart seemed to want to drink all the blood in the pool. Bubble, bubble, more and more bubbles appeared on the surface of the blood pool as if it was boiling. In the next instant, countless rays of red light shot out and rushed toward Xianxia under the suction force of the mysterious heart. The mysterious heart had a strong desire to devour them all. But at this moment, rumble, a stream of black and red blood suddenly shot out from the blood pool and turned into a hideous monster. It was thousands of feet tall. It swam through the air like lightning and devoured all the red light. Walala, the black and red monster was like a dragon and a snake. It was ugly and its body kept moving out of the blood pool. Its body seemed to be endless and endless. It surrounded the mountains, the sky, the earth, the front, the back, the left, and the right. This ugly monster's figure was everywhere. What is this? The blood clan's progenitor? Or is it a blood monster born from the progenitor's remains? Xianxia was shocked. From afar, the progenitor blood monster gave the impression of a tangled rope. It made people wonder if the monster's body would get knotted when it moved. Want to devour me and awaken your own power? The progenitor blood monster said in a blurry voice. Dong, the mysterious heart shook violently, and a formless vibration spread in all directions. Heaven and earth seemed to be shaking, and double images appeared. The mysterious heart seemed to be communicating with the progenitor blood monster. This time, let me take control of you and obtain power that surpasses the pinnacle. 9 blood-red eyes appeared on the primogenitor blood monster's head. They emitted a bloody light, as if they were filled with endless bloodthirst and slaughter, shining on Xianxia's body. Under the other party's gaze, Xianxia's body stiffened. His thoughts froze, and he was unable to move. Just, what kind of strength is this? The power displayed by the progenitor blood monster surpassed Xianxia's understanding. However, the mysterious heart seemed to be angered. Along with the strange beating sound, a taboo energy spread out from the depths of his heart. The moment this mysterious forbidden power appeared, Xianxia saw fear appear in the depths of the progenitor blood monster's 9 eyes. Boom, the mysterious heart released an absolute power that instantly affected the primogenitor blood monster's body. It seemed to be suppressed, and its body sank down, its aura quickly weakening. Its endless body also began to shrink. From Xianxia's point of view, the other party's 3,000 zhang long body was still very large, but compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. Now that you're weaker than me, let me take control of you. The progenitor blood monster revealed a struggling expression. It roared angrily, and a towering wave of blood swept out. The surrounding ground cracked inch by inch, and everything in sight was rubble and rubble. The progenitor blood monster was suppressed by the mysterious heart, and its strength was greatly reduced. It struggled with all its might, resisting the eternal heart. Boom! Boom, boom! A peerless aura was released from the progenitor blood monster's body, and it swept out in all directions like a shockwave, shattering everything. Under the furious aura of the progenitor blood monster, Xianxia felt a great pressure, as if many mountains were crashing into its body. In this situation, it was either you die or I live. Xianxia naturally wouldn't allow the progenitor blood monster to devour him and end everything here. If the mysterious heart could devour the other party, it would definitely transform, and Xianxia would be the biggest beneficiary. The progenitor blood monster was suppressed by the eternal heart, and its strength was greatly reduced. This was where Xianxia's opportunity lay. Kill! Xianxia charged out, his aura erupting as he slashed out with his claw. The power in Xianxia's attack surpassed half of an early-stage mysterious nether realm attack. The blood-glazed flame and the void sky sacred flame were included. The blood-glazed flame countered blood, while the void sky sacred flame could greatly increase the offensive power of the white tiger sacred claw. Ding, however, it was like Xianxia's full-strength attack had struck a steel wall. Only a few shallow wounds appeared on the progenitor blood monster's body. The progenitor blood monster's defensive power made Xianxia click his tongue. However, under the powerful suction force of the mysterious heart, some of the progenitor blood monster's power seeped out of those wounds and into the mysterious heart. Hand over, the eternal heart. The progenitor blood monster's icy voice rang out. Bang, in an instant, a bloody light filled Xianyu's vision. He was sent flying by the progenitor blood monster's tail and smashed into the ground. His body felt like it was falling apart. Xianyu's body was pale and skinny. It was like his life force and blood had been sucked dry by the other party's attack. The progenitor blood monster's power far surpassed that of the devouring blood race. Even an ordinary early-stage mysterious underworld life form would have been suppressed and killed in an instant. However, in the next instant, the mysterious heart once again gave Xianyu vigorous life force, allowing him to quickly recover. His body was filled with power once more. There was still a chance of victory. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong, Xianyu's mysterious heart entered an explosive state. At this moment, the heart once again released a forbidden energy that surrounded Xianyu. The progenitor blood monster showed fear toward Xianyu for the first time. Whoosh, Xianyu pushed his speed to the limit and closed in on the progenitor blood monster. The progenitor blood monster had a crazed expression. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a dark red bloody light that caused the sky and earth to lose color. Only this bloody light was left, and it crushed everything mercilessly. However, when the progenitor blood monster's power approached Xianyu, it was suppressed and sealed by the mysterious heart's power and absorbed into its body. Xianyu was unharmed despite being hit by the progenitor blood monster's attack. This was all because the eternal heart had a powerful restraining effect on the progenitor blood monster. However, the eternal heart's power wasn't limitless. After activating the origin power twice, Xianyu could already feel his heart weakening. This was an unprecedented experience. When Xianyu was thousands of feet away from the progenitor blood monster, he immediately activated the space profundity and used the instant movement ability. The enemy's strength far surpassed Xianyu's, and the eternal heart's origin power wasn't limitless either. However, there was still a chance of victory. Swish, he directly arrived in front of the progenitor blood monster and burrowed into its body. The progenitor blood monster sensed that something was wrong. It was afraid of the eternal heart, and the only way to obtain it was to exhaust its opponent's power. It didn't dare to easily come into contact with the eternal heart. The progenitor blood monster flew backwards, and at the same time, a violent bloody light flashed in its mouth. It wanted to kill Xianyu. At this time, the mysterious heart released a forbidden power for the third time. Boom, the progenitor blood monster was completely restrained. The attack it was about to release instantly dissipated, and its strength was weakened once again. And Xianyu could also feel that the mysterious heart had weakened to its limit, and could no longer provide much help to him. Take this chance, Xianyu approached the progenitor blood monster's mouth, and the white tiger sacred claw ignited with the blood-glazed flame and the void heaven sacred flame, tearing open a hole. With the support of the mysterious heart's power, Xianyu's attack exploded with unbelievable power, as if it could ignore the progenitor blood monster's defenses. The progenitor blood monster's mouth was cut open, and black and red blood spurted out. Instantly, the mysterious heart became excited, and a blood-red vortex formed around Xianyu, madly absorbing the progenitor blood monster's power. This was where the chance of victory lay. The mysterious heart could restrain the progenitor blood monster, and as long as it continued to absorb its power, the victor would be Xianyu. As the heart greedily absorbed the progenitor blood monster's power, Xianyu's body surged with heat, and his power increased once again. Ah, my power! The progenitor blood monster roared. It also knew that if it wanted to defeat the eternal heart, it absolutely could not let it devour its power. Again. Xianyu was incomparably excited. He could not stop now, or he might be pulled back by the opponent. If he was suppressed by the progenitor blood monster, the eternal heart would not be able to provide any more help, and it would be difficult for him to turn the tables. Boom! Chi! Xianyu attacked with all his might, frantically releasing his elemental energy and profound meanings. He used the blood-glazed flame and void sky sacred fire at full power, displaying astonishing battle power. However, the mysterious heart's feedback was still giving him an endless supply of energy. Thus, Xianyu guided this power into the sea of stars, and in an instant, it automatically fused into the embryonic ninth star. Eh? So easy? Xianxia was very surprised. He had spent more than a year, but the progress of the embryonic star was still so slow. Perhaps this was the benefit that the mysterious heart had brought to Xianxia after devouring the progenitor blood monster's power. In an instant, the ninth star was formed. As Xianxia continuously injured the progenitor blood monster, the mysterious heart absorbed its power, and the ninth star was formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A moment later, the ninth star, Xianxia, was formed. No living being of flesh and blood will be able to disobey my will. The progenitor blood monster resisted with all its might, wanting to occupy the eternal heart. Rumble, a layer of dark red bloody light was released from its body, covering a radius of tens of thousands of feet. In an instant, everything lost its color, and even Xianxia became dull and gloomy. His body withered, and he was greatly suppressed. It was difficult for him to unleash his physical strength. The mysterious heart could restrain the blood clan, but Xianxia was a living being of flesh and blood. At this moment, he was being suppressed by the progenitor blood monster. But now was not the time to hesitate. Even if his physical strength was being suppressed and he could not unleash it, it did not mean that Xianxia had lost. Sky-splitting Emperor's fist, Xianxia punched out. His elemental energy surged, and with the help of the profound meaning, the blood-glazed flame and the void sky sacred flame twined around his fist light. He did not use his physical strength in this punch, but it was still extremely powerful. Boom, the void around the fist light distorted. When the fist hit the progenitor blood monster, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, tearing space apart. The progenitor blood monster's body was torn open. Gurgle gurgle, black-red blood gushed out, condensing into streaks of dark red light that were absorbed by the mysterious heart. The vitality in Xianxia's blood rapidly recovered, and he was filled with power. The ninth star in a sea of stars gradually shone brightly. It had reached the large success stage. In other words, Xianxia's current cultivation level was 8.5 stars. But this was not the end. The ninth star absorbed boundless energy, and it rapidly refined and strengthened itself. With an incomparably fast momentum, it was advancing toward the completion stage. In the center of the Fortune Bloodland, Xianxia and the primogenitor blood monster were engaged in a final struggle. If the primogenitor blood monster won, it would obtain the eternal heart and recover its strength. It might even surpass its peak. It had to be known that the blood race had been the overlord of the world when they were at their peak. If Xianxia won, the mysterious heart would obtain all the power of the blood race's primogenitor. Metamorphosis was inevitable, but it was unknown to what extent it would metamorphose. However, Xianxia's cultivation, which had previously been stagnant, had improved by leaps and bounds. This was the benefit of the mysterious heart's enhancement. Back then, 8-star monarchs were already rare. 8-star monarchs and above were unheard of. This was enough to shake the origin world. Now, with the help of the mysterious heart, Xianxia's cultivation had reached 8.5 stars. Based on the current trend, 9-star was no longer far away. I don't know what you are, but from what you just said, you used to be a subordinate of the eternal heart. Why didn't you just obediently continue to be a subordinate? Why did you have to be a traitor? Xianxia shouted. The primogenitor blood monster had said, "This time, let me control you and obtain power that surpasses the peak." Xianxia boldly speculated that the primogenitor blood monster was once a subordinate of the eternal heart and now wanted to take over. Even if he guessed wrong, he could still infuriate the opponent and affect the opponent's state in battle. "And, you dare to humiliate me? You." The primogenitor blood monster was so agitated by Xianxia's words that it couldn't even speak clearly. It was obvious that Xianxia's guess was right. He had successfully infuriated the opponent. Roar! The primogenitor blood monster roared at the sky and glared at Xianxia with its 9 blood-red eyes. In an instant, Xianxia's body withered. His blood and vitality were sucked dry, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. This was the primogenitor blood monster's powerful ability. Ordinary early-stage mysterious underworld beings couldn't resist it and could only be crushed. However, the eternal heart was indeed the nemesis of the blood race. A warm current gushed out from his heart, and his vitality surged. Xianxia quickly returned to normal. In reality, Xianxia had been alternating between these two states. One moment, he would be sucked dry by the progenitor blood monster, and the next, he would quickly return to normal. Sky Sundering Emperor Fist, second move. Qinyu raised his fist again. He had already comprehended the second style of the Sky Sundering Emperor Fist, it was just that he didn't have the time to use it. After all, it was an Emperor tier battle skill. It was very powerful. Most of the time, the first form was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Other than that, it was very exhausting. There was not much difference between the second form and the first form. It was just an increase in might on top of the original form. Boom, a huge, dazzling fist light rushed out. Blood-colored glazed flames and silver-gray spatial flames covered it. The fist accurately struck the primogenitor blood monster, forming a chaotic spatial vortex that tore through space. The ancestral blood monster was much weaker than before. Even if Qinyu did not have the power of the Heart of Eternity, his Emperor-level battle skills were enough to harm it. The surface of the ancestral blood monster's body cracked, revealing its flesh. This was when the mysterious heart was the most excited. The suction force exploded, and blood spurted out of the flesh. The essence of the ancestral blood was condensed and quickly entered the mysterious heart. At this moment, Qinyu's body returned to normal, and the power contained in his body increased. If it wasn't for the fact that the ancestral blood monster had countered his vitality, Qinyu might have had a great advantage. Therefore, Qinyu did not care much about this aspect. His consciousness spied on the situation in the sea of stars. The ninth elemental star stopped rotating and released a resplendent radiance. Buzz, the 9 yuan energy stars in his body trembled faintly. They seemed to form some kind of connection with each other, as if they were one. The 9 yuan energy stars had finally formed, a dazzling light shone out of Qinyu's body. His cultivation aura was not at the mysterious nether realm, but it was as strong as the mysterious nether realm, if not stronger. This was almost unbelievable in the origin world because the difference between the star condensation realm and the mysterious nether realm was too great. At this moment, the ancestral blood monster's 9 eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. The other party stared at Qinyu as if it was looking for something. This aura. Sovereign. King. The ancestral blood monster revealed a surprised expression towards Qinyu for the first time. In its blurry and chaotic memories, there was the term sovereign. Although it was something related to the star condensation realm, when this memory appeared, its heart couldn't help but become serious. Sovereign? Qinyu felt that he had seen these words before. He couldn't remember which ancient book he had seen it in, but it seemed that only the immemorial era had the term sovereign. As for what a sovereign was, Qinyu didn't know. But from the meaning of the words, a sovereign was naturally the strongest in the star condensation realm. This is impossible. How did you reach this step? Who are you? Because it was a sovereign, the ancestral blood monster no longer felt that the human in front of it was an ant. It even suspected that the other party had other mysteries. I am the master that will devour you. Qinyu's expression was impassioned as he launched an attack. The power of a 9-star monarch was displayed once again. Qinyu brandished the white tiger sacred claw and executed the star-shattering claw. Qi, 5 streaks of light containing destructive power twisted into a ball and rushed out with a 2-colored flame. Although it was a monarch, the power that erupted at this moment was enough to make an early-stage mysterious underworld being sigh. Bang, the ancestral blood monster was badly mutilated by the star-shattering claw. The mysterious heart absorbed the enemy's power once again. Qinyu felt a swelling pain coming from his heart. The eternal heart, which was originally in a weakened state, seemed to have a new power that was about to break through its shackles. This was a sign that the heart was about to transform. After absorbing the power of the ancestral blood, the heart was finally about to transform. The ancestral blood monster could also feel that the eternal heart was about to transform. An instinctive fear involuntarily emanated from its heart. It had already lost the greed and unwillingness it had at the beginning, and its desire for victory was also wavering. Victory is right in front of me. Qinyu had a strong desire for victory. From the very beginning, he had wanted to win. He wanted to use the mysterious heart suppression on the ancestral blood monster to slowly wear it down and consolidate his advantage. He hadn't been careless at all. Even now, when he had a clear advantage, he didn't relax. The intense battle was still ongoing. Even now, the ancestral blood monster could easily absorb all the blood and vitality in Qinyu's body. To Qinyu, who had the eternal heart and a high-grade immortal body, this didn't affect the outcome of the battle much. After a round of battle, the tattered ancestral blood monster collapsed on the ground. There were many pieces of its flesh around it. Eternal heart. I submit. The upper echelons of the blood race worked together to open the blood fortune ground again. A total of 3 blood race experts entered. 2 of them were early-stage mysterious nether experts and the Great Prophet. When they arrived at the blood fortune ground, the 2 mysterious nether sovereign lords' expressions changed drastically. The blood-red sky was in chaos. The entire world seemed to be on the brink of destruction. What happened here? One of the early-stage mysterious nether experts sighed. Great Prophet, I can sense the aura of the ancestral blood. The ancestral blood seems to have awakened, but something isn't right. The other early-stage mysterious nether expert asked the Great Prophet emotionally. The ancestral blood race had been turned into remains after the Middle Ages. They had always existed in the blood fortune ground. But now, this mysterious nether sovereign lord could sense such a strong aura of the ancestral blood race. Could the ancestral blood race really have awakened, just as the Great Prophet had predicted? Move immediately. The Great Prophet's expression was uncertain. He didn't have such an optimistic thought. The 3 mysterious nether sovereign lords were extremely fast. They ignored the blood race geniuses who were looking for fortuitous encounters along the way and headed straight for the center of the blood fortune ground. Soon, the 3 mysterious nether sovereign lords arrived at the center of the blood fortune ground. The ground was full of scars, and an enormous blood-red monster lay in a huge pit. The 2 early-stage mysterious nether sovereign lords were both members of the devouring blood race. They instantly sensed the enormous power of the ancestral blood race contained within that enormous blood-red monster. They desired this power, but they didn't dare offend it. This was the power left behind by the blood race's ancestral blood race. Moreover, this blood-red monster was extremely similar to the ancestral blood race's ancient records. However, at this moment, a figure stood on the head of the ancestral blood monster. His body suddenly emitted an extremely powerful suction force. Instantly, the ancestral blood monster's body glowed with a bloody light as if it was about to melt. Boundless crimson light formed a vast whirlpool that surged into the other party's body. No. Ancestral blood race. Bastard, stop. One of the mysterious nether sovereign lords of the devouring blood race immediately took action. His figure flew out in an instant, and his sovereign aura descended. Suddenly, countless blood-red snakes of light appeared around his body. Densely packed, they piled up into a mountain and poured toward Xinyu. This person's cultivation aura, the Great Prophet's eyes narrowed. He had only deduced that Xinyu had concealed his strength and cultivation. He didn't know the exact situation. Now that he was sure that Xinyu hadn't broken through to the mysterious nether realm, there was nothing to worry about. But why didn't he feel at ease? The blood race? Xinyu noticed the newcomer. However, he was currently absorbing all the power of the blood race's ancestral blood race. How could he be interrupted? Boom, Xinyu swung his claw, and a dazzling, golden, and incomparably sharp streak of light flashed out, rapidly sweeping through the world. Under Qinyu's claw, the mountain of blood-red snakes of light crumbled into pieces. The sovereign lord of the devouring blood race who was attacking Xinyu was shocked. He hadn't expected a star condensation realm to be so strong. Bang, a wound appeared on his body. Blood spurted out as he was forced back dozens of feet. Impossible. The sovereign lord of the devouring blood race couldn't believe it. He was a member of the devouring blood race. He had a powerful restraining ability against other blood races, and his cultivation was at the mysterious nether realm. Shouldn't it be easy for him to deal with Xinyu? His cultivation is a sovereign. Hurry and come back. The Great Prophet suddenly said. Even he found it hard to believe that he would one day encounter a sovereign lord. The sovereign lord recorded in the ancient books of the blood race was a term that only existed in the primordial era. It was unheard of now and could be considered a myth. A sovereign lord was an invincible existence among star condensation kings. They had the power to kill those with higher cultivation realms. Other than that, a sovereign lord also indicated the possibility of reaching the god realm in the future. The great prophet's warning was too late. The early-stage profound nether race expert had already launched an attack on Xianxia. He had heard the great prophet say sovereign, but he had never heard of this term before. He didn't know what it meant. He opened his mouth and spat out a violent sea of blood hundreds of meters tall. At the same time, the blood-devouring race expert used his sole intent to borrow the power of nature from the blood fortune ground to amplify the power of this attack. In the environment of the blood fortune ground, the blood-devouring race Emperor Lord's attack was at its peak. If it were a blood race or any other life form, they would definitely be countered. Even if they weren't, the mystic nether race Emperor Lord would have a hard time blocking this attack. Xianxia frowned. He was at a critical moment in absorbing the power of the primogenitor blood. He couldn't be interrupted. He had even defeated the primogenitor blood monster, so he didn't feel much about the blood-devouring race's attack. Another claw slashed out. This time, Xianxia used the blood-glazed flame. The domineering golden-red streak of light ignored the pressure of the blood-devouring Emperor Lord's will and swept out, striking the violent sea of blood. In an instant, the sea of blood was torn apart. Xianxia's cultivation had reached 9 stars and he was called a sovereign. His strength surpassed ordinary early-stage profound nether race experts to a certain extent. Apart from that, his state of existence had also risen to the level of a 9-star king as his heart had strengthened. Xianxia's space intent had reached the 9th level, and his metal, fire, and wood intents had also improved. In terms of foundation, he wasn't any weaker than any early-stage profound nether race expert. In fact, he might even be stronger. For example, in terms of ultimacy, this blood-devouring sovereign lord's blood ultimacy had only reached the 7th level. Rumble, the sky shook. The mystic nether race Emperor Lord's all-out attack was easily destroyed by Xianxia. This blood-devouring race Emperor Lord was sent flying by Xianxia's attack. Several bloody wounds appeared on his body, and the blood-glazed flame was still burning on them, devouring his blood and burning his soul. Arg! The blood-devouring race Emperor Lord screamed. The other sovereign lord at the side was dumbfounded, and he did not dare to make a move. What kind of monster was the one pretending to be Jingling? He did not have the characteristics of the profound nether realm, but he had easily defeated the profound nether realm devouring blood race. At this moment, Xianxia devoured all the progenitor blood monsters. No, the primogenitor's power. The devouring blood race's sovereign lord, who had attacked Xianxia, had a look of despair. The bloodland of fortune was the vampire race's greatest secret. But now, Xianxia had completely devoured the remaining power of the kindred progenitor in the bloodland of fortune. The bloodlings were going to perish. That's not right. Although the primogenitor's power has been devoured by him, it still exists in his body. We have hope of taking it back. Another sovereign lord of the blood-devouring clan said. The 2 sovereign lords of the devouring blood race sensed carefully. They could indeed feel the presence of the progenitor's blood on Xianxia. He had to take back the power of the vampire progenitor. However, the strength that Xianxia had displayed had shocked them, especially the mysterious nether realm Emperor Lord, who had been injured by Xianxia twice in a row. It had left a shadow in his heart. For a moment, they did not make a move. That brat isn't moving. What's going on? It must be a trap. We can't act rashly. The 2 sovereign lords of the blood-devouring race conversed. In truth, after Xianxia's mysterious heart devoured all the blood of the progenitor, it gave off a dreamy glow that permeated his entire body. The heart of eternity's transformation had begun. Xianxia felt as if his entire body had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. His tendons, flesh, blood, bones, and hair were all undergoing unknown changes. The mysterious heart released an endless flow of heat that seeped into every inch of his body. This time, all the power of the vampire progenitor had been absorbed by the heart. Xianxia was filled with anticipation. He did not know what kind of transformation would occur after that. Suddenly, he felt a tearing pain in his body and soul. The last time this happened was when he absorbed the power of Yen Su's mysterious finger, and his heart had transformed. At that time, Xianxia's imperishable body had transformed and given birth to the primal chaos body. With many experiences, Qinyu felt that this time, it might be a change in his constitution. For example, the immortal body or the chaos body. Among them, Qinyu was more inclined towards the chaotic body. After all, the indestructible body would be sufficient once it reached a high level. The chaotic body was a special constitution that could speed up cultivation. If he could improve it greatly, Qinyu's future path of cultivation would be even broader and brighter. Eh? Why does that kid look like he's in so much pain? The devouring blood race's sovereign lord was very surprised. Could this be an act? He devoured all the remaining power of the blood race's primogenitor. He probably couldn't withstand the backlash and might even self-destruct. How can anyone casually devour the power of the blood race's primogenitor? Another blood-devouring clan member said with a smile. Let's test him. If he really suffers a backlash, he won't be able to resist. Let's capture him in one fell swoop. The blood-devouring sovereign lord, who had been injured twice by Qinyu, could not wait to take revenge. All right. The other blood-devouring clan member agreed. At the side, the great prophet's eyes were tightly closed as he divined. The two sovereign lords of the devouring blood race did not disturb him. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions rang out as the two sovereign lords of the devouring blood race attacked Qinyu. Atop a violent sea of blood, there was also a dark red sun blooming with an evil and bloody brilliance. As if the two had combined into one, the sun crashed down on Qinyu. This time, two early-stage profound nether experts attacked Qinyu at the same time, and at this time, Qinyu was at the critical moment of his heart's transformation. The sea of blood and sun descended, about to destroy Qinyu. At this moment, a pitch-black light bloomed from Qinyu's body. It was like the darkest and evilest light in the world, instantly turning the world pitch black. Everything seemed to disappear. This domineering, dark, and evil aura caused the two sovereign lords of the devouring blood race to shudder. Immediately afterward, white light shone from Qinyu's pitch-black body. It was dazzling, holy, and otherworldly, inspiring reverence in people's hearts, not daring to profane it. Darkness and light, evil and holiness. These two completely different feelings appeared on Qinyu's body, and there was no contradiction or disharmony. Qinyu's figure suddenly became boundlessly majestic. Black and white light shone in all directions, like an ancient demon god dominating the sky. What's going on? The two sovereign lords of the devouring blood race immediately found it difficult to breathe. Their bloodlines trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, they felt that their bloodlines were insignificant, like ants standing in front of a giant. Fear and submission came from the depths of their bloodlines. What kind of constitution is this? The two sovereign lords of the devouring blood race were incomparably shocked. The bloodline of the blood race was extremely noble, especially the devouring blood race, which had a special constitution like the undying blood body. But at this moment, the undying blood body was completely suppressed by the aura of Qinyu's life force. The bloodline of the devouring blood race in their bodies was also trembling. Under normal circumstances, any living being of flesh and blood should be trembling under the bloodline of the devouring blood race. It was at this moment that the attacks of the two sovereign lords of the devouring blood race reached Qinyu's majestic body. Before they could actually touch him, they seemed to be suppressed by some powerful and mysterious power, and then started to dissipate. The two sovereign lords of the devouring blood race were flabbergasted, as if they had turned to stone. Qinyu was completely defenseless, but their attacks had dissipated before they could even touch Qinyu. Just what was going on, the great prophet, who was in the middle of a divination, suddenly opened his eyes. He was startled awake by the aura emanating from Qinyu's body. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he stared in shock at Qinyu. The aura of a demon god, how is this possible? The great prophet's ancient and hoarse voice trembled slightly. Ever since the end of the ancient era, the powerful demon god bloodlines of that era had been completely cut off. Even the descendants of the demon gods would find it difficult to have such an ancient and real demon god aura. Moreover, two kinds of auras had appeared at the same time. Just what was going on? Could it be that the one impersonating Jingling was a demon god race that had existed since the ancient era? Buzz. As the black and white radiance weakened, the abnormalities on Qinyu's body also gradually disappeared. He opened his eyes. His eyes were like bright suns, causing the eyes of the 3 blood race members to feel a stabbing pain. The transformation is over, Xianxia murmured. He discovered that the attack of the blood race was actually in front of him, but it was strangely dissipating on its own. However, the degree of dissipation was gradually weakening. The attack was rapidly approaching Xianxia, and finally bombarding his body. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. With his current physical defense, this level of attack was nothing, and he couldn't be bothered to block it. Bang! The blood sea and the dark red blood flames descended, creating an explosion. Xianxia inspected his body. He was completely unharmed, and what had attacked him was like a pile of tofu, neither painful nor itchy. It seems that my defense has improved further. However, the mysterious heart's transformation had caused Xianxia's soul and body to be in intense pain. His consciousness was in chaos, and he couldn't feel anything. Therefore, Xianxia didn't know what changes the mysterious heart's transformation had brought him. He could only slowly confirm it. However, the moment Xianxia was hit by the devouring blood race's sovereign lords, the blood of the 2 devouring blood race's sovereign lords suddenly froze as they suffered a severe backlash. Their expressions were savage, as if they were in incomparable pain. What's going on? The 2 sovereign lords looked at each other in shock, full of doubt. Why did their attacks on Xianxia cause a backlash from their bloodlines? It was as if they had committed a great crime of disrespect, as if they had betrayed the blood race and were being punished by the progenitor. Xianxia also had a blank expression. These 2 sovereign lords were acting, right? Just now, they had attacked him, and he hadn't done anything. The 2 sovereign lords of the blood race were acting pitiful and begging for mercy? My goal has been achieved. Now, it's time to leave the blood race. Xianxia didn't know that his matter had caused such a huge commotion that it had alarmed the entire blood race. At this moment, he was thinking of silencing them and then leaving the blood race. Feeling the powerful, icy killing intent, the 2 sovereign lords of the blood race actually trembled. They couldn't believe that there would be a day when they would be so terrified by a star condensation realm expert. This was a great humiliation. But at this moment, the 2 sovereign lords of the blood race truly had no desire to fight. They felt a fear that came from the depths of their bloodline toward Xianxia, and they didn't dare to attack. Sir, please wait. The great prophet suddenly spoke. At this moment, panic flashed across his face. This old man has already deduced that my race can't retrieve the progenitor's power from you. If you are a member of the blood race and have obtained the power of the progenitor, it is equivalent to the rebirth of the progenitor. The blood race is willing to serve you as its master. Hearing the great prophet's words, the 2 blood race sovereign lords were shocked. Serve the other as their master? This was a thief who had stolen the power of the blood race's progenitor. However, with their status, they didn't dare to disobey the great prophet. They also believed that the great prophet had his own thoughts. Serve me as your master? Can your words represent the entire blood race? Xianxia asked with a smile. In fact, he was a human and didn't even meet the great prophet's first condition. However, the mystic underworld, the Archlord, had come here. The blood race must have noticed. It wouldn't be easy for Xianxia to leave, so he had to find another way. I believe they will agree to a sovereign who has inherited the power of the progenitor. The great prophet wasn't worried about this. A sovereign hadn't appeared in the main world for many years. As long as he grew up, he would be invincible among his peers at the mystic underworld realm. Moreover, Xianxia had inherited the power of the blood race's progenitor. He would definitely lead the blood race back to its peak. The upper echelons of the blood race had no reason to object. Xianxia saw that the great prophet didn't seem to be lying. There was even excitement and sincerity in his eyes. As the divination branch of the blood race, their goal was to assist the blood race's master and solve his problems. At this moment, the great prophet saw the hope of the blood race's rise in Xianxia. Okay. Xianxia agreed for now. His current plan was to find a way to lead Blood God Island. The other 2 devouring blood race, the Archlords, couldn't believe it. Would Xianxia really become the new master of the blood race? Great prophet, what does a sovereign mean? One of the devouring blood race, the Archlords, asked. When the great prophet explained, the 2 were dumbfounded. 9-star king, Xianxia actually managed to condense 9 stars? How did he do it? As mystic underworld archlords, they didn't know anything about sovereigns. This showed how difficult it was to reach this step. The two devouring blood race the archlords didn't feel so defeated after knowing they had lost to a 9-star king. At this moment, they even felt that the vampires might really accept Xianxia as their new master. 4 hours passed quickly. Everyone in the Blood Fortune land was teleported out. Outside the altar, the higher-ups of the blood race had already dismissed the others. Therefore, the geniuses of the blood race who had entered the fortune blood ground were very surprised when they came out. This ancestral worship ceremony was a little different. But that was fine. Most of the blood race geniuses who came out felt that their trip to the bloodland of fortune was too terrible. There were a few blood tribe members who didn't find anything and looked dejected. Elder, I have something to report. The bloodland of good fortune this time is too abnormal. I clearly obtained the opportunity, but just as I was absorbing and refining it, the opportunity vanished without a trace. A 5.5-star young ancestor reported. He had waited with great difficulty for the ancestor worship ceremony to arrive and entered the bloodland of good fortune, yet he encountered this type of thing. He found it hard to accept. I've also encountered the same thing. Originally, I had hopes of becoming a 6-star king. A 5-star monarch genius said angrily and unwillingly. The upper echelon didn't reply. Everything that had happened in the bloodland of good fortune was within their expectations. They were all waiting for the great prophet and company to return. They were the key to the survival of the blood race. Compared to that, what happened to these geniuses wasn't important at all. Humph, a bunch of useless people. Don't find excuses for your stupidity. At this moment, a handsome man spoke. He was young Ancestor Yu, the #1 genius of the blood race. The aura coming from young Ancestor Yu's body was even stronger than before. Congratulations on becoming a 7-star king, young Ancestor Yu. A blood race member said with a flattering smile. 7-star king, the geniuses of the blood race were surprised, envious, or jealous. 7-star kings were the peak of the origin world. Even the upper echelon of the blood race who weren't paying attention looked at young Ancestor Yu. He really is a 7-star king. As expected of the #1 genius of the blood race in 1,000 years. Many upper echelon members revealed smiles. With young Ancestor Yu's current achievements, the next patriarch would be in his bag if he managed to mature. Young Ancestor Yu had a proud expression as he enjoyed the gazes from all around. However, there were still some doubts in his heart. There was indeed something fishy about this trip to the blood fortune ground. Also, the ceremony hadn't ended yet. Why did all the other members of the blood race leave apart from the upper echelon? He should have enjoyed more attention from the public. Right at this moment, young Ancestor Yu felt the aura of the upper echelon of the blood race change. Their gazes moved away from him and landed on the great prophet and the people around him. Why did the great prophet and the lord of the blood race come out of the blood ground? Young Ancestor Yu was confused. The next instant, his gaze landed on Xianxia, who was behind the great prophet. This trash came out of the blood ground unscathed? And he came out with the great prophet? Young Ancestor Yu was even more confused. Logically speaking, all the kindred that entered the bloodlands of fortune were extremely disdainful towards opportunists like Xianxia, and they would basically eliminate them if they encountered one. At this moment, all the upper echelon's gazes were on the great prophet and Xianxia. He seemed to have been forgotten. Young Ancestor Yu became unhappy. He had become a 7-star king, but the treatment he received after coming out was too different from what he had expected. Trash, you were lucky enough to pass the battle sacrifice. I wonder how was your luck in the blood ground? What kind of fortune did you get? Young Ancestor Yu didn't know Xianxu's name, so he called him Trash. The blood-devouring race had the highest status in the blood race, not to mention that he was a 7-star king. Xianxia glanced at young Ancestor Yu and didn't bother to reply. But young Ancestor Yu was even more dissatisfied after seeing Xianxu's attitude. He roared with killing intent, Trash, this young ancestor is asking you something. Are you deaf? Frowning, Xianxia looked at the great prophet and said, Great prophet, please restrain this arrogant and rude thing. Bastard, what did you say? Young Ancestor Yu was furious. The aura of a 7-star king and the blood-devouring race shook the surroundings. The geniuses of the blood race retreated in anticipation. They wanted to see the strength of a 7-star king. No one knew where Xianxia got the guts to speak to young forefather Yu in such a manner. He even spoke to the great prophet in such a commanding tone. He was simply seeking death. However, young ancestor Yu hadn't even made a move yet. The great prophet snorted. Lu Yu, apologized to Jing. The aura of a mystic underworld monarch spread out and crushed young ancestor Yu's powerful aura. The divination branch of the blood race rarely participated in other matters of the blood race, but they played an important role. The great prophet's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the mysterious underworld realm, but his status couldn't be measured by cultivation. He was the leader of the divination branch, and his divination had led the blood race through countless crises. In the blood race, the great prophet's status was only lower than the patriarch. But now, the great prophet of the divination branch was disciplining a young genius of the blood-devouring race. This was something that had never happened before. What was even more shocking was that he was asking the blood-devouring race's genius, 7-star King Yu, to apologize to Xianxia. The surroundings fell into a moment of silence. Great prophet, you, young ancestor Yu couldn't understand. He didn't want to offend the great prophet. Even though he was a member of the blood-devouring race and the great prophet was a blood human, the latter's status in the blood race was extraordinary. The Life Dao monarch's methods were even more unbelievable. Young ancestor Yu couldn't imagine what kind of calamity would befall him if he offended the great prophet. Apologize. The great prophet emphasized once again. Young ancestor Yu's expression was cold, and his body froze. The great prophet's overbearing attitude made him furious. He couldn't help but say, who does he think he is? He's just a piece of trash who entered the bloodland by luck. He won't be able to obtain any fortuitous encounters there. I'm a 7-star king now, the future of the blood race. Why should I apologize to a piece of trash? Young ancestor Yu argued, emphasizing his status. Xianxia didn't argue with young ancestor Yu, and the great prophet didn't want to waste time either. He said to the upper echelon of the blood race, the primogenitor has awakened, and the eternity has descended, he is the primogenitor's successor. These words were like a bolt of lightning that created a tsunami. Young ancestor Yu froze on the spot and looked at Xianxia in a daze. He shouted, impossible, I'm the disciple of the blood race favored by the primogenitor. If Xianxia was the primogenitor's successor, then his status wasn't worth mentioning. It was only natural for him to apologize. Hee. Didn't you just ask me what fortuitous encounters I obtained in the bloodland? I obtained the inheritance of the blood race's primogenitor. Xianxia said with a faint smile. In reality, the truth was even crueler than he had said. He had forcefully taken the power of the blood race's primogenitor. Great prophet, is this true? An elder asked in astonishment. The blood race's primogenitor was an existence that reigned above all the blood race. How could he give his inheritance to someone else so easily? That's right. The great prophet nodded. He took a deep breath and said, he is the blood race's successor and the key to the future of the blood race. I suggest that we appoint Xingjin as the new leader of the blood race. Great prophet, you want to appoint him as the new leader of the blood race? The blood race patriarch frowned, his voice full of doubt. How could someone of unknown identity and intentions become the leader of the blood race? Even if Xianxia had obtained the primogenitor's inheritance, he could still force him to hand it over. I disagree. I suggest that we capture this kid immediately and interrogate him for his purpose and the primogenitor's inheritance, a mystic nether sovereign lord said coldly. He was the blood race's enforcement elder and young forefather Yu's grandfather. He was one of the most powerful people in the blood race. Everyone, this is the fate of the blood race. He is the chosen one, the primogenitor's successor. The fate of the blood race is in his hands. The great prophet shook his head and sighed. In the past, the upper echelons of the blood race rarely objected to his words. But now that the fate of the blood race was at stake, there were voices of dissent. Great prophet, you say that this person is the primogenitor's successor. I would like to see what the primogenitor's successor is capable of. If he's just trash, I will follow the great enforcement elder's suggestion and capture him for interrogation, said another elder of the blood-devouring clan. What does Elder Shen want to see? The great prophet asked. Since he's the primogenitor's successor, he's naturally invincible among his peers. Xingjin, do you dare to fight against a genius of the blood race to prove yourself? The elder who suggested the idea asked. Sure. Qinyu nodded with a smile. Fight me if you have the guts. Young forefather Yu roared as he stared at Qinyu. You're not qualified. Qinyu shook his head without even looking at young forefather Yu. He was a 9-star king. Why would he challenge a 7-star king? The upper echelon of the blood race also hoped that Qinyu would fight with young ancestor Yu. After all, young ancestor Yu was the top genius of the blood race, and he was a 7-star king. But Qinyu didn't even look at young ancestor Yu. He shook his head and said, You're not qualified. According to what the elder had said, Qinyu should be challenging those at the same level or above. Young ancestor Yu was indeed not qualified. Nonsense. I'm not qualified. Do you want to challenge the Archlord Xianming? Young ancestor Yu said angrily. He was a 7-star king, a top genius of the main world, but Qinyu didn't even spare him a glance. He had never seen such an arrogant person. That's right. Which mysterious dark realm expert is willing to spar with me? Qinyu said calmly. He had killed an early-stage mysterious dark realm expert when he was 7.5 stars. Now that his cultivation had reached 9 stars and his mysterious heart had evolved, ordinary mysterious dark realm experts were no longer a threat to him, especially the blood race. In the bloodland of fortune, even the ancestral blood monsters were suppressed by the mysterious heart. The upper echelon of the blood race was shocked. The development of the situation had exceeded their expectations. If Qinyu really wanted to spar with a mysterious dark realm expert, that would be perfect. However, young ancestor Yu couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, Ignorant fool! You're not even my match, and yet you want to challenge the Archlord Xianming? One move is enough to deal with trash like you. Enraged, young ancestor Yu unleashed his elemental energy and attacked Qinyu. He had never been so angry in his life. He wanted to prove himself. He had to defeat Qinyu. Blood Hell Refinement. Young ancestor Yu used his trump card after saying he could defeat Qinyu in one move. Whoosh, dark crimson light surged behind young ancestor Yu as a black flame ignited behind him, turning into streaks of dark crimson flames that flew toward Qinyu. Streaks of black blood-colored flames interwove into an array pattern, erupting with extremely terrifying blood-red black flames that instantly enveloped Qinyu. The killing move of Blood Hell Palm, Blood Refining Hell. Not only that black-colored flame seems to be ranked 68th on the True Fire Spirit Flame list, the Black Soul Flame. This flame specializes in attacking the soul, and that kid's soul will probably be incinerated in an instant. This move is too strong. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to last a breath of time. A 5.5-star blood-devouring clan genius exclaimed. The bloodlings were all looking forward to how Qinyu, who had just boasted, would respond. But Qinyu just stood there calmly, allowing the blood purgatory hell to envelop him. It was as if the flames of hell were burning him, but he didn't move at all. Is this kid courting death? If we don't do anything, we'll definitely die. The blood tribe genius was astonished. Boom, the black and red flames burned and exploded wildly on Qinyu's body, but it didn't leave a single scar. This scene shocked the geniuses of the blood race and the upper echelon of the blood race. Qinyu indeed had no interest in dealing with 7-star king-level enemies. Even if young ancestor Yu used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to harm Qinyu at all. Arg! On the other hand, young ancestor Yu, who was attacking Qinyu, suddenly screamed in pain. His face was full of shock and confusion. Qinyu hadn't done anything, so why was his bloodline suffering? It was as if he had committed a great crime and the ancestor was punishing him. Qinyu looked at this scene with interest. This had happened in the Fortune Bloodland before, and he had thought that the two mystic dark sovereign lords were just putting on a show. Looks like there's a problem. Qinyu started to study the mysterious heart. His consciousness went to the world inside the heart. At this moment, this world was much larger than before. The entire world was filled with life, and the vital energy was thick. This was a huge change from before. These were all changes after absorbing the ancestor's blood monster. After sensing it carefully, Qinyu was shocked to find that the power of the blood race's ancestor seemed to have merged with the world and was flowing slowly. Can I use the power of the blood race's ancestor? Qinyu asked himself. Along with this thought, the power of the blood tribe's primogenitor slowly flowed out of the world inside his heart, like a bloodline. This is the blood race's ancestor's bloodline? Qinyu was shocked. Buzz, his body started to change, and a bloody light rippled around him. A giant figure appeared behind him, emitting an ancient aura that could suppress all things. At this moment, all the blood race's bloodline trembled with fear and respect. This is the ancestor spirit? No, this is the ancestor's bloodline. This kid has obtained all the ancestor's inheritance, including the ancestor's bloodline. The upper echelons of the blood race were shocked and jealous, but they couldn't help but respect Qinyu. As the great prophet had said, Qinyu, who had the ancestor's bloodline, was like the rebirth of the ancestor. No, young patriarch, you trembled in fear under the ancestor's aura from Qinyu. At this moment, he truly felt that he had offended the progenitor and committed an unforgivable crime. It really is the blood race's ancestor's bloodline. Qinyu was overjoyed and didn't care about the other blood race's situation. All this time, Qinyu couldn't use the blood race's bloodline after the mysterious heart devoured it. But this time, he could finally use a blood race bloodline, and it was the bloodline of the blood race's progenitor. During the medieval era, when the blood race was at its peak, they ruled the world. The blood race's ancestor was a god whose name shook the world. The power of the blood race's ancestor's bloodline was undeniable. Apart from that, Qinyu also discovered something else. When he activated the blood race's ancestor's bloodline, he felt a faint connection between him and all the blood race present. With this connection, he seemed to be able to influence all the blood race. Qinyu decided to test it out. Kneel. Qinyu said to young patriarch Yu in front of him. The trembling young patriarch Yu's mind shook. Qinyu's words sounded like a mission he had to complete. Plop, young patriarch Yu knelt on the ground. Even he himself was shocked. His body didn't listen to him and followed Qinyu's orders. Seeing this, Qinyu's lips curled up. When he activated the blood race's ancestor's bloodline, he could indeed influence all the blood race and give them orders. It felt like slavery. However, the higher the cultivation of the target, the greater the resistance. Qinyu guessed that this was the blood race's ancestor's method. He was the one who created the blood race. All the blood race's power came from him, and the blood race's ancestor could easily control the life and death of all the blood race. Now that the blood race's ancestor's bloodline was in Qinyu's hands, he could control it. Welcome, new master. The great prophet bowed. At this moment, Qinyu displayed the power of the ancestor's bloodline. This was a bloodline that ruled over all the blood race. It was the symbol of the master of the blood race. Welcome, new master. The blood race under the great prophet bowed. Other than them, the other upper echelons of the blood race also lowered their heads. Under the power of the blood race's ancestor's bloodline, they couldn't help but feel reverence. Many of the blood race themselves even acknowledged Qinyu. He was the heir of the blood race's ancestor. One day, he would recover the ancestor's power and restore the blood race to its former glory. The blood race's patriarch looked at Qinyu with a complicated gaze. Even with his late-stage mysterious nether cultivation, he couldn't help but feel reverence when facing Qinyu. I hope the great prophet has made the right choice, the blood race's patriarch sighed. He lowered his body and said solemnly, Welcome, new master. At this moment, the blood race's patriarch also acknowledged Qinyu's identity. Following that, more upper echelons also acknowledged him. Everyone, do you still want to see my strength? Qinyu asked with a smile. Given the current situation, he was no longer in any danger. It wouldn't be difficult for him to leave the blood race. There's no need. You possess the blood race's ancestor's bloodline. It's a great disrespect for any blood race member to attack you. I'm afraid even an early-stage mysterious nether cultivator won't be a match for you. The blood race's patriarch speculated. The ancestor's bloodline was supreme. All the branches of the blood race had been born from the ancestor's bloodline. Before Qinyu, any blood race member's strength would be suppressed to a certain extent. In addition, attacking Qinyu would also result in a bloodline backlash. Judging from the battle between Qinyu and young patriarch Yu, even an early-stage mysterious nether cultivator wouldn't be able to do anything to Qinyu. Patriarch, you're wrong. The great prophet shook his head. Please speak, great prophet. The patriarch wasn't satisfied. In terms of knowledge and intelligence, he was far from the great prophet's level. The new master's cultivation is a sovereign. Even without the ancestor's inheritance, an early-stage mysterious nether cultivator won't be a match for him. The great prophet revealed Xianyu's true cultivation. This would increase the blood race's respect for Xianyu. What? Sovereign? Sovereign? The blood race's patriarch was stunned. This was even more shocking than the great prophet mentioning Xianyu as master. A sovereign. The enforcement elder and the other upper echelon members were also shocked. They stared at Xianyu. A sovereign? What's that? Young Patriarch Yu and the other young geniuses didn't know anything, but they could tell from the upper echelon members' expressions that these words carried weight. The upper echelon of the blood race trusted the great prophet. They didn't think the great prophet would tell such an absurd lie. At this moment, they had no more complaints. A sovereign who had obtained the ancestor's inheritance was invincible in the same realm after breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. They could even challenge those with higher cultivation realms. Their chances of breaking through to the divine realm in the future were also very high. At this moment, rumble, an earth-shaking aura spread out from the forbidden ground of the sacred city. Then, a blood-red pillar of light suddenly shot out, stirring up the wind and clouds. All the life forms within millions of miles couldn't help but tremble. A figure from the devouring blood race had appeared in the sky. He floated calmly, but he seemed to be the representative of the entire world. A boundless divine aura spread in all directions, causing everything else to dim. Patriarch. Welcome back, Patriarch. The blood race bowed toward the devouring blood race that had suddenly appeared. The other party was the blood race's patriarch, a god realm almighty. He had been in seclusion in the forbidden ground of the sacred city and didn't pay attention to the outside world. The aura of the progenitor, the blood race's patriarch, sighed. His gaze landed on Xianyu. He had left seclusion because he was alarmed by the aura of the progenitor's bloodline. What happened? The blood race's patriarch asked the upper echelon of the blood race, as well as Xianyu. Unity Heaven State. Xianyu stared at the sky in shock. The aura released by the blood-devouring clan's immortal state was almost tangible, as if there were 100,000 mountains hanging over his head. Patriarch, he has received our ancestors' inheritance in the fortune blood ground. According to the great prophet's divination, the future of our race is in his hands. He will be the new master of the blood race. The patriarch of the blood race said solemnly. The highest authority of the blood race was the immortal state cultivator. They had acknowledged Xianyu, but the immortal state cultivators of the blood race had to agree as well. Under normal circumstances, the immortal state cultivators of the blood race who cultivated in seclusion wouldn't show themselves unless it concerned the survival of the blood race or other immortal state cultivators. This time, it was only the aura of the ancestor's bloodline in Xianyu's body that alerted the immortal state cultivator. The ancestor's bloodline is real, but are you sure you want a human to be the new master of the blood race? The ancestral patriarch smiled coldly. A human? What? He's a human. Exclamations sounded. None of the blood race had thought that a human would receive their ancestors' inheritance. Even the upper echelons of the blood race didn't suspect Xianyu's identity after learning that he had received their ancestors' inheritance. They would never have thought that the blood race's progenitor would entrust everything to a human other than the blood race. That was too casual. A portion of the upper echelons of the blood race who had submitted to Xianyu were immediately displeased. The blood race and the human race were enemies, and they weren't willing to submit to a human. Patriarch, please capture this kid and take back our ancestors' power. The enforcement elder suddenly said. Patriarch, please do it. A few more upper echelons said. It's a human. Hee, you've received power that you shouldn't have. Just wait for your death. Young Patriarch was overjoyed. Xianyu didn't expect that the immortal state cultivator of the blood race would see through his identity. Of course, he didn't think that the mask would be able to fool the heavenly state cultivator. However, the key to everything was the attitude of the blood tribe patriarch. If he supported Xianyu, then nothing would happen. It was precisely because of this ancestor's enmity towards Xianxia that the other vampires who disliked Xianxia now had a powerful backer to back them up. Ancestor, all of this is the will of the heavens. Since the ancestor entrusted everything to him, there must be a reason. The great prophet persuaded. Although there were doubts in this, he believed that since everything had happened, there must be a reasonable reason. One had to know that even a unity heavenly God realm patriarch couldn't control the primogenitor's power. Even if a God realm patriarch took back the primogenitor's power, the blood race wouldn't change much. On the other hand, many geniuses had been sacrificed in the ancestral worship, but the geniuses who had entered the blood field of good fortune had suffered heavy losses. Most of them hadn't even obtained any good fortune. If everything had returned to normal, the vampires would have suffered a great loss this time. How can the power of the blood tribe be controlled by the humans? How can the mighty blood tribe submit to the humans? The attitude of the divine state ancestral patriarch was obvious. At this moment, an endless pressure descended from all directions. Xianxia felt like he was suffocating. This was the power of a unity heavenly God. Xianxia couldn't resist it at all. Buzz, Xianxia activated the blood tribe's primogenitor's bloodline in his body. An ancient and powerful aura of the blood tribe spread out. All the blood tribe members in the surroundings were shocked by this bloodline aura. The pressure around him instantly weakened. Because even though he was at the joint heaven god realm, he was still affected by Xianxia's bloodline. The devouring blood clan's bloodline in the blood clan's patriarch's body was trembling. Other complicated thoughts appeared in his mind, disturbing his mind. The blood tribe patriarch frowned slightly. This human could really activate the primogenitor's bloodline. How was this possible? Even a god realm patriarch of the blood tribe couldn't control the primogenitor's power. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been left in the ancestral land of good fortune for a fated person to take it. In the end, a human had taken away the primogenitor's power. This was a great humiliation for the blood tribe. Human, do you want to resist the power of a god? The blood tribe patriarch's smile was cold and disdainful. Even the patriarch of the blood tribe didn't have the guts to resist the power of a god. Xianxia hadn't reached the mysterious nether realm yet. How could he resist it? The great prophet saw that the blood tribe patriarch had made up his mind and couldn't change his mind. He turned to a certain direction and bowed deeply. I beg the 21st patriarch to come out of seclusion. The blood tribe didn't only have one god realm patriarch. However, the other god realm patriarchs didn't show themselves. Their attitude might be that this matter had nothing to do with them, or they might be waiting to see what would happen. Or maybe the god realm patriarch's attitude was their attitude. Die. The blood tribe patriarch's eyes focused. His crystal red eyes flashed with a dazzling blood-colored light that illuminated the world. Instantly, a terrifying invisible force crushed toward Xianxia. It was as if the entire world was against Xianxia and wanted to kill him. A god realm patriarch didn't even need to move. A thought was enough to easily kill a star condensation realm expert. However, the blood tribe patriarch's bloodline backfired in an instant. It was as if it was punishing the blood tribe patriarch for his disrespectful behavior. Why did the patriarch entrust everything to a human? The blood tribe patriarch didn't understand. He even felt a hint of resentment. At that moment, Xianxia yelled, "Stop." In an instant, the pressure around them dissipated. The blood tribe patriarch's power was retracted. He was shocked. He didn't expect that Xianxia, who had the blood tribe patriarch's bloodline, would have the power to affect the power of a god. Under normal circumstances, if a god wanted to kill a star condensation realm expert, he didn't need to move. In reality, when the blood tribe patriarch was still alive, he had the absolute power to control the lives of all blood tribe members. However, countless years had passed since the blood tribe patriarch's death, and the blood tribe had forgotten about it. The blood tribe patriarch ruled over all blood tribe members and couldn't be disobeyed. If it weren't for the fact that Xianxia's cultivation level was too low and his bloodline's control over the immortal state was limited, even a god would have to submit to him. The blood tribe patriarch chose me, which means he has acknowledged me. What right do you have to go against the blood tribe patriarch? Do you know that the blood tribe patriarch is the origin of the blood tribe? Going against the blood tribe patriarch is equivalent to betraying the blood tribe. Xianxia's face darkened and he yelled. Since the joint heaven celestial state was hostile to him, there was no point in being afraid. At this moment, he seemed to be in danger, but most of the blood tribe still acknowledged him. There were other immortal state warriors of the blood tribe who hadn't shown up yet, so he wasn't in a situation where he would definitely die. Those who acknowledge me as their lord, follow me to fight against the traitors of the blood tribe. Qinyu yelled again and activated the blood tribe patriarch's bloodline. The ancient and powerful bloodline aura spread in all directions, causing the entire blood god island to tremble. Behind him, a huge figure of the blood tribe patriarch appeared, causing the hearts of all the blood tribe members to tremble. Hee. The blood tribe patriarch sneered. Qinyu wanted to fight against a god, however, in the next moment, all the blood tribe members on the blood god island had a mission that they had to complete. The power of the blood tribe patriarch could influence and control all the blood tribe members. Even the blood tribe patriarch's mind shuddered, and a sense of remorse welled up in his heart, as if he had committed an unforgivable crime. On the blood god island, the blood tribe members with lower cultivation than Qinyu immediately carried out the order and arrived. Even the mysterious nether realm experts with higher cultivation than Qinyu were the same. Those at the mid-stage of the mysterious nether realm and above were less affected, and their bodies didn't react immediately. Even the blood tribe patriarch in the sky was shocked by the scene. Was this the power of the blood tribe patriarch? He couldn't help but feel greedy, even though he knew it was difficult for him to control the blood tribe patriarch's power. However, it wasn't over yet. The auras of the blood tribe members that obeyed Qinyu's orders kept growing stronger. What's going on? I feel like my body is filled with power, and my bloodline is unprecedentedly active. My strength has increased by at least 30 to 40%. The entire blood tribe was shocked. At this moment, the millions of blood tribe members on the blood god island were listening to Qinyu's orders, and their strength had increased. An increase of 30 to 40% didn't seem like much, but this was a collective increase. The effect was shocking. If it was an evenly matched battle, this kind of collective increase would be enough to turn the tide. No, the enforcement elder found that his bloodline was strongly suppressed. He tried to use his power, but he found that his strength had been suppressed by 50 to 60%. It wasn't just the enforcement elder. The other upper echelons that had opposed Qinyu also noticed this. Blood God Island was shaken. All the blood tribe members were shocked. Those that obeyed the blood tribe patriarchs would have their strength increased, while those that disobeyed the blood tribe patriarch would be greatly suppressed. If their cultivation was only at the peak of the early stage mysterious nether realm, their strength would be completely suppressed, and they would be tortured. Qinyu hadn't expected the blood tribe patriarch's bloodline to have such an ability. No wonder the blood tribe had been so strong back then. Due to this ability, all the blood tribe members realized the importance of the blood tribe patriarch's power. Some of the people that had opposed Qinyu chose to submit. Please reconsider, patriarch. The patriarch begged. He had also made his choice. The power Qinyu had displayed was the symbol of the blood tribe patriarch. Damn it. The divine realm patriarch's face darkened. He was the patriarch of the blood tribe, a combining heaven realm divine realm expert. But now, hundreds of thousands of blood tribe members were under Qinyu's control. Not only that, but he also felt that his power was being suppressed by Qinyu. Do you still want to betray the blood tribe? Become enemies with the blood tribe? Qinyu roared again, and the mysterious heart erupted. The eternal heart was the bane of the blood tribe, and now that he had subdued the power of the blood tribe, the power of the two was terrifying. The will to enslave the blood tribe became even stronger, and it suppressed the enemy even more. Blood God Island, the forbidden ground of death. Boom. Boom. Boom, powerful aura soared into the sky. They were all soul intents that had been buried in the forbidden land of death. At this moment, they were summoned by the primogenitor's bloodline and woke up. They stood against the divine realm old ancestor. On the other side, several ancient formations of the blood tribe started to activate on their own. One of them even released an aura that shook the divine realm patriarch's will. At this moment, Qinyu seemed to have become the patriarch of the blood god island. The divine realm patriarch was speechless. He was only going against Qinyu. How did he become the enemy of the blood tribe? He was furious and ashamed. He was a combining heaven realm divine realm cultivator, but he encountered such a huge resistance when he wanted to kill a star condensation realm human. However, after seeing the terrifying power Xianxia displayed after activating the primogenitor's bloodline, even he did not dare act rashly. The Divine Realm Patriarch finally realized how terrifying the power of the blood tribe's ancestor was. The ancestral patriarch of the kindred realized that controlling the ancestor's power was equivalent to controlling the entire kindred. That showed how powerful the ancestor of the kindred was. However, the ancestor had given everything to a human at the star condensation state. How stupid. The ancestral patriarch of the immortal state looked embarrassed. At this moment, the entire Blood God Island seemed to be against him. Even though he was at the combined heaven state, he didn't dare to act rashly. How long are you guys going to stay silent? Are you willing to let this human stand above the kindred? The ancestral patriarch of the kindred shouted. He was talking to the other immortal state warriors of the kindred. Once all the immortal state warriors went against Xianxia, it would be useless even if Xianxia had the ancestor's power. However, none of the immortal state warriors replied to the ancestral patriarch of the kindred. Although they didn't know what the immortal state warriors were thinking, their attitude was obviously different from the ancestral patriarch's. Bastard, you old guys, the ancestral patriarch of the kindred was furious. He wasn't the only immortal state warrior in the kindred. 3 of them had been awakened by the ancestor's aura. The 3 immortal state warriors talked for a while and the ancestral patriarch of the kindred came out to deal with it. Since he had been severely injured by the human grand cultivator, he hated humans and didn't like Xianxia. He strongly opposed Xianxia becoming the master of the kindred. However, the other 2 immortal state warriors of the kindred were different from him. Instead, because of him, they saw the powerful ancestral power in Xianxia. At this moment, even if they didn't agree with Xianxia, at least they didn't dislike him. Do you still want to betray the kindred? Become enemies with the kindred? Xianxia followed up with another question. The entire Blood God Island seemed to be under the control of Xianxia's will. It turned into a terrifying aura that shook the heavens and earth, clashing head-on with the divine might. I will never accept a human as the master of the kindred. The ancestral patriarch grunted. He would never surrender to Xianxia. He had threatened to kill Xianxia and it was already an insult that he didn't succeed. If he surrendered to Xianxia, it would be a lifelong humiliation. How would he be able to call himself a god? Things had already come to this point, and the divine state ancestral patriarch was unwilling to surrender, so there were only 2 ways. The first method was to attack Xianxia and become enemies with the entire Blood God Island. However, there was a possibility that he would die from the backlash. The primogenitor's methods could not be underestimated. He and I are irreconcilable. Since you have chosen him, I will no longer stay on the Blood God Island. This was the second method. The Divine Realm Patriarch of the devouring blood race chose to leave the blood race. After all, he was an immortal state warrior of the blood kindred. The blood kindred would definitely invite him back in the future. By then, he would have the upper hand. As a human, I don't believe that you don't have enemies among the human race. I wonder how these enemies will react if they find out that you colluded with the blood race. Hee hee. The blood tribe patriarch laughed sinisterly. It would be much easier to deal with Xianxia after leaving the blood race. With Xianxia's death, he might even have the chance to obtain the primogenitor's power. At that time, the vampires would think of a way to invite him back. Ancestor, please reconsider. The patriarch tried to persuade him to stay, but he didn't expect things to turn out this way. The kindred needed Xianxia, who had the primogenitor's power, and the kindred didn't want to lose a god. However, the immortal state patriarch was determined. He believed that the kindred would definitely beg him to come back. It was just a matter of time. Sigh. Xianxia sighed. He had become the leader of the kindred, but he had offended a heavenly state warrior. It was better to get rid of the enemy, but even though he had the power of the primogenitor, it was impossible for him to kill a god. He was lucky enough to survive the murderous intent of a heavenly state warrior. As the immortal state patriarch left, the incident came to an end. That day, everyone in the kindred knew that the primogenitor had appeared during the worship and a new leader had been born. As for other information about this new leader, the normal kindred didn't know anything. In the sacred city, the senior members of the kindred brought Xianxia to the central hall of the sacred city. "Welcome, Lord Blood." All the senior members of the kindred bowed. Ever since Xianxia confronted the immortal state patriarch and displayed the power of the primogenitor, they all submitted to him. In fact, the divine realm old ancestor who left was also shocked by Xianxia's ability, but he was unwilling to submit to Xianxia due to the issue of face. Although Lord Blood is a human, he has the bloodline of the primogenitor, so he is the same as the kindred. I also believe that Lord Blood has passed the test of the primogenitor, so he has no enmity towards the kindred. The leader of the kindred said. First of all, he had to put an end to the trouble that might arise from Xianxia's identity. Possessing the bloodline of the primogenitor meant that he was the same as the kindred. No one could refute this, or else it would mean that they didn't agree with the primogenitor. Xianxia didn't say anything. In fact, he had taken the power of the primogenitor by force. However, since he had become the leader of the kindred, the entire kindred was no longer a threat to him, so there was no need for him to continue standing against the kindred. He should be thinking about how to make use of the kindred to strengthen himself. The kindred was a powerful race that once dominated the main world. Although they had declined, they still had a strong foundation. This was something Xianxia felt when he activated the power of the primogenitor's bloodline. Lord Blood, as the leader of the kindred, you should be the strongest in the kindred. You should be at least at the Unite Heaven stage. Don't worry about resources, Lord Blood, just focus on improving your cultivation. The leader of the kindred laughed. If I stay in the kindred, I won't have to worry about resources until I reach the Unite Heaven stage. Xianxia thought to himself. He was the leader of the kindred, and the faster he improved, the better it would be for the kindred. However, Xianxia couldn't stay in the kindred forever. If he disappeared for too long, the celestial sect would definitely notice. Once they found out that Xianxia was a member of the kindred, they would definitely think that the kindred had imprisoned Xianxia, and might even attack him. If Lord Blood has no further instructions, we shall take our leave. The leader asked. To be honest, he wasn't used to it. In the past, he was the leader of the kindred on the surface, but now, he was the leader of the kindred, a late-stage mysterious nether the Archlord. Even he had to be so respectful to Xianxia. Disperse. I have obtained the power of the primogenitor, and I need time to digest it. Xianxia instructed. He didn't even know that he had the primogenitor's bloodline, and the various abilities of the primogenitor's bloodline were all discovered at the last minute. The crowd gradually dispersed. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, a figure from the Devouring Blood clan appeared in the majestic, blood-red hall. This Devouring Blood clan member's body was blood-red with a hint of black, and his body emitted a faint deathly aura, as though he was about to die. The other party didn't have a terrifying aura, but the entire hall was plunged into darkness. Xianxia couldn't help but freeze, feeling an immense pressure. According to the mysterious heart and the primogenitor's bloodline, this was a god. This was the second god that Xianxia had seen today. The kindred acknowledges your identity. The Devouring Blood clan's divine realm expert said slowly, his tone calm. But Xianxia had to be cautious. After all, this was a heaven-merging realm expert, a god. However, the value you have shown isn't enough. If you want to become the leader of the kindred and control all of the kindred, you have to show us more things. The Devouring Blood clan's divine realm expert continued. The divine realm expert acknowledged Xianxia, but he didn't want the leader of the kindred to be a useless person. In other words, if the divine realm expert wasn't satisfied with Xianxia's next results, he would be in danger. No problem. Xianxia smiled. As a sovereign, the owner of the primogenitor's bloodline and the eternal heart, he had this much confidence. As for the divine realm patriarch who doesn't like you, you don't need to worry about him. In a few days, a few of us will personally persuade him. He should come back. The divine realm expert continued. Or, if Xianxia were to increase his power quickly, he would be able to control a god completely and summon him back with one command. After saying that, the immortal realm expert of the blood-devouring clan disappeared. He had appeared this time to tell Xianxia about the divine realm expert's attitude. After leaving the palace, Xianxia noticed that the great prophet was waiting outside the palace. His face was old but calm. He smiled faintly and said, Kaiser Blood, I have many records regarding the ancestors. They might be of some help to you in comprehending their inheritance. Okay, take me to them. Qinyu was very interested in the primogenitor of the kindred. Soon, Qinyu arrived at the great prophet's cave abode. It seemed to be a separate world. Everything around it was ancient and quiet, with a primitive aura. These books are, the great prophet took Qinyu into the house and pointed at a few books. Then, he stepped aside and started to do his own things. Qinyu flipped through the ancient books. The primogenitor of the kindred was a powerful being born in the Middle Ages. He founded the kindred. Under his leadership, the kindred became one of the major races in the main world in a few thousand years. Then, they continued to develop and ruled the world. At this time, the kindred was attacked by the other races. The primogenitor died and the kindred retreated. From these records, it could be seen how important the primogenitor was. Only when the primogenitor was alive did the kindred become a terrifying force. Then, Qinyu saw some descriptions of the kindred. The primogenitor of the kindred in the ancient ages was one of the most powerful beings in the main world. He used all kinds of unimaginable methods and killed many major races and immortal state warriors. What Qinyu experienced was how the primogenitor's bloodline controlled all living beings of the kindred. At its peak, all the kindred were the servants of the primogenitor. He continued to read. Legend has it that the primogenitor of the kindred was actually a chaotic divine demon. In the ancient ages, no one knew where the chaotic divine demon came from. Then, for some reason, the chaotic divine demon died. The primogenitor of the kindred was most likely born from the blood of the chaotic divine demon. No one could confirm this, but Qinyu felt that it was highly possible. His heart of eternity also came from the chaotic divine demon. It had the same aura as the primogenitor's blood. The two seemed to know each other. Just as Qinyu was thinking about this, a sudden voice sounded in Qinyu's mind. I will tell you what you want to know. But you have to tell me, how did you get the heart of eternity? The voice that suddenly appeared in Qinyu's mind was obviously the ancestor blood monster that had died earlier. He could also feel the faint ripples of the ancestor's blood in the mysterious heart. Aren't you dead? Qinyu was slightly shocked and kept his guard up. You underestimate the blood ancestor. The arrogant voice sounded. Maybe because I subdued you, I couldn't help but underestimate you. Qinyu said, feeling slightly smug. The voice immediately went silent and did not reply. I am immortal. After a while, the voice spoke again, its tone still filled with arrogance. The blood race was also known as the undead blood race. The blood race's ancestor had an extraordinary background and great abilities. It made sense that he still had consciousness after being absorbed by the mysterious heart. What is your connection to the Chaos Divine Demon? Qinyu asked. Although he had his guesses, he still wanted to hear it from the person. I come from the blood of the Chaos Divine Demon, and the eternal heart is the heart of the Chaos Divine Demon. The blood ancestor answered. Qinyu nodded. The blood ancestor's words were exactly as he had guessed. This also explained why the eternal heart countered the blood race. Where did the Chaos Divine Demon come from? How did he die? Qinyu continued to ask. He was very curious about this. All the ancient books recorded that the Chaos Divine Demon was suddenly born in ancient times. No one knew how it came about, but there were many different versions of guesses. The birth of the Chaos Divine Demon made all races fear it, as if it was invincible. But in the end, the Chaos Divine Demon died for no reason. There were too many questions about the Chaos Divine Demon. I only gained independent consciousness after the death of the Chaos Fiend God. I don't know the answers to the two questions that you asked, either. The blood ancestor did not know either. Qinyu was slightly disappointed that the blood ancestor did not know. But, the blood ancestor purposely dragged out his words to keep Qinyu in suspense. The eternal heart is the core of the Chaos Divine Demon. It might know, but you need to awaken it completely. How do I awaken it completely? Qinyu's expression sank. He didn't completely trust the vampire primogenitor, either. A chaos god fiend may have perished, but he is an eternal existence. If I collect as many god fiend parts as possible, I will be able to awaken the heart of eternity. If you can get all the god fiend parts, it is not impossible for you to become a new chaotic god fiend. The vampire primogenitor spoke calmly, but Yu could sense a hint of jealousy in his voice. Collecting god-fiend parts? Yu naturally knew what the blood primogenitor was referring to. The Heart of Eternity and the primogenitor's blood were both parts of a chaos god-fiend. Just to obtain the blood of the blood primogenitor, he had expended so much effort to collect all the demonic god's body parts. This was simply a pipe dream. Yu even suspected that the vampire primogenitor was sending him to his death on purpose. The blood of a chaotic god-fiend had created the blood clan's primogenitor, who was a mighty figure in the blood clan. What about the other parts? What were they like now? Even if he wasn't as powerful as the blood race's primogenitor at his peak, he wouldn't be too far off. Yu had been able to successfully subdue the blood mainly because of the Heart of Eternity's restraint. Now tell me, how did you obtain the Heart of Eternity? The vampire primogenitor asked solemnly. The Heart of Eternity was the core of a chaos god-fiend. Even someone as powerful as the blood clan's primogenitor was completely restrained by it. The fact that the Heart of Eternity had fallen into the hands of a star condensation realm human shocked the blood clan's primogenitor. Perhaps Yu had some great secret on him. I picked it up. Yu's reply was swift and decisive. And that was the truth. He had picked up the Heart of Eternity. The blood clan's primogenitor did not reply to Yu for a while. He found it hard to accept this answer. The core of a chaos god-fiend, the most precious Heart of Eternity, had been picked up by Yu. I still have a question for you. Yu continued. The blood clan's primogenitor seemed to feel that Yu had deceived him. He was dissatisfied and ignored Yu. Great prophet, farewell. Yu stopped reading the ancient books. He could ask the blood clan's primogenitor if he had any questions. Take care, blood lord. The great prophet, who was sitting cross-legged, stood up and sent Yu off. At this moment, he opened his blood-red, withered hand. A broken wooden tablet was revealed. The cracks on it were twisted and slanted, forming the word Lord. At this moment, the result indicated by this wooden tablet was self-evident. What kind of fate do you bear? You have the Heart of Eternity and the power of the blood clan's primogenitor. Yu. The great prophet held the snake-shaped staff in his hand. His third eye flashed with a bloody glow as he lamented. As the Blood Lord, Yu had a new residence. It was outside the core holy city's ancestral land. The ancestral land was one of the blood clan's taboos. Ordinary people were not allowed to go near it, even the blood clan's elders. However, Yu lived outside the ancestral land, which was equivalent to guarding it. He could enter and leave the ancestral land at any time. The cultivation environment of his new residence was the best on the Blood God Island. His vision was filled with a blood-red, sticky mist. If it were in the past, Yu would not have liked such a cultivation environment. However, it was different after he obtained the chaos body. Any cultivation environment made no difference to Yu. Come out and tell me what you're good for. Yu called out to the blood clan's primogenitor. My bloodline is already a great opportunity for you. You can explore the rest yourself. The blood clan's primogenitor said unwillingly. Yu thought about it. The blood clan's primogenitor had already been devoured by the Heart of Eternity. Yu had only obtained the primogenitor's bloodline. My bloodline is unparalleled. It was the nightmare of countless immortal state almighties. Get to the point. Yu interrupted without hesitation. Your cultivation is limited. You have just obtained my bloodline, so the power you can unleash is limited, Yu concluded after the blood clan's primogenitor explained. Firstly, the primogenitor's bloodline could suppress all living beings of the blood clan. This ability had nothing to do with Yu's cultivation. However, the effect was very obvious. Secondly, it could devour any blood, get rid of the impurities, and use it to increase one's cultivation. This was also the strength of the blood clan. Their cultivation speed was also much faster than other races. As long as they kept on killing and devouring blood, they could rapidly increase their cultivation. In the future, when Yu encountered bloodlines that could be absorbed, he had another way to make use of them. Apart from that, for example, when Yu refined the blood or essence of the Sovereign Lord, his efficiency and effect would also increase. Thirdly, Yu could use the related bloodline secret technique. This required the blood clan's primogenitor to teach him personally. The blood clan's primogenitor used to dominate the origin world. Xianxia would naturally learn it. Only by doing so could he unleash the true power of the primogenitor's bloodline. Apart from these 3 points, the primogenitor's bloodline also had other uses. For example, cultivating blood Dao cultivation techniques would yield twice the result with half the effort. That day, Xianxia started to cultivate the related bloodline secret technique. For Xianxia, the primogenitor's bloodline was difficult to control. He didn't know much about the blood Dao, so it was difficult to comprehend the secret technique. Luckily, with the help of the blood clan's primogenitor, Xianxia's cultivation difficulty was greatly reduced. The blood clan's primogenitor's understanding of the blood Dao was extremely profound. Xianxia's knowledge kept increasing as he comprehended it. Half a month later, 2 figures appeared outside Xianxia's cave abode. Do you remember what I told you before? Just do as I say later. An upper echelon of the devouring blood race messaged. He was the enforcement elder of the blood clan. Yes, Grandpa. Young ancestor Yu lowered his head helplessly. Xianxia had already become the leader of the blood clan. He had come to apologize for his previous offense. Otherwise, even if his grandfather was the enforcement elder, even if he was a 7-star king genius, if Xianxia targeted him, there would be no future for him. If Xianxia wanted him dead, there would be no way out. Suddenly, an ancient and domineering bloodline aura spread from within Xianxia's cave abode, causing young ancestor Yu's bloodline to tremble. Even the enforcement elder, who was at the late-stage mysterious nether realm, felt the pressure. Boom, the blood-red radiance shone and fluctuated, emitting a domineering aura of supremacy. The surroundings instantly formed a blood-red domain, suppressing all living beings. Flowers and trees instantly withered. Young ancestor Yu found that his body and bloodline were completely suppressed. He couldn't use his power, and his life force was rapidly fading. His body quickly withered, and he felt a strong sense of death. Young ancestor Yu couldn't resist. He could only watch as his life slowly walked toward death. He said in panic, "Grandpa, he's going to kill me. Save me." This is the primogenitor's bloodline secret technique. The law enforcement elder stood rooted to the ground in shock. Even his blood and life force were being drained bit by bit. Within the secret chamber, the Blood King domain's effects aren't bad. Xianxia had only just sensed the enforcement elder and young ancestor Yu approaching, so he used them to test out the Blood King domain he had recently comprehended. The primogenitor's bloodline was a powerful counter to living beings with flesh and blood. The Blood King domain amplified this counter even further. Any living being within this domain would be completely suppressed. Their life force would be greatly weakened, and their life force would rapidly fade. Back in the Fortune Bloodland, the primogenitor blood monster that Xianxia had fought had used this move. It had completely countered Xianxia's advantage as a body cultivator. Furthermore, the domain would grow stronger as one's cultivation increased. With your current cultivation, what you can use is no longer the Blood King domain, but the Blood Emperor domain, said the Blood Race's primogenitor. The Blood Race's primogenitor said. He originally looked down on Xianxia, but he had to admit that Xianxia's sovereign cultivation was something he hadn't seen even when he was at his peak. As a sovereign, there was a high chance that Xianxia would reach the combined heavens realm. At that time, he would be able to use the Blood God domain. Lord Blood Kaiser, I would like to see you. The enforcement elder's voice sounded. He had once objected to Xianxia becoming the lord of the blood race, but now his attitude was extremely humble and sincere. When Xianxia withdrew, the primogenitor's bloodline and the Blood Emperor domain disappeared. Outside the cave dwelling, young ancestor Yu let out a sigh of relief. He felt like he had just walked through the gates of hell as he walked into Kaiser Blood's cave dwelling in fear. Greetings, Blood Lord. I was blind to have offended Blood Lord. I hope Blood Lord can be magnanimous and forgive my wrongdoings. Young ancestor Yu, a 7-star king genius of the blood race, knelt in front of Xianxia and said fearfully. Blood Lord, my grandson was ignorant back then. That's why he questioned your identity. Now, he only has the heart to be loyal to you. Please forgive him. The Grand Elder spoke. He was at the late-stage mysterious nether realm and was one of the most powerful people in the blood race. He didn't even have to be so respectful to the patriarch of the blood race. Xianxia didn't say anything. In fact, he didn't care about young patriarch Yu's matter. But as the patriarch of the blood race, he needed to be intimidated. After all, his current cultivation was far from enough to hold this position. So he couldn't easily forgive those who offended him. The Grand Elder frowned. Young patriarch Yu's heart was in a mess. He had almost lost his life when he first arrived at Xianxu's cave abode. He suspected that Xianxia didn't plan on forgiving him. Raising his head, Xianxia stared at young ancestor Yu with a dignified expression. You deserve to die for offending me. Blood Lord, spare me, spare me. Young patriarch Yu trembled in fear. He had finally reached the 7-star king realm. As long as he reached the mysterious nether realm, his future would be bright. He had even thought that he would be the next patriarch of the blood race. But now, as long as Xianxia denied it, he wouldn't have a good ending. But since you didn't know anything and you're a top genius of the blood race, I'll spare your life. Xianxia spoke again. Young ancestor Yu was filled with gratitude. But the Grand Elder has to promise me one thing. Xianxia looked at the Grand Elder. Please speak, Blood Lord. The Grand Elder's eyes darkened. He actually hoped that Xianxia would punish young patriarch Yu. As long as the punishment wasn't too severe, it would be enough to temper young patriarch Yu's character. But Xianxia didn't punish young patriarch Yu. As the patriarch of the blood race, he could ask for anything he wanted. So what would Xianxia ask of him? The Grand Elder couldn't think of anything. Resign from your position as the enforcement elder and follow me from now on. You will be at my disposal for 100 years. Xianxia stated his request. What? Young forefather Yu inhaled deeply and fell into silence. His grandfather was an almighty at the late-stage mysterious nether realm. His status in the clan was extremely important, but Kaiser Blood wanted his grandfather to resign from his position and follow him. His responsibility was more like a guard. Resigning from the position of the enforcement elder to become a guard was a huge change. If it was him, he would definitely not agree to it. But if his grandfather didn't agree, young ancestor Yu would be in trouble. The law enforcement elder was deep in thought. He didn't say anything, but he definitely rejected it in his heart. You don't have to be in such a hurry to agree. Following me requires absolute loyalty. If you have any other thoughts, the only path left for you is death. Xianxia continued. The law enforcement elder was speechless. This wasn't something good, so how could he be in such a hurry to agree? I'll give you some time to think about it and make a decision as soon as possible. Xianxia hoped that the law enforcement elder would consider it carefully. We'll take our leave first. The enforcement elder immediately left with young forefather Yu. He exited the cave. Young ancestor Yu asked, Grandpa, what are your plans? He didn't think that his grandfather would agree, but he hoped that he would. I'll ask the great prophet to divine this matter. The law enforcement elder pondered. He was the law enforcement elder of the blood race and was at the late-stage mysterious nether realm. How could he be willing to be a guard? If it wasn't for his grandson and the time limit wasn't only 100 years, he might have rejected it on the spot. On the same day, the law enforcement elder came to the great prophet's residence and explained, Great prophet, please divine whether it will be good or bad if I agree to the blood Kaiser, Elder Liu, please wait here for a few days. The great prophet stood quietly outside the bamboo house. After saying that, he turned around and went inside, closing the door. The law enforcement elder could only wait in the courtyard. 3 days passed quickly. The divination takes so long? The law enforcement elder's face was cold. Although he didn't understand the fate Tao, he knew that divining the future was the most time-consuming. Divination was one of the simpler methods in the fate Tao. With the great prophet's ability, why would he need so long? At this moment, the great prophet walked out of the bamboo house. He stroked his beard and revealed a faint smile. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The law enforcement elder's body shook. He had only hoped that the result wouldn't be too bad. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't risk himself for his grandson. He hadn't expected the great prophet's result to be like this. It was simply a good lot. The law enforcement elder even doubted if it was true. After all, it was the great prophet who had suggested making Xianxia the new leader of the blood race. The law enforcement elder felt that the great prophet was the most loyal to Xianxia in the entire blood race. He didn't doubt it and turned to leave. At this moment, the law enforcement elder received a piece of news. The Blood Kaiser was trying to break through to the mysterious nether realm. It was said that Xianxia had personally visited the blood race's leader to ask about breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. After that, the blood race's leader had sent people to deliver large amounts of natural treasures, including the Archlord's blood and sacred source pills that could increase one's chances of breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. He's trying to break through to the mysterious nether realm? The law enforcement elder couldn't help feeling emotional when he heard this news. Xianxia was a 9-star sovereign. There was no way he would fail to break through to the mysterious nether realm. Once he succeeded, he would definitely be invincible among his peers with limitless potential. I was too stupid. With his ability, as long as he doesn't die, he will become a god in the future and the undisputed leader of the blood race. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. The law enforcement elder made his decision and went straight to Xianxia's residence. Thinking back, the great prophet might not have divined at all. He had only asked him to wait 3 days for this news. When the law enforcement elder arrived at Xianxia's residence, a barrier was erected around him. No one was allowed to enter. Blood Lord, I agree to your conditions. The law enforcement elder controlled his voice and permeated the barrier in a way that wouldn't disturb Xianxia. Stand guard outside and wait for me to successfully break through. Xianxia's voice rang out. He was currently preparing to break through to the mysterious nether realm. A 9-star king was the limit of the star condensation realm. There was no more room for improvement. So when Xianxia became a 9-star king, he could break through to the mysterious nether realm. But when a 9-star king tried to break through to the mysterious nether realm, there was almost no experience. Even the mystic nether sovereign lord couldn't help much. The blood race patriarch also felt that Xianxia had a high chance of breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. But they had never heard of or seen a 9-star king trying to break through to the mysterious nether realm. Xianxia had already reached the 9-star king realm. He couldn't afford to fail. Thus, he settled down for a period of time before deciding to break through to the mysterious nether realm. Before breaking through to the mysterious nether realm, Xianxia decided to improve his other aspects as much as possible. His cultivation had no room for improvement, and his space intent had reached level 9. Normally, only the late-stage mysterious nether realm could comprehend intents to level 9. It could be considered a miracle that Xianxia's space intent had reached level 9. However, the level of intents didn't mean that Xianxia had the strength of a late-stage mysterious nether realm. There is still room for improvement in the other intents and the Azure Dragon's sacred wood leg. Xianxia started from this aspect. Since he was already a 9-star king, he would do his best before breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. Other than the space intent, his other intents were between level 7 and level 8. Their comprehension speed was slow. Xianxia first took out many profound crystals and precious cultivating materials to improve his metal and fire power Upanishads. High-grade intent crystals were consumed by Xianxia. He had been cultivating in the heavenly secluded feather for 3 months. His metal intent had reached level 8.5, and his fire intent had reached level 8. This was already very shocking. The difficulty of comprehending them would increase greatly, so Xianxia put them aside for now. As for the wood intent, he planned to comprehend it together with the Azure Dragon's sacred wood leg. The Azure Dragon's sacred wood leg originally corresponded to the mysterious nether realm, but as Xianxia's cultivation reached the 9-star king realm, the difficulty of cultivating it decreased greatly. Xianxia's legs gave off a jade-green luster, and they were covered in ancient patterns that formed dragon patterns. The energy of the precious wood element resources in front of him was absorbed and fused into his legs. The blood race's progenitor had been secretly observing Xianxia. This kid's accomplishments have surpassed all the geniuses I've seen in the past. The blood race's progenitor sighed inwardly. King Supremacy, level 9 intents. Not only that, but Xianxia also cultivated many intents at the same time. Moreover, Xianxia's luck was shocking. He had obtained the eternal heart and the blood race's progenitor's bloodline. This kid might not have realized yet, but his primal chaos body is no longer a simple primal chaos body. It has the embryonic form of a primal chaos god fiend. The blood race's progenitor had only told Xianxia some of the uses of the progenitor's bloodline. But Xianxu's mind was focused on breaking through, so he didn't do much research. The blood race's progenitor didn't say anything so as not to disturb Xianxia. Another 5 months passed. Green light rippled on Xianxu's legs. 2 green dragons spread out and surrounded him. The entire room was filled with a fragrant aroma. Azure Dragon Sacred Wood Leg, greater success. At this time, Xianxia opened his bright eyes. When the Azure Dragon Sacred Wood Leg reached greater success, his wood intent had also reached level 7.5. It's about time to break through to the mysterious nether realm. Xianxia had improved in all aspects after a period of time. His aura and determination were extremely strong. It was the best time to break through to the mysterious nether realm. His consciousness entered the star sea. 9 shining stars shone brightly. The first step to breaking through to the mysterious nether realm was to merge the origin energy stars. An ordinary star condensation cultivator needed to merge 3 or 4 origin energy stars to break through to the mysterious nether realm. Xianxia needed to merge 9 origin energy stars. In the outside world, the news of Kaiser blood breaking through to the mysterious nether realm had already spread among the upper echelons of the blood race. Most of the blood race paid close attention to it. But nothing had happened in the past few months, and the attention had gradually decreased. Some members of the blood race thought that Xianxia was afraid of failure. After all, the entire blood race couldn't help a supreme king break through to the mysterious nether realm. Xianxia could only rely on himself. If he failed, Xianxu's future would be ruined. He might not even be recognized by the blood race. On this day, inside Xianxu's abode, a dazzling radiance burst forth, and the world's origin energy within a radius of 1,000 miles trembled and rapidly gathered, enveloping the entire abode and forming a vast origin energy vortex. Then, starlight appeared in the Xianxia whirlpool and illuminated the sky. The entire world started to change. It was daytime, but the sun, moon, and stars appeared in the sky. This enormous aura and shocking phenomenon alarmed the blood race on Blood God Island. Has it begun? Standing outside Xianxu's residence, the enforcement elder raised his head and looked at the sky expectantly. Many people in Sacred City were alarmed. The Blood Lord is breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. Even an ordinary genius breaking through to the mysterious nether realm would attract the attention of the upper echelons, let alone the Lord of the blood race. What will it be like when a king is breaking through to the mysterious nether realm? An elder of the blood race walked out. The entire blood race, including the blood ancestor, had never seen a 9-star king breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. This could be considered a spectacle. The upper echelons of the blood race stepped out. An enormous Xianxia whirlpool formed outside Xianxu's cave abode. White light flashed within the blood-red halo, forming stars that lit up the surroundings. Boom, an overbearing, domineering aura burst out from his body. Heaven and earth trembled, and the chi of heaven and earth gathered from even further areas. In the dark red sky, the sun, moon, and stars slowly changed, like a vast map of the sea of stars. Suddenly, a dazzling star appeared in the sky. This was only the beginning. The second and third stars appeared one after another. Swish! 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 In the end, a total of 9 stars hung in the sky, containing the might of the heavens. 9 stars! He is indeed a king. Some upper echelons and geniuses of the blood race exclaimed. Only the great prophet had said that Xianxia was a 9-star king. Seeing it with one's own eyes and hearing it from someone else were completely different. The phenomenon of Xianxia breaking through to the mysterious nether realm was shocking. Even the blood tribe members outside the holy city were alarmed as they gazed into the city. This phenomenon. Which genius is breaking through to the mysterious nether realm? The blood race geniuses that entered the blood ground have all gained something. It's about time for them to break through to the mysterious nether realm. However, this phenomenon is a bit shocking. We can sense it clearly outside the sacred city. But I heard that the Lord of the blood race is breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. A member of the blood heart race laughed. The ordinary blood race only knew that the blood race had a new lord. They didn't know anything else. They guessed that the new lord was a genius of the blood race that had obtained the inheritance of the blood ancestor. This genius was most likely young ancestor Yu. Heavens, what is that? The phenomenon of 9 shining stars. How is this possible? Many blood tribe members were shocked. Most star condensation cultivators had some understanding of the situation of a star condensation cultivator trying to break through to the mysterious dark realm. In the heaven and earth anomaly, the number of stars that appeared represented the number of stars condensed by the other party. Thus, the phenomenon was also a symbol of talent and potential. But now, there were actually 9 stars in their field of vision. Didn't this mean that 9 origin power stars had been condensed during the breakthrough? The blood race beings who didn't know anything about their new master were completely shocked. Not only that. At this moment, the Yuan 4 stars within the bodies of all the celestial condensing monarchs trembled, showing signs of instability. What happened? How can our cultivation be affected when a star condensation cultivator is trying to break through to the mysterious nether realm? A 9-star king was also known as a supreme king, the supreme of the star condensation realm. At this moment, these ordinary celestial condensation monarchs weren't the only ones whose cultivation was unstable and their essence 4 stars were trembling. Even an early-stage profound nether expert felt the pressure. In the sacred city. As expected of a supreme king. This phenomenon of breaking through to the mysterious nether realm is enough to destabilize the cultivation of ordinary star condensation experts. A mystic underworld sovereign lord sighed. The origin energy stars have already begun to fuse. Another blood race being said. Out of the 9 shining stars in the sky, 2 of them began to move slowly and approached each other. In the secret chamber. Xianxia was currently fusing with the origin energy stars. Ordinary star condensation experts only needed to fuse with 3 or 4 origin energy stars to break through to the mysterious nether realm, but he needed to fuse with 9. But he found that the fusion of the first 2 stars was extremely smooth. There was almost no obstruction. He had previously looked up the relevant information. Ordinary star condensation experts needed to spend a lot of effort and time to fuse with 2 origin energy stars. But when Xianxia started, everything went smoothly. This made him relax slightly. Maybe this is the benefit of walking the path of multiple stars. The more stars there are, the easier it is to fuse. In less than 2 hours. The 2 origin energy stars had fused into one. There wasn't much change in the quality of the origin energy after the 2 origin energy stars had fused into one. Only when one broke through to the mysterious nether realm would the essence of the origin energy sublimate and transform into astral sacred power. In the sky. There were only 8 stars left. One of them was extremely resplendent, and the remaining 7 stars were dominated by it. He's fused with 2 origin energy stars so quickly? The enforcement elder was a little surprised. He had broken through to the mysterious nether realm with 5.5 stars. The time he had spent to fuse with the first 2 stars was at least 3 times that of Xianxia. Could it be that this kid has consumed the sacred source pill so quickly? The enforcement elder frowned slightly. He felt that this was an unwise move. The process of breaking through to the mysterious nether realm was extremely slow. It would take 5 to 6 days at the fastest, and a month at the slowest. Xianxia had condensed 9 origin energy stars, which could not be measured with common sense. Ordinary star condensation experts would only break through to the late stages. Consuming the sacred source pill was more stable. But Xianxia had consumed the sacred source pill at the start. Once the medicinal effects wore off, there would be no effect even if he consumed a second pill. What would Xianxia do then? It wasn't just him. The other upper echelons of the mysterious nether realm also thought the same. I seem to have agreed too early, the enforcement elder thought to himself. He should have waited for Xianxia to successfully break through before making a decision. If Xianxia had failed, his foundation would have been damaged, and his cultivation might even have fallen. It was useless to think about this now. The enforcement elder could already see Xianxia begin to fuse with the 3rd origin energy star. The process of breaking through to the mysterious nether realm was very long. All the blood breeds who noticed this scene waited patiently. The upper echelons of the mysterious nether realm knew of Xianxia's identity and the importance of breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. Ordinary star condensation experts would observe and learn, accumulating experience for their future breakthroughs. The third origin energy star's fusion speed was slightly slower, and it took 8 hours to successfully fuse. Next was the fourth origin energy star. 3 days later, Xianxia had successfully fused 5 origin energy stars into one. The shining star in the sky was even more resplendent than the sun. It was so bright that people could not look directly at it, and it emitted a heavy pressure. The star condensation experts found it difficult to breathe under the pressure of this phenomenon. But all the blood race could feel that it was becoming more and more difficult for Xianxia to fuse with the origin energy stars. It would be difficult for him to successfully fuse all 9 origin energy stars. He took the sacred origin pill too early. We can only leave it to fate now. The patriarch sighed. He also hoped that Xianxia would succeed, but even he could not help Xianxia at this moment. Beneath Blood God Island. It's been a long time since a sovereign has tried to break through to the mysterious nether realm. I wonder if this kid will succeed. A powerful divine sense awakened and murmured. I'm afraid it won't be that easy, this god thinks so too. This is only the 5th origin energy star, and the difficulty has already increased so much. It will only be more difficult from now on. The blood race's divine realm experts were also paying attention to Xianxia's breakthrough. If Xianxia failed, no one knew what the consequences would be, but his potential would definitely be greatly reduced, and it was even possible that he would lose his potential. At that time, the blood race would undergo another change, inside the secret chamber. Xianxia finally felt a strong resistance. The following path of fusion would definitely be difficult. At this time, it was time for external forces to take effect. Xianxia took out a pill the size of an eyeball. It was completely white and glowed brightly. This was the sacred origin pill. For ordinary star condensation experts, the sacred origin pill could greatly increase their chances of breaking through. Its main effect was to reduce the resistance when fusing with the origin energy stars, allowing the astral source to be born. Once the astral source was born, the majority of the breakthrough to the mysterious nether realm would be successful. After consuming the sacred origin pill, the medicinal effect immediately took effect. The enormous ball of light that had already fused with 5 origin energy stars formed a faint white whirlpool around it, actively attracting the remaining origin energy stars. Alright, let's start fusing with the 6th origin energy star. Xianxia immediately activated the 6th origin energy star. The 2 stars, one big and one small, began to fuse the moment they approached. Buzz, the energy of the 6th origin energy star slowly merged into it. In less than half a day, the 6th origin energy star was successfully fused. Outside the cave, the enforcement elder was extremely shocked. What's going on? The fusion speed of the origin energy stars suddenly increased? He couldn't believe it and wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Could it be that he just consumed the sacred origin pill? The enforcement elder suddenly realized that his initial thoughts seemed to be wrong. Not only him, but many of the upper echelons also thought that Xianxia had consumed the sacred origin pill from the start, but now they realized that they were wrong. The 6th origin energy star was successfully fused in 1 day. Next was the 7th origin energy star. 2 days. The 8th origin energy star. 5 days, at this moment. The sky above Blood God Island turned into a vast sea of stars. Above it was an incomparably large cluster of stars that seemed to be burning, dazzling and indescribable. This was the scene after the 8 origin energy stars had fused into one. 10,000 miles away from Blood God Island, in the camp of the Sea Race forces. What's going on? What's happening on Blood God Island? Experts appeared in the camp of the Sea Race, looking into the distance with solemn gazes. They were too far away, so they didn't know what the blood race was up to. Everyone on guard. A commander of the Sea Race immediately ordered. In the secret chamber. Xianxia felt an unbearable heaviness in his sea of stars. There's only one origin energy star left. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat and his mind was tense. The fusion of the origin energy star was only 1 step away. He couldn't fail. He slowly controlled the last origin energy star and approached the dazzling, burning ball of light. The moment the two collided, a dazzling radiance erupted, illuminating the entire sky in a pure white. A terrifying and powerful aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, the star condensation realm experts of the blood race within 10,000 miles felt that it was unbearable. This scene lasted for an extremely long time. It was a torment for Qinyu, and even more so for the nearby star condensation realm experts. 10 days later, boom, accompanied by a loud explosion, only a dazzling ball of light remained in the sky, shining to the extreme. Qinyu had successfully fused with the 9 stars, completing the most difficult step of the process. The 9 stars were bright and eye-catching. The entire Blood God Island could see it clearly. Even the oceanic race outside the Blood God Island could see it and guess what the blood race was up to. Success! Qinyu heaved a sigh of relief inside the secret chamber. He had been tense the entire time during the month of merging with the 9 stars. He didn't dare to slack off. Outside the cave abode, the law enforcement elder looked at the blazing and huge ball of light in the sky and sighed with emotion. As expected of a genius with great providence. The first step was daunting but not dangerous. I wonder what it'll be like when a monarch reaches the second step of the mysterious dark realm. The enforcement elder was looking forward to it. 9 stars merging into one. With such a huge stellar source, he'll be invincible among early-stage mysterious dark realm experts if he successfully breaks through. The most difficult step has been passed. The second step shouldn't be a problem. The other upper echelons discussed. Under normal circumstances, successfully merging with the stars meant that one was halfway to success. The chances of failure were lower. Begin the second step. In the secret chamber, Qinyu heaved a sigh of relief and focused again. The second step was to connect with heaven and earth and transform his soul, merging with the stellar source and becoming a natal stellar source. Only when a natal stellar source was formed would one be considered a true mysterious dark sovereign lord. Boom, the stellar source in Qinyu's body erupted with powerful sacred power. It connected with the natural energy of heaven and earth and formed a huge platinum whirlpool. The sky changed colors as the yuan qi within tens of thousands of miles gathered. A shocking aura spread out. At this moment, the nearby world seemed to revolve with Qinyu as the center. All living beings felt a strong pressure. Ordinary star condensation realm experts felt their yuan qi tremble when Qinyu connected with heaven and earth. They couldn't bear the pressure and retreated. Luckily, Qinyu was in the core sacred city. If he broke through to the mysterious dark realm outside, just the pressure would be enough to kill any blood race member below the star condensation realm. Boom, in the sky, a beam of pure white holy light suddenly descended from the huge platinum whirlpool, intimidating all the ghosts and gods in the world. The pure white holy light was like a gift from the heavens. It penetrated everything and landed on Qinyu's body. Bathed in the holy light, Qinyu's body and soul began to evolve. His body was sparkling and translucent, like a crystal that contained a mysterious power, perfect and flawless. Not only that, the astral source within Qinyu's body was also affected and began to rise. Attacking the mysterious nether realm, the blessing of the world shouldn't affect the stellar source. Qinyu was a bit puzzled, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Perhaps this was something that would happen when a 9-star king was trying to break through to the mysterious nether realm. He took out the Sovereign Lord's blood and swallowed it. The Sovereign Lord's blood was also helpful in breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. Its main effect was to accelerate the transformation of one's state of existence. After consuming a few dozen drops of monarch rank blood, Qinyu no longer paid attention to the changes in his body. The most important part of the second step was the transformation of his soul and the fusion of his life-bound star origin. Qinyu's soul flickered as it was nourished by the holy light. It suddenly flew out of his body, through the cave, and into the sky. Almost all of the power bestowed by nature was absorbed by Qinyu's soul, and it began to evolve. His soul became more and more transparent. It flickered with a faint light, and it was already different from ordinary souls. At the same time as his soul evolved, Qinyu's consciousness was connected to heaven and earth, and all kinds of profundities appeared in his mind. His comprehension of wood profundities suddenly deepened, and he broke through to the 8th level. Other than that, his metal profundities and fire profundities were also rapidly increasing. There were also many other profundities. Qinyu didn't need to deliberately comprehend them, and many comprehensions appeared. The mysterious nether realm was proficient in the profundities of heaven and earth. That was why they could truly control a part of the world and display the might of an emperor. This was also the reason why it was difficult for star condensation realms to challenge mysterious nether realms. A normal star condensation realm expert's strength would be suppressed to the extreme under the emperor's might of the mysterious nether realm. At most, they would only be able to use 30 to 40% of their strength. How could they challenge mysterious nether realm? Boom, floating in the air, Qianyu's soul, bathed in holy light, suddenly released a powerful soul aura that affected nature. It turned into a chaotic wave of light that swept through the physical world. A storm spread with Qianyu's cave at the center. Many star condensation realms watching from afar felt like their souls were being swept by a tsunami. They felt dizzy and fainted. My soul has successfully evolved. Next is to merge with the stellar source. Qianyu's soul flew down and touched the flashing stellar source in the sea of stars. When a life-bound stellar source was formed, the soul would be hidden in the stellar source. As long as the soul wasn't destroyed, it wouldn't be considered dead. Therefore, Emperor Lords of the mysterious nether realm were extremely difficult to kill. Buzz, within the sea of stars, Qianyu's soul came into contact with the stellar source, and the surroundings started to twist. He compressed the stellar source and soul at the same time, merging the two into one. The process could be considered smooth. Qianyu's soul gradually shrank into a dark ball of light that slowly merged into the stellar source. There should be no more problems. A trace of joy appeared on Qianyu's face. The breakthrough to the mysterious nether realm was nearing its end. However, the platinum whirlpool in the sky showed no signs of weakening. The blessing of heaven and earth formed a pure white sacred light that continuously poured down. Qianyu's state of existence had already evolved to the level of a mysterious nether emperor. His soul had also completed its evolution and was merging with the stellar source. The amount of energy he could absorb was limited. In this kind of situation, the blessing of heaven and earth was mainly used on Qianyu's stellar source. Buzz, Qianyu's stellar source greedily absorbed the energy from everything in the world. Its light became brighter and it actually started to increase. He had just reached the mysterious nether realm in all aspects. As long as his soul merged with the stellar source, he would have successfully broken through. But at this moment, Qianyu's mysterious nether realm cultivation actually started to increase. No, Qianyu didn't know what to do. It's already the last step. He succeeded. Outside the cave, the enforcement elder sighed and revealed a faint smile. After all, he had already agreed to Qianyu's request. He naturally hoped that everything would go smoothly for Qianyu and he would become the lord of the blood race as soon as possible. At that time, he, who had followed Qianyu, would also receive many benefits. His status wouldn't just be the enforcement elder. Kaiser blood is merging the stellar source with his soul. He's about to succeed. The success rate of a king breaking through to the mysterious nether realm in the future will also be higher. Our race will rise again under Kaiser blood's leadership. The upper echelon sighed. Rumble, the phenomenon hadn't ended yet. There was spatial power twisting the void, golden light piercing through everything, blazing fire, lightning, and so on. This proved that the profundities that Qianyu had comprehended were increasing. It also proved that Qianyu had broken through to the mysterious nether realm and comprehended all kinds of profundities. He had invisibly affected nature and caused many phenomena. His space profundity has reached the 9th level. The enforcement elder couldn't help but exclaim as he felt the twisting heaven and earth. In reality, before Qianyu had broken through, his space profundity had already reached the 9th level. The profundities that he was most proficient in hadn't improved much, even though he had been comprehending them. Rumble, a bolt of white lightning tore through the sky, and countless bolts of lightning spread. The power of this lightning is a little too strong. Did he focus on lightning profundity? The enforcement elder was puzzled. The lightning phenomenon in the sky was no different from the twisting of space. Crack! Boom, several small white lightning snakes descended, but the enforcement elder waved his hand and extinguished them. This was the sacred city, and it couldn't be damaged. But after the enforcement elder extinguished these small lightning snakes, the sky rumbled, and even more dazzling lightning appeared. At some point in time, boundless dark clouds had condensed in the sky, and a heavy and oppressive feeling suffused the air. Boom, The clouds were torn apart, and a bolt of destructive lightning 10 feet wide suddenly descended toward where Xianxia was in seclusion. The enforcement elder's eyes flashed, and his expression changed. The power of this bolt of lightning had reached a level that could threaten the mysterious dark realm, the enforcement elder pointed out, and a blood-colored light shot out, accurately hitting the thick bolt of lightning and extinguishing it. Could this be? The enforcement elder's expression didn't ease. This was because in the next instant, another dazzling flash of lightning appeared in the sky. A total of 10 bolts of lightning similar to the one before descended from the sky, all of them striking at Xianxia. The upper echelons of the sacred city weren't blind, and they naturally noticed this. What's going on? Such violent and intense lightning bolts are all attacking Kaiser blood. Could it be that someone is causing trouble? No, this is probably lightning tribulation. The blood race patriarch's eyes were dark. Lightning tribulation? That's a lie, right? Isn't divine lightning tribulation only seen when a mysterious dark realm cultivator is trying to break through to the heaven fusion realm? The upper echelons couldn't believe it. The spectators outside the sacred city were all dumbfounded. Was this really a star condensation realm cultivator trying to break through to the mysterious dark realm? They had never heard of a lightning tribulation appearing when a star condensation realm cultivator tried to break through to the mysterious dark realm. Boom! In the gloomy sky, lightning swam wildly and gradually gathered into an extremely thick lightning dragon. The lightning dragon opened its mouth and roared, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. Countless bolts of lightning filled the sky. In the next instant, the lightning dragon that contained destructive power turned into a bolt of lightning that struck at Xianxia. It really is lightning tribulation. Even a mid-stage mysterious dark realm cultivator might not be able to block this bolt of lightning. A mid-stage mysterious dark realm elder said. The enforcement elder stood guard outside Xianxia's cave abode, his eyes filled with doubt. However, the moment the lightning descended, he immediately took action, with his late-stage mysterious dark realm strength. Helping Xianxia block the lightning tribulation was as easy as lifting a finger. Could it be that only when a paragon cultivator tries to break through to the mysterious dark realm will there be a lightning tribulation? The enforcement elder guessed. Not many people knew about paragons, but there were some records about them. However, he had never heard of a lightning tribulation when breaking through to the mysterious dark realm. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion rang out in the sky. The law enforcement elder's mind trembled as he lifted his head to look. His expression instantly changed, and he turned pale. In the sky, there was a lightning dragon that was 50 to 60 feet wide baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. A destructive lightning aura spread in all directions. Even a late-stage mysterious dark realm cultivator's mind trembled, and he didn't dare to face this powerful lightning directly. Although the enforcement elder was a late-stage mysterious dark realm cultivator, the destructive power of lightning countered his power. In the sky, there were 10 such terrifying lightning dragons swimming about. At a certain moment in time, 10 thick and terrifying lightning dragons gathered sufficient strength before descending in unison, and their destructive might shook the heavens and the earth. 10,000 miles away from Blood God Island. The Oceanic Races camp had been paying attention to the situation on Blood God Island. What powerful lightning energy! Could this be lightning tribulation? Oh my god, a mysterious dark realm cultivator from the blood race is trying to break through to the heaven fusion realm. The blood race has given birth to another divine realm expert. A sovereign lord upper echelon couldn't help but tremble when he saw the powerful lightning might. He immediately reported this matter to his superiors. The entire Oceanic Races camp was alarmed, and they retreated thousands of miles away. The lightning in the sacred city dissipated. The law enforcement elder floated in the air. The ground around him was covered in scorch marks. Even his body had some burn marks. It's over? He looked up at the sky. The dark clouds had dissipated and the lightning had disappeared. It was really over this time, right? The law enforcement elder still felt fear. Even he didn't dare to take the last wave of the lightning tribulation head-on. He felt a strong sense of danger. However, he had to block it for Xianxia. Luckily, the patriarch of the blood race and the other elders had helped at the crucial moment and helped the law enforcement elder resolve the lightning tribulation. Let's wait until the phenomenon completely disappears. The patriarch of the blood race didn't dare to say anything. A king breaking through to the mysterious nether realm wasn't normal, and Qinyu had even summoned the lightning tribulation. The blessing of the world hasn't ended yet. He's the darling of the world, an upper echelon said. Beneath Blood God Island, several powerful divine senses froze the air because of the lightning tribulation. Lightning tribulation? Did I see it right? A God realm expert was shocked. Everyone knew that only those breaking through to the heaven fusion realm would encounter the divine lightning tribulation. This can be considered a minor divine lightning tribulation. The power of the lightning tribulation just now could threaten the life of a late-stage mysterious nether realm expert. If it had all landed on Qinyu, he would have definitely failed to break through to the mysterious nether realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a minor divine lightning tribulation. What's the difference between this kid breaking through to the mysterious nether realm and other mysterious nether realms? Why did he attract a lightning tribulation? A God realm expert was curious. Breaking through to the heaven fusion realm from the mysterious nether realm was going against the heavens, so there would be a divine tribulation. What right did Qinyu have to attract a lightning tribulation? Maybe this isn't a lightning tribulation. Maybe this kid did something to anger the heavens and was punished by the heavens. Ha ha ha. Another God realm expert mocked. It was a good thing that Qinyu had successfully broken through to the mysterious nether realm. The God realm experts of the blood race were happy to see him become more outstanding. Inside the secret room, Qinyu's face was filled with shock. Lightning tribulation? He had never heard of anyone needing to undergo a tribulation to reach the mysterious nether realm. Just now, the lightning that filled the sky released an oppressive aura that could destroy all things, giving him quite a fright. With Qinyu's state at that time, he couldn't divert his attention to resist the lightning tribulation at all. In fact, he couldn't even resist it. Fortunately, this was the Blood God Island. There were higher-ups of the Blood Kindred helping him block the lightning tribulation. Everything went through without any mishap. In the Sea of Stars, his soul and the star origin successfully fused and became the natal star origin. Qinyu had successfully broken through to the mysterious nether realm, but it was not over yet. The platinum vortex in the sky was still there. Boundless power of heaven and earth poured down and rushed into Qinyu's body. Qinyu's life star source rapidly expanded, doubling in size. This should be at the peak of the early-stage mysterious nether realm. Qinyu took a deep breath. Although he was surprised by the arrival of the lightning tribulation, he could understand it. His process of breaking through to the mysterious nether realm was beyond logic. His cultivation base didn't stop at the early stage of the mysterious nether realm. Instead, it continued to rise. Perhaps it was this phenomenon that went against common sense that attracted the lightning tribulation. It's not over yet, Qinyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Once one's cultivation reached the mysterious nether realm, every step forward required a long time and all kinds of difficulties. When Qinyu broke through to the mysterious nether realm, his cultivation base didn't stop at the early stage. It rose to the peak of the early stage. And the growth of his cultivation base didn't stop. At this moment, Qinyu's heart was pounding. All of this was beyond logic and his expectations, but the results were gratifying. His cultivation base had increased by a small level, and it was equivalent to saving decades or even centuries of time. Boom! The star source in his body burned with white light, releasing a layer of flames that spread in all directions. Mid-stage mysterious nether realm. Qinyu's breathing stopped. All the cells in his body seemed to be screaming. He had spent several times more time on the 9-star path, and the resources he had used were several times or even a dozen times that of ordinary people. But the results of entering the mysterious nether realm were just too delightful. Perhaps this was also because of the eternal heart and the primogenitor blood. It's over. This time, it was really over. The platinum whirlpool in the sky disappeared, the stars disappeared, and the star source phenomenon disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Qinyu checked his body. His soul merged with the star source, and with a thought, it covered his entire body. Buzz, a dazzling white light appeared around Qinyu, twisting and turning in the air. It turned into a white fist of light, then into the sacred beast white tiger, or the sacred beast vermilion bird. The changes were extremely smooth and fluid. Since my soul has merged with the star source, the control of sacred power is smoother and more precise. Qinyu sensed the power of the mysterious nether realm. With a thought, he could control the star source sacred power to attack, and the degree of control was even more precise. Whether it was the nature of the power or other aspects, the difference between the mysterious nether realm and the star condensation realm was indeed huge. Next, Qinyu checked the level of his profundities. Metal profundity, level 9, fire profundity, level 8.5, wood profundity, level 8, blood profundity, level 7. These were the profundities that Qinyu had focused on comprehending, and they had all reached extremely high levels. Space profundity. Qinyu found that the space profundity that he was most proficient in was a bit off. Normally, the late stage of the mysterious nether realm corresponded to 9 levels of profundities. Before Qinyu broke through, his space profundity had already reached level 9. Even if he broke through to the mysterious nether realm, it would be very difficult for him to advance any further. But when he circulated his space profundity, Qinyu felt completely different from before. He felt that his understanding of space had deepened, and he had reached a whole new level. Within the sea of stars, a silver light flashed next to his star source, and the power of space fluctuated intensely. Qinyu's consciousness was instantly attracted, and he paid close attention to this scene. A few breaths later, when the light dissipated, a sparkling, translucent, and beautiful crystal fragment was revealed. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this crystal fragment had all kinds of wondrous patterns that contained profound space profundities. What is this? Qinyu summoned the blood progenitor. It's over? The blood progenitor's consciousness came out of the mysterious heart. When Qinyu had broken through to the mysterious nether realm, he had sealed him in the mysterious heart. After all, Qinyu did not completely trust him. If he caused trouble at a critical moment, it would not be worth it. Success. Qinyu nodded. Your cultivation? Middle stage of the mysterious nether realm? What happened? The blood progenitor exclaimed in shock. He suspected that he had fallen into a deep slumber, or that his memories had been tampered with. Hadn't Qinyu broken through to the mysterious nether realm a month ago? How had his cultivation suddenly reached the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm? What had happened during this time? Quick, tell me, what did you do? The blood progenitor asked. Qinyu could not explain, so he asked his own questions. He described the crystal fragment that had suddenly appeared in the sea of stars. This is a fragment of Allah. The blood progenitor was silent for a few breaths before speaking. When one's comprehension of the profundities of the world reached the peak, they would enter another realm, and their profundities would become Allah. Law? Doesn't that belong to the heaven fusion realm? Qinyu knew about laws, but he had not expected to come into contact with this level right after breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. The blood progenitor did not reply. He wanted to say, "Who should I ask?" but that would be too beneath his status. He was extremely depressed. Just what happened while I was sealed in the heart of eternity? This brat's cultivation suddenly reached the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm, and he even comprehended a fragment of Allah. A fragment of Allah? Qinyu murmured, familiarizing himself with the power after breaking through. After breaking through, he went into seclusion for another 3 months to consolidate his cultivation. But the outside world was in an uproar. Kaiser Blood's successful breakthrough could be considered a joyous occasion for the blood race. Kaiser Blood, how did you break through to the mysterious nether realm? The enforcement elder's voice came from outside. Kaiser Blood, please come out of seclusion. If you have any questions, you can talk to me. The blood race patriarch asked to see him. It had been 3 months since Qinyu broke through to the mysterious nether realm, but he had not appeared. Adding on the fact that Qinyu's breakthrough had been extraordinary, many of the upper echelons were worried. Even the blood race patriarch had come to visit him personally. Only when they saw that Qinyu was safe and had reached the mysterious nether realm would they be completely at ease. The door to the cave abode opened. Qinyu walked out of the crowd, his expression calm and dignified as usual. Congratulations, Kaiser Blood, for successfully breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. The enforcement elder immediately congratulated him. The aura of the mysterious nether realm on Qinyu's body was extremely obvious. Congratulations, Kaiser Blood. The other upper echelons also congratulated him. Some of the more experienced upper echelons had even prepared gifts, as expected of a supreme king breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. His aura is so strong, the blood race patriarch secretly observed Xianxia. But his brows gradually furrowed. The aura of the mysterious nether realm coming from Xianxia was too strong. It had far surpassed the early stage of the mysterious nether realm. Even someone at the peak of the early stage of the mysterious nether realm might not be able to match it. When the crowd dispersed one by one, Kaiser Blood, your cultivation, the blood race patriarch finally spoke. Most of the upper echelons of the sovereign lords could only sense that Xianxia's aura was extremely strong. They attributed it to a supreme king breaking through to the mysterious nether realm and didn't think too much about it. But the perception of a late-stage mysterious nether realm expert was even sharper. The blood race patriarch faintly felt that things might not be so simple. The enforcement elder couldn't help but look at Xianxia. He, who was at the late stage of the mysterious nether realm, also felt that something was wrong. But he didn't dare believe his guesses. Yes, due to some reasons, my current cultivation is the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm. There were many experts in the blood race. It was impossible to hide the truth about Xianxia's cultivation. Furthermore, he was the leader of the blood race now, so there was no need to hide it. He could obtain greater benefits by being honest. Middle stage, of the mysterious nether realm. The enforcement elder was dumbstruck. The shock in his heart was indescribable. If it wasn't for the fact that Xianxia's aura was indeed at the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm, he definitely wouldn't believe it. His cultivation had reached the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm right after breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. Heavens, was this the difference between an ordinary star condensation realm and a supreme king breaking through to the mysterious nether realm? The enforcement elder had spent 1,500 years to cultivate to the late stage of the mysterious nether realm. On the other hand, Xianxia's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm. With his talent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the late stage of the mysterious nether realm within 500 years. The blood race patriarch was also shocked speechless. He was very happy with this result. Xianxia was simply blessed by the heavens. He kept creating miracles. But at the same time, he felt a sense of defeat. As the saying went, comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Perhaps this was the case. Kaiser Blood, from today onwards, I swear to follow you with my life. I will listen to your orders without any complaints. The enforcement elder expressed his sincerity once again. Blood Kaiser, from today onwards, I am willing to follow you with my life. I will listen to your orders without any complaints. The law enforcement elder was sincere. At first, he was hesitant and even asked the great prophet to divine. But now, he was afraid that Xianxia would go back on his word and declare his position once more. He had no choice but to admit that Xianxia was someone favored by the heavens. As the lord of the vampire race, he would surely become an influential character who would shake the origin world in the future. Patriarch, I hereby resign from my position as the enforcement elder. The enforcement elder said to the patriarch. Elder Lu, you, the clan leader, was shocked, not knowing what was going on. Elder Lu Di had been the enforcer elder for close to 1,000 years. His methods and strength were first-rate, and he had built up a huge network of connections. His position in the blood race was second only to him, the clan leader. But now, Elder Lu Di actually took the initiative to resign from the position of enforcement elder. From today onwards, I swear to follow the blood Kaiser. Everything else has nothing to do with me. Elder Lu Di said righteously. The blood kindred leader's eyes twitched slightly. Elder Lu Di actually called being the blood kindred's enforcement elder a mundane matter? Kaiser Blood, are you planning to leave Blood God Island? The patriarch thought of something and asked. When Xianxia became the master of the blood clan, he wondered if Xianxia, a member of the human race, would leave this place. The scene today made him connect the dots. If Xianxia didn't need to leave, why would he need Elder Lu Di to follow him and resign from the position of enforcement elder? I'll leave in a few days. Xianxia did not hide anything. If he didn't plan to leave before breaking through, the vampires might not feel at ease and might force him to stay. But now, he had broken through to the mysterious nether realm and reached the mid-stage mysterious nether realm. Although he was still the Kaiser of Blood, his status was completely different from before. At this moment, even if he were to face an immortal state warrior from the Blood kindred, he would have some confidence. Leave the Blood tribe? Elder Lu didn't think of this before. However, would the Divine Realm vampire let Qinyu leave so easily? Within a few days, the news that Qinyu would be leaving the Blood God Island spread throughout the sacred city. The higher-ups had different opinions. Some of them were completely obedient to the Lord of the Blood tribe, while others didn't completely trust Qinyu and were somewhat worried. A few days later, the leader of the kindred reported the matter to the immortal state of the kindred. After all, this matter was too important. Qinyu's identity as the master of the Blood clan was related to the future of the Blood clan, and he was also a human. Everyone knew that the human race and the Blood clan were enemies. Under the Blood God Island, a few immortal state cultivators immortal will fluctuated. What? This kid wants to lead Blood God Island? A Divine Realm martial artist was slightly surprised. In fact, the immortal state warriors of the kindred didn't completely trust Qinyu. If Qinyu was just a greedy scoundrel, it was very likely that he would join forces with the human experts to suppress the Blood race. We can't let him leave so easily. Another Divine Realm expert said. This Divine Realm martial artist did not completely trust Qinyu. If this kid plans to join forces with the human race to suppress the Blood race, even if we keep him here, when he reaches the immortal state in the future, he won't even need to join forces with outsiders to suppress the entire Blood race. The most experienced deity realm expert of the Devouring Blood clan said, so, it's meaningless to force him to stay. It's better to let him go and see this clearly. The other immortal state warriors pondered for a long time, but they didn't refute. Before leaving the Blood race, Qinyu was cultivating in seclusion in his cave abode. His cultivation had suddenly reached the mid-stage of the mysterious nether realm. This was the biggest difference in power since Qinyu's breakthrough. He needed to familiarize himself with his current power. Also, he had to consolidate his cultivation. He felt that his foundation wasn't very stable after reaching the mid-stage of the mysterious nether realm. He couldn't rush to increase his cultivation right now in case there were any hidden dangers. Other than that, Qinyu was also cultivating the Sky-Sundering Imperial Fist and the Bloodline secret techniques that the ancestor of the kindred had taught him. However, Qinyu was already preparing to lead Blood God Island. After reaching the mid-stage of the mysterious nether realm, the remaining natural treasures are useless. I'll give them all to Luophone when I return to the Celestial Martial Sect. As the leader of the Blood race, he didn't need to worry about resources. He had already given them to Elder Lu Di to handle. A month later. Master, the cultivation resources you need are almost all here. Elder Lu Di took out an interspatial dimension and handed it to Qinyu. Sending his spiritual sense into the box, Qinyu saw various cultivation resources neatly arranged inside. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. These cultivation resources were all for those at the mid-stage of the mysterious nether realm and above. For the previous Qinyu, this was definitely a rare treasure. But now, he had obtained such a large amount of cultivation resources with just a word. Talent and resources were the most important on the path of cultivation. Qinyu's cultivation talent had been improved time and time again, and he had reached the level of a top genius in the origin world. Now that he had the resources, his cultivation would be much smoother. Master, these resources can even allow you to reach the demigod realm, Elder Lu Di said. Elder Lu Di was extremely envious. In his heart, he was also extremely envious. The resources in this storage space were even more abundant than his family's assets. However, if the same resources were given to the other mid-stage mysterious nether elders of the Blood race, they might not be able to reach the demigod realm. Not bad. Qinyu accepted it all without hesitation. The Blood God Island doesn't have some of the cultivation resources you mentioned. The current Blood race is no longer the Blood race of the past. Elder Lu Di sighed. Qinyu's body-tempering cultivation technique was special. He cultivated many kinds of profundities and needed a wide range of cultivation resources. For example, cultivating the Azure Dragon's sacred wood leg required the blood of a wood-type sacred beast. Now that Qinyu's cultivation had reached the mid-stage mysterious nether realm, it would be best if the blood of a wood-type sacred beast was of this level. The Blood race was greatly restricted. Most of their clansmen were curled up on the Blood God Island. There was only the sea around, so there wasn't any wood-type sacred beast blood at this level. However, Xianxia was already very satisfied. After all, he had gotten all this for free. I'll leave one more thing to you. I need a few people who are absolutely loyal. Elder Lu Di pondered for a moment after Xianxia gave the order and immediately went to carry it out. Half a month later, Elder Lu Di brought over a dozen people with him. All of them were at the mysterious nether realm. Master, they are all willing to serve you. Elder Lu Di smiled. Xianxia took a look. The people that Elder Lu Di had found were mostly older and experienced emperor lords of the mysterious nether realm. Greetings, Blood Lord. These mysterious nether emperors bowed in fear and trepidation. In terms of cultivation, most of them were similar to Xianxia. However, almost all of them were over 1,000 years old, while Xianxia was over 100 years old. Secondly, Xianxia was the lord of the blood race and possessed the blood race's primogenitor's bloodline. They felt reverence when they approached him. Xianxia randomly chose 4 people based on his judgment and dismissed the rest. From now on, you will lose your freedom. You only need to listen to my orders. Xianxia's gaze was cold, and his expression was dignified. We will do our best to serve Master. The 4 mysterious nether emperors were excited. Elder Lu Di also sized up the 4 blood race. They would work together in the future. In fact, Elder Lu Di was prepared to recommend his grandson to Xianxia. However, young Patriarch Yu's cultivation did not meet Xianxia's requirements. Furthermore, his grandson had great talent and potential. If he focused on cultivation, his future would not be too bad. He would not be like them, who had a hard time improving. 5 months later. After the meeting in the sacred city's central hall, Xianxia left the sacred city and Blood God Island. Xianxia was the current lord of the blood race, but he kept all information a secret. This was to prevent hostile forces from attacking the lord of the blood race who had yet to fully mature. Apart from that, a month before he left, a god-state expert of the blood race came to Xianxu's cave abode and helped him hide his cultivation aura. Xianxia was a prodigy of the human race, after all. If he showed his true cultivation, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and many dangers. The god-state expert of the blood race used a special method to hide Xianxu's cultivation aura. Even a Unity Heaven god wouldn't be able to see through Xianxu's true cultivation if they didn't look closely. Xianxia turned around and looked at the Blood God Island in the sky. Life was unpredictable. They used to be enemies, but now they were closely connected. Kid, are you going to leave this place to collect the parts of other god fiends? The blood race's primogenitor's voice sounded in Xianxu's mind. He had stayed in the blood god belt for countless years, and he was finally going to leave. Xianxia didn't treat collecting the parts of the divine demons as something he had to do. He didn't know anything about the other parts of the divine demons. If he insisted, he might put himself in danger. In his opinion, it would be safer to consider these things after he reached the god realm. A year later, Xianxia once again stepped into the human race's territory. I'm back. In truth, he hadn't been away from the human race for a long time. It was just that Xianxia had spent most of his time in the heavenly quiet feather, so he felt like he had been away for a long time. After flying for a while, Xianxia felt something was wrong. There was an evil aura in the air that made people feel disgusted. Xianxia released his spiritual sense and spread it in all directions. After breaking through to the mysterious nether realm, his soul had transformed and merged with the star source. It had a new name, Star Soul. The mysterious nether realm had a qualitative increase in the level of the soul. Xianxu's spiritual sense instantly spread out 100 miles, and it could still expand. Soon, he discovered a huge city. The ancient evil demonic energy in the city was extremely dense, causing the sky around the city to darken. Descendants of the divine demons. Xianxia found the descendants of the divine demons in the city, and there were many of them. These god-fiend descendants resembled humans, but they were tall and slender. They were 30 feet tall, and there were strange silver patterns on their glossy skin. This is the Silver Soul race. Xianxu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Back in the disordered ocean plains, the Blue Cloud the Archlord's clone had told him to be careful of the Silver Soul race before he disappeared. The Blue Cloud the Archlord's clone had left in a hurry and hadn't said the reason, but his warning wasn't without reason. After that, Jinyu had looked up information on the Silver Soul race. The Silver Soul race was a relatively strong existence among the descendants of the divine demons. They specialized in strange methods of the soul. Once they reached the mysterious nether realm, their terrifying talent would be displayed to the greatest extent. The Silver Soul race and the human race were mortal enemies, and there had been many wars in history. However, why would the Silver Soul race appear in the human race's territory? Who? Within the city, on a huge crystal throne, a Silver Soul race member's eyes flickered with silver light. A powerful spiritual awareness instantly diffused out and followed Xianyu's spiritual awareness to track him. This aura should be that of a human. He's quite bold to use his spiritual sense to probe so openly. The middle-aged man from the Silver Soul race snorted coldly, and killing intent flickered in his eyes. "Commander, where is the enemy? Let us go and capture him." The nearby kings of the Silver Soul race immediately spoke. "There's no need. You'll just be throwing your lives away if you attack." The middle-aged man from the Silver Soul race calmly waved his hand. The other kings didn't say anything else. If the enemy dared to investigate so openly, then their cultivation wouldn't be too low. Adding on what the commander had said, the enemy's cultivation had most likely reached the mysterious nether realm. Whoosh, the Silver Soul race's middle-aged man's body flashed with a dark silver radiance, and he instantly disappeared. A dignified voice reverberated in the hall. "I will be back soon." We were discovered. Xianxia sensed the Silver Soul race's middle-aged man's actions. He hadn't expected that there would be an early-stage mysterious nether the arch guarding the city. Furthermore, Xianxia had broken through to the mid-stage mysterious nether realm, but his attainments in the soul weren't high. Otherwise, he would have been able to investigate without alerting the enemy. Another reason was that the Silver Soul race specialized in the soul Dao. Xianxia drew on his experience and made a conclusion. Whoosh, suddenly, a slender silver-black figure appeared several thousand feet away, and the world instantly fell into darkness. That figure seemed to have grown several thousand feet in an instant. He was as imposing as a mountain, and he emitted a powerful aura that could suppress everything. The souls of the nearby lifeforms couldn't help but tremble. However, the middle-aged man from the Silver Soul race discovered that the man and the old man in front of him weren't affected at all. He frowned slightly. "I actually didn't notice that there was someone else here." The middle-aged man from the Silver Soul race glanced at the old man beside Xianxia, and a hint of caution appeared in his eyes. "Why would the Silver Soul race appear here?" asked Xianxia. "It looks like you're a human who has returned from the outside world. You actually don't know the situation here." The middle-aged man from the Silver Soul race fell into deep thought. He looked like he wanted to answer Xianxia's question. But in the next instant, the astral souls in his body launched an attack. Dark astral saint energy instantly gushed out, transforming into countless pitch-black turbulence that stirred the void, attacking Xianxia from all directions. "Master, I'll help you deal with this ant," said the old man beside him. The old man at the side said. He was Elder Lu Di. "No need. I haven't fought since I broke through. I'll use him to practice." Xianxia stopped Elder Lu Di. With a thought, a vast amount of astral sacred power surged out of Xianxu's body, making him look like a god. Boom, the radiance of the shining white light met the attack head-on in an incomparably domineering manner. The instant the black and white energies collided, a destructive storm erupted. Just the shockwaves alone left behind huge craters on the ground. The astral sacred power released by the Silver Soul race's patriarch was shattered and devoured by the dazzling white light. Several beams of white light shot over. The middle-aged man from the Silver Soul race used his yuan qi to shatter them again. He couldn't help but be surprised. Xianxia didn't look old, but his cultivation had reached the mysterious nether realm. He actually had the upper hand against him, who was a descendant of a divine demon. That might have been his full power attack. The middle-aged man guessed. But the reality was far from that. Xianxu's true cultivation was at the mid-stage of the mysterious nether realm. Since the blood race's divine realm expert had helped him hide his cultivation, even ordinary divine realm experts might not be able to see through it. Other than that, Xianxu only used 60% of his strength in that attack because he wanted to practice more. He didn't use his physique or any other means. Again. Chen Yu attacked again. This time, he used 60% of his strength. He wanted to comprehend the power of the mysterious nether realm. I don't have time to play with a kid. The silver-souled arch shouted coldly. His silver eyes shone with a dark silver light. The power of the astral souls in his body erupted forth as the yuan qi of heaven and earth rapidly congregated, condensing into a gigantic silhouette. The eyes of the silhouette were incomparably solid, resembling a pair of silver-colored moons. You're looking down on the descendants of gods and devils too much. Under this emperor's soul attack, you'll be completely crushed. The silver-souled arch sneered. From the start, Chen Yu's expression didn't change, which only made him feel amused. Under normal circumstances, human experts of the same realm weren't a match for the silver soul race. They weren't called the descendants of divine demons for nothing. Swoosh! Swoosh! The silver eyes in the sky suddenly shot out two beams of light. In an instant, a pair of silver eyes seemed to appear in Chen Yu's soul world. Boundless cold silver light shone down, wanting to shatter the entire world. Rumble, the attack hit Chen Yu, and the soul dimension shook violently. Chen Yu's star soul trembled slightly before returning to normal. With his star soul at the mid-stage of the mysterious nether realm, he was completely fine when facing an early-stage mysterious nether realm soul Dao attack head-on. This, the middle-aged man from the silver soul race, who had been sneering confidently, was speechless. Your star soul, the middle-aged man from the silver soul race revealed a look of disbelief. He could clearly sense that Chen Yu's cultivation was at the early stage of the mysterious nether realm, but when the soul attack hit Chen Yu's star soul, it was like a wooden sword hitting steel. It didn't affect him at all. How could this young man's star soul be so strong? He was from the silver soul race of the descendants of divine demons. He had originally planned on taking down Chen Yu quickly. Even if the remaining old man was also at the mysterious nether realm, he wouldn't be afraid. But now, he felt uneasy and panicked. Retreat first. The figure of the middle-aged man from the silver soul race flickered. Spar with me again. Chen Yu's voice came from less than 1,000 feet away from the silver soul race. This speed. The middle-aged man from the silver soul race felt a chill. He had fled first, and Chen Yu had reacted and chased after him. How could he close the distance between them so quickly? Boom! As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, the astral sacred energy in his body condensed into a huge fist that smashed over. Its aura was domineering, piercing through the sky and descending upon the middle-aged man from the silver soul race. What a fast attack! The middle-aged man from the silver soul race realized that he couldn't dodge, so he condensed his astral sacred energy to form a dark barrier. Bang! The moment that fist descended, the dark barrier trembled violently, and cracks spread. In less than a breath's time, it shattered with a cracking sound. The middle-aged man from the silver soul race was struck by the fist, and his body flew back thousands of feet. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? At the same level, a human the Archlord is no match for me. However, Chen Yu had actually managed to injure him so easily. In fact, if he wasn't a descendant of the divine demons, his injuries from that punch would have been even more serious. Chen Yu didn't care about what the middle-aged man from the silver soul race was thinking and continued attacking. He was still suppressing his strength and experiencing the fighting style of the mysterious nether realm. He didn't even need to make a move. His astral soul was in his astral source, and his attacks were completed in an instant. Chen Yu floated in the void with his hands behind his back. Offensive battle skills automatically condensed between heaven and earth. Fist lights, golden claws, fire wings, all of them attacked the middle-aged man from the silver soul race endlessly. The middle-aged man kept dodging and defending. He even took out a high-grade defensive profound artifact. The power of his attacks is constantly increasing. Could he have been hiding his strength previously? In fact, Chen Yu was already suppressing his strength intentionally. However, in the process of constantly adapting, his experience grew rapidly, and his control over the mysterious nether realm's power became more adept. His power was increasing unknowingly. Elder Lu Di watched this scene quietly from behind and sighed. You can only blame your bad luck. It just so happened that Master wanted to practice in a real battle. With Chen Yu's ability, it wasn't difficult to kill the middle-aged man from the silver soul race. Furthermore, he was also at the late-stage mysterious nether realm. The two of them working together could instantly kill the Arch-Lord of the Silver Soul race. No. If this continues, I will definitely die. The middle-aged man from the Silver Soul race clenched his teeth. It was difficult for him to escape after being bombarded by Qinyu. His injuries kept accumulating, and he could already be considered heavily injured. Silver Star Annihilation. The middle-aged man's astral soul unleashed a vast amount of spiritual energy. It gathered boundless astral sacred energy and formed a huge silver sphere above the middle-aged man's head. This was the middle-aged man's killing move. It mainly targeted the soul. If a peak early-stage mysterious nether realm took it head-on, they would be heavily injured. After unleashing this attack, the middle-aged man unleashed his full speed and immediately fled. This attack was just to stop Qinyu. Escaping was his main plan. The huge silver sphere in the sky smashed toward Qinyu, instantly filling his vision. In his soul, the sky was replaced by silver light. He felt a wave of pressure. As expected of the descendants of gods and devils. Qinyu said softly. The soul was his weakness. Qinyu wouldn't take the opponent's killing move head-on. His astral source burned with a white radiance as he unleashed his astral sacred energy. This time, Qinyu didn't suppress his strength. The astral sacred energy of the mid-stage star condensation realm charged into the sky in a simple and forceful manner, colliding with the silver sphere. Astral sacred energy was the power released by the fusion of astral souls and astral origins. Its attack affected the soul and the material plane. The silver sphere shattered, and a destructive storm swept out in all directions, turning everything into nothingness. What? The middle-aged man from the Silver Soul race didn't expect his killing move to shatter so easily. He was devoured by the chaotic storm, and his body instantly shattered. He exclaimed in shock, "Mid-stage mysterious nether realm. Mid-stage mysterious underworld realm." The middle-aged man from the Silver Soul race was shocked. His body was torn apart by the destructive storm and turned into nothingness. But he wasn't truly dead yet. Swish, a dark silver ball of light flew out from the explosion and instantly escaped far away. It was the middle-aged man's natal astral source. Qinyu's attack had destroyed his body and heavily injured his astral source, but the astral soul inside was slightly injured. Once the natal astral source escaped, the middle-aged man would have a chance to rise again. Qinyu was very familiar with this after breaking through to the mysterious nether realm, so he was already prepared for it. "I'll use you to test out my new move." Qinyu smiled faintly. From start to finish, he had only been practicing his skills. Azure Wood Spirit Devouring Art. The astral sacred energy in Qinyu's body surged and turned into an azure light dragon hundreds of meters long. It opened its mouth like an abyss that could devour everything. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the mysterious nether realm, and the azure dragon's sacred leg art was already close to perfection. The Azure Wood Spirit Devouring Art was one of the stronger auxiliary secret arts of the Azure Dragon's sacred leg art. Swish, the cyan light dragon shot out like a green arrow piercing through the void. Wherever it passed, it plundered all the vitality and vitality. Under the influence of spatial power, Qinyu's attack was extremely fast. It instantly caught up to the dark silver natal astral source. "Spare me. Spare my life." The astral soul and the natal astral source trembled. The azure light dragon opened its mouth and swallowed it without a word. Then, its body swelled as if it was about to explode. However, under the effect of Qinyu's astral saint energy and with profound meaning, the green light dragon's body quickly returned to normal. Then, it rapidly shrank. In a short moment, it had turned into a seed the size of a baby's fist. The green seed glowed faintly, and there were mysterious dragon patterns on its surface. This is the Azure Dragon Sacred Clan's secret art, the Azure Wood Spirit Devouring Art. Elder Lu Di, who was behind him, revealed a shocked expression. The Azure Dragon Sacred Clan was one of the demon race's super forces. How did its core secret art fall into Qinyu's hands? The Azure Wood Spirit Devouring Art could directly devour living beings and destroy their souls. However, all the energy would be perfectly preserved and turned into an azure spiritual seed. The azure spiritual seed in Qinyu's hand contained all the sacred power of a mysterious nether sovereign lord. Not only could he absorb it to quickly increase his cultivation, but he could also sell it. I'm not good enough. Qianyu shook his head. As a mid-stage mysterious nether sovereign spirit devouring art, his secret art had almost failed. Nether spirit Qianyu's mysterious nether sovereign lord. Under normal circumstances, even among the Azure Dragon sacred clan, there weren't many who had mastered this secret technique, and there were even fewer who had the ability to devour cultivators of the same level. Aside from that, if Qianyu could obtain the blood essence of the Azure Dragon sacred clan and fuse it into the Azure Dragon sacred wood leg, the power of this move would increase as well. Silver spirit silver, soul, the silver, silver. Silver, soul silver, spirit, this place. Qianyu said to Elder Ludi. Elder Ludi's true identity was that of a blood kindred. With his cultivation level, he wouldn't be exposed under normal circumstances. However, he definitely couldn't follow Qianyu into Celestial Sect. Let this subordinate meet up with Elder Li and the others. Elder Ludi understood what Qianyu meant. He didn't resist. In an instant, he felt the space tremble, and in the next instant, he arrived in another world. This was the world inside the heart. Qianyu had already arranged for the other blood race sovereign lord's subordinates here. Elder Lu, you're here too. A blood tribe elder said with a smile. This is Master's private world? Elder Ludi exclaimed. The qi of heaven and earth here was extremely rich, close to that of some middle-level realms. Many of the cultivation resources that Qianyu had brought from the blood clan were planted here. Emperor Lord Mystic Underworld, who had come to this world from the beginning, was responsible for taking care of these plants. Even a god-level force wouldn't let Emperor Lord Mystic Underworld take care of the flowers and plants. However, the four elders were having a great time. Elder Ludi, can you feel it? This world has the aura of our ancestor. Our cultivation efficiency here isn't any lower than Blood God Island. That blood tribe elder continued. Blood God Island was the base camp of the Blood Clan. Naturally, the cultivation environment there wouldn't be too bad. Meanwhile, Qianyu's private world actually had such a good cultivation effect as well. What's that over there? Elder Ludi glanced afar. That's the bloodline that Master possesses. He can use it as he wishes. One of the elders looked at him deeply. What? Elder Ludi was shocked. According to the Blood Clan's reaction towards bloodlines, he could sense a total of 15 types of bloodline powers. 15 types? This was unbelievable. Even the blood-devouring clan could only possess 2 types of bloodlines at the same time. The difference was too huge. Moreover, was 15 types Qianyu's limit? Half a month later, Celestial Sect was organizing a celebration. The main character of the celebration was Guan Hongri, who was once number 1 on the Sky Marshal list. A few years ago, after he lost to Qianyu, he went into seclusion. He had only come out a few days ago. His cultivation had broken through to the mysterious dark realm, shocking everyone in the sect. Guan Hongri was just over 200 years old. A 200-year-old mysterious dark sovereign lord was extremely rare in the human race. With his potential, he might even reach the god realm in 1,000 years and influence the Celestial Sect. Today was the day. The sect organized a celebration for Guan Hongri. Many higher-ups were there to befriend Guan Hongri, a genius with limitless potential. Some disciples who had just entered the Celestial Sect didn't even have the right to attend the celebration. They could only watch from afar. However, there were a few geniuses with potential that weren't any weaker than Guan Hongri. Yi Luofeng and Scarlet Flame King were among them. They were invited to the Sovereign Lord's celebration. Congratulations, Sovereign Lord Hongri. A mysterious dark Sovereign Lord from the sect walked over with a smile. Sovereign Lord Hongri was the title that Guan Hongri had given himself after becoming a Sovereign Lord. At the celebration, Guan Hongri was the center of attention as he chatted with many higher-ups. Junior Sister Lin, don't waste your talent and potential. It's a good thing to advance to the mysterious dark realm as soon as possible. It's not worth it to be too obsessed with becoming a 7-star monarch. Guan Hongri walked in front of Lin Yuxuan and raised his cup to toast her. You don't need to care about this. Lin Yuxuan's expression was indifferent. She drank a cup of wine by herself and turned to leave. Guan Hongri's eyes flashed. He had expressed goodwill to Lin Yuxuan several times, but she had pretended not to see it. Now that he had broken through to the mysterious dark realm, Lin Yuxuan was still indifferent. At this moment, Guan Hongri's gaze landed on a white figure. He smirked and walked over with a cup of wine. Junior Sister Yi, congratulations on entering the celestial sect with the first place result. Guan Hongri's playful eyes wandered over Yi Luofeng's figure. He suddenly felt that Yi Luofeng's beauty wasn't inferior to the number one beauty of the celestial sect, Lin Yuxuan. Congratulations on breaking through to the mysterious dark realm, senior brother Guan. Yi Luofeng said indifferently. She had just entered the celestial sect and was attending this banquet to familiarize herself with the sect. Guan Hongri was displeased to see that Yi Luofeng's attitude toward him was even colder than Lin Yuxuan's. With Junior Sister Ye's talent, it won't be long before you also face the problem of breaking through to the mysterious dark realm. I, your senior brother, have learned a lot. After the banquet ends, would you like to stay for a chat? Guan Hongri's smile became even wider. He naturally knew that Yi Luofeng was Chen Yu's woman. He had suffered at the hands of Chen Yu multiple times. If he could snatch Chen Yu's woman, it would be a great victory. No need. Yi Luofeng's eyes flashed coldly, and her attitude became even colder. Haha, do you have any news from Chen? Guan Hongri's lips curled up. That's none of your business. Yi Luofeng turned and left after saying that. Chen is a prodigy of the sect. As his senior brother, I am also very worried. However, the Dead Soul Desert has been occupied by the Silver Soul race. All the humans who couldn't leave are basically dead. Sigh, there has been no news from Chen for so long. I'm afraid something has happened to him. Guan Hongri revealed a mocking smile. Yi Luofeng suddenly turned around, her black eyes flashing coldly. In truth, she was already used to Chen Yu suddenly disappearing. However, she couldn't help but worry about the invasion of the Silver Soul race and the occupation of the Dead Soul Desert. At this moment, a commotion came from another part of the banquet. I didn't expect senior brother Guan to be so concerned about me. A loud voice rang out. However, Guan Hongri couldn't help but feel a chill. Chen Yu. Guan Hongri saw a figure that made him loathe. That person had actually returned alive. Haha, it's really a joyous thing that Chen could return alive. I, your senior brother, have just advanced to the mysterious dark realm. Here's to you. Guan Hongri stared at Chen Yu as he proudly stepped forward. He had lost to Chen Yu twice, but now that he had broken through to the mysterious dark realm, he had regained his confidence. No matter how strong Chen Yu was, he didn't have the ability to challenge those with higher cultivation realms. Other than that, Guan Hongri also wanted to provoke Chen Yu and have him challenge him to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. Junior brother Chen, I've taken good care of junior sister Yi while you were away. You have to thank me properly. Guan Hongri revealed a naughty smile. The best way to provoke Chen Yu was to start with the other party's women. Is that so? Coincidentally, I have also broken through to the mysterious dark realm. How do you want me to thank you? Chen Yu's expression didn't change, but there was a trace of coldness in his tone. What? Guan Hongri's expression changed. His eyes widened, and a golden light shot out of them as if he wanted to see through Chen Yu. He had just broken through to the mysterious dark realm and had been too confident. He didn't put Chen Yu in his eyes at all. At this moment, he could sense that Chen Yu was indeed at the mysterious dark realm. How was that possible? Guan Hongri's expression gradually paled. Chen Yu could challenge those with higher cultivation realms at the star condensation realm. This was the second time he had fought with Chen Yu, and he could faintly feel that Chen Yu's cultivation had surpassed 6.5 stars. The higher one-star condensation realm, the stronger one's combat power would be when they broke through to the mysterious dark realm. The shadow that had faded from Guan Hongri's mind resurfaced. The moment his eyes met Chen Yu's, panic and fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. Martial nephew Chen, you've broken through? In the distance, Elder Feng, who had given Chen Yu a huge amount of primeval stones twice, was shocked when he heard this. Congratulations. Martial nephew Chen has just turned 100 years old, right? Another upper echelon walked over with a smile. He really is at the mysterious dark realm. The eyes of Elder Iron of the enforcement hall flashed. He knew that Qin Yu had already reached the 7-star king realm. If a 7-star king successfully broke through to the mysterious dark realm, Qin Yu would probably have few opponents in the same realm. On the other hand, Qin Yu had just turned 100 years old. The difference between him and Guan Hongri was obvious. In an instant, the upper echelons of the sect all moved toward Qin Yu. Martial nephew Chen has also broken through to the mysterious nether realm. Congratulations! Elder Iron of the Enforcement Hall stepped forward to congratulate him. He was at the late-stage mysterious nether realm and had an extremely high status in the sect. Previously, Guan Hongri had taken the initiative to converse with Elder Iron, but now, Elder Iron had taken the initiative to congratulate Qin Yu. In Elder Iron's eyes, only Qin Yu, who had broken through to the profound nether realm as a 7-star king, was worthy of him taking the initiative to befriend him. In the origin world, 6-star kings were rare, but there were still quite a few of them. As for 7-star kings, Qin Yu was the only one in the entire human race in the past 10,000 years. In the near future, Qin Yu might become a deity of the celestial sect. Brother Chen is just over 100 years old. He has already broken the record of being the youngest Dark Emperor Lord in the past 10,000 years. A prodigy on the Heaven Martial ranking said respectfully. In the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, Qin Yu had defeated Guan Hongri several times before he had broken through, and he had broken through to the profound nether realm at a younger age. He was clearly more worthy of befriending than Guan Hongri. At the banquet, many upper echelon geniuses approached Qin Yu. The news of Qin Yu's return to the sect spread like wildfire. Guan Hongri gnashed his teeth in anger when he saw this scene. "This is my celebration feast," Guan Hongri roared unwillingly in his heart. This was a banquet held by the sect for him, and he was the main character. But now, the crowd around him had dwindled, and Qin Yu was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Those upper echelons who had put on airs in front of him were now facing Qin Yu like they were facing an expert of the same generation. His hatred towards Qin Yu deepened once again. But every time his gaze landed on Qin Yu, fear would surge in his heart. How did he break through to the mysterious nether realm so quickly? Why didn't he fail when he broke through? Previously, Guan Hongri had dared to provoke Qin Yu because of the gap between the star condensation realm and the mysterious underworld realm. At the same level, he did not dare to rashly cause trouble, lest he incurred an even more miserable fate. Suddenly, hearty laughter came from outside. "Ha ha ha, I heard that little friend Chen has broken through to the mysterious nether realm, so I came to congratulate you." A brawny man with bronze skin and leather armor quickly walked in. An invisible heat wave rose from his body as he pushed through the crowd and arrived in front of Qin Yu. The person who was pushed away originally wanted to reprimand him, but after seeing who it was, he immediately shut his mouth. This was because the person who had come was the Celestial Sect's Blacksmithing Valley's Grandmaster Yao. Not only was his cultivation at the mid-stage of the mysterious underworld realm, but his blacksmithing skills were also famous 1,000 years ago, and he had been recruited by the Celestial Sect. "It's Grandmaster Yao." When Guan Hongri saw who it was, his face flushed red. He had invited Master Yao before, but the other party had rejected him with the reason that he was busy with work. Now, Grandmaster Yao had personally come to congratulate Qin Yu after learning that he had broken through to the mysterious nether realm. Guan Hongri wished he could leave immediately. However, the banquet was held for him. If he left now, he would not be giving face to the sect. Guan Hongri felt extremely aggrieved and wanted to cry. The sect's banquet for him had become Qin Yu's banquet. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He could only watch Qin Yu's glory. "Little friend Chen, if you have any needs for artifact forging in the future, you can come find me. I'll give you a 50% discount for your first artifact forging," Grandmaster Yao said straightforwardly. Many people sucked in a breath. Grandmaster Yao was famous for being black-hearted, and his demands were extremely high. They were surprised that Grandmaster Yao would say something like a 50% discount. "I've long heard of little friend Chen, so I came to congratulate you." A clear voice descended along with an imperial aura. Another mystic nether sovereign lord, the newcomer was dressed in white. Although he was middle-aged, he was elegant and dignified. "Grandmaster Fu," a disciple called out. "The Celestial Sect's chef Grandmaster, Fu Qingxue." Guan Hongri's heart was heavily injured once again. Almost every major force had a master chef, who would cook excellent food to entertain the guests at important banquets. He had once invited Fu Qingshui to cook for his banquet, but Fu Qingshui had rejected him because he was researching a new dish. But now, Fu Qingshui had come personally to congratulate Qinyu. "So, it's Grandmaster Fu. Little friend Chen, I've researched a new dish. I'll give it to you as a gift to congratulate you for breaking through to the mysterious underworld realm." Fu Qingshui smiled. "A new dish?" Everyone's eyes lit up. Even the mystic Nether Sovereign Lord looked expectant. A new dish from a chef grandmaster was equivalent to a new elixir developed by an alchemy grandmaster. Then, a silver bracelet on Fu Qingshui's wrist flashed. Buzz, an oval-shaped spatial tunnel appeared in front of him. Fu Qingshui entered it and disappeared. Everyone present knew that Fu Qingshui had entered his private kitchen and started cooking. Qinyu was also slightly interested in delicacies that had excellent taste and other special effects. A moment later, Fu Qingshui walked out. A silver tray floated in front of him, and a jade bowl was emitting steam. With just a breath, many of the disciples present felt their bodies turn cold and uncomfortable, and even their souls felt as if they were about to fly away. "This soup is called fish dragon soup. Little friend, congratulations on your breakthrough to the mysterious underworld realm." Fu Qingshui introduced the new dish. Qinyu picked up the jade bowl and saw a green fish swimming around it. In the end, it turned into the image of a dragon. Its eyes released a dragon's might that intimidated the soul. Gulp, Qinyu drank the fish dragon soup in one gulp. He immediately felt a clear current flow through his body. It reached his star source and entered his star soul. If Qinyu was only at the early stage of the mysterious underworld realm, his star source would be nourished after drinking this soup. His cultivation base would be stable, and his star soul would be stronger. For someone who had just broken through to the mysterious underworld realm, this fish dragon soup was extremely effective. However, Qinyu's true cultivation base had reached the middle stage of the mysterious underworld realm. The fish dragon soup's effect on him would be greatly reduced. He would just treat it as a delicacy. Fish dragon soup, Guan Hongri, who was far away, was extremely envious. This fish dragon soup should be his. Finally, Guan Hongri's emotions exploded. He looked straight at Qinyu and shouted, "Qinyu, this is my celebration banquet. Are you here to cause trouble?" He felt that this reason was reasonable. Due to Qinyu's arrival, his celebration banquet had completely changed. "Isn't the banquet going to continue as usual?" Qinyu said with a smile that wasn't a smile. He was in a good mood because he had subtly humiliated Guan Hongri. "This is my celebration banquet." Guan Hongri gritted his teeth. The power of his star soul circulated, and an invisible emperor's might gathered. A mountain-toppling pressure surged toward Qinyu. He decided to test Qinyu's strength, so he used a soul-level pressure. The surrounding celestial sect disciples only felt a sudden pressure. Their souls trembled, but they didn't find anything strange. Only the mysterious underworld realm disciples could clearly sense that Guan Hongri had used a soul-level attack on Qinyu. However, they didn't stop it. It wasn't convenient to stop such an invisible contest in the dark unless it was brought out in the open. Furthermore, both sides were early-stage mysterious underworld experts, so there wouldn't be any trouble. Boom, Guan Hongri's soul pressure was like a ferocious beast. It rushed into Qinyu's soul world as if it wanted to crush everything. Qinyu found Guan Hongri's behavior funny. He wouldn't allow the other party to bully him. The instant Guan Hongri's soul pressure came into contact with Qinyu's astral soul, Qinyu abruptly launched a counterattack. Guan Hongri's soul pressure instantly shattered. His star soul trembled, and his head felt dizzy. Everything happened too suddenly. He hadn't expected that he would be instantly suppressed. Thud. Thud. Thud, Guan Hongri took 3 steps back. His face was pale, and his eyes were dull and listless. He looked at Qinyu with fear in his eyes. At that moment, he only felt a shockingly violent soul force colliding with him. Because it was too sudden and too fast, he didn't even have time to probe Qinyu's strength. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone looked at Guan Hongri. They weren't surprised by his failure. However, Guan Hongri seemed to have been suppressed. Qinyu isn't a body refiner? No matter what, it's impossible for him to suppress Guan Hongri in a battle of souls. Could it be because Qinyu broke through to the mysterious nether realm as a 7-star monarch? I heard from the martial sky sect master that Qinyu's cultivation was close to 7.5 stars. Perhaps he broke through to the mysterious nether realm as a 7.5-star monarch. Otherwise, how could he have such a huge advantage in a battle of souls with Guan Hongri? The upper echelons conversed secretly. Was it my imagination? Just now, I sensed a mid-stage mysterious nether realm soul force in Qinyu's body. Elder Iron was puzzled. Most of the star condensation realm disciples only felt the pressure in the air disappear. They didn't realize that a battle of souls between sovereign lords had just taken place. This was even with Qinyu and Guan Hongri restraining themselves. If they attacked recklessly, at least half of the star condensation realm disciples present would be killed. Senior brother Guan, what's wrong? Xianxia, who was in the top 10 of the heaven martial ranking, immediately asked when he saw Guan Hongri suddenly take a few steps back. I'm fine. Guan Hongri looked like his soul had left his body, and his eyes were dazed. He didn't even know how he spent the rest of the banquet. When the banquet ended, a fat elder that looked like a Maitreya Buddha appeared behind Guan Hongri and said calmly, "Disciple, don't fight with him in the future." He knew that Qinyu had reached the 7-star monarch realm. Adding on the fact that Qinyu was over 100 years old, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Qinyu was the #1 genius of the human race. If Qinyu and Guan Hongri were irreconcilable, the sect would definitely choose Qinyu in the end. Qinyu, I really didn't expect you to break through so quickly. What was your cultivation when you broke through to the mysterious nether realm? The Scarlet Flame King asked cautiously. He suddenly became cautious when facing Qinyu, who was in the mysterious nether realm. 9 stars. There was no one around, so Qinyu answered directly. 9, keep bragging. The Scarlet Flame King was frightened by Qinyu and chose not to believe him. Qinyu hadn't left for long. Even if he had the heavenly quiet feather, it was impossible for him to reach the 9-star realm and break through to the mysterious nether realm in such a short time. That night, Qinyu went to Yi Luofeng's new residence. Yi Luofeng was also a disciple of the celestial sect, and she was ranked first among all the new disciples. In the end, she was even accepted as a disciple by the celestial sect master. It was said that the celestial sect master had paid a huge price to snatch the first place among the new disciples. The next morning, Qinyu glanced at Yi Luofeng beside him and got up to put on his clothes. At that moment, the celestial sect master sent a message to summon Qinyu. I wonder if master can see through my true cultivation. Qinyu thought to himself. The fact that his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the mysterious nether realm was still too shocking. End of chapter 1240. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.